Hello everyone and welcome to the second day of the first week of CrossFire West League. I'm Zika Star and with me Hazim X.
Hi Zeke, how you doing? I hope you're doing great. Hope everyone's doing great back at home. I'm super excited for day two, just getting more and more every day comfortable with the studio, the games, with the amazing performance that we saw yesterday. And we're excited to see such performance, maybe even better tonight.
Yesterday's matchups were very interesting, especially Anubis versus ROC kicking off this split. It was a great game, 2-0 for ROC Esports.
Yes.
Followed by a 2-0 also from UNK over... UNK over what? No, third game or GG?
Third game.
Versus Triple Nine.
Gaimin Gladiators versus the Triple Nine.
A complete best of three series. The only best of three series that went for three matches. For me, Anubis versus ROC Esports was a bit of ahead of a time because we need to see more of Anubis, and we are having this today versus UNK on game 2 on this best of 3 series. But game 1, TBI versus Entropy.
Yeah, I'm excited for all 3 games, if I'm being honest. Not only game 1, but TPI and Entropy Gaming, especially because we have lots of head-to-heads. We have lots of players that are coming back to the scene, aka Penguin. We're going to be speaking more about it. But second game, Anubis and unKnights. I think this, in my opinion, will be the main events because unKnights showed us insane game yesterday.
We said yesterday that we are waiting for this match.
Yes.
Even
yes,
Anubis versus UNK or Anubis versus GV.
Yes.
But today we're getting Anubis versus UNK and ROC Esports versus GV.
We're getting like a small taste of the real games that I'm actually waiting for. I know, like we have the top 8 teams in the West League. Yes, you're right. But there's some certain games, specific games like ROC and Anubis Esports, GV and Anubis Esports that we are all waiting for. Anyways, we don't want to speak about Game 2 and Game 3. We just want to head and watch Entropy and TBI Esports. TBI.
Entropy lineup as we see. For the first time in this split, here's our first becoming on the screen, Entropy Gaming. Biva, Veza, Mansion, 40, and
Gainer.
Gainer.
Yeah, let me tell you some more about Entropy Gaming. So, Gainer, and Biva, both of them are Egyptian players. They came from TBI Esports, and now they are playing for Entropy Gaming. So, when you see their friendships become rivalry, when you see both players that used to play in TBI and now playing against TBI, that's a storyline. That's a story that you would love to see. That's a story that you would love to witness and watch to see who's going to get the first win. For TBI, I think they are thinking the same. Okay, Tifa and Gainer, they used to play with us. Now they play against us. We can't let them take the win, which makes completely sense. But here's the twist. For TBI, they are not completely new roster, but 3 of the players are the OGs and 2 new players are there. Penguin and Hunt with the most experience, but the whole roster is considered new. Now, they have to work on the chemistry side, they have to work on the synergy side in order to beat the Entropy Gaming, which used to be called Lazarus. And Zika, one more thing, Lazarus could never beaten TBI. They never got the win against them. It's always TBI or draw. Speaking about TBI, here we see, as we see, Dirty, Hunt, Penguin, Poker, and King.
True. This matchup is really a test for both teams.
Yes.
Who has the most experience? Who is making use of these veteran players in each team, and who will come on top?
I've been speaking to Penguin yesterday. I was speaking to Penguin yesterday. He told me this is a new roster. Give us some time. There's 2 splits. Just give us the time that we need to just work on our synergy, work on our chemistry. Maybe by game 3, by game 4, they will be in their best form, which is understandable. But I'll be keeping an eye. Automatically, I'll keep an eye on Tifa and Dirt, because both of these players, as I said, Tifa and Gainer, are just switched from side to side, and now they're in a new competition, new lane, new phase to beat TBI. I mean, what's a better scenario from friendship to rivalry? Of course, outside of the server, there are friends and everything.
Storytelling for me is everything.
Yeah.
There's a story we're about to witness on this map draft also. 4 bans for Black Widow, Eagle Eye, Mexico, and Port. Port is not with us for the first game in this season.
Yeah, for the first game, we're going subbase picked by TBI. Entropy picked Ankara, and the decider map is Compound. Honestly, TBI picking subbase is not a big surprise. They are comfortable on subbase. I think the IGL is Bingo, if I'm not wrong. Hunt may be the IGL, but moving forward, you need to know that Entropy Gaming will depend much on both players, both the Egyptian players, Riva and Gainer, because they have enough information about TBI. They played with them for 2 seasons, but keep in mind, Zika, that Hunt from TBI has won 3, no, not one, but has attended 3 lands, 2022, 2023, and 2024. So that's something to mention. That's something that we need to keep in mind for TBI. I don't know if that's enough for them to take the win tonight. Maybe tonight there will be an upset for one of the teams. It would be a big upset if TBI lost, to be honest.
It's a tough game. It's a test for both teams who will come on top of the other. TBI has something to prove here, and Entropy has their name to defend. It's a very, very tough game. Your prediction for this first game of this series?
Yeah, speaking about tough games, Penguin, he was like, okay, I'm confident. I know I'm good. I know I can, clutch some rounds. But the thing, it all comes down to the momentum that you can build within the rounds, right? It all comes down to, can I get more than 5 rounds? And with Crossfire, the thing is with the game, it's fast-paced. It's super fast-paced first-person shooter. Rounds just happen quickly and end quick. And you can't keep up. If the team can get 5 rounds within the first 10 minutes, you're doomed, in my opinion. It's so hard to adapt, because adaptation with Crossfire is hard, because the rounds happen so quick. And once there is a specific oper, someone who plays with the op, you're done with. He can get you from A side, B side, can plant the bomb, and then, play the post plant like the book says. So the big question is, will TPI be able to get the first game or not?
I think this answer it was Trevor and Pando. Guys, take us to the...
All right. We're just about to kick it off here for our first set of the day. Excited to see what these guys are made of. It's their first match of the season after all, but I am joined by Laz. How you feeling about this weekend's matchups?
Yeah, feeling pretty good, man. And it's exciting to get everything back in motion. We saw day one yesterday, and we saw like a little bit of ups and downs from everybody. But look, it's the beginning of the season. Very excited. I'm always, amped to see how the season's going to pan out, because you and I were talking about this briefly in the green room. It's like, man, there's been roster shuffles after roster shuffles, so it's kind of cool to see what all these final products are going to be.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this first match, TBI, honestly, coming in here with a bit of a roster shakeup. Entropy as well, though. These are 2 relatively new lineups. A lot of familiar faces between the 2. I know the desk was talking about Penguin's return. I'm excited to see what that looks like as well. He was kind of the mastermind IGL for me back in the day when he used to be a starter for 3BL, and I think we're going to see a lot that he can bring to the table in this matchup. But, Entropy as well, a lot of curiosity on my mind how Gainer and Beva are going to fit into this mix, and I think Subbase is a great first map to see everything come to life on.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those maps where, like, I feel like that's kind of a bold one, right? The fact, though, the way the veto went the way it did. I mean, I think you and I were both kind of hoping some, like, Mexico pick was going to come through, but, the fact that we saw Black Widow getting banned immediately from TBI made a lot of sense, just because I felt like last season, TBI, that old iteration of the roster, wasn't necessarily the best with it. So I think, Eagle Eye and Mexico being banned, pretty obvious. So Subbase is going to be a good test, though. And I mean, like you said, both these rosters had a big shuffle for each other. I think for me, it's kind of hard to pick who I would think would be like the victor in this best of 3, just because, when you look at Entropy, like there's a lot of things that I love about them, because you still have like Vise, you have like Madison that's been around, but then you're also adding like 2 TBI players before too. So it's about the mixture, right? Like you said, how are we going to be able to fit these guys in, properly? But it's a kind of a cool one. I think this is a nice little bit of a mixture that I'm waiting to see, what that recipe is going to look like.
Yeah, I think my big curiosity in this matchup is who's going to be the star player for the new Entropy. You have a lot of individual firepower on this team, but also a lot of players that I would say in the past are a little bit inconsistent. I look at players, like Vise, 40 Gainer, they have really high highs, they have really low lows in some of their matchups, and I'm hoping to see a little bit more consistency come to this team, and kind of also wondering who's going to be that person to step up and be the key IGL for this season for that roster as well. But there's no questions on the other side of it. Penguin's probably ready to go as the IGL for TBI. I think for them it's more so how do they go up against this roster of mostly veteran players who've been around this long, and for Penguin also, it's his first match back really in the mix here, so let's see how it kicks off as we jump into Subbase.
Yeah, it's been the biggest question, right? Because I think, the desk is talking a lot about for TBI, like who's going to, rein everything in, who's going to do a lot of shots. And definitely, I would put dollars to donuts. It's going to be Penguin. Just makes a lot of sense, just given the history. Even playing, with 3BL, but we'll wait and see. Actions already now. You can see the trade going back and forth. Tension happening here at the A site. This is up for grabs right now. Hard to see Entropy's going to be able to get themselves really good control of this. So now it's a full retake scenario. So now this is where TBI We've seen them before in the past. They've been decent with these retakes, but is it going to be the same kind of, cohesion that we see in the past?
40 in a great position, though, on the lurk, able to find King Beva. Takes down the trade as well. Dirty able to at least hold on for a little bit longer. This A-top position. Hold on now. A huge double kill. Just nicks the defeat. Spoiler, and now it's 30 and 40. He won the 40! What is that jumping down the stairs? A huge shot to kick off this series.
Oh my goodness. Okay, that's the first way to get around. Not bad at all. I mean, an interesting one to be done indeed, but I guess, 40 wants to make himself the big triple kill to open things off. Now we'll have to see what TBI have a little bit differently in store. Get a little bit more of his tack towards this B site. TBI now, but Manix is finally able to get himself a secondary kill, or at least a trade back in something, but 4-on-3, looking good here for TBI. It's just a question of them just keeping themselves together. You already have the rotated Booker coming through in this A site. Manison's just trying to lurk to see what he's able to find. And you can see Entropy is just kind of waiting things out, right? I mean, now they're just they still have plenty of time. They don't have to rush anything. This is good. They can just kind of wait to see if TBI gets a little over antsy, find an easy duel, bring it back to an equal footing.
Yeah, right now, TBI, they kind of hold all the cards in this round. They've just got to be a little bit cautious on the approach. But look at this drop-down. Gainer tries to catch King off guard. Not going to be able to find anything out of it. Booker doing a great job of locking down that lower A bomb site. And now we're all tied up already. Really clean response coming out from TBI. And that's exactly what I want to see from this roster. Those polished rotations and making sure they hold on to those numbers when they've got the advantage.
Yeah, look at how fast Madison's just trying to go for the early duel, too. This is actually very, very interesting. Madison was always somebody that was, to me, even back, last year or the year before, it was always cool to see him kind of being the initiator at times where he wanted to, just look for that opening duel. But, I mean, this is a lot different of a pace from these guys. So, I love to see it, though. I mean, this is a good change up. They're not just playing slow, right, like the old way. But we'll have to see. For me, Kyle, I don't know about you, but I definitely have a lot of my eyes on Gainer. I got a lot of good glimpses of him last season where he was on TBI. Hopefully he can be able to bring it up. But 40's actually got the arm out. He's going to find that first connection. And he's already having himself a really good game. He's sitting at a 4-1 already. And he's already top fragging pretty much in the entire server.
Yeah, for me, 40 is definitely the player I'm keeping my eyes on. In the past, when he was kind of in his prime, he was the best player on Lazarus. I remember in the 2023 season, he had multiple seasons where he was in the top 3 for overall KD. So I'm definitely looking to him if he can have that impact again here in the 2025 season. He's going to be a lot to deal with for a team like TBI. Hunt, though, able to find one. Beva looking for the trade, kind of struggling, though, on that repeat, not quite able to connect. And you're going to have TBI able to fall off with a slight advantage here, but Madison takes it right away, able to find Penguin over towards the A doors, and now the rotation is on here. Madison doing a great job of spoiling things and opening up that opportunity towards the A bomb site. It's really left up to King in this key position, holding on to the lower A ramp, but he has 4 players on the way, but Dirty. What a shot from A top to kick off the push. Now King just has to hold on. King good for 1, good for a second. Gainer finally able to get the trade, but it might be a little bit too little too late. Gainer spotted now by Dirty. They're able to fall off, but Hunt, he does not have a lot of HP for this to work with Gainer. If he could have a moment, it would be a big one, but unfortunately, it is going to be TBI finding their way through, but that was a very clean rotation and hold from these guys to make it happen.
Yeah, it definitely was. And that's the thing too, like you said, King was in the prime position, right? He had to be able to lock things down. He had to be able to, that bare minimum, find the 1 kill. So the fact that he's able to even find the double is huge, right? It just allowed them extra time for the rotates. He was able to play that spot perfectly. So a lot of pressure for him, but he handles it well. And now we get to see back to the 2-2-1. A lot of, again, control here from the GR side. They're just trying to put a lot more emphasis on the speed side, just leaving the anchor of even now Booker, actually. So they've kind of mixed things up just a little bit more. And you can see Entropy are kind of just, again, playing it very slow, just kind of getting into locker control. They're just trying to see what they can be able to find. The C4 is not making any sort of a direction yet. But now they're hoping that 40 might be able to find the opener, but instead it's going to be Dirty. once again, and there's a trade back a little bit here, and now things are starting to happen. Now the deaths are starting to come through onto the B site. C4 is going to be able to get picked up, and it's all just down to Booker now. On a 1-on-3 mission, he's the one that's going to have to be able to find a clutch scenario, but it ain't going to be. He's going to be caught right into the crosshairs. We're going to see, once again, 40 just popping off.
Yeah, I mean, right now, 40 is just looking unstoppable on the entries. They've got to find a way to shut him down. TBI struggling to fight him and Madison in the early round. This time, though, Hunt, huge double kill to open up the round, takes down Vise and Beva. It is Madison on the other side, able to clean it up, but still, he's down to 14 HP as well, so a really good opener coming out from TBI, but now it's going to be up to 40, trying to look for those picks again. He really needs to find one to try and get that equalizer on the board now.
I mean, for both these teams, I mean, this is kind of their debut so far in CFWL, right? I mean, the fact that we're going at a game like this with this kind of a pace is not what I was expecting at all. So we'll wait and see what they're going to be able to find here. And once again, TBI in a decent position here, still with only the one man down. Oh, and look at King. He's even trying to re-aggress again here. So this, I don't know about this play again. Like, I get the idea, but like when you're up by that many players, you just don't need to go for it. I mean, they have a huge advantage. They need to see for Entropy to be the ones that have to make the play. But Penguin now trying to see if he's able to find. He's going to go down. Now Gainer just holding his position. The shotgun out once again. Why not? And all of a sudden, Kyle, we're down to a 2v2 through the thick and thin of this.
Yeah, now it's all about the retake, though. The bomb gets planted pretty comfortably on the B-bomb site. Booker and Dirty with a slight HP advantage on this one. Madison sitting on that 14 HP from the start of round play against Hunt, and now it's all about playing the timer perfectly. TBI going for the split decision here. Booker going from the L turn. Dirty working his way in through B control. It's going to be Madison who might get the first spot here. Actually decides to hide underneath at the worst timing possible. Dirty, beautiful double kill. Gets this one done just in time on the retake to find the round and the lead once again for TBI.
Yeah, looking good so far. And honestly, I'm really happy to see like just Dirty like playing the way he is, because you know, I was kind of thinking, like, even for last season, he was, again, that guy that, like, showed he was a little bit nervous in the beginning and not, like, hitting all the shots. But now it really seems like, you know, since that postseason, like, he's been really just doing well. Like, since the break, he's playing great. He's like a 9-2. He's the top fragger of the entire server. He's just popping off. He's not carrying, obviously, for TBI right now, but he's doing a huge amount of work. So you love to see it. And that's what you need from your sniper, right? You need the guy to be the initiator. You need the guy to be able to find some kind of an opening. And the fact that he's been able to put this through a few times is not bad at all. But we'll have to see. And once again, TBI getting a little bit over antsy on this, like trying to find an early engagement. And it cost them the life of Hunt already. So now it's a question of what are we going to see here from the BL side? What do they want to work with this? And they're actually pulling all the way back. So they're not even putting any pressure at all. They're still waiting for TBI to make another move.
Yeah, Entropy playing this one a little bit slower of a pace, but I like the call here, trying to get an even bigger advantage before they go in for the full commit. And this is where they have to be careful not to get caught alone. They don't want to offer that opportunity to make it an even numbers situation for TBI, who's playing this one nice and patient for the moment. You've got King behind the quad box here. Vise, will he check the angle? No, he's not. King good for 140 though. Quick reaction to secure the trade. Beva able to go out the connector as well and find himself a nice kill. Still TBI on the back foot here as the C4 gets comfortably planted. Booker only a sliver of HP for this retake.
Ooh, Beva with a nice shot though, and Madison able to help. So nice little bit of work. Dirty, unfortunately, going to get caught once again. Man, oh man, this thing is a bit of a teeter-totter, Kyle. Like, this thing is just going right back and forth, but I mean, this is what we were kind of talking about. A map like this, we were thinking, okay, this is going to be a bold pick here for both these teams to see how it comes through. And let's not forget, like during the veto process, it was actually TBI that went for this pick. So things are back to an even Stevens with a 3-3. Single alms still, no double alms yet. We haven't seen that yet. I think it was TBI last season that liked to do that once in a while, which was always kind of funny. We'll see if they're going to do it even here too. Doesn't Vise usually like sometimes throw up the hybrid sniper, or am I crazy?
He has in the past, I know. A lot of these times though, I wouldn't expect him nowadays to bring it out, but 40 He's been doing the heavy lifting. I don't think they're going to need it this early on, but for TBI, could be a good play to bring out at some point. Right now, though, Madison definitely struggling a little bit over towards this A side of the map. 8 HP left after an early engage over on Hunt, trying to make something happen, but it is going to be a really tough one to hold on to for TBI if the full push comes through. They've got 4 players ready to go for Entropy, working their way slowly into lobby. Vise able to catch one. Vise and Madison find themselves another. Taking down Penguin A is completely theirs for the taking. Booker, the only player left, trying to hide in the back of the A staircase, hold on to this bomb site, but the utility is raining down upon him. Dirty, though, rotates to kind of just spoil things here. Booker somehow still alive, takes down Vise. Finally, the trades come through, but it might be a little bit late here to the gun. Now it's 2-on-2. Hunt and Dirty trying to force their way back in. Some nice utility coming down from above. TBI just going in full force for the flash and the retake. Beva has the perfect position to try and stall this one out. Spots both of them coming down from the control room. 40 and Beva, they're gonna hang on. And it's Entropy now in the lead.
Whoo-wee, okay. Making things happen, finally getting the lead a little bit, but now we're going to see maybe a change up in the setup. I have no idea, but Entropy's going to still just kind of wait things out. A bit of a slow play. Looking like we're going to get probably the timeout, I would imagine. Kind of makes a lot of sense where this game is, again, so back and forth. We just seen it, you know, going not really a significant lead by any chance, right? I mean, it was just been like a lot of like no big lead at all. Like I was kind of thinking there might have been like a little bit of a takeoff and then maybe the comeback, where TBI were kind of notorious for that in the previous season, where they might have themselves like a bit of a slow start and then they were able to find themselves some rounds kind of in motion. But really, this thing has just been a lot of high-packed action, and these guys they're all just looking for getting that first dub, right? I mean, this is where I said this is the debut for both these rosters, and it's cool to see, like you and I were briefly just talking about this, but the fact that TBI are actually, now they're in a LAN house together. I don't know the whole situation. I'm hoping to learn a little bit more later on, but it is cool to see that they're actually all playing together, which makes a huge difference, right? Just in terms of building their teamwork and easier for the comms, things like that. So I'm going to be putting a little bit more on TBI and their expectations as well for this season.
Yeah, I think that's really the big difference in this matchup, too. I mean, TBI clearly has, I think, a little bit better chemistry as a team, but Entropy right now, they're hitting the shots, and that's really what matters most. You've got 40 having a phenomenal start to the season, and even though they had a bit of a slow start, Gainer and Beva are starting to step up in the later portion of this first half as well, which is really going to push them forward strong. Also, shout out to Madison having some really good entry frags so far. I know he was another hit and miss performer in previous seasons, but I really like what this team's bringing to the table so far. It doesn't seem like, you know, they're trying to take themselves too seriously. They're almost playing like a looser style, but it works really well, I think, for the players on this team.
Yeah, and it's I was kind of wondering about that too, like just kind of seeing like for this roster you see on the screen here, it's like how, like what is their style going to be, and the fact that even it has been pretty loose, and the fact that they're just kind of playing their game, and that's actually not a bad thing, right? I mean, maybe there's just the full confidence of like, you know what, if you're feeling something, just go for it. Like there's all this trust, right? They're all just getting used to each other. That's where we were kind of wondering about the meshing of these players. So it is cool to see that the fact that they are playing this kind of loose style right now, but we'll see if that can still pan out well for them. I mean, they got themselves in the lead just barely, but I mean, it's just a matter of time. And I'm trying to think, like, in terms of the IGL, I would imagine, do you think who would be the IGL in this then? Just be, like, do you even know?
I'm not 100% sure who it would be. My guess would be likely Vise in this situation. I know he's done it for teams in the past, but ultimately, I think for them, it's not going to be the most necessary component on their team either. I think Entropy is going to thrive in the early round entry fragging, just putting people in spots they're comfortable and going for those fights. You've got Madison, Gainer, and 40 all very strong in finding those early round picks. And if you can unlock the potential of those 3 players, they can kind of get away with anything in the mid round. So I'm looking forward to see what they continue to do here. But TBI, this is the team I think that even needs to play more structured in this situation. So thankfully they do have Penguin in their corner to try and make that happen. But I think the thing missing for me for TBI so far has really been not even how they rotate. It's these early round fights. It seems like they're playing a little bit too risky at times. You can tell, especially towards that B side of the map, a lot of early aggression to try and fight on the control room. But I almost feel like TBI needs to take a step back and let the players come to them, because right now Entropy, they want to take those fights and they're winning them a little bit more consistently right now.
Yeah, exactly. And I couldn't agree with you more. The fact that like TBI, like especially being on the GR side, like I mean, I think you can have those moments where you're like, okay, look, the plan of attack is going to be let's go for an early engagement, let's get that number advantage, let's fall back. But the fact that they've tried this like countless times and it's not really panned out that well for them, it's actually worked out a lot better for Entropy. So that's where I'm kind of like, look, like this isn't the play anymore. Let's kind of mix it up. Let's kind of, you know, change things up just a little bit more because that strategy is not working anymore. I like the idea initially, but the fact that they need to kind of mix it up, you know, this is a good time for them to kind of figure those things out.
Yeah, that's the big benefit here for both of these teams. We are still pretty early on in the season, and for both of them, it's their debut as well. So looking at a best of 3 series, this first map is just kind of about seeing how these new rosters are going to function in the server, getting comfortable with how people want to play with the new lineups they're bringing to the table for the 2025 season. And ultimately, in weekend number 1, for me, it's all about who's going to be adapting first to what's in front of them. And that's where I'm still not sure who's going to pull ahead in this series, because it feels like right now there's just a slight firepower difference. Strategically, they seem pretty evenly matched teams, but when I look at the performance we're seeing from someone like 40 so far in this match, Madison in the early round, they look really, really strong. And on the TBI side, the only one who seems he can hold his feet to the fire in some of these exchanges is Dirty.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point you bring up, Kyle, because I mean, the fact is, like, I think strategically they are kind of evenly matched up, but it is kind of that firepower that's like the difference in this whole matchup. And that's kind of the interesting thing is that we are in their debut match. This is the beginning of the season. So we know like things are still going to need to be tweaked out and worked out a little bit better. So that's where we're kind of wondering how things will pan out in the rest of the season as, you know, the season moves on. So I mean, but then you have to remember the veto kind of went through subbase, which is obviously what we're on now. And Kara is going to be the pick for Entropy. And then if we actually do get there, because again, folks, let's not forget, this is now best of 3s. It's not the BO2s anymore. It is compound. And I mean, I feel like, you know, TBI, the old iteration of TBI, if it goes to a 3rd map series, like they have played compound. They weren't too bad on it. They were able to get some okay rounds. I think Ankara actually is not a bad veto for them. Like I felt like this veto to me was probably like historically a little bit better for TBI just in terms of like what they've been able to do in the previous seasons. But it's kind of hard to analyze that just because now we're talking about different rosters and different players. Penguin being in the team, like if he is calling the shots, which most likely is the case, what is he going to be able to, you know, bring for these players, and like what's his vision for what they want to do? And then let's not forget he was coaching with 3BL and things like that, right? So it's clearly he's got a good mind for the game still. It's nothing about that. It's more just getting all these players on the same page.
Yeah, right now we're going to be hopping in after the pause, and this is where TBI has to show what they can do. It is a map where I would say the GR side has a little bit more advantages overall, and they're already a little bit on the back foot from what we've seen. So I'm hoping we can see a little bit more strength from this roster because they've got the firepower to make it happen. They just haven't had the best of showings so far, but a lot of this comes down to just looking at what they'll do to adapt as well. And that's where I maybe even have a little bit more faith in TBI compared to Entropy, because I've seen so many games where Penguin was the IGL and things didn't start off well, but they still won the map at the end of the day. And that's where I think Entropy has to keep this polish and how they're playing in the early round all the way up into the finish line. And as I'm sure you remember from last season, Lazarus was a team with a lot of this core that had a lot of trouble closing out maps.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, were they not? They were just like the most notorious team for that. And that was the frustrating thing too, because and also let's not forget, like the old Lazarus core were like notorious for, you know, having a terrible start to the seasons and then climbing themselves back in the season and getting so close to either, you know, that top 3, top 4. But I mean, let's hope that's not going to be the same case here, because that's a whole like mental hurdle you have to go through too, right? Is the fact that if you can't even close out games, or like you kind of get to that choking point, right? That's its own problem. And then the other fact is like, you know, just the start of the seasons and kind of getting yourself at least a couple wins to getting that confidence up. That's going to be important. And that's the thing too, is like where we talk about Beva and Gainer, like the fact that these guys, they rotated over, you know, from TBI where they didn't really do well last season, but again, we saw a lot of really good opportunities and good glimpses what they were able to bring back to this. But I was thinking we were about to go live, but we get teased just a little more here, Kyle. Just a little more.
We're just building up the hype for how this one's going to play out. But honestly, I am expecting this to be one of the closer matchups on the day, especially when you have two teams with a lot of roster changes that haven't really played each other in an official match yet. I expect this one to potentially go to a map 3 situation just because of how these teams have performed against each other in the past. It's already, with the cores of these teams, a bit of a back and forth history, but now I think more than ever, there's a lot to just be figured out in a best of 3 series here. And that's the big thing with all these roster changes that I've looked at coming into this season. I think 6 of the teams out of the 8 have made some pretty major changes, but when you look at a team like ROC or Gaimin Gladiators, they've kept their core, which is a pretty huge advantage for the teams that were already at the front of the pack coming into this season. So I'm curious to see if one of these new rosters that's been thrown together for the 2025 season can really show themselves at the top and maybe even be competitive with one of those 2 teams later on.
Yeah, that's kind of the biggest question, right? Because that's where I always get excited for the beginning of the seasons, just to kind of see what these rosters are actually going to be able to do. Is it going to be the hype, or is it really just going to be a dumpster fire? Because that was the other thing where, just talking about a totally different game series yesterday was like Anubis, where we talked a lot about their roster shuffles, and they had a really shaky beginning of the day. Things got a little bit better, so. I mean, that's the thing about both these teams where we see TBI and Entropy, where I actually like the additions and I like the shuffle. I think they could make sense. I think it's more just, can these pieces actually work together? Can they be able to find that foundation that they need to work off of and then just build up from there, right? And that's the biggest thing because, to me, Gainer, like I said, was definitely somebody I had a lot of eyes on in the previous season. He really, to me, was really showing to be a promising player, someone that was able to do well, but we're finally able to go back into this, Kyle. It looks like everybody's back in the server. Things are moving. Things are in motion. And it's good to be back.
Yeah, as we hop into it, it's the final couple of rounds in this first half. Entropy leading by 1. It has been a bit of a back and forth to get here, but for TBI, if they want to keep things close, they really need to win this round and show what they can do. But it looks like, unfortunately, we might have another DC on the side of TBI, so maybe another pause coming out if they can't find a way to get everybody back in the server here. There we go. Pause is thrown, and now we're going to be back here on the desk. So, yeah, I mean, Entropy, for me, I'm just curious how this team really meshes together. Honestly, if I could pick any team right now, I would want to jump in and hear the comms for this team. I'm very curious, actually, to see how things are playing out. It actually seems like Madison and Vise have been doing a lot of the talking in between things, so maybe the combination of them is kind of leading how these rounds play out. And I think it's a good situation for them to be in because both these guys have a lot of experience, especially Vise. He's been around for about a decade in the scene, having his best performance be second place in the world. So he's definitely a guy who knows how to bring the heat, but it's also, been a while since a lot of these players have been on the top of the league. And that's where I think bringing in some young guns like Gainer and Beva was a smart move for them because Lazarus had always felt like that was one of the missing pieces on that team. They didn't have, that young star power behind them. It was just a bunch of veterans of the scene that were, almost on a slow decline.
Yeah, that's really true, and that's the thing. Like, I'm always a big advocate for teams that are able to keep a roster in the core for a long time and like try to really work on things because it is a team game, right? Like you have to go through all the things in the server. You're gonna make sure that everything's connecting. Then you have to make sure out of the server everybody's like getting along. So it takes a lot of work, right? And I mean, and eventually, like there is just rosters that sometimes they kind of hit their peak, they hit their maximum, right? And I felt the same way with Lazarus, like where it kind of felt like I didn't know if we were really going to get much more out of that roster we saw in the last season. So when I saw the announcement, when they made this a little bit of a shuffle, I thought this was good. Like you said, bringing in some young guns, that's what you want to do, right? You have, a couple players with a lot of experience are able to bring things to the table, which is super important, right? But then these young guys like just have raw firepower and just that aim, right? Like it just can make such a difference, especially when you have a team that's kind of like, a bit of an older group and they're like trying to still figure out how to compete with some of these young guns. It is a nice mesh. So I'm all for it. I just want to see how well can they get themselves in a position here for CFWL, because I mean, when we look at all these teams, it's like, I think there's an obvious top 2, maybe top 3 you can argue, but really I think that like, 3 to 8 could be a pretty big mix in my opinion, in some degree.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes a match like this so important for both of these teams to kick off the season. When you look at those front 2 teams, you're almost considering that could be a loss for your team. But when you look at these matches within the middle of the pack, this first match is so important for both of these teams because it is a really good chance to have that early lead and progression for themselves amongst that middle of the pack fight, because right now you don't want to have an early loss on the season in that middle group, because it is going to be so competitive when we get to the end of the road at those season finals. So I think a lot of the kickoff of this season for many of these teams is going to be how they approach that middle of the pack, and I'm hoping TBI has done their homework here, because Entropy, they're a team where I think they're just as easily in that 7th and 8th conversation as they are in a 3rd or 4th place position conversation, and a lot of it just depends on how teams approach them, especially with a new lineup. You really have to be digging in during that off season and come prepared, and that's the big thing I like to look for in an opening weekend. You can really tell the teams that put in that extra time and did their homework and come in really prepared versus the teams that maybe just try and come in with that raw firepower, kind of like what we saw from GV yesterday, where they thought they could kind of out-aim their opponents, but you could tell unKnights was really polished and ready to go in that series.
Yeah, and that's going to be the biggest question, is just about, like you said, it's kind of like the fact of like, out of all these teams, really, like who's going to be able to show they've done their homework and putting a lot of extra time of just building like the team dynamic and just making sure everything's kind of, you know, polished as nicely as it can be. But and I mean, the other thing is too, like I'm assuming there's probably like not much of a language barrier for all these guys too, because I mean that's always one thing you have to kind of like add a little bit of with like mixed teams like this. So, but again, it's always good to see, and I'm very excited to see. And these guys look like they're in good spirits for the most part, pretty like, you know, pretty chilled attitude right now, but it doesn't look like anybody's tilted or anybody's, you know, frustrated yet. I mean, it is still a very close game. I believe it was 4-3 for Entropy, so it's still anyone's game right now at this moment, but. I'm just, you know, I guess the biggest thing for me is like if King was calling the shots in the previous seasons, like I'm assuming he probably has no issue with Penguin kind of taking over the reins. But that's another thing you always kind of have to wonder about too, is when you have somebody that's been in the IGL role for quite some time is just kind of stepping away from that, right? And just accepting it. But we'll see if that's going to be any sort of a problem. Hopefully not. I imagine not. But you always kind of have to have that in just in case.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, but I almost think it could play to their advantage, especially if you have two really talented people who can IGL for your team. Maybe if one of them's having an off day, doesn't know what to do, the other can just jump in and kind of be that leader in that moment. So I think for TBI, that's going to give them a lot of options when they get to some of their more challenging matches. When you think about, you know, TBI versus a ROC or a Gaimin Gladiators later in the season, I think those are the ones where they're really going to need those weapons in their arsenal. I think today, this one's more so just dealing with a team that is feeling that high risk, high reward play style that we're seeing from Entropy right now. They're not afraid to take those fights, and you've got to be willing to adapt to that, because right now TBI, they just don't seem like they're holding toe to toe as perfectly as they were hoping going into this matchup. But then you also have to deal with this intense sniper battle we've seen going on already as well. I mean, both Dirty and 40 on both sides of the coin are playing very well right now. You've also have to find a way to, you know, kind of play around that and not give them any more than they're already going to find on their own to work with in those rounds.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, and I know I said it before, but that was the biggest thing for me. Like when I look at this team on the screen, is the fact of like someone like Dirty, where I felt like in the previous seasons, maybe even like 2 seasons ago, he was playing like way more conservative. Like he was just playing very passive, and it was kind of like we needed that explosiveness, right? We needed to just be able to find those openers and just like putting some good pressure onto it. But we're already starting to see it now. Looks like we're finally ready to go back into this. I hope I do not jinx this for the 3rd time. But 4-3 is the score, as we were mentioning. Entropy putting themselves in the slightest lead right now. TBI getting a little bit antsy once again. Booker's actually pushed himself all the way on the top of stairs. We were wondering if they were going to be a little bit more, you know, turtle up on these sites or changing up their composition. Looks like he's still trying to put a little bit more pressure onto this. He's going to be able to find the opener now. So Madison, he's going to hit the grave. So TBI have already put themselves in a great start, but it's going to be quickly traded out here because look at Beva's positioning. He's already able to find something in jail, get himself out of this rotate, but now TBI are starting to cook up something a little bit more.
Yeah, TBI, they've got exactly what they need to close out this round, but 40 still alive and kicking could be a problem to deal with. This is going to be Beva to find one. Beva looking for the second. What a headshot onto Hunt, and just like that, the script has been flipped, and now Booker left alone with Penguin, actually still alive. I didn't even notice him there. 1 HP, still kicking it, so it is actually a 2-on-2 situation. Penguin, he's got to do something pretty massive here to go in swinging and make something happen before going down quickly, but the bomb gets planted fairly uncontested here. 40 and Beva setting up nicely across the map to hold on to it. But Penguin, he's the key player in this situation. If he can find even one with 1 HP, it would be a massive opening for Booker to try and steal this round. And they haven't even checked for this flank yet. Penguin, he's got the timing here, but they are running out on that bomb timer. 40, what a quick scope, gets it done. Booker now left in a 1-on-2, has to go in swinging for the defuse. Only 10 seconds, but 40. He's playing it to perfection here, but has he waited a little bit too long? No, he hasn't. He gets the pick, and there you have it. Entropy stay on top 5-3.
Oh man, but again, like the fact that it came into that kind of a situation, down to the 1v1, it's like, yeah, it just makes you grit your teeth a little bit because it was looking decent. And like you said, Penguin, like it just in an unfortunate situation, the fact that he had only 1 HP. I mean, again, in that kind of a shot where you saw in the replay, it's like, look, I mean, that was a nasty shot from 40. The fact that he's able to hit a quick scope like that so quickly, but Penguin, like a second or two earlier, that could have really changed the round because he had the perfect positioning. He had the right idea. He just spent a little bit extra time. He was really paranoid that somebody was kind of in locker there, just going for a flank against him, right? Manison once again going to try this out. He's actually going to be blind, but somehow is able to get himself across here, and Booker finds himself that kill somehow in some way. So now Beva once again getting this trade back. TBI falling down a little bit. Now they're all going to be grouped up in control. So now that's all the question here for the retake. They got the C4 down, Entropy, but TBI, they still have a little bit of utility remaining here in the pocket. They're going to have to work with it, though. Time is ticking against them here. Entropy, though, they're playing aggressive here, Kyle. They're actually putting a lot more presence into the site. They're actually even putting Gainer a little bit close onto the stairs. He's going to try to go for this engagement, but he can't find the second. And now it's just trades, and Dirty finds himself that double kill, leaving it all down to him. A 1-on-2, low HP player, and there we go. It's going to be another round gained here for the BL side, and they get it done nicely with a 6-3.
Yeah, really good way to close the half for Entropy, and they're starting to feel more and more comfortable with each other as this match has gone on. It felt scrappy kind of from them leading up to the pause, but since those last two post plants, looking really clean, cool, calm, collected approach from Entropy, and it's starting to give me a lot more faith in what this team's going to do moving forward, and also makes me a little bit nervous for TBI. I mean, you had the shots already looking good from the start from Entropy, but now you're starting to see the team play start to kind of push themselves over TBI, and if they need a pause again, I don't know. We had a lot for them to regroup, but I'm hoping TBI can find a way to maybe counteract things going into the second half here, because Entropy, that was a really fantastic way to close out the half.
It really was, and I love the play too, like just again where like you can see where the post plan is, everybody's kind of got their positions, and even Gainer, the fact that, you know, you can see the columns where he's like, look, I'm going to push a little bit of pressure onto stairs, I'm going to go for the risk here, because he had that opening duel, and then almost able to find a second like that. Like those are big plays that can make such a difference, and that's the frustrating thing on the GR side, right? I mean, the retakes, you have to be able to throw the right utility, you have to find that pocket of, you know, an opportunity to get yourself in that site, because it's so tight, right? Like it's such a tight corridor to get through. So I love the fact that Gainer, like what we were kind of talking about, is somebody that he's putting a little bit of confidence in himself to go, you know what, I'm gonna make a little bit of mayhem here, and they get it done nicely. So I mean, a 6-3 is a great lead off considering how much of a back and forth this was. And since all those pauses, let's not forget that was a 4-3, and then it was just Entropy's able to get the closeout here the last two rounds. So now we're gonna do the switch over. TBI on the BL side. This is where I've been curious, Kyle, because now I want to see the mastermind Penguin to see what he's going to be able to do to get this ship in the right movement.
Yeah, it's all about the BL side now for TBI. They're going to kick it off with a pretty spread out approach, just playing for picks pretty heavily towards this A side of the map. Right now it is Entropy just playing nice and patient on the other side, and I don't blame them. They've got a nice little cushion on the scoreboard to work with. They don't need to take any risks at this point in the match, and it forces even more pressure on TBI to make the right call. So we are going to see exactly what they decide to do here, but it looks like a slow split towards the B bomb side. You've got two players lurking up into lobby while the rest of the team's going to be pushing out of the control room, putting that pressure immediately onto 40. He's the anchor. He's going to find the first.
Ooh.
Now you've got Vise swinging in for backup, and they've got no idea. He's in the rafters, but they don't even need him. 40 already finds a second. The trades come through down low. Booker able to find two before finally going down. Actually makes it a third. Thought he was going to go down in the firefight there, but it's actually now just Beva alone. King and Booker holding on nicely to this bomb site and forcing Beva into a bit of a corner here.
Ooh, damn. Oh, man, he goes with a quick shot too. Why not? But at least the trade back can come through. Booker's going to be able to get it done. But, oh, man, this thing is just like, again, a lot of these rounds, like right down to the wire, right? It's not like these are like blowouts or like flawless rounds by any means. Like they come down to these like 2v2s or 1v1 situations. But again, I love that teamwork from TBI, just that little bit of a detail. The fact that two of them play the buddy system, they go together. If one of them goes down, the other one should be able to find that trade. I mean, I know it's a small detail, but it makes such a difference, right? When you're in these like 2vx situations, and they do it nicely, but we'll have to see though. Once again, we're still on the roller coaster where this thing is back and forth here, Kyle. And I mean, again, you just got to give it for the alms, right? I mean, these guys are really equipping things up. Now we get to see the double sticks here from Entropy. They've actually equipped the double alm. This is the first time I think they've actually gone for it. It's them being on the GR side. They want to experiment.
Yeah, I like the call here. Keeping the distance, forcing them to fight from range has been a bit of a challenge. Dirty, the only one who's been successful on the TBI side in finding these long-range duels. So I do like the call from Entropy to make it happen, but TBI, they're playing nicely around it, putting a lot of pressure. They want to try and sneak into the lower A bomb site, but that is exactly where this new on the field is going to be playing. Beva holding the A staircase. Gets a lag shot through onto King. Not anything secured yet, but it's not going to matter. Madison on the rotation, able to find two. Dirty, just nothing he could do in that situation. Beva still tucked away, trying to hide for Booker. But Booker, we saw him get 4 kills in the previous round. He's going to try and do all the work this time, but it's not going to happen. Entropy very clean on the rotations. You've got to hand that one to Madison, just being there with a perfect reaction time.
Yeah, that's a really, really good round. I think it was only Beva that was the only player that actually, got taken out. So the fact that they were able to hold things down like that, really, really good stuff. And this is where we were kind of saying, like, this team really can show us really good potential. And we're starting to see it, right? I mean, it was a 6-3 first half. Now they're putting themselves in a good position with a 7-4. But I don't mind the double alm, too. This is actually really, really nice. And that's the thing where teams, I feel like some teams we saw last season, they kind of experimented a bit too much with it, where it wasn't really, finding any success. But right now, it's seeming like it's going to be effective. We'll see if, TBI are going to be able to have a counter to this. They're just going to keep Dirty equipped here with the only alm. And they've actually put a little bit more attention just back in radio, right? I mean, the C4 is still all the way tucked away just in spawn. Playing this very, very slow. Kind of a classic Penguin, a little bit of a setup, right? Like the nice, slow, methodical play. Just waiting things out. Burn the clock down, if you will. But Entropy, I love, again, the fact that, the biggest thing that we were getting a lot of criticism on was, TBI's GR side, where they were just pushing all the time and just really not ever letting go of W key. And you can actually see now, like, there's a little bit ease here. These guys on the defense are not really pushing too far, but now the action's about to come through. Now this is where TBI are going to come right in the smack through alt mid, now being able to find themselves these kills. But look at how fast forward he's able to find the double kill. Why not? He's going to put that almond pistol into work now, into motion. And it's just in the last minute remaining on this, and it's Penguin and Dirty. They have to do something big. It's a 2-on-3 against them. They still have to pick up the C4 as well. This is not a good position to be in right now, Kyle. This is the worst positioning they have, and they have to be able to find this double duel. And look at Vice, he's just kind of toying with them a little bit. All they're doing is just playing cat and mouse. They have all the control, but Dirty somehow able to find another duel. This is just madness. How are they able to get themselves in this kind of a position, considering that the C4 is in the advantage of the GR side? I don't know how Bev is able to find it, but my God, Entropy, they're able to pull it up in some kind of interesting fashion.
What a play there, but it all started with 40 in the counter boost on the vent. They didn't check it. They got punished, but you also have to have Vise there playing perfectly to make that round happen as well. The fact he stays alive and baits out that shot for Beva is just pure perfection to close out that round and keep his team in a really good position. And already we are going to see here in this next round a lot of shutdown happening towards the B bomb site. Gainer, Vise, and 40 just locking things down, and Penguin, he's going to be all alone. As you can see here, things are just not looking the best necessarily for TBI. They're already on the verge of a match point situation. Penguin, not really much he could do there in the 1-on-4. It's already 9 on the board, and you know what? It was pretty close in the first half, Laz, but in the second, it's not looking too good for TBI.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, it really does seem like, it was a close encounter in the first half, and now that TBI have kind of been on the BL side, it just feels like it's really fizzled, right? It hasn't really been able to find them any sort of success. It's been one round they've been able to get this second half. It's really been Entropy that have, put themselves right back into the driver's seat. They're the ones that are controlling this. And now they're on the match point. They're on the brink of getting themselves the map win here. And this was in terms of the veto. Again, let's not forget, this was the pick from TBI. Like they kind of came up with a little bit of a game plan on this veto. So the fact that they might even lose this map is not a great sign. Beba getting himself equipped here. Beautiful double kill once again from Beba, looking for the triple. He's hungry for it, but unfortunately, it's too much of a big meal for him to swallow right now. Booker and Dirty, the last two players, a moment that they need to stay alive into this game. Booker able to put the M4 to work, but now it's all just down to one lonely player, and it's going to be the trade out, and there we go. It's going to be a 10-4, and Entropy are able to get themselves a good closeout to this game.
Yeah, what a finish here in the second half, not giving up a single round to close it out. You really got to give these guys a lot of credit. You can tell they've come fully prepared for what's in store for themselves, but honestly, I've got to give a massive shout out to 40. I mean, a lights out performance. I think he put up 20 kills across the entirety of this map. And like I said at the top of the match, this was previously an MVP season-long player for the original Lazarus lineup. And the fact he's starting to show that potential once again here is just a great thing to see.
It really is. And I'm going to be excited to see the overall stats when they're kind of done and everything. Because, yeah, I agree. Like, 40 played a really, really good game. And, I didn't get to see a whole lot of him last season because he was kind of in and out a lot, like we talked about, but it is good to see the performance he's able to bring in for his debut opener, right? Like he played a really solid game. And this is the thing about this roster that was really exciting, is just I was curious how it was going to work out. And I thought the GR side might have been a little bit more tough, in my opinion. I thought that would have taken a bit more teamwork for them to kind of figure things out, but really they did a great job just locking things down. I think they only lost one round in the second half. It was pretty much a clean sweep, right? Like these guys really made it look like easy work. And a lot of the rounds, they didn't really get as close as I thought they would, right? I think we only got the couple, like the odd 1v1s, but for the most part, they were able to keep like 3 alive pretty much in the end point of this game.
Yeah, I think a lot of this match really just comes down to, it felt like Entropy had everything they needed to firepower-wise to unlock every single round at the start of it, to where there wasn't really any advantages by the end of the round. So we are going to see what happens next, though. There is still more maps on the way, a chance for TBI to recover when we return. It's going to be map 2 underway.
We're back. You're muted, so I'm
As
gonna
usual,
take it from
as
there.
usual.
Yeah, Entropy won. He was saying that Entropy won.
Yeah,
So,
tough
yeah,
game,
go
tough game
ahead.
for TBI. To be honest, but TBI tried to push the game.
Yes,
tried to,
they did.
Like you said, we're testing the waters. We're adapting. We're taking this split for testing, for making ourselves comfortable
Yes.
with the new squad, new roster, and trying to get the game and to get ourselves into this game and this competition. As we see, this is the summary for these rounds for the first game in this best of three.
Yeah,
series.
but in their defense, Zika, TPI did pull up some good rounds. Yeah, it's 4 rounds, but lots of kills were shown by Penguin, King, Booker, Hunt, Dirty. You need to keep in mind that Hunt and Penguin are considered the golden duo when we speak about TPI.
True. Like I said,
yeah.
they're the carries. They have the task on their shoulder to.
I wouldn't call them the carries, but there's surely a lot of dependence on them because they control the map.
Shoot calling and
Yes,
experiencing.
yes, exactly. But when it comes to Entropy, you just get the vibes that the 5 players are just there. The 5 players are present,
True.
especially Gainer and Biva. And let me repeat this because I love saying this. Gainer and Biva used to play with TPI, and now they're playing with Entropy. So winning this with this score 10-4, it's not considered stomp for sure, but it's there's this gap in the score. So winning this match will just give them the head start that they need. Okay, we used to play with you guys. We're no longer with you guys. So we want to prove ourselves that
We know how you play, guys.
yeah,
so
exactly. We have the strategies. We know how Penguin thinks. We know how Hunt plays. So it's our time now to shine. The highlight says it all, really, especially the rounds where mentioned we're able to clutch, if I'm not mistaken, round 4.
True. Entropy on this game played themselves well, and they played their opponent, TBI, their, let's say, fast friends,
Yes.
but now rivals. And they dominated the first game of this series, which looks from it that we're heading to a 2-0 series.
That's a bold assumption from your side, to be honest, but I will agree with you. Maybe we can see a 2-0 from Entropy. The score says it all, honestly, with the highlights, but you need to keep in mind that from TPI's side, or in their defense still, that maybe not the first game, or the second, or even the third, maybe subject for the fourth game, when we see the actual style and actual look of the full TPI roster. Hopefully they adapt soon. Hopefully they get adapted to the game. They feel each other's style. They try to play as a whole. They try to feel as a team. I felt like TPI, Dirty, and King are disconnected from Booker and Penguin. I felt like Hunt played lots and lots of solo kills. The absence of Booker from round 4 to 6 was just shown. Lots of mistakes within the micro and macro gameplay of Team TPI. Maybe they don't fix it next game. I'll excuse them, to be honest. But if you don't fix it this game, you need to be as fast as possible within the next games, because if you don't, make up for it, you're doomed within the first split.
In a span of 2 months, this split continues each
Yes.
week with 3 days. It's like about how many matches each team play home and away games versus the other 7 teams. It's a very huge room for
Yes.
improvement, very huge room to adapt on every team's play style.
Exactly.
And TBI had this chance, as you said, this is the reason why I predicted this 2-0 series. Because your insights from Penguin, from TBI, were right.
Yeah.
They are adapting. They are trying to reach the top form of their roster, and they try to maybe if this was a best of 5, I would have said they may play well on game 3.
Yeah, exactly. I'd agree with you, but I don't want to be this guy, but I'm gonna be this guy. I will not go 100% with you. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
I'll go with Team TBI. Maybe we see Game 3. I mean, we saw some highlights from TBI still. We let's be honest, we saw Penguin shining. The first round, Penguin got a double kill. I thought TBI, okay, they would win the whole thing. They will actually shine within the game, but that didn't happen. So yeah, here's TBI.
If I remember well, this map will be Mexico, but this is it for us. Let's go and hit our casters. Amazing casters, mic is yours.
Hey, thanks very much. Thanks, Desk, for bringing us back. And unfortunately, you know, I'm on the same page as you, Desk. I'd love to see Mexico, but unfortunately, it's not going to be Mexico. It's going to be Ankara. That's going to be the pick here. That's Entropy's pick. So we saw the first pick of subbase of TBI coming through. Didn't work out very nicely for TBI, unfortunately, but Entropy are looking at themselves at a decent opportunity here, Kyle, to get themselves maybe a 2-0 to start things off for game number 2.
Yeah, I feel like they almost need to as well. I feel like when I looked at this map pool potential, TBI on map 3, I would have been super in their favor if we make it all the way to a compound finisher, but if you're Entropy, you've got to block it here, you've got to win on your map pick. I feel like this is a really strong map out of the 3 for Entropy. We've seen what this core can do previously on the map, and especially if 40 continues to have the performance he's been having from map number 1 into map number 2 here, it's going to be a tough thing for TBI to deal with, and that is really what I'm curious to see, because this is a big first test for TBI. Can they bounce back within a singular series and redeem themselves? Because a 10-4 is a pretty confident score in map number 1 coming out from Entropy, and a lot of teams after a map like that, they kind of just crumble under that pressure.
Yeah, they do. And I was kind of just looking over the stats again. And the thing that was really interesting is the fact that, you know, I think it was 40 that put himself at that like 3.67 KD ratio, right? Like you said, he had himself a magnificent game. He was able to get things really moving along nicely for Entropy. But, you know, for TBI, like it really was just like, you know, they say Booker was the 1.27 and then Dirty putting himself at a 1.45, which, you know, Dirty I felt like was kind of the linchpin here. He was the guy that was putting in some, you know, heavy lifting as much as he could, and it just wasn't enough, right? They only got themselves to 4 rounds. You know, I think Penguin was able to start himself off in the beginning of map 1 with a decent multi-kill, and then it really just kind of slowed all the way down for these guys, right? We were going back and forth in the first half, and then as soon as these guys went on the BL side, they were nowhere to be seen. So, which was really surprising to me, just because, again, I was expecting, you know, someone like Penguin that was going to be able to show us a lot of what he can bring here for the strategies and the, you know, the offense side, but not really the case here on subbase. And now they're gonna have to do it on Ankara, where I feel like that's going to be a harder take for these guys, because I mean, even, you know, last season, as TBI is historically as a group, it wasn't the best map for them. I mean, they had some like mixed results, but you know, now it's even going to be a tougher map in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so, especially considering the hardest part of map number 1 for TBI was long-ranged aim duels, and that is what Ankara is about. So I feel like they're going to have to play a very unique play style to cut through here, otherwise Entropy is going to have a really good time potentially taking this series 2-0. But I think there are some things that Entropy still could be improving upon, because the big thing that I'm wondering with Entropy is what happens when 40 isn't finding the entries for this team. That's really what I want to see, is how these other players adapt and can control that early round if 40's not able to bring that much to the table in map number 2.
Yeah, definitely. And that was the thing too, like when we saw, some of the teams yesterday that were playing for day number one, like it really was, I don't know if there was nerves or just like a lot of rust or something or whatever it could be, right? It just felt like we weren't still seeing the same effect. Like Anubis, we'll talk about it later, but they had themselves like a blowout where they got destroyed on their first map. But we'll have to see if that's going to be any sort of the case here, right? And now TBI, they do have an opportunity to bring things back. They could, reverse sweep this, but it's a long road ahead of them, though. Like, this is now winning 2 maps in a row they're going to have to be able to find since we're back in the BO3 settings. And they are going to be on the BL side. So now we get to really see, can they cook something up here? Are they going to be able to, have that leadership of Penguin and, with King kind of, secondary calling? Can they be able to really, pave a good path for them to get themselves a decent lead in this first half?
Yeah, right now the pacing a little bit slower from TBI. Just trying to see if they can find themselves an opening pick, but right now, a very patient round from Entropy, but they've got a pretty good stack here over towards the A bomb site if the push goes A, and they seem pretty convinced that might be the direction that the bomb is heading. And they're not entirely wrong here. There's already 2 players in position from TBI ready to go. The C4 starting to work its way up the middle of the map, and this is where there might be a little bit of a hole in the defense for Entropy. It's only going to be Vise kind of lurking over towards this B bomb site, able to catch anyone rotating through that mid section. So if King can find the timing, he might even be able to sneak through here.
Oh, not a bad opener, though. Dirty, once again, doing some good work here with the Alm, able to find a good, bit of an opener, but King able to get himself now a secondary one. I was thinking 40. Maybe able to show us a little bit of what he was able to do on map number 1, but unfortunately hits the grave. So now TBI, a 5-on-3, they're going to have this B site in control for them. So the retake's looking less and less of an effect here from Entropy. Are they going to be able to find it? Because Gainer and Bever, they're the ones, the 2 rifles that have to be able to find something. And already, I can't even finish my sentence, and already Bev is going down. And Gainer, he has to do something big and already looking good thus far. Can he be able to find a triple? He will not. And there we go, TBI. You're going to get things done nice and quickly, but it was definitely a bumpy ride, though, to say the least.
Yeah, a bit dicey at moments there. Gainer, I feel like if he didn't have a nade out, he had a really good chance of actually winning that round, because if he gets through King, Dirty only had 1 HP. So TBI going to be thanking their lucky stars for that one, because it was close, but at the end of the day, Dirty still having a really good success rate on those entries, grabbing himself 3 in the opening round, and that is what they've got to be ready to deal with, because this is TBI doing more of what we were actually expecting in that first map on the BL side, which is finding those openings and really navigating things well as a team. And if they can keep that up, it's going to be a tough GR side for Entropy, who are playing a little bit more reserved in this one, and it's almost like we've kind of shifted sides here. Now Entropy's the team kind of scared to peek out, scared to take the early game fights.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. It definitely looks like they're a little bit shook or something like that, because, we saw before they were kind of initiating at times, but now they're really just clustered in, playing very defensive and giving a lot of respect for TBI to make some movement. I mean, you can argue it both ways, right? I mean, it's good that, Entropy are going to play a little bit more clustered at times, but at the same time, you need to get that information. You need to be able to investigate as much as you can, because TBI already having mid control pretty much up for grabs. King's just been able to get the stairs control if he ever wants. Now they're going to backpedal on this. They're actually just going to go for the full A setup, because now Entropy, they have a good read on this. And even Madison gets a little bit over-adventurous now. He goes a bit on the wrong of the timing, but now Gainer trying everything he can through main, and he's able to find himself a double kill. Still hungry for more. These guys are just trying to go for a firefight now. They're trying to mix things up. They got the gloves off right now, and you can already see they're able to get themselves a round of a bounce back very nice and quickly once again, but I mean, I was getting nervous about the timing. I thought that was really going to be a backfire, but it actually works out pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's the big benefit of Entropy that they're going to start to realize in this match. They should be aggressive as much as possible. Most other teams, if I see someone like Gainer peeking A archers, I'm like, no, please never peek this. You do not want to do that. But Gainer, do that all day long, because TBI, they are just not dealing with aggressive early round plays very well. We saw 40 have a really good time with it on subbase, and if they can continue to exploit that here in map number 2, I feel like Entropy, they can still get a lot done even in this first half. Even after that first round was kind of shaky from their end, but now 40, he's repositioned here. He's going to be playing on the lower B tunnels, and this is an angle that should be a little bit more favorable than that direct challenge onto mid. He's got a bit more room to work with here, but I do like what TBI is doing. Entropy has this bad habit of not really contesting mid, and TBI continues to push that.
Yeah, even Gainer's actually pushed himself through Hotel and actually put himself in really good, again, information with is just huge, right? And that's what I love to see with teams on the GR side is when they can poke and prod a little bit, just getting that intel. It just makes the compositions and the rotates a little bit easier because you can already see that Vise has already put himself through spawn. He's getting a little bit more of a lean on this B site. Now they're going to be able to have like a bit of a 2-2 setup on this. 40, a bit of an uncharacteristic miss for him, so he's not going to be able to find this first. He does try to re-aggress, but King finds his head. So now the utility getting thrown here, but Entropy and Vise can't be able to find and capitalize on that kill. That was important. He really needed to be able to find it. C4 is going to go down. He's still got all 5 players alive. Penguin finally hits the grave, but now he's still got Gainer. He's taking a lot of damage. He's pushing through. Madison trying to see what he's able to find through this smoke. Time is ticking away with 25 seconds on the C4. They're waiting things out, but these smokes are becoming a problem. They're just putting up a whole barricade, and these guys are just afraid to run through them. They don't want to do it. They ain't firefighters. They're trying to see what they're able to find, and there we go. A little bit of a peekaboo, and it's all just down to Gainer versus Hunt. Hunt having a little bit of a tough game on the first one. Can he be able to come clutch, find another round here for these guys? And it's going to be a little too late as Hunt takes them out perfectly to get themselves back into a lead.
Yeah, great round here from Hunt, picking up 3 kills and holding on nicely for TBI, and honestly a really good post plant setup. They did a great job of stalling with the utility, forcing those smoke screens, getting Entropy into an uncomfortable position, and that's where you really see the team play coming to life for TBI, and they're not going to slow it down here into round number 4. They're already going for this full send over towards the A bomb site. Beva stuck under the A staircase, goes down quickly, and already once again that smoke wall is up, and Entropy has to try and find their way to fight through it, but Booker already catches the flank. Vise goes down on it as well, and just one by one they are falling victim to the fast push of TBI and Madison and 40. They are just now stuck here on the back GR spawn wall, and King gets the collat spray down to get the job done.
Yeah, this is looking way better. We're already now starting to see TBI putting themselves in a good lead, and this BL side is looking a lot more convincing, right? We were kind of wondering what happened on subbase. It just nothing was cooking. Now it's starting to. Now we're starting to see them putting in some slow play. They're starting to put in some fast play. And that, you know, the utility work was perfect. Like you said, like Beba was blind as a bat. He couldn't see a thing. And the fact that they can get an entry like that just allowed, you know, the key to the kingdom to get themselves in this site with a free plant. And now they're going to be grouped up once again. And look at that. Dirty again, finding the opener, taking down the heavy hitter of 40. So that's an impactful kill here. The only other player close on by is Vise. And look at that. He's done as well. He overextends, gets punished for it. And TBI, within early seconds of this round, they're able to get the C4 down. And again, we're down to a 2-on-5 all of a sudden.
Yeah, not a good look here for Entropy, continuing to struggle against these aggressive plays, especially from Dirty, who somehow picks up another big round for himself. I believe 4 kills going his way, and this one a 4-1 lead. And you know, as I said, I wonder what was going to happen if 40 didn't have the best of games, but I wasn't expecting it to go this wrong for Entropy so far.
Yeah, I wasn't either, and it felt like, you know, Dirty, like he was the one that put up some really good numbers in the first map, right? And we were like, look, he was trying to do some lifting, it just wasn't enough. And I don't know what happened during the little bit of a break, but now he's popping off. Like he's 10-2, and we're at a 4-1 lead right now. So this is again like just him just trying to do everything he can in his power to getting back into this game and in this best of 3. And this is a totally different team of TBI that we didn't get to see at all in map number 1. But Entropy, like surprisingly, like they just look very shook. They just look like they're flustered of what they can do right now. None of the firepower is connecting. None of their positions are working. They seem kind of lost on this map. I was thinking that this was going to be a good pick for them so far, considering they went for this map pick, right? But it's kind of looking like TBI maybe playing a little bit of mind games.
Yeah, it's definitely been a tough one here for Entropy. You've got 40 missing some of those key entries. Madison as well getting caught pretty often on the rotation, yet to find his first kill of the map. Vise as well, only sitting on 1 Gainer. Kind of the only saving grace so far for Entropy in this second map, and this is where they've got to find a way to shut down the momentum soon. Otherwise, this could quickly be a map 3 situation on their hands to deal with, but Gainer at least has changed his position. They're starting to play a little bit more present in mid on the Entropy side of things, but they still have to be careful. Madison gets caught again. This time it's Penguin and King hitting the shots. Penguin able to find another as they push through onto the A bomb site, and TBI, they've got full control. Dirty, though, an unusual miss from him on the A-long position, has to rotate off, but spots the players in rotation. But little does he know, it's the entirety of Entropy coming through the A connector, and he has to try and find a way to stall it. Misses again here, finally connects on the third shot. Now here comes the swing from the rest of TBI to get the job done.
Oh man, something is happening. This is a whole different, again, TBI team that we're seeing. You gotta love to see it though. The fact that they're able to bring in just so many frags, and the fact that now we're starting to see Penguin even cooking up a little bit here. This is what we wanted to see, right? This is the expectations that we were building into this team, and we're finally getting it. And now Entropy, they got to figure out a new game plan. I mean, they're down by 4, Kyle. Like this is madness. The fact that TBI put themselves in such a gigantic lead already. I was never expecting this. This was not on my bingo card at all. I was curious what we were going to see, right? We were like the game plan for the offense, but never did I think it was going to be this. But now they're kind of going into a bit of a trap potentially. Gainer, and it's also going to be Buys. They're going to go for a big fight though, but they don't even win it. This is kind of a back and forth a little bit. It does kind of pan out nicely for Entropy with another kill that happens through mid, but now we finally see Entropy in a bit of a lead and a man advantage. But look, the C4 is still in the hands of TBI. They have plenty of time. They still got 1:35 to work with, so they can just kind of hold back and they can wait things out.
Yeah, this is an interesting now for Entropy. They've got to find a way through to win this round. Losing here, especially with the numbers advantage, would kind of be a blow to the morale at this point to try and win out from. But Booker, he's already on half HP, but Dirty being alive means this is indeed a winnable round for TBI. He's been able to find so many impactful frags already in these 6 rounds they've played out so far. Here in round 7, though, he needs to do a lot of the work in opening this round. But Madison, he has such a good position to potentially catch them off guard. And look at the timing here. It could be perfect, but he doesn't go for the peak. This could be a crucial mistake. He doesn't go for the full clear. And now the A-bomb site is going to be where they lean, but this midsection is wide open. Beva camping on the back of the B bomb site now has to be the savior for Entropy.
Yeah, this is weird because, again, like him not clearing this really could change things around. It puts all the pressure on Beva. He's in a good position. Oh, man, is he going to expect this? He doesn't at all. Oh, my God, TBI gets a free site. This could be costly. This could be just from one bit of a misplay potentially. So now Entropy have everything. They have to work hard for this retake. The C4 goes down before he's able to find a little bit of a connection here. So all down to Booker. He's got the Colt in his hands. Is he going to be able to find these kills? He needs to be able to do something big, and now his HP is critically low. He's down to 1 HP. It's all about just burning the clock, but he's got 2 guys to worry about, and they're just going to be able to jump all over the place. And there they go. They're going to get the defuse done. It's going to be fine. The little bit of a misclearing from Madison's not going to cost them the round, but man, oh man, again, just down to the wire of a situation, and so unfortunate for Beva, too, because never would he have expected that kind of a flank, but luckily they do a good job on the retake.
Yeah, much needed round going the way of Entropy. It's still a bit of an uphill battle to get things going, but the benefit at least is going to be if they can win a fight here in mid to kick off the round, but it's actually Hunt to find the opener. Gainer goes down, and that is a huge player taken out of the mix early on for TBI. Gainer's been the lead entry fragger for Entropy on this map, and now it is up to the rest of this team to find their way to fight it back, but I'm not feeling too good about it for them on this one. Vias, he's kind of just on an island here over towards the B bomb site. You do see 40 and Madison starting to group up for the mid hold. It's been TBI kind of closing the distance really often on this map, and that just goes to show they know what they needed to do here. They were losing the long range fights on subbase, and Ankara, not an easy map to force close range fights on, but that's how TBI is winning these rounds. So when they're ready to go in, they close that gap super quickly and force a close range fight, and that's where they excel.
Yeah, it's a really, really good point to bring up, because that really does seem like that's kind of been the big success point. Look at that. Hunt now finds himself that double, maybe a triple. No, he's not going to be able to get 40, but at least the trade back immediate now. And Beva once again in an unfortunate position. I always feel bad for Beva because he's always kind of the guy with the, he's doing the long rotates. He's got always the kind of the crappy positions, and unfortunately for him, he's gone and he's dusted. So look at TBI. These guys look like stone cold killers right now. They're just no emotion into this. They're laser focused for this map. And such an improvement already, putting themselves in a gigantic lead as we're getting closer to the end of the first point of this on the first half. Entropy now trying to get a little bit more cheeky on this, putting a little bit more pressure through A-main and connector. Beva's able to get himself that opening duel, but is it going to be enough now? TBI grouping up, playing as a brute force, as a full unit, nobody lurking. You already see Entropy putting in mid control as well. So now they really just started to hit their foot on the gas pedal a little bit more. Are TBI going to expect this, though? Because look at 40. He's got the big flank, but Dirty! Oh, my God, man. He's chapters ahead of him. He finds the connection, and this is already falling apart right now for the defensive side, Kyle. This is not looking good.
Yeah, a bit of a rough one, but Gainer, at the very least, with Vise, able to disrupt things. And now they've actually got the player advantage after 2 big kills go the way of Entropy. C4 now working its way up through mid, over towards the B bomb site in the hands of King. It's all about the post plant here. Hunt and King, they don't have a whole lot of advantage to work with other than their positioning here. Hunt in the mid tower has to find himself a couple of key entries on the retake. Otherwise, this could be another tough one. But King, what a flick over to Menace and takes him down right away. Now Vise and Gainer both have to push through on ramp, but the timing doesn't seem to be looking too great. King goes for the flick, not able to find anything. Hunt, he's been spotted as well, but there's only 10 seconds. Hunt has a chance to play the timer here. Gainer going to find him, though, gets the trade, and Entropy find themselves another.
Okay, a little bit of a second win maybe here from Entropy. They're getting themselves a little bit back into this game, so we'll have to see if it's going to be enough, though. I like, and again, I love that one round where they just like went for full control into this. I thought that was really, really good. I like the change up. That's what I was kind of hoping to see a little bit more from them, right? Like, it felt like they were just playing so reserved the whole time and letting TBI just have a lot of control for this game. But maybe now for the IGLing, I would actually be curious eventually who is confirmed as the IGL. Like, I think you were mentioning it could be Vise, which would be really, really interesting. I didn't know if he would be the one like leading this, but I didn't know if they put him in the middle on purpose as the IGL, but he seems like he's talking a lot, so that could just actually be him calling the shots. But did he used to call back way back in the day too?
He's had moments where he's one of those people who's never been in that role consistently, but he does have quite a bit of an experience doing it. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's kind of leading that. He's also one of the more veteran players on this lineup alongside 40. They're the 2 longest standing pros in this team, so he definitely has that experience to bring into the mix on top of it. But TBI, here in this round at least, I do like the A stack that they've put together to kick off the second half. They've got a 6-3 lead as well, but they've got to show it. They need to do it both sides. It is going to be Manison, though, finding actually his first kill of the map, but it may not matter because Booker, that is a huge triple kill on the response. Gainer now last alive, trying to lurk his way on the flank, but Dirty more than ready for that one.
Whew, okay, well, just when I was thinking Entropy was going to be able to maybe be able to bring things back, and I was talking about a second wind, looks like it was just a little gust of wind, because now, I mean, they've stopped them right in the sail, so putting themselves in the first opening round, not bad at all. 3 to get this thing closed off. And they're not going to run the double om. We saw double oms before. That was more from Entropy, but nothing going to be happening here for TBI. They're just going to keep it for Dirty. 4 rifles to combine it. Dirty getting really aggressive, just looking for that opening duel if he can get a kickstart for these guys. He's actually going to pull back just a little bit more. Entropy are taking some mid control a little bit slow, and actually Dirty finally gets his opportunity. He gets that duel. Now he can pull back. This is perfect. This is the best position you should be seeing from the GR side, is the fact that now he can just reposition playing top tower and B. Now this is a big mixture, and Vi's already going down. It's not going to be a good note here. That's the IGL taken out early in this round.
Yeah, now we see Entropy fighting from behind. A very familiar situation on this map for them. But TBI, they're going to lose King in the trades. He goes down over towards the B-bomb side, but here comes the response. Penguin looking for that kill onto Gainer, just barely missing the headshot connection, gets him down to about half HP. The C4, though, still down towards spawn, but Penguin just goes out swinging in the lower B tunnels, able to find both Beva and 40 off of that really nicely placed flash, but Gainer gonna go unchecked here, but Dirty just rushes him down with the Colt to get it done.
Yeah, things are looking a lot better here for TBI. Getting themselves in in a good position. And that's what I was kind of talking about before, Kyle. Like, I didn't really know your opinion, and I'm curious about it now, because when we talked about the veto, you know, I was looking at it, the fact that we're landing on what we did, just in terms of, you know, it being subbase, Ankara, and then compound. I was actually thinking TBI had a pretty good opportunity on this veto if it goes, you know, to the distance. I don't know. Do you agree, or do you think I'm crazy?
Yeah, it feels a little bit backwards with the map picks going opposite ways, but when I look at map 3, I feel like Compound is very much a TBI map to win in this series. Entropy, though, historically, a lot of these players are very good on the map we're seeing right now in Kara, so that's where I thought they might be able to close this one 2-0. If this goes to a map 3, I feel a lot better about TBI being the winner of this series than I would Entropy, especially if it ends up being a pretty one-sided map to close it out here. But Gainer, trying to prevent that from happening at the very least, takes down King to start off this round, leaving Dirty all alone on the B bomb site. But Gainer on the lurk, going to be spotted at the last moment, but there's no repeat coming through just yet from Dirty. Dirty able to find one, but the late trade from Gainer is going to be right on point. Medicine able to find Penguin as well. The rotations coming through as the C4 gets planted by Vise. It's up to Hunt and Booker now for the retake.
Yeah, tough one here, but top positioning from Booker. Trying to see if he's able to find anything at all through the smoke, but again, that's just wishful thinking. And now Hunt here with the utility, ready for the pop flash. Gonna run on in, gonna try what they can. Medicine low, let's not forget this. Bit of a sketchy gunfight, but Hunt's gonna be able to find it. He's really just reinvented himself so far in this game. And already TBI looking pretty good. It's down to the 1v1, and Vi's critically low HP, but look at that! It's going to be the IGL himself with 8 HP and keeping the dream alive right now for Entropy. They ain't done yet here, Kyle.
Yeah, huge clutch there from Vise. Everything was looking like TBI was going to get it on the retake, but they just couldn't trade out that final kill against Vise. So now they're going to pay the price for it. It's going to be up to TBI to see what they can do here. Full redemption potentially on the table for Entropy in map 2 if TBI is not ready to lock things down. And we can already see Entropy a little bit spread out in this one, but putting a lot of attention on mid control. That seems to be kind of the name of the game for a lot of these teams lately on this map, because there's just this weird tendency right now for GR to not really put that fight in mid, because it is a tough fight to win on the GR side of things if you're peeking all the way down mid towards that BL spawn. But now it leaves that opportunity for Entropy to take a lot of early map control and potentially just funnel out using this advantage, but they're actually going to back off of it, putting a lot more attention now towards the B hotel, which only King is holding on to, just playing a nice little fall-off position on the window, but he has to be really careful now, gets spotted, has to get out of town quickly.
Yeah, it's good that he actually was able to escape with his life, and it doesn't even take any damage either, surprisingly. I thought actually he would have been tagged just a little bit, but able to dodge some bullets right now, and TBI going for a 3-man stack here into the B site, still kind of having that rotate, and actually now it looks like Hunt's going to make himself leaning on this with Penguin. They're kind of anticipating an A hit, so it's actually the wrong read. They have the wrong idea on this. A little bit of overthinking on this one, and now leaving it just down to King here to anchor this site. He has to be able to stay alive as long as possible. He needs to just burn time. He's getting some good intel, though. He's now able to push himself back just a little bit more in the site. Doing a great job of being the anchor that he needs to be, but he needs to find these kills. Not going to happen at all. But luckily, reinforcements are going to be here for the duels. But look at this. Entropy now finally kicking down the door a little bit, getting themselves critically low HP. All the players now wounded, but it ain't going to matter. They're going to be able to find themselves a secondary round in a row, and TBI showing a little bit of gaps now in their defense.
Yeah, TBI struggling on 8 here. Meanwhile, it's 2 in a row for Entropy, looking really good to kick off this half, and it is a BL-sided map, so if you're going to try and run it back on a map like Ankara, this is the side you want to be on for Entropy. It's really hard to deal with a team that has solid execution utility on this map and isn't afraid to go for those aggressive fights, and Entropy in this series has not hesitated to go for the fights. So if you're TBI, you've got to be a little bit more cautious, maybe go for some safer trade setups here, because a lot of these players are getting caught a little bit too much alone and not having that support system in place to respond. But for Entropy, that is exactly what they're hoping to continue to find, because right now they are slowly clawing their backs into this series. So it is going to be right now the fight on to King. He's got 4 players right in front of him on that B archway, has to fall off onto the hotel stairs, playing the more passive angle, but there's still 3 ways this fight can come his direction, so he has to be ready to engage on all of them. Gets the first spot, able to at least get out with his life for the moment. Dirty on the bomb site, potentially help him here with Penguin, but Entropy, they're not going to commit.
Yeah, and Entropy actually have kind of retreated this plan. They're going all the way back. They're just going to group up. And again, look at this. This is a little bit of, again, some really good IGLing from Vice. The fact that, like, you can see now this is twice where they've been able to get themselves into a site with only 1, maybe 2 players. Thankfully, now Hunt's able to get himself, and now Penguin's got the rotate on. They're taking a little bit too long for this executed in A. I was thinking maybe they're going to have the better timing, but it doesn't even matter if there's players there. Look at how fast they're able to clean this up. They take all 3 players down, just leaving it to Dirty and King on the retake. I mean, let's not forget these players from Entropy are low. They're critically low for 3 players, but look at the aggression. Beva comes in swinging with a double kill. And man, oh man, that is 3 rounds in a row that have been built up here. This was a huge lead at first for TBI. I thought this was going to be a closeout, but now I don't know what's going on. I don't know if TBI are overthinking this or if Entropy have just kind of woken up now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Entropy looked at the map pool, realized Compound's next, and finally decided they don't want it to go to that either, because now they're playing a much different game on the BL side. TBI also starting to falter a little bit under the pressure, so it is going to be up to Entropy, though, to keep this train moving forward, because they still have a lot of work to be done if they want to win this series 2-0, and TBI has not made this easy for them in the slightest, especially when you look at Dirty, 16 kills on the opposite side, really doing a lot of work for this team, but when it comes down to it, it's all about these crucial moments here. You may be able to get 8 on the board quickly, but if you can't close, at the end of the day, it's not going to mean too much for TBI if they don't get a map in this series today, and you can see now Booker and Hunt playing a nice little setup over towards the A bomb site, but Entropy has their whole team ready to go. The utility starting to be set up here. Hunt moves into a more aggressive position, but it's not going to be a good place to be. Booker able to hold on for 2, a good start. Hunt has to get something out of this, though, before he goes down on this A top position. He's going to be caught by 40, and still Entropy grabs the site.
Yeah, this is a site up for grabs right now. But again, let's not forget TBR are close onto this. They're just on the other side of fence. So, I mean, they have a little bit of utility available for Penguin. We're just waiting to see his position. It looks like he's going to go all the way around. He's going to try to see if he can come from the flank. Not bad at all. He's got himself in this position before. We saw him map number 1, but can he get it done? Smoke's going to block things off just a little bit nicely here. Biding some time here for Entropy. The Penguin has to be able to make the play again, right? He's the one that's going for the flank. He has to be able to distract them just enough that Dirty and King can be able to slip through this. Gainer just waiting. He's locked in, and look at that. He finds the first headshot, looking for more. Penguin goes down, and it's all just down to Dirty here. He has to be the one that needs to find something with just 9 seconds remaining. I don't think they're going to have enough time. They just have to burn the clock, and there you go. Dirty running into the blender, and there we go again with Entropy able to find themselves round after round after round. And we were thinking, this would be closed out quickly, but Kyle, I mean, this thing is a 1-round differential. TBI have not been able to find any sort of success in the last 4 rounds.
Yeah, this is really tough now for TBI. They're starting to lose that steam. They need to change it up, and they are going to throw in a nice curveball in this round. The mid push shuts it down early on, gives them the advantage. Dirty able to hold on to it, finding another onto Gainer. Beva and Madison, it's a 2-on-4, and not a very good one for them as well, because Beva is already down around 20 HP, so this should be a round for TBI to hold on to, unless Madison can do something pretty big to make it happen, because Beva, he's going to be probably one and done at best with that health remaining on him, but at the very least, they've been actually given full control over a bomb site. Surprised to see that coming out from TBI, and now they can kind of toy around in this situation. I like the call. They sneak Beva up to the double stack in the GR spawn. If they don't check this right away, he could be a lot of trouble, but 1 still is a decent start here, but not enough to hang on to the bomb site. Dirty continuing to rain terror onto Entropy as they put it on 9.
Yeah, finally we get to see TBI, get a little bit of a pulse back, right? I mean, this is where, it was like 8-3 at one point, and then it's an 8-7. So the fact that TBI finally get themselves around, I mean, they're on map point now, but it's just like, can they be able to close this out? I mean, it's been such a long time, because if we see another run like this, I mean, we could be talking overtime within a blink of an eye. But and there you go, Dirty finally getting himself a little bit again with a good connection here to get the opening duel and putting himself in a better position. He's actually going for the big rotate once again. But now what do we see from Entropy? Are they going to be able to get themselves a little bit more control? They got double player in mid, leaving it for Beva here to be a bit of a playmaker. I think he was able to just spot Penguin. Yeah, he spots the shoulder. So a little bit of intel. And they're just hunting. They're just trying to find something here to bring it back to an equal footing if they can. But look at the positioning from TBI. This is, again, they're doing a really good job. They've just rotated Dirty perfectly. Not able to find that shot, so a little bit of a miss. Not normal for him, but look at King. He's able to get this lurk kill, so that's a good start. And Entropy now are falling wounded with only 3 players remaining. Somebody needs to pop off here. Gainer's had himself a bit of a field day, but he's going to have to do something big as Madison goes down to the grave. Beva now finds himself a double kill, leaving it all down to Gainer, the newest addition on this team. Not going to happen. TBI will be able to close things off with a 10-7, and we're going to map number 3 in a few minutes.
Wow, what a map there, TBI. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous for them for a moment. That string of rounds really made it look like a winnable situation for Entropy to close out the series 2-0, but now with a 1-1 and a compound on the horizon to close out the series. This is truly anyone's for the taking, but I feel like TBI, for the first time in this series, Laz, might have the edge now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Like I was just impressed to see, you know, the lead they were able to get. I'm a little bit nervous the fact that they kind of had this very weird lull where they weren't able to get anything into motion at all, but I mean, thankfully they can close out. They didn't have that choking problem, because if they would have dropped the ball and lost like a 10-8 or something, I don't know what I would have thought about this. But I mean, they get it done. A win's a win. We go to map number 3, but you know, for Entropy, like it's just a little concerning, because I mean, they had a really strong first map. It just fell apart on the second. They got that, you know, little bit of gust behind them where they were able to, you know, bring in 4 rounds in a row, but it just wasn't enough, right? And it felt like a little bit too late. But that's what makes this map pretty exciting. But we're going to have to wait a few minutes, because we're going to take that short break as we get ready to go for map number 3 of this first series. So we'll see you in a bit.
Hello again and welcome back to the day two of the week, first week
Yes.
in CrossFire West League. We're back again with a bold statement from TBI winning the second game in the best of three series against Entropy. Each team won the other's selected map.
Yeah, the scary scenario for team TPI that they were able to deliver by winning the second map, going through to third map. That's a scary scenario for both teams. I mean, look, for Entropy, they wanted the 2-0. They really, really wanted it, and it makes sense. I mean, I won the first map, and they selected the first map. By there, I mean Team TBI. So when Entropy takes this first map, it makes sense. You know, okay, I'll select the second map, I'll take the second map, and it's done for me. No. Here's the scenario. Here's what happened.
Ankara, by the
Yeah,
way.
TPI Dirty came in the second map and dropped 20 kills.
And it's amazing how adapting TBI is. I thought we won't see game 3. I thought TBI
Understandable.
would need more games, more series to improve the communication, to improve the team form, but they are not square with Entropy.
Yes.
We're going to game 3, and here are the stats for TBI doing well on Ankara.
I don't think anyone will expect a game 3, judging by the first game, but judging by the by the second map, I think I'll understand that people would vote TPI because look at Dirty score. He's in 2.2 KDA, which means he has 20 kills for only 9 deaths. The guy died 9 times. The guy was able to clutch and get enough kills for him and his team for 20 times. 20 eliminations against a team with the name of Entropy is not easy. Let's give credits where it's due. Penguin, as always, he's the MVP in my opinion, judging in an IGL sense. I can see him, bro. Every time he's on the camera, he's not screaming in the sense, but he's just giving calls, telling them to rotate, telling them to play better, telling them
He
to...
knows how to play.
Yeah, exactly. So for me, Penguin, Hunt, Poker, Dirty, and King insanely played well in the second map. The chemistry is just there, despite the fact that it's like 5 people thrown in one team and just let's go compete in the West League. That's not easy for a team to win the other team's map, which I'm speaking about is Entropy. So moving to the third map, it's the decider map. Okay, I don't know what to expect, Zika, honestly, because they surprised us in the second map.
Yeah,
And they,
everything is on the table.
yeah, and they gave us the stereotype on the first map. So Entropy, and especially, I keep mentioning this point, Viva and Gainer, they guys need to lock in the third map. I mean, Gainer played such a good map, to be honest. It's only well with 14 kill in the 10th round, if I'm not mistaken. So I genuinely do not know what to expect. If you want me to give a prediction, it would be a blind prediction, to be honest, Zika, and I'll give it to Team Entropy, just because stats, man. Stats. Yeah, you would go with TBI?
I'll go with TBI now.
You want to cheer for
because
the dark horse?
They're fast adapting, and they have the momentum, and they're locked in very well. We saw, which is very good for me. We've seen the other players adapting to Penguin.
Yes.
We've seen other players adapting to the play style. We're seeing TBI getting in form, getting in shape.
Yes.
Yes, Entropy actually performed well in this game. They were trying to close the gap and getting ahead in the score, but TBI managed to come out.
Okay, but you need to keep in mind, if Dirty from TBI does not perform as he did in the last map, because it wasn't an easy game for TBI still.
Yeah.
Yeah, they won. Yeah, he got 20 kills. Yeah, Penguin got 15 kills.
Unlike yesterday's last series, GG versus Triple Nine. When Triple Nine won the first game, I told you, I think the game which I told you, second game would be Stomp.
Yes.
And it was.
Yeah.
But this is different. TBI played the first game. They tried their best. They came on top in the second game.
Yeah.
They performed very well. I think the odds are equal in this third game.
I wouldn't say equal, but it surely is like 40-60, I'd say.
I'd say 45.
You need the 5, yeah? I mean, they are not beginners. They are not new to the game. Yes, they are new to the team, but adaptation was there.
Yeah.
Loved how they adapted, loved how they created new strategies to adapt to the opponent team, which is Entropy. When they win the last map, I'm not sure. See, when it comes to TPI, it's always, for me, it's solo kills, solo individual plays, not team plays, not like Entropy. So Entropy wasn't performing in the solo play style, in the macro gameplay especially. So if they play in a solo level last map and they play together, I think it goes for Entropy.
I totally agree. From the highlights, we saw Dirty playing solo, getting multiple kills. Yes, TBI relies mainly on individual skills to execute rounds and getting ahead in the game.
Yes.
But I totally agree with you that Entropy, no, they have the team play more efficient. They have higher chances in this match. And TBI needs to be smart in this third map on compound. I'm right this time.
People need to know, people need to realize that this game is so important for Entropy because both players, Gainer and Diva, are ready to play against their old team, coming from TPI, coming from a background playing with Penguin, playing with Hunt, playing with Dirty, with King, and now they are playing against them. Surely they have a big role within giving the information, giving the, okay, let's play here because Penguin plays on A side, let's play on B side, split push on mid, flank with me because Dirty always hold the flank, so let's go 2-for-1 kill, we can trade him easily. So it's all about the information that is with Team Entropy, especially with Gainer. But when you see TBI, Penguin is thinking it's like reverse psychology, no? It's like on the TPI side, Penguin's like, okay, he knows my strats. He knows how we play. He knows how we go from point A to point B and rotating from the middle. So let's put new strats. Let's try to fake more. Let's fake A and go B. Let's plant the bomb on the B side and just play post-plant position.
On compound, defending or attacking would make a difference for both playstyle.
On the decider map, compound, I mean, it's two sides at the end of the day, so it might take a defending route. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Tough question, to be honest. But I think TPI can take it. TPI can take it if all 5 players are just locked in. So it's the amount of effort that TPI needs to put is like 200%. And the amount of effort that Entropy needs the bare minimum.
I have some confidence because they have the momentum now after the last game.
Yes.
They are locked in. They are. If they won the first game, I wouldn't say they take the third, but. Winning the second means they are in momentum. They have now. When you face an opponent that you think he's tougher than you, when you beat him, you know you can beat him.
Yes.
All along. And TPI, like you said, they have the experience. They have the shot caller. They have great players. They are eager to prove themselves on their first day in the split. So they have all elements to give them the win.
People need to know that this team was never beaten by Entropy. Like, if they win tonight, it's the first time for them to actually win against them. It's either a draw or win for the boys. So I don't know what to expect, honestly, Zika. But judging from both teams, from the first game and from the second game, it actually might go for both teams. You know, if
55,
Entropy
40.
30 70 60 40 60 no, jokes aside, honestly, I'm cheering for Dirty from Team TBI.
Okay.
I loved how he played.
Mhm.
I think I don't want to say Solo Handley carried the game, but he definitely did have a big impact when it comes to the Crossfire game on the last map. So, hoping a good game by both teams, and if Entropy were unleashed the first game, the same thing happened with TBI in the second game. So I hope third game, just 10 players just go against each other and let the best man win.
After all, this is just our first best of three in this second day in the first week of Crossfire West League. Each game, each best would make a team closer to a bigger portion
Yes.
of this huge prize money, $228,000.
I know, and Zika, I think we are ready to watch one hell of a game, and I think our casters ready too. So why don't we go to the casters? Casters, take it from here.
All right, here we are, map number 3. It all comes down to this to kick off our Saturday here. Will it be Entropy or TBI? We're going to find out on Compound as the deciding map in this series. I said it a little bit during map number 2, but I do think this one leans slightly in favor of TBI for me, just knowing historically for the core of this roster, it is one of their better maps, and Entropy also looked quite a bit shakier on map number 2 compared to what we saw on map number 1 from this team, particularly looking at Manison, who I believe started out 0-7 on map number 2 after having a really good performance on subbase. I'm hoping, though, that Entropy can at least bounce back and have a stronger close here.
Yeah, it was a very strange kind of events, right? Like it looked like, some players that were playing decent on map 1, they just kind of disappeared on map number 2. And I don't know what happened. Like I really, really don't. And that's kind of where a lot of my questions are lying on this is like Entropy had like a decent first start. Then they really fizzled out. Now they're kind of putting themselves in a position where they have to close out. I mean, we're going to map 3, and that's kind of the beauty of like the format changing with the best of 3 versus the BO2s, right? Because otherwise this would be over with a 1-1 split where teams could get some points. But now it's a little bit different here where we actually go with a 3-map series. So it's kind of all on the line. This is the last map to get things done. And I mean, it is going to be on Compound, which again, it's such a tough map because I feel like, in CFWL, we see a lot of teams that can be decent on this map. But I think there's just a lot of the unknown of what we can see from both these teams, right? Like we saw that TBI on Ankara looked a lot better and more proficient on their BL side. I mean, they had nothing on the sub-base map at all, but on Ankara, they looked like a really, really good, well-oiled machine. But can they transition that over? I mean, because they are going to be the ones to start on the BL side once again. So a lot of, eyes are going to be on them to see, can they replicate the same thing again?
Yeah, and looking at this map, the BL side, this is one of the harder BL sides in all of Crossfire. It's a very GR-sided map most of the time, very easy to defend because the lanes are just so narrow to try and push through, which is why you see a lot of teams will be targeting that fight in the middle of the map on Compound because you have the most space there to try and catch teams off guard with a little bit of burst aggression in those early portion of the rounds. But something I at least do really like about what we're going to see here in the 2025 season, Laz, is normally we would get to this point in the series in the past and, it's a 1-1 split. We don't know who's going to, be the better team at the end of the day there, but those series would just end in ties previously. But now we get the meat of it in this season, and I love seeing a definitive winner at the end of these matches, so there's no question about who was the better team on that day. So that is a big upgrade, I would say, we've had coming into this season, because now we really get to see who can handle themselves under the pressure of these map 3 situations before we get to that playoff picture.
Yeah, it's a really big point, and again, like, let's not forget, like, a lot of these teams are, fighting for, a good prize pool and things like that, right? And like the overall system. So like that's the thing. It's like it's a decent chunk of cash. So that's where like we're in the very beginning of the season, so it's early to talk about this, but that's where we have to see where these teams going to land themselves. Because I mean, again, we have to talk about the whole prize pool is quite gigantic, and it gets spread out nicely, from 1st to 4th, and then it kind of gets a little bit different, from 5th to 8th. But both these teams, like, I think we both kind of the same idea where we were kind of considering them, more on the historic bottom, end of the tier. But maybe things could change, especially if we see players like 40, playing well, and Dirty even putting himself in really good positions right now. Things could really change things up, but we'll have to wait and see. And now here we go, map number 3 underway.
Yeah, right now we already have got some nice early picks on the board from both teams. It's a 1-1 split as King and Beva are down and out early on here. 40, a little bit low after that early fight in mid as well. So we are going to see exactly where the bomb's going pretty soon. It looks like the B bomb side is the direction they're going to be leaning for TBI to make their full push and commit all the way through here. But right now, we do start to see Vise creeping up for information in the B tunnels, and this is where he could run into a wall of players if he's not careful, but he's going to be pretty patient on this positioning, starting to run down that clock. But this is where TBI likes to make this round uncomfortable for Entropy. They know Entropy thrives on the aggression. They get anxious as a team, and this is where you're going to start to see those potential running down the clock style rounds. 30 seconds, though, that's their key to push in. It's going to be Vise falling back to that safety position, but Manison gets the window peek, takes down Hunt. The opening is there to pounce in onto the bomb site potentially if TBI can still find their footing, but Manison, he's still alive. Good for a second down low. 40 and Vise get the job done, and Entropy started off with a round on the board.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. I mean, that's a really good way for Entropy to get themselves a little bit moving here, and that was the biggest thing, right? It's like, again, they had such a slow start on map number 2. I was thinking the first, round's going to be really good. A good way for them to pivot themselves into a little bit more of a fighting form, but we'll have to see if they can maintain that, because, I mean, already now 40 and Gainer, like, essentially hit the ground. We see some good pickups coming through on TBI, some mid aggression also from the B Crunch as well, and it doesn't pan out. They don't even have the C4. Like, they're actually just going to commit to this. They're just going to look for more duels. Vi's trying everything he can. He's actually going to get pushed back a little bit here with the utility, calling for his comrade to join him here. So now the two of them are joined up. But look at like the positioning from TBI. They can just be able to burn the time if they want. Now they're playing a little bit of a ruse here with Dirty just kind of baiting them in still. And now they're going to go all the way around. They're going to be able to pick up the C4 and make a new game plan here for this second round.
Yeah, now it's all about the rotations here from TBI. If they still commit to this B bomb site, it could be a bit of a mistake here. Entropy, they're stacking everything onto this B bomb site for the hold. Nobody in mid, nobody in A. And they're just going to hold the line here and hope this push comes to life. Vi's feeling a lot better about it after spotting the first player on the corner. TBI, they're ready to double down themselves. Dirty gets the opening. It's going to be Manison good for a first here, but he needs the 1v3 to secure this round. Booker going to stop that from happening, and TBI are successful bringing up the tie.
Yeah, not bad at all. Again, this is what we were talking about for, TBI. Like, these guys can really push through in some gritty situations, so the fact they're able to get right back into this game, you love to see it right now, and there's a lot of, again, expectations. Like everybody's been talking about, Penguin being back, the legend himself, and, kind of the expectations have probably been, a lot higher for a team like TBI. So the fact that they're going toe-to-toe right now with Entropy is a good note. Like, it hasn't been blowouts by any means. But we have to see that, Entropy, I feel like they've been showing us some pretty strong GR side. I feel like that's kind of more their bread and butter for the most part right now. But I think on, a map like Compound, they're definitely going to have to show us a lot more. And they're kind of having a very interesting setup where they have, I think that's Manison, that's actually all the way pushed up through A main. He's already pushed himself on his own, playing behind Jet. He's going to go for that first initial fight. And then everybody else is just kind of posted up in the site. So he's the one that's kind of poking a little bit just to see. He's the one that wants to instigate, right? He's the one that wants to see if he can find himself a cheeky opener. Not going to happen at all, though. And no damage getting inflicted against anybody yet. TBI putting a little bit more patience on this one. Putting for a 4-1 split and looking like they may do the plan of attack into this B site.
Yeah, they've got all the numbers here towards B. Only one lurk of Hunt over towards A long. Beva, the only point of contact here for now, goes down without much of a fight. Unfortunate for Entropy losing that engagement. The B bomb site now fairly opened up, but the rotation's starting to come through very quickly. Now Entropy giving up the A bomb site, stacking all of their numbers towards mid and B, and this is where TBI has to show that they can adapt in the mid round. Getting that information now as they push through mid, it's going to be Penguin leading the charge, but little does he know, it's going to be Manison and 40 holding the spawn wall. Manison hoping for the wide swing to try and take the fight. 40 and Manison good for one apiece. 40 grabs a second as well. and Entropy seem to be holding on for the moment. Vise trying to catch these rotators, but 40, he's in the difficult position now. King slides underneath into the GR spawn to take him down. Vise now on the counter rotation, needs to get done with Gainer. On the timing though, King peeks over the top, finds himself another big headshot, and with only 6 seconds to get the bomb planted, they're going to find the safe plant here. Gainer left alone, 1 versus 2, hasn't been spotted yet, but now it's going to be Hunt who spots him from long, but Gainer gets the drop shot onto King, and somehow he is still alive in this situation, but Hunt, through the smoke, will find a way to get it done.
Oh man, that was just such a grindy round too, and the fact that he was able to even find that engagement on the top tower like that, that's nuts. And I mean, right down to the 1v1, I was thinking Gainer, like, he wasn't going to be able to live for this world, but he got gifted that kill against King, and I was thinking that was a coin toss, right? And now things again for TBI looking not too bad with a little bit of a lead, but look at how fast Entropy are able to bounce right back into this, go for the mid control, find double kills right away, barely taking any damage. Even Madison's able to get himself that early duel into A-main like this. He's already pushed up, right? Despite being the number advantage, he doesn't care at all. So now TBI, a huge disadvantage, a 2-on-5 they have to go against. A minute and 50, let's not forget, but again, they have a lot of work cut out for them. Penguin going for the drop on tower, and he's going to go right into the crosshairs of Vise, and this round's over. I mean, unless we see Booker just pull up a massive clutch and a huge fumble for Entropy, I mean, this should be a 3-1 lead for TBI. It's going to be the C4 on his back. Madison, actually, unfortunate for the timing, just misses him, but now he's doing a little bit more investigating. Booker's made his presence known. Only gets the 1 kill, but thankfully for Entropy, they react to it pretty quickly with a good pounce.
Yeah, and this is where things are going to get a little bit tougher now for TBI. They're trading rounds, but there's no established lead for either team yet. And more importantly for Entropy, 40 is definitely back and ready to go on map number 3. He was a bit quiet on the second, but now he is right back in the conversation, going toe-to-toe consistently with Dirty in these early round picks. This time it's actually Gainer who sneaks up to find the early kill onto Penguin, quickly traded down by King. Hunt actually almost going down in that fight as well, just barely skates by with his life, and now it's back to the drawing board for TBI. It's going to be a full reset. You can see Beva even sneaking his way back into connector, but they've got a lot of forward control over towards the B pillars for Entropy, which puts TBI in a bit of a difficult position in knowing where to push forward.
Yeah, look at how fast Bev is, like, just again trying to see if he can be able to find this timing, maybe. But I think that's Booker just on the other side of this. Yeah, he's just waiting for him. That's a really dangerous position for Booker, though, because again, let's not forget, he's got the C4 on his back. And I mean, if Beva can be able to find this kill, I mean, then TBI has to go all the way back. They have to refight for control. So it's a little bit sketchy. It's a little bit nerve-wracking, but okay, they're going to come back. They're going to rejoin with him. They might even try for the 2-and-2 split here. Trying to put a little bit of presence known onto this A site. Trades back and forth. Beva makes his little bit of a pounce and finds a little bit of a timing, but now he has to worry about Booker on the left of him. There we go. A little bit of cat and mouse, and there it is. It pans out nicely for TBI, leaving it just a 40 on his lonesome now. A heavy hitter in map 1, looking to see if he can bring in that same heat. Can he still pack it? He will not, and Dirty's going to get the better of him, putting himself again at a 7-4. I mean, so far in this best-of-3 series, Dirty, you know, in my opinion, hands down, he's got to have that MVP status. I mean, he's the one that has just been able to find these duels left, right, and center. He's the guy that's able to get these perfect connections with the Alm when he needs to. He has really just created some good space right now for TBI.
Yeah, I mean, there's been so much talk of, you know, the power of someone like Penguin, but Dirty, I think he's the true legend being formed for this team of TBI so far, just having a lights-out performance across all 3 maps, really being that key difference maker in this series. And again, they don't find the early pick, but Dirty right there to help with the response, takes down Beva after losing Penguin in the early round fight, and now TBI can start to run down the clock and look for more picks to work with. And this is where Entropy has struggled historically as a team. They're not super comfortable with a lot of these players and kind of filtering picks on their own and playing it from a safer approach. They like to be risky and go for those aggressive team plays, but when they're forced to play a little bit more passive, this is where these guys can struggle a little bit in the mid round. So I'm curious to see what they'll do to maybe respond to that, but we could already see TBI putting that pressure onto A. It is going to be held down by Gainer and Madison, who could run into it pretty soon, but Booker in that key lurk position as well over towards the B-bomb site might be able to get something done.
Yeah, I mean, even the fact that Vise and also 40, they're the ones that are pushing through B main. They're trying to see if they can be able to find a quick little bit of a duel. They actually make the shot off. Now they're going to pull him back. They actually leave Vise again, just kind of playing just by his side window. TBI, a funny little bit of a composition here because they're going to have Hunt just doing that lurk here through long A. And the rest are going to go through mid. So they might even just try to go for the A crunch right now. But again, Entropy are like close on by, right? They got the numbers, but we know from TBI, they don't even care about that. It doesn't even phase them. And now, might get even punished on this. Booker does get himself a nice little bit of a duel against Gainer. Now 40 needs to stay alive, and it's a struggle bus. It's an absolute struggle bus. Oh my gosh, he's doing a lot of dancing, but he's able to find that double kill with the pistol. Somehow, in some way, I thought he was a dead man walking, but I guess not. And there we go, a bounce back once again.
Yeah, great answer from Entropy, but you've got to give 40 a lot of credit in that round. For me, actually, the cheekiest thing he did was there was a point where Dirty gets the opening pick on him this time, but there was a point last round where 40's literally in the B tunnels, not even trying to shoot a player. He just shoots the wall next to the lurker and then immediately rotates A, and they had no idea he was going to be already that quickly on the A bomb side. And there's just those little things that 40 does that make him such a smart player and so tough to deal with in the server. But this time, the one player who's been able to deal with him a little bit more is still holding the line, and that is Dirty. 10-5, the only player in the lobby consistently putting himself a step ahead of 40, and that is truly the difference maker that TBI needs in this matchup, because now he's out of the picture. They've got full mid control, and there's nobody else on the Entropy lineup that wants to be aggressive and hold that line.
Yeah, because we've seen like Madison's the kind of the guy that like sometimes likes to get a little aggressive. It's not even like he really goes for it though, right? He just kind of like goes for some jiggles and tries to see what he gets some information. Now Vise here, the IGL, trying to lock things down here for the B site. Doing a good job here, just burning as much time as possible. The C4 is actually going to go in a strong position for him. So Entropy are in a prime position right now to put themselves in the lead. And now Penguin, the recent addition onto here, finds himself a double, but it's just not going to be enough. So Entropy are going to be able to get themselves a 4-3. Some pretty good work coming in from the defensive side. And really, it's right here where Vise, he's able to get that first duel, right? And that C dropped inside the doorway. I mean, look, and when you're on the BL side, it's already a difficult site to get into, but the fact that you lose control of the C4 is not going to make things a lot easier.
Yeah, really tough one now for TBI if they can't find a response, but the big benefit at the very least is this is a defensive sided map. So Entropy, this is a half they need to win. It's not really negotiable for them to take this series without a GR side victory. So even 3 rounds, I would say, is still a good half at the end of the day for TBI, because it is so hard to win on the blacklist side of Compound. But the way they like this control of mid for TBI seems to be playing to their advantage quite a bit in how they take these fights. But for Entropy, it really just comes down to the way 40 and Medicine like to try and disrupt around the different areas of this map, going for those extra long pushes early on, going for those mid challenges to catch them off guard. Those are the plays that potentially set them above here. But this time, Medicine, he's going to run into a lot of trouble over on A long. 40 as well, taken down to 11 HP off of the fight. No kills just yet, but King, he is ready to go in guns blazing. But after the utility, they're actually going to pull back, use it as a bit of a fake and a chance to move that map control somewhere else.
Yeah, not bad at all. I actually really like this because, again, TBI still has a lot of time, right? I mean, that's the thing. Like, they're just not committing all the time, right? They kind of just, investigate a little bit. They kind of just, get a feel like, okay, what do we really want to do with this? So I like the fact that they've kind of reset. They go right back into mid. Last, 46 seconds remaining under this round. They're just going to go for the crunch. They're going to go on the right side of mid now. Maybe deciding, if they can find these duels, do they swing towards A? Do they swing towards B? But Vise playing this much, extended, it could be dangerous. But a good smoke going to be placed. Just going to stunt them a little bit longer. Time is dwindling here. This is the thing. These executes, this is some like vintage 3BL stuff, right? This is like Penguin's mastermind book, but this is scary because now they have to worry about all these threats because look at even Madison. He's able to still find himself a little bit of a duel. With 15 seconds ticking away, they have to be able to just stop things out. C4 trying to get planted, but damage is getting inflicted once again, and Gainer and even Beva trying to find everything, but now Madison, his presence is known. Now they have to commit to this plant. Madison can't seem to find the kill. And he's down critically to 15 HP. Booker low as well. But he has to be able to find this timing through the smoke. Otherwise, he's going to have to wait things out. Madison trying everything he can, but unfortunately, the wrong cards are dealt for him. And King going to be able to seal the deal here and bring things back to an even game.
Yeah, that's a huge round for TBI to take away. It was a little bit shaky in the beginning, but a lot of it came down to the rotations on the bomb site between King and Booker, really grabbing some key positions to make sure they didn't go down during those fights. And now the way things are looking, TBI, they're looking pretty favorable here. If you can somehow steal away the BL side of this map, it's very, very hard for the other team to have a chance going into the second half. So Entropy, this is a must-win round for their chances to take this series. But Penguin, that is such a huge kill early on to take down Beva. Dirty, able to survive as well, gets out of that fight even bigger to keep him alive in this situation. Now he's still cooking here, but Penguin good for a second frag as well. Finally, 40 swoops in for the trade, and now it's down to a 3-on-3.
Yeah, quickly and fast and furious, down to the 3-on-3. And look again, TBI just going to cross into mid. They're going to try to go against Gainer, but oh man, he gains himself a double kill. He's going to get gifted here with the C4 on a platter. And look at it now, Dirty. No reason for Gainer to go for the swing, but he even does regardless. Why does he care? He's just better. Built different, and there we go. 5-4 first half's going to be done, but man, oh man. It's again the heroic play of someone like Gainer that's able to, like, you know, seal the deal right here on that replay. I was thinking it was a little bit sketchy for him to go for a gunfight like that, but man, if you're feeling it, you are feeling it.
Yeah, now it's really anybody's game. A 5-4 GR side finish is about as even as it gets on a map like Compound. So for TBI, it's all about having a solid defense here. 4 rounds is more than enough on the BL side. It's very hard to get any rounds going your way. So for them, they have to feel still pretty good about how that half went, but a lot of the second half for TBI is continuing to bring that strength all the way up to the finish line, and that's where we really need to see Dirty continue to play on this level, because we did see a moment on the second map where he was a bit quiet here and there, and now he's finally starting to just lead that charge again, up to 11 kills, but Madison, a sneak through attempt, not going to work to kick off this first round of the half. Beva and Gainer able to break the line though, and now it's going to be up to TBI on the full retake, 3-on-4.
Yeah, this is one of the hardest sites, I feel like, you know, like again for retakes, and you know, like as soon as you get that control, it's so hard to get right back in, right? You don't have any options to go through. You got the smokes to block off the corridor. This is going to make it even harder. And right now, for TBI, I mean, they got that utility available, but they're going to need to find that pocket of time, and Beva's just making it problematic here for them. Dirty, I don't know how he gets the shot. He does, though. He finds something through the smoke, and now Dirty's just trying everything he can, but again, he has 3 players to go against with 14 seconds. Everything is stacked against him in this situation. Entropy putting themselves in a prime position here, but Dirty gets himself at least one more little consolation prize near the end there. I was getting a little bit nervous. If he found that second kill, I was thinking, okay, this is Dirty's round, I think, but luckily for Entropy, they're going to be able to lock things down. They get themselves back into a lead, and a decently comfortable one for the time being, but it just feels like a matter of time for TBI to kind of bounce back into this, right? I mean, this just seems like a TBI thing right now.
Yeah, it's still very, very close here, but Entropy getting the first BL round is a massive win for them in this series, because getting that momentum on the BL side is truly quite difficult on a map like Compound. So if they can ride this wave for a couple more rounds in a row, it gives them a really solid chance to be able to close this one out. But TBI, you can tell after the previous round, playing a lot more reserved, not trying to give up any early information in where this stack's going to be, but they do have a 2-player stack over on A long. Dirty able to find the first. Now he's kind of trapped in this corner. He needs that support from King to get him out of this position. Otherwise, he's kind of just stuck here back against the wall, but the smoke makes it so hard. But Dirty gets the swing on Devise anyways. How is he alive in this position? Somehow able to get 2 before getting taken out there, but still King not really able to get the trade. Has to fall off, but they hold the 4-on-3 thanks to Dirty.
Yeah, man. Again, Dirty, just a big hero, right? I mean, he's sitting at 15 kills. The guy is just doing all the heavy lifting right now. He's just doing all the big deadlifts, and I mean, it's just hoping for his teammates to be able to bounce back onto this, and looking like it could be true. Beva here by himself. He's trying to go for the clutch scenario, just not a hope in hell. And TBI, I mean, Dirty just putting up some multi-kills and then gets down, and then everybody able to just bounce back like that. You'd love to see it, and that's what we were kind of saying, right? Like, this game is still up for grabs. I mean, even though it was a 6-4 lead, I mean, you can't really ease off the gas pedal, right? Because now we're talking about a 1-round differential. TBI going to lock and load here the double arms. Even Hunt wants to get a little hungry with it. And look at how fast Entropy are able to get these kills. You can see the defense was trying to just crunch into this B main, and it completely stabs them in the back, leaving it to Dirty on his lonesome. This is a magnificent clutch for him to go against, but again, he's got all the duels he has to be able to find. This is not a good position for him. He's going to get blind, going to get shot, and Madison's going to be able to find him, and there we go. Entropy, they don't want any sort of a tie game. They want to keep this 2-round lead in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, right now, these really aggressive rounds are working out so well for Entropy. TBI is just kind of getting caught off guard on some of these pushes. So they decide to go for a push themselves here. I like the play call. Go for the counter aggression in mid. It gets them 2 kills early on. Madison Gainer taken down. 40 hops into action to be able to find one from the backside of mid, but that's not going to be enough. The rest of TBI just steamrolls their way back towards the B tunnels, able to find 2 more. 40 now left in a 1-on-4 situation. The C4 is down outside of spawn as well. Not a whole lot he's going to be able to do unless he can find some solid 1v1s to go his way. But look at the wraparound already. Booker in position to go for the backstab here. There's just no way out of this one for 40, and that'll be the round for TBI.
Oh man, it's going back to what we saw in the first half of map number 1, right? It was that, as I use the saying, the teeter-totter, right? Like just back and forth. And that's the thing, like both these teams just hungry for the first W of the season. This is the first time we've seen them here in the CFWL, right? I mean, yesterday was a bunch of different teams. Today's their debut, so a lot riding on this. Nobody wants to give up yet. And Entropy do have the lead, but it's a question of how long, right? I mean, TBI have kind of switched off the double arm. They're going to just keep it for the single sniper now, just leaving it to Dirty to do what he does best. But now, Booker again playing this door position, maybe being able to find the time. Oh, look at this! Look at Booker! He goes in swinging! And then Hunt's able to be the hunter now with a double kill. And just like that, Kyle, this thing is bouncing right back into a tie game scenario unless Beva, once again, in 23 HP. No, it's going to be Hunt. He wants to make a statement, gets a triple kill to end the round, and we're right back into a tie game scenario. And TBI, they are locking in.
Yeah, this is where it starts to get a little bit more escalated here for Entropy, because in a tie game, the GR side has so many advantages on this map. The pressure, not as much on their shoulders. They can kick back and wait for the push to come to life. And Entropy, they've already lost a couple now in a row. The lead down to nothing here as we get into the final rounds of this series. It is going to be up to them to try and carve that path forward. Hunt may have got a shoulder spot here onto 40. He's just going to be holding the mid window, but 40, how risky does he want to play it here? Dirty on the other side has a nice little off angle on the B window over towards pillars, waiting to see if somebody gives him an opportunity to peek, but it's actually going to be a full pressure play into mid. But TBI, they're ready on the other side of this. They already have 3 players holding down mid. Definitely going to be spotted on the shoulder peek. Hunt, good for his first kill, almost a second there as well, but he gets taken down by Gainer in a quick trade, and this is where it could potentially fall apart here. TBI, they only have one side of mid in their control now, and one flash could quickly take them out of position.
Yeah, this is the thing, like when you're kind of Entropy, like when you're in this mid position, like you kind of have to do something. You have to do something big where you have to, just find a little bit of more of an opening. But look at Gainer again. Proven to be the worth and everything with a triple kill now. He has just barreled into this site. Matters into his own hands. He's going to be able to get the C4 down and Dirty. Once again, in this clutch scenario, haven't really been able to say that a lot for him, and now he just keeps putting himself in these positions. But Gainer to end the round with a quad kill nonetheless. The young gun here, Gainer, now puts himself in a huge position. And Entropy are going to get this to an 8-7. It looks like we're going to see that timeout going to be utilized from TBI, because look, things are getting a little out of hand. It seems like there's a little bit of a disconnect, and it's not the full alignment that we saw before. And Entropy, they're starting to get on some good momentum.
Yeah, absolutely a massive round there from Gainer, really showing what he needed to in a key moment for Entropy. And now TBI rightfully calling the pause. They want to slow that momentum down and really think about what they can do here to make sure they can still find a way to close out this match, because every time it feels like TBI is starting to get them figured out, Entropy, they come through with one of these really aggressive rounds to get another one on the board, and that's where TBI, I think, needs to play a little bit more cautious. They're allowing themselves to get caught maybe a little bit more so than they should in these early round fights. I like the aggression in mid, but now you're at a point in the game where you really need to change the pace here and keep the pressure on to Entropy in these final rounds, especially with them on the BL side. Let them make the first move and be ready to capitalize and set up those traps. They don't necessarily have to be that first team to swing every time.
Yeah, and I was kind of curious, like for your perspective, like I can ask this for both teams, but I mean for TBI, just because they're in the deficit right now, is there something specifically from your experience that you think is lacking right now for them, or do you really just think it's just like Entropy are just playing a little bit better of a game right now?
I think for TBI, the biggest thing missing right now is it feels like a lot of the onus of the early round is what is Dirty going to do versus how they're going to capitalize as a team. Whereas Entropy right now, if you look at the frags across the board, it's not just one threat in the server. You've got Gainer you've got to worry about, Madison getting aggressive early, 40 getting aggressive early. It just feels like the early round, Entropy has the stronger weapons right now, and if they can get around Dirty, they don't feel quite as scared.
Yeah. It's actually amazing. Like that's the thing I love about like a team that has like a ruthless on player, right? Like when you have somebody like Dirty that's just hitting the shots and creating a lot of impact in the server, that's something you always have to consider, right? Like Entropy are now like, they're like, okay, what do we do to avoid him? How do we find, the gap where we can take somebody else out to get that opening? Because it's a really good point, because I think if, they run into Dirty, I mean, he's put himself in so many positions where he can find that first blood, which is so important, right? Because them just being in the position they are, if they can find it and fall back and reposition, it's going to make such a difference. But if we see like where he's not able to find that opener with the Alm, like it makes a little bit less of an impact for these guys. So I like that. It's a good little bit of an insight, because Entropy to me I'm not super convinced on like their aggression yet. Like I think they're doing a good job about putting some aggression on the map, but I feel like I haven't really been found of a player that's like the entry fragger yet. It feels like Gainer's kind of the guy that's like trying to be that player, where I feel like he's pretty good in the mid rounds in my opinion.
Yeah, Gainer in the mid round is really, really strong, especially just the way he rotates. I feel like they really needed a player like this in this lineup. It was one of the things that was missing in the core of Lazarus. When you watched Lazarus execute in previous seasons, it was always like, who's just going to go in? And now you have Gainer, who's like, I'm going in every time. It's fine. I'll find the entries for you guys. And he's very good at being that leader into the bomb side. And it's something that this team really needed in its core. And it's really leveled up what they can do in these mid-round executes. Whereas TBI, I feel like strategically they're on the same page as a team, but it feels like some of those firepower components that they need for support are still missing, especially in the mid round. It almost seems like if Dirty goes down or he's left in a corner on the opposite side of the map and the bomb execute doesn't go his direction, they're kind of scrambling to figure out how they want to deal with those situations. And oftentimes, if Dirty's not in the key fight, it just feels like the rest of TBI is kind of getting rolled over.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point, because that was what I was kind of wondering. It's, I don't know the insights of what happened in terms of the roster shuffle, but, with Gainer being on this team previously, I was thinking, okay, look, for his roles, being kind of that aggressive rifler at times and, trying to be at a moment like an entry, but also the mid-round player, I was thinking that was going to be a big boost for TBI, but the fact that, he's did a little bit of a switcheroo is kind of interesting. So I agree with you. I think TBI are still kind of figuring those pieces out a little bit. I think we're seeing Hunt getting a little bit more comfortable. He had a really slow first map. He's played a lot better in the second and third now. So we'll see what's going to happen after this timeout, because TBI were the ones that called it, right? They're the ones that wanted to reconnect the plans and kind of reconfigure what they needed to do. Entropy going for a bit of a 3-1-1 right now. A bit more of a defaulty setup. They're going to try to see if they can just get some map control besides into mid. King, though, he's going to be joined in here. That's going to be with Hunt. So, I mean, he's going to be close on by, but you're going to have to be a little bit careful. And even Entropy now, they're going to back off on this. They're not even going to contest for long A. They're going to give it up. They got a little bit of intel. They burned some of the, defensive, utility. And that's actually not a bad thing as well, because they're just hoping they can rely on the gunfights now.
Yeah, the one difficult decision I think they made in this round is I don't think giving Hunt a sniper was the right call here, because The way Entropy plays is they want to speed bag you on the side, and if you have two arms stuck on a retake, this could prove to bite back against TBI and their setup. Dirty really has to powerhouse the entry fragging in this round if they want to win it, but he misses the first shot, a crucial mistake. Now Manison able to swing into the lower bomb site. You can see Booker trying to hang on to it, but there's just no way through. Beva, big double kill on the rotators. Hunt now left alone, arm in hand, 1 versus 5. He's able to get the first, but with C4 already on the site, the B-bomb site being so incredibly hard to retake, you'd have to think it's near impossible at this point.
Yeah, and I really, really like this, though, because that is a really good point you bring up. The fact that, you know, the B site, I don't know, I would argue it's probably, in my opinion, in all of Crossfire, like, it's probably one of the, like, top 2 hardest sites to retake, in my opinion, because, again, like, when you lose control on the GR side, like, it just feels, like, impossible, because you really don't have that many avenues. You have the main doorway, or like it's essentially the A main doorway, right? You have 2 different small paths that you can go through. It's a long road to go the back way. So, I mean, the fact that Entropy went for the big hit, they just tried to put a little bit more of their sights onto it, a little bit more decisive decision making on this. I love it, because look at how fast they were able to get that site control. Now they're on map and series point, and this is where TBI are really going to have to dig deep a little bit on this. And this is where Penguin, you know, if he's calling the shots, what like we assume he is, he's going to have to bring a lot to the table here, because these guys are going to have to bring a couple rounds back, pushing overtime now, which is not going to be an easy thing to do. And then this is the question, like, do we want to be aggressive? Do we want to put Dirty in a position where he gets to that opening duel? Do we want to play a little bit more conservative? Like, there's all these risks now that they kind of have to take.
Yeah, I feel like for TBI coming out of this pause, they've got to do one of 2 things. They either need to go for a quick play in the B tunnels, or they just need to go for the one that got them 2 in a row, which is just pushing down mid to grab one of these last 2 rounds. If you can time it right, you can easily win a round on the GR side just with a good mid control play. The problem here is Entropy should be talking through that potential during this pause time just as well on their side of things. They've seen it happen to them 2 or 3 times already. Half of the rounds they've lost in this half are off the back of an aggressive mid push. So if I'm Entropy, I'm coming into this first round after the pause, counter utility immediately for that mid aggression just in case it happens, because at the end of the day, that's the safest play for them to try and hold on and close out this one. They have to play this next round, I think, a little bit more reserved than they have been, just because if you're looking at the other side, TBI, they're going to feel like they have to make a move here.
Yeah, it's a really good call. That's exactly a good call. And it actually does look like they do throw that mid utility just to kind of slow things down a little bit, like you said. You can already see it on the mini map. They were just making sure in case TBI were trying to get aggressive. So they go the long way, they jump through window. Now they're going to re-aggress for mid. But look at nobody from TBI is contesting this. The only person is Hunt, kind of spotting things out through A door. And look at that. Before he can react, he gets taken out. Look at that. Double kills coming in. Penguin can't even able to find himself anything. This could be a quick and dirty round here for Entropy. They put themselves on a 5-on-2. C4 is already down. Now they're on the full hunt. They want to get this thing done. They don't want any room for comfort at all for TBI on the retakes. And Booker and King, a lot of work cut out for them. And now it's all just one down to the King player. He needs to be able to find a 4K with 22 seconds on the clock. He has to be able to find the timing of this. He's been able to slip through. They might not have seen him, but now he gets his spot known, his presence known, and that's going to be it. Entropy will be able to find this win with a 2-1 to start things off for day number 2.
Yeah, an absolutely stellar finish here from Entropy on the second map. You can see the smile from Gainer as well. He knows he had a great map to bring this one to a close, and honestly, it just goes to show the potential this team has in the season. This was not an easy series for them, especially after a very difficult second map, losing on their own pick pretty handedly. It was the worst they looked all series long, but then they come into this one looking better than ever, and everyone really stepped up to the plate to make it happen for Entropy, and that's what I really like to see in a newly forming roster here. It just doesn't feel on this side there was one player leading the charge. It felt like everybody kind of had their moment, and for TBI, that was kind of what was missing.
Yeah, it felt like, you know, again, TBI showed us a really good map number 2 where it felt like they were just in full control. But this one, you know, despite the scoreline, they did a pretty good job in the beginning, but it felt like it just kind of, they ran out of gas, right? Like it was just running on steam. I'm not sure what was happening, but I got to give it to Entropy. They played really, really well. I love that Gainer put himself in the positions he did, because I've been kind of waiting to see him like flourish a little bit better with a stronger roster. I think we're getting that now. I think, you know, Vise, if he's calling the shots, he's letting Gainer do what he wants to do, and I love seeing that, because I always thought he had a lot of potential to really pop off. We got to see it here in map number 3 where he just ran in, was an entry, was able to find double kills at some points. You know, if you're an entry and you're going 1-for-1, that's great. If you can get a 2-for-1, even better. So the fact that we saw him just playing his positions like that to a T is just magnificent, right? So that's where I think Entropy were able to really capitalize this W here today.
Well, we are going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break. That's going to wrap up our first series of the day, but don't go anywhere. When we return, we've got 2 more series to close out our Saturday. We'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
And with this, the series is closed with Entropy on the top of the series 2-0, 2-1
Yes.
versus TBI. A great performance,
Yes.
especially on this last game.
It's what the fans, what the Matrix wanted. It's what everyone thought. Yeah, it's what the script says. I mean, look, TBI, you need to clap for them. You need to give them credits. The guys showed insane performance within this series. First game, they surprised us all by winning the first match. Who thought they would win the first match? If any player from TPI is sad, I get you. Like I really, really get you. But you need to remember that this is the first challenge for them out of many. As you said, the tournament is going for two splits. We're just getting started.
The first split in 2 months.
Yeah, we're just getting started, Zika, and they made it to the first map, won the first map. Keep in mind that the first map was Entropy's, and they won against them. Yeah, second map was a bit difficult for TPI, and true, we got it, but let's talk about the third map more and more. It was a close game, Zika, between both teams, and Entropy made it at the end.
Entropy, for real. They tried to push the limit. They tried to get the game 3, as we said before, $228,000 on the line. Each team would try to win as much matches, as much games as possible to get the most out of it. But TBI showed great potential. TBI is adapting really fast, and I'm hyped for their next game.
How can you not be, Zika? How can you not be? There's a great shout out for both players, the Golden Duo from Team Entropy, Diva and Gainer, the two Egyptian guys that actually made it and won against their previous team. Because there's this moment where, okay, if I leave this team, I want to destroy them. I want to win the game. I want to win the whole thing. And they did with good KDA, of course. I think Gainer, Diva was on like 15 kills, 10 deaths, and Gainer was like on 17 kills. I'm not sure about the stats, so we will see it after some time. Moving on, in the next series, I think next games, if this is how Team TBI plays without many scrims, without lots of practice, because if you don't know, Team TBI is just new roster, just new players. 3 players just joined in the last moment. So if this is how you are going to play against one of the best teams out there, so we're expecting a lot from you within the next games, within the next days for sure.
For sure. So this is about the first best of 3. We have more 2 best of 3 series to come. We have our next best of 3 would be a game I am looking for so much. Anubis versus unK. unKnights showed incredible games yesterday. They showed that they're one of the contenders for the title. But I think it's going to be 2-0, but this is for the up next match. Let's see the stats for today's first series here.
The first game was close, and second game was for Team Entropy, but the third map was closer than ever. Team Entropy managed to get the win at the end of the day. I think this is not the first map. This is not the last map, Compound.
Compound is the last map.
Yes, this
indeed.
is the last map.
Yeah. So about TBI, we talked about TBI, but Entropy, their chances in this in this series, in this competition, is also high.
Yes.
You spoke about the 2 Egyptian guys joining the roster. They have all the experience. They can push on and on to get as many points as possible. This is only the first split. We have another
And the
split.
first day for them. The
Yeah.
first day for TBI.
For
And
TBI,
yesterday they
yeah,
didn't
sure,
play.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yesterday they didn't show up. Yesterday it wasn't their matches in the brackets. But tonight I think Entropy showed a clear message for the rest of the 16s that exist in the tournament. And the same goes for the boys of TPI with little chemistry, with little synergy. You guys showed heart within the game. Penguin, you showed insane performance. I think Dirty had a good second game. If I'm not mistaken, he's the SVP, and this is the correct map
True.
with the correct score. It was 10-7 for Entropy with exactly 40. This guy is insane. Remember the name, Entropy 40. The guy showed heart in this game. I think it was on 18 kills, 10 times he died only.
Gainer also had a pretty solid performance from his side, alongside with VZ. The players of Entropy, like you said before, this team plays together. This team plays as one man, one heart, one hand. But TBI, as we said before, has a room for improvement, has a room for improving themselves and get to the top form we wish they can get. But also, I want to know if you're gonna give an MVP for one player, only one player among these 10 players.
One player among the
Only
10
one.
players. Am I gonna give it to Gainer or am I gonna give it to Fury? I don't know.
Just pick one.
I think it's gonna be Gainer because I love the storyline behind it. Mind the kills, regardless of the plays, regardless of the assets and the highlights. I love the storyline behind Gainer. He used to play with Entropy, now he's playing with TPI. He had a lot of kills. When you see him in the first cam, he's just screaming, shouting, let's go, let's get it. And he did. He promised that he was going to win, yet he delivered, and he did win with a score of 10-7 the last map. So if anyone get the MVP, it's you, Gainer.
I totally agree. Gainer showed a great performance over the 3 games, not just the last game. But the start for Entropy was a bit slower, a bit shaky. Maybe we can say that because we yesterday we saw a very solid performance from many teams, even ROC Esports, of course.
Yes.
UNK showed a bit shaky performance on game 1, but game 2 was decisive, very decisive. Triple Nine versus GG Gladiators showed a very decisive performance on game 2, game 3 yesterday. But from this team, from Entropy, I think it was a bit not shaky, but slower than the competition was a bit intense. TBI was very strong rival, but we didn't see Entropy as decisive as we saw yesterday.
Yeah, but I think it gives them another chance to be decisive within the next matches.
Decisive.
Watching the highlights, you can see Booker one after another from Team TPI. But once the team of Foodie comes, you will see Entropy with lots of highlights when players like Gainer, Fruity always comes to that play. So something I want to notice and something I want to highlight is team TPI. Maybe, but you know, day one is hard to judge. But I need to put them in the place where I want to see them against Anubis, to be honest. I think TBI and Anubis will tell us a lot, especially because the first game, the first contender, ROC Esports, played against Anubis, and they managed to win. It wasn't a stomp. It wasn't that far of a game, but it was 2-0 if I'm not mistaken, Anubis and ROC Esports.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, it was 2-0. Anubis, yes, they lost, but they showed lots of skills. So now we're speaking about Anubis and unKnights.
unKnights' last game yesterday was a bit, like we said, a very decisive win, 2-0. But Anubis did suffer from ROC Esports, at least on the first game, on their map, selected map. They lost. Yeah, so it was an easy game for ROC Esports, but Anubis needed game 2 to try to come back, try to put an effort on the game, and we saw a very, let's say, potential in the game. This game will prove a lot. From me, Anubis versus UNK on the second day of this week is very important to watch, very important to see, very important to analyze, very important to give us an insight and a true insight from UNK, because many says that UNK are one of the top contenders to win the title of Split 1 CrossFire West League.
I think after watching UNK yesterday, it's like a puzzle piece that we are just, continue to finish part by part. We saw UNK and we saw Anubis, but with different teams, ROC and RV. And tonight we get to see Anubis versus UNK. I'm waiting for the third day when we see Team ROC Esports again on the stream, playing with other teams. Watching Anubis, you know that you love certain players. You need to watch Dipsy, you need to watch Sad, and watching UNK, you need to watch Alucard. Shihab Alucard Hussam is one of the most dominating players in the scene right now. Also, you need to watch Kiko from Team UNK. So, I love that day by day, even if the viewers are not, keeping up with the Crossfire, but they start to watch, they have ideas about the game.
Laz, for this one, it is going to be an intense series, I think. unKnights, they impressed me with what I watched unfold yesterday. I thought they were going to be put through the ringer a little bit in their match, but then they come out with a pretty confident 2-0 to kick off their life in this season. And now Anubis, I would argue, is another team I should see them beating today.
Yeah, I was actually really, really surprised, right? Like, I thought, when we kind of saw it yesterday, I was thinking Anubis, like, they were... Last season, I felt like they were on this really weird path because there was a lot of potential for them to do well, but it also felt like they really just didn't fulfill what they should have, right? And I mean, I think the team Anubis as a group has this like expectation that they should be like a top 4 team, in my opinion, but I don't know, like I really wasn't convinced yesterday. Their map 1 was a total blowout. Map 2 is a little bit better for them, but it really just wasn't that great, right? Like, I don't know if it was just like first game jitters, day 1 jitters, I have no idea. But I'm a little bit nervous that Anubis are kind of in this weird rut that they can't get out of, and I'm hoping I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think the big question on my mind is, was Anubis just that much further behind ROC Esports, or is ROC Esports just that much better than the teams they're going to face in this league? Because at the end of the day, they are the #1 seed coming into this one. They had the best international performance of any team in this region, so you'd have to think, Anubis probably going to lose that match regardless, but now this is where I think they get to that threshold of it's not a #1 or #2 team. unKnights, they're kind of that #3, so there is a winnable situation here for a team like Anubis to maybe make something of themselves. And I would say even in the second map of their series against ROC Esports, they did have some moments where they looked pretty strong on compound, so I'm curious to see what map direction is going to feel the most confident for them today, because as we've seen even in our previous series, your best map that you go ahead and pick might not be the one you actually win on.
Yeah, and I mean, again, like, the thing I love about Anubis, and this was the thing I really commented a lot last season, last year, was the fact that they're a team that likes to play in an event or in a house together. They're a team that likes to be together, so that's where I'm hoping it will pan out for them. I mean, it looks like we're going right into it, so we're not even messing around. We're going straight into the game. Starting off nicely, Anubis going to be able to find themselves the opener, where they actually find 3 duels so quickly, so leaving it just stick down to Beck and Alucard by themselves on a 2-on-5, and we just got under the 2-minute mark, right? Like, I mean, Anubis were not messing around. I think they're maybe looking to make a bit of a statement now, but now this is a lot of work here for Alucard and Beck. They have to be able to find 5 kills, only a little bit of damage that went against, for Doom, really. This is not going to be a great position. Even if they get the C4 down, I mean, let's not forget, there's tons of utility available for Anubis. They got the bodies, so this really should be an Anubis round, unless they play this so sloppy. And something of a hero play from both these players. But this is asking a whole hell of a lot. I mean, they're just playing retake. They don't even care. They're not even entertaining the idea of going near this B bomb site.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting situation, giving up the bomb site completely. unKnights, they do have full utility to work with as well. Now down to just a couple of flashes on the retake, but that gives them a lot to work with. This smoke screen could be pretty valuable for holding the line. Beck able to find one. Alucard finds another. Now it's all on to Beck, who finds a second. It's a valiant effort, but not enough to get this one across the line. They find 3 kills in the 2-on-5, but Anubis going full force gets the retake to go their way, and a nice way to kick off this series for Anubis. But ultimately, you got to give the credit in this round to that call to push A long, because unKnights, they were just not ready for that one.
No, they weren't at all. And to be honest, I wasn't even ready for it, right? Like, I didn't think Anubis, like, I mean, like, even when you and I were, when I got first into CrossFire, I remember seeing Anubis. They were the team that I felt like they were full aggression, in your face, taking no mercy, things like that. And then it felt like the later seasons, like, it just felt like they changed their style a little bit. Their vision changed. They weren't really playing the same way that I thought they should. And it felt like their performance just went down. So I would personally love to see them kind of getting back to that, vintage Anubis where, they are aggressive and they have these like little pops of aggression and they like try to catch these teams off guard, because that first opening round, I never would have thought they would have done that. I thought they would have taken a feeler. So the fact they come out, guns blazing, I'm all for it.
Right now, we do see a bit of a rough start for unKnights, with Alucard being out of the picture already. Jin taking a lot of damage over here towards the A bomb site. He's just going to go ahead and back off here, throwing a little bit of counter utility over the top of site, but Jaguar thinking about the peak, not quite able to find a connection though. Jin just sneaking by into the midsection of this map where Doom is on the other side of the wall, kind of ready and waiting for him, but the rest of the team for unKnights pushing through underneath in the tunnels, but the rotations are already so on point. Look at Anubis here. Jaguar already gives up A, rotates mid, and Anubis, they have a 4-stack on the B bomb side. unKnights, they've just taken way too long here, and they're going right into the meat grinder. Kiko able to find one, but that might be it here for unKnights. They're completely trapped here, backs against the wall, and the rest of Anubis just ready to jump in and hunt them down.
Yeah, it just feels like unKnights a little bit in their heads and just taking a little bit too much time on this, right? I mean, they're giving a lot of, opportunity for Anubis to kind of, bounce right back into this and reposition themselves. So, look, I don't want to take anything away from Anubis because I think so far they're playing a pretty solid game. But, I mean, for unKnights, I mean, this is also a team where, if I'm being critical, I mean, this is a team I put a lot of expectations on. Like, I've kind of put them in a power ranking where I can argue they could be a top 3 team in this league, right? But, I mean, there is times where we see them kind of playing some sloppy CrossFire where like I don't think we're seeing them play the full potential they should. But I mean, now with Jin on the team, like it'll be a bit interesting to see what he can bring to this roster a little bit more. Kiko was somebody that, again, he was able to show us some good glimpses in the previous season as well, but we need to find a little bit more of unKnights to kind of find their image and like their brand essentially. So both these teams are kind of having a little bit of an identity crisis, I would say so. But, Dipsy tries to go for the aggression on the Om. Now he should be able to fall back. Sad's going to be able to find a nice little bit of a pickup in here. So this is a good way for him to rebound on this. But now he's going to go down. Dipsy able to find the trade back to the double Om. It works out nicely so far in round number 3.
Yeah, a really good start here for Anubis again. Numbers advantage in their hands on what is usually a BL-sided map, not looking that way to start off this series. So Anubis, this is a really strong map. I can tell from the way they're playing here, they really understand how they want to force control across the board, and it puts unKnights in a difficult situation because this is a team that loves to just play loose in the early round, go for those early entries and just find the opening. But if you have coordinated counterattacks coming your way, it makes it so hard to understand how to play around that if you just want to play that loose pick style. So I'm hoping they can maybe adapt and change things up as we continue forward here. But for this round, they've got their eyes set once again on working through this midsection over towards the B bomb site. But you can see here Dipsy right here and waiting on the off angle. I don't think they're going to check his position either. He's good for one, spotted by Beck on the cross, but it's not going to matter. Alucard left alone in the back of this bomb site, able to get the trade. Now a 1v2 as he gets the bomb plant.
Yeah, this is a position for him. He has to look for a duel quick, right? He needs that extra little bit of time just to be able to find these isolated duels as fast as possible. Throwing a smoke, just making sure nobody comes through main. Well, both are going to be coming through the underpass. They're going to play the buddy system. They got the full HP. Alucard has to be able to hit this shot. I think he actually spots both players. So now he knows the jig is up. He's actually able to find that quick little bit of a swing here. So now things are down to the 1v1. But Comics is going to be able to find the kill, able to get the defuse. So now we're going to see unKnights bringing in their first round. But man, oh man, down to the 1v1. It had to go. And Alucard almost able to put that into a 3-0 for these guys. But unfortunately, just comes a little bit too short. And I was thinking he was going to have that shot, but the fact that he repositioned on the same angle, I never would have thought he would have done that. But you know what? I guess he thought that might have been the big brain play.
Yeah, now unKnights getting more and more desperate to find their first round of this series, but Jaguar opens it up with the double kill in the lower B tunnels. And again, 20 seconds into the round, Anubis numbers advantage. A story as old as time already in this series because it's 4 times in a row back-to-back. They just hold on. And unKnights, they have to fight from behind every single round so far, and this is what makes it so difficult when you've got these good entry fraggers instantly being challenged at the start of the round and being taken out. It just makes things so much more difficult because when I think about a player like Pietro, he's normally the one opening things up, but right now he's sitting at 0-4.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Pietro, like where I feel like, you know, in past seasons we've seen him, like he has these good moments where he can just be like, I felt like he was consistent, but I feel like, you know, last season it really felt like kind of a little back and forth where that consistency is not really the factor, I would say. He used to be the old reliable, right? Like the guy that might not have all the pop-off moments, but he might be able to find some good opportunities. And right now, he's just unfortunately been sitting in a 0-4. Doesn't seem to have anything working in his favor. But Anubis down the numbers once again. Jaguar and Sad are going to be the two players. Jaguar's made his presence known a little bit. So the C4 is going to go down. Both these GR players are close into quarters with each other. But now it's just a matter of this post line here for unKnights. They just have to lock it down. They got the number advantage. They're able to find this one duel. So now they should know the Jaguar's here. But again, 29 seconds. He's going to go all the way around. He's going to try to mix things up. This is interesting. Time is not really on his side here, Kyle. This is kind of an interesting approach, but he's hoping that this reposition is going to work out for him, but he has to go. He can't wait any longer. He has to still find 3 duels and get a defuse on this, but I don't think there's going to be enough time in the world, and now even with this player ducking away, this thing should be all over. Alucard going to put the pistol into this. Boy, oh boy. Okay, things are getting a little bit interesting here, Kyle.
Yeah, that's a tough one there. Not a lot of time. Probably not even enough time to think about that full wraparound play. But for unKnights, it's at least a chance to continue forward here and get those rounds on the board. They get their first here, even though they started off with a disadvantage, and this is really the key for them moving forward. They've got to address these early round fights. They have yet to win in 4 rounds a start of round numbers advantage. They only won that previous one off of some solid entries, able to counter back those early round kills that Anubis got against them, but they still have to find their way through to a good start of round situation as they continue forward, especially considering this being a BL-sided map. Only 1 round this early is not a place of comfort, especially for unKnights here. After looking at what they did yesterday, I'm surprised to see them struggling so far on this map, but you know, it kind of goes back to what I was saying too. It's hard to give that full picture of a team when their first matchup is against an opponent like ROC Esports for Anubis. They could have had a really strong showing, I think, against maybe any other team in their opening matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, for day one yesterday, I was thinking about that a lot, and I'm like, yeah, these matchups were kind of funny, because I feel like anytime you're going to play against a team like ROC Esports, you know, you're going to have a bad time. Like, I was just like, look, like, these guys are on a bit of a tear. They've been looking really, really good, so I was like, well, we'll see what happens, I guess, right? I mean, I was thinking it could have been a little bit better yesterday, but, you know, at the end of the day, ROC Esports getting it done with a nice 2-0, but, I got to know your opinion on this, because I was actually personally surprised. We briefly talked about it with Jin. I mean, he was with Lazarus before. Like, are you surprised that he joined this unKnights team, or did you think that could have been a possibility, just given a lot of the history, or is this completely like a left field pickup?
Yeah, I think for me, this was actually the most surprising roster move of the off season, because I didn't know where Jin was necessarily going to land when Entropy kind of reformed here. But I actually think for Jin, it's a really strong move. He was a very solid support player for Lazarus the last couple of seasons. He's been in the scene for a very long time, but I didn't necessarily picture him as a solid fit for the unKnights roster. You know, historically, that spot was filled by the likes of HCZ, who was a very strong entry fragger, able to get a lot done. But, you know, in the opening day, Jin looked like he was just playing to perfection for what they needed him to do in this lineup. So far today, though, he has been a bit quiet in the server, hoping he can step up and show us a little bit more than what we've seen so far. But yeah, definitely one of the more surprising roster moves in the offseason, since I wasn't sure how a player like Jin would mesh into this lineup, but I at least feel better after seeing what they were able to do with him yesterday.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Like, I felt like Jin to me was, you know, on that and the Lazarus team, you know, in the previous season last year, like it was just like he was to me one of those guys that I really liked watching because he could have these really big moments and he had a lot of impact on the server. So I was thinking like if Lazarus wasn't really going to be around anymore, you know, what team could he land up on? And I'm glad that he was able to bounce back with a team like this. So I will be, you know, a little bit more interested to see like the meshing of this. But I mean, really, they've kept like their primary core on this group, which is a good thing to see. So it's just, you know, like adding a little bit more of the different faces and different, you know, a little bit of roles, I'm sure. But that's kind of the beauty of the beginning of the season where we kind of flush all those things out. Everybody's just kind of figuring things out after all the practice. Now you're kind of putting it into the officials to see how well that practice is working out and then just working things out after, right? But I mean, right now, Anubis are putting themselves in a pretty decent position in the sense of getting a decent lead. unKnights are, you know, kind of having this little bit of a deficit that they have to climb back into, but at the same time, I think it's still Beck that's going to be calling the shots, if I'm not mistaken. I would imagine that's the case, Kyle, unless you disagree. But I feel like he's always been a pretty decent IGL. I think it's more just he needs the right pieces to make things happen.
Yeah, I think for unKnights, that's probably going to be their path continuing forward. It's been interesting to see the evolution, though, of this team, because I think about their entry not being that long ago compared to some of these teams into the league, and there's only actually 2 original players left from that first lineup of unKnights, which historically we lost, you know, MKZ, HDZ, HZZ, all in that original core of this team. So it's almost been, over the last 3 seasons, a complete rebuild for unKnights around, you know, Pietro and Beck, these 2 strong players at the core that really were able to, you know, drive this team forward and do some new things with. But they've kind of evolved into this new play style that wasn't what we historically saw under the original unKnights, where MKZ was the IGL. And I like what Beck has brought to the table with him coming into the team and really becoming a new form of an IGL for this team, because I felt like over the years, unKnights went from a more passive approach team being one of the like safest playing teams in the league, but now they're a lot more aggressive. They're willing to take those risks, and I think that's also what slowly moved them up into this top 3 position we continue to find them in the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, that's a really good point because I think that's the biggest thing is where, you know, I think it's safe to say, like in terms of like when we look at the 8 teams in the league, right? Like I think we can argue it's easy to say like ROC Esports and, you know, Gaimin Gladiators are arguably going to be that number 1, number 2. Who knows what they'll position themselves, right? But I think it's really the biggest opening right now is like that number 3 to 8. It's kind of open for me because I would probably, I think you agree with this. I think unKnights was kind of like, you know, I would put them as the number 3, but like that's still the thing where, I mean, I think that's just based on history. So I don't even know if I'm fully convinced yet. I mean, again, the very beginning of the season, so I still want to see a couple weekends and you know, officials happening. But I kind of put them as that number 3 as well. But I could easily be persuaded to say, you know, there's a world where, you know, even unKnights might have, you know, a bit of an off season. Maybe they don't perform the way that we think they should, and we can even see some other teams like maybe even like the GVs of the world or even Anubis to reinvent themselves, right? Because Anubis, I think they're looking for a bounce back. They're looking for a way to get themselves back into winning ways because, you know, their last 2 seasons were not really the best.
Yeah, I feel like unKnights, it's a weird position for them to be in because in my mind, they're currently like the number 3 team, but they're also probably the most inconsistent team amongst that pack as well at the top, because they're the type of team where they have to be firing on all cylinders to get the job done. We've seen, you know, in previous seasons, a lot of the upsets that came through were teams taking down unKnights at random points in the season where they just had a really bad performance and weren't able to pick up the pace in the way they needed to. This is a very hot and cold team compared to a lot of the other teams in the league where you kind of know relatively what to expect going into a match, whereas unKnights, I feel like they're kind of the wild card for everybody to deal with, because I feel like on any given day you could pick up or a win or a loss against this team. So I'm hoping to see them drive forward with a little bit more success here, but you can already see it starting to come to life. Kiko kicks off this round with a nice early kill onto Doom, and you can tell they are starting to get more and more comfortable as this one progresses.
Yeah, starting to look a little bit better too, and that's the thing. Like where I think for unKnights, they're looking for those new additions, right? Like, well, Kiko's like you can argue new, but I mean like kind of that more of like the starting lineup and things like that, where him and Jin are going to be the guys that can be some better playmakers, being able to find some big openers. Because again, I think that's the same thing we argued about some of these other teams, and Kiko's able to find himself a double so far in this round alone, and maybe even looking for a little bit more. Because even Jaguar looked like he was trying to push up a little bit more. Kiko might find a world where he's able to get this triple. He's going to play this a little bit more patient. Some good utility tagging down to Jag. But I think Kiko's just waiting for the moment. He's just waiting for that head to pop open, and there it is. Yes, he's going to be able to find it. So now, sitting at 3 kills so far in this round, single-handedly just putting up all the duels. And look at the GR players. They're all going to be split apart from each other. Comics is trying to go for a fight. Kiko's literally just held a corner the entire time, and he's got himself a quad kill on the brink of getting an ace. And leaving it all down to one player with the Olm in hand here on the defensive side. Some wounded players from unKnights, but again, we might be seeing this tie game so quick and swiftly.
Yeah, this is where unKnights is that team you've got to look out for. That inconsistency carries in round by round. Just because you have a quick start against this team, they bounce back so quickly. And they've got the firepower on this team to really make a large dent in anyone they go up against. So now, it's sad in the 1v4, able to get one Alucard right there for the trade. Not quite the ace for Kiko, but he did so much work in that round. He's not going to be feeling bad about that one at all. But the crazy thing for me is for Kiko in this round, I feel like almost every kill he got in this 4K, nobody was even looking at him.
It's so true. Like, he's literally just sitting in a corner. Everybody's got their like backs turned. He's like, oh, free kill. Sweet. I'm just going to take it. Yeah, and that's what I thought was so weird. It's like, he literally didn't have to do anything. Like, he didn't have to use utility. He didn't have to, like, fight for map control. He literally just held a corner, and the fact that he gets gifted that, look, you'll take it, but it's just, it's a little funny just when you think about it, because, like, it was such an easy round for him, right?
Yeah, now it's going to be up to Anubis to try and respond here. They had an incredible start on this map, but it's quickly dwindled down to a tie already. unKnights, though, the momentum on their side with 3 rounds now going their way, and a 4th here is where it starts to look a little bit scary for Anubis, just considering they've lost that control they originally had over this map, and feels like they're starting to crumble a little bit under the pressure. And this is kind of what we saw a little bit yesterday in their second map against ROC Esports. They're that team where early on, they usually always look good in a match, but they start to fall off around that halfway point and have trouble really pushing all the way through to a strong map, which leads me to believe they might have some issues with some of that adapting as a match progresses from an IGL standpoint. So I'm hoping it's something they can maybe improve as we see them develop here on this one. But unKnights, they're very spread out in the round, but focusing 3 towards B is going to be tough to deal with. Dipsy misses the shot, but the double bombs on the B bomb side are going to pop off, thanks to Sad picking up a huge double kill. Doom right there for the 3rd as well, and just like that, Anubis has bounced back full force. A 5-on-1 now in store for Beck, and there's really nothing he can do here. Just stuck in the tunnels, able to find himself a singular kill, but with only 20 seconds, he's got to move quickly. Dipsy doing a great job of playing that timer. Beck, though, don't count him out just yet. Finds himself a 2nd kill, steals away the bomb as well, but it's not going to be enough time to work with only 10 seconds. They'll hunt him down.
I was thinking, I'm like, surely not, right? Like, that timer, I feel like it was around, like, yeah, 15, 16 seconds. I was like, even though you picked up the C4, I'm like, I don't think you're making it. Like, I think that's asking a whole lot, but that's the thing, right? When that C4's dropped, man, like, it makes such a difference, right? I mean, when you're on the BL side, like, it's amazing how much you have to fight back for it. And, like, you can see Beck did actually, impressively was able to find some duels and just kind of making things a little bit more interesting, but he was dealt a pretty bad hand on that one, to be honest. So the fact that he was able to do what he could just in all those conditions is not a bad thing. But now this thing's getting a little bit closer, right? I mean, these rounds are starting to, the nitty gritty of this. Knights have kind of got themselves a good bounce back on this, where Anubis were able to start things off in a pretty nice start point. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was like a 3-1 at one point. And now we're talking about not much of a difference at all. So things are starting to look a little bit better for unKnights. They're starting to kind of get their things a little bit more connected. Everybody's starting to kind of wake up a little bit. But now it's just more about, can we see who's going to be able to close out this half? I mean, this is where Anubis, I felt like last season, Kyle, like it was more, we saw a lot of times where Anubis would like have these like slow starts, kind of come back into games, or kind of what we're seeing now is when they had a really good start and then it really fizzles out. And that's what worries me is like the same trends and the historical pieces are kind of back into the same play. But look, time will tell, but I am just nervous a little bit to see the same trends that we saw from, last year's seasons happening right now.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a struggle for them to close out matches historically, but we'll see if they can do so today. It's one thing to have the season kickoff not go your way when you're up against ROC Esports, but going down 0-2 to start the season is not what anyone wants to see at the end of the opening weekend. It would basically definitively put them in the bottom three going into week 2. So for Anubis, they really need to find themselves at least a map, if not two, in this series to feel like they've made a really good impact in this matchup. But for unKnights, this is a chance to be the first team with 2 match wins in the season as well, which is a great place to be when you've got to think about, the overall standings and impact of what's in store for a team like unKnights. They're looking at this from the opposite side of the coin here. They know going into an opponent like a ROC Esports, like a Gaimin Gladiators, you have to look pretty flawless for that team to feel like they really have to bring their all against you. And that's where unKnights, I think, really needs to have a much more solid start to their season, because they want to be in that conversation of a definitive top 3 team. And in order to do that, they must win this match against Anubis to go into those matches with some more confidence.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that's where I think this is this whole series. I think you said it really nicely, Kyle. Is the fact that this is all about confidence for both these teams. As I think for unKnights, I think for them, they probably put themselves as probably a top 3 team. Like they know they can do it. But that's the other side of the coin here for Anubis, where they need wins. They need to get themselves moving because, again, it was a lackluster couple seasons we saw last year where it wasn't really the best performance from them. And, they put a lot of investment for each other where they were in a LAN house together and they were playing together and just like trying to do all the right steps to building that team cohesion, but it just wasn't enough, right? So I think this is I think a little bit more pressure, I would argue, for Anubis, but at the same token, like you said, is unKnights have a lot of, statements they have to make too, because if they end, the day here with a loss, I mean, it could, kind of shift things up a little bit for them. And then they're going to have to grind back in the rest of the season to keep themselves top contender, which is always a little bit worrying because I feel, like I said, this 3 to 8 spot, I don't think it's as clear cut as it used to be in the previous seasons.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be a bit of a fight amongst these teams to grab onto it, but Anubis, they're looking really good, at least to the start of this one. I think for them, it's going to be more so how they can carry things through across an entire best of 3 series, because, the big thing with this season is it's also, a stamina test that some of these teams haven't had to deal with before in the regular season. You're looking at, 3-map series, and that was only playoffs historically, and now they're having to push themselves even further to try and find that win, because there was a lot of maps we saw in previous seasons where teams were like, maybe they have a really good map. Worst case scenario, they don't have to worry about it as much because it's only a tie in a worst case scenario. But now you have to deal with that looming threat of a reverse sweep, even if you have a good map to start off a series.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And I'm actually trying to remember too, like, I mean, because back in the previous format, like it was essentially, it'd be a BO2. So then you get, points for, winning a map essentially. But then is it the same premise now or is it based on the BO3 winning? I actually didn't even get a chance to look at that.
So I believe it's based on the actual series win now. So
Okay.
there's a lot more weight on the series itself, probably than there ever has been, because you don't have that luxury of the one map. I still have, good points on the board, because if you had a day where everyone went 1-1, nobody moved on the leaderboards. You're not really going to see days like that anymore where, a lot of teams end up just breaking 1-1 split and a lot of the leaderboard just doesn't move on the day to day, which is where getting these early wins, I think, with the new season format is going to be that much more impactful, because if you can start to get that early momentum on your side and show that you're a team that is going to close out these best of 3 series, it puts you in a such more favorable situation than these teams that, like, if you start off 0-2 or 0-3 in this format, it's going to be a much larger hole to dig yourself out of than in previous seasons where it was only a 2-map run to get back in it.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because that was the one thing I wasn't really sure of, is the fact of, like, when you had the point system in the best of 2, which is its own format, which is not a bad thing. It's just it was different because, like you said, if the there was many weekends that you and I would always joke about it was all 1-1, so like there really wasn't much movement, right? But now the fact that there's this extra pressure where you have to get the series win, it adds way more of an element into this where like. I think teams like Anubis, in my opinion, last season were able to get themselves in decent positioning because they were able to get those 2-0s sometimes. They were able to get the 1-1s. They never really had that many 0-2s. But now, I mean, you don't have that luxury, like you said. So I think this adds that extra layer of complexity for a lot of these teams because you can't rely on that anymore. And I think even 3BL had a little bit of moments like that last season too, or ROC Esports now, where, they sometimes had these little blips where they went 1-1, but it still was fine because they were still a number one contender or number two. But it's going to change things a lot. And that's what I'm really excited about. I'm glad that we made this format change because I think in the long haul, it's going to be better just in terms of like the competition and really to see who is like the better team, right? I think you can argue when you go 1-1s, it's hard to argue it just because certain maps, but now when you go a 3-map series, it really does create more practice for teams to preparing for those international events if they can get to go to them.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be more established for who's on the top of the leaderboard, I think, this season earlier on, just with the given format. But I also like it, too, because then you have these teams that are a bit back and forth, being kind of forced to show where their consistency actually lies. I think it was the first season in 2024, there was a season where GV had 14 out of their 16 games were 1-1 splits, and it's like, were they going to win those series? We don't actually know, but now we get to see those answers, and those teams have to prove that in real time in the regular season. So I think you are going to see that gap separate a lot earlier on in the season, which does make it a bit more competitive for some of these teams, especially the ones in that top 4 conversation. But it also puts that much more pressure early on the teams at the bottom, because in the old format, it felt like teams didn't really worry about match performance till it got pretty close to the end of the season. But you can have matches even from this weekend playing a large impact now on your overall standings, especially given, some of these teams are going to have to start off with a Gaimin Gladiators or an unKnights or a really strong team, to open up their series for this weekend. And going down 0-2 is just going to be a tough road to recovery even from the start here. So
yeah, and that's where we I think you and I made a lot of jokes about, like teams like Lazarus where, historically they were a team, where they had the worst season starts because they'd either have 0-2s or 1-1s, and all of a sudden then they start getting 2-0s, and then they get themselves climb back up the leaderboard. So I mean, we don't have Lazarus here this season, obviously, but it's kind of funny now that we don't get to see that position. It's really all about you getting those series wins, which adds so much more to it because, like we said, I think it'll add more variety to the map pool, which kind of makes me hope we'll see a little more often of like Eagle Eye, maybe more often. Maybe we'll see a little bit more Mexico. I know they're not the most popular maps, but it would be fun to see those because I think even yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to remember which series it was, but I'm pretty sure Mexico is like a third map decider on one of them, which I think it was ROC Esports, and they were just like, oh yeah, if it goes there, it goes there. But I mean, that's the thing. Like now you have to be a little bit more careful about these vetoes, right?
yeah, Anubis and ROC did have it as their potential third map of the series. I was hoping we were going to get to see it because we don't often get to see Mexico played really at all. It's the second heaviest ban after Eagle Eye, so I'm hoping we see some more curveballs thrown in the mix. But when you have 3 maps guaranteed in the series instead of 2, I think we are going to see deeper map pools have to be developed for all these teams. So I am looking forward to seeing those maps be a little bit more prominent, because it's not a situation anymore where you can afford to put those 2 maps on the back burner till playoff season. Now you really have to have a lot more weapons to potentially pull out in that third map of a series, and you're going to be forced into situations where that could even be beneficial, as some of these teams might not be looking at those Eagle Eye and Mexico picks early enough in the season. And as we've seen in the past, if you're the first team to maybe champion one of those maps and force it into a series, you can start to pick up some nice wins for yourself.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think there's a really good point you bring up is the fact of like the deeper map pool, and I think for me like that's what I'm most excited about, is because like when you get to go to like the summer championships or all the the offline events and stuff like that, then you get to see that more variety because like all matches are BO3s or BO5s, what have you. But here at CFWL, like that's where I kind of felt like we were always on this repeat of like compound. You play port all the time. I felt like subbase wasn't really played as much as it should be, but you always kind of get the same repeat maps. But now it is going to mix a little bit differently because, now teams, like I said, have to be a little bit more creative of what maps do they really want to practice. because there is going to be your like instant bans, but you also have to be a little bit smarter about having like a backup map that nobody might expect, right? And just being prepared. So that's going to make the region, all the regions better, I think, is just getting that more practice and well-rounded balance across the board. But it's still going to be a bit of a road, right? Because now I think it's a bit of a realization for these teams because everybody's getting used to the BO3 format. We're just starting the season off, which is great. So that's what makes me really, really excited for this. But I'm curious of like all this time that's happened is, you know, the talks between the teams, because you can see on the cams like Anubis look like they're big chilling. Like these guys are just, I think they're like throwing paper at each other or something. But like everybody else on unKnights, they've been sitting there, they've been just waiting the whole time. Like I don't even think any of them have gotten up yet. So I mean, I think they're trying to dial in here, Kyle.
Yeah, they're going to need to. I think this is a more important win for unKnights than it is for Anubis at this point in the season, because I don't think Anubis is that concerned that they lost to ROC Esports, but for unKnights, the middle of the pack is kind of must-win matches for them if they want to carve their place early on in the season into the playoff picture, and this is a team that is kind of on that bubble of whether they might make it into the top 4 or not. They've consistently been around that third place position, but with the new format, it's not as easy to guarantee that because the way they got there was through a lot of crucial ties in those key moments. We're also getting 2-0s on days where other teams didn't have a third map situation they could play and potentially get that win on. And that's where I think unKnights might have a bit harder of a time because they're the type of team for me that always came out strong and usually had a really good first map in their series. But when I think how unKnights might look in a third map, that's where I start to question them against some of the middle of the pack here, because some of these other teams, unlike unKnights, have experience playing in, you know, leagues before the format was that 1-1 split where they had to have those longer days, those longer match cycles, and that might be an advantage for some of the other teams that maybe weren't doing as well in the 2-split series.
Well, and I always think about too, like, you know, I felt like the big troll was just like, you know, if unKnights made playoffs, they were a playoff team, right? Like, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, I feel like it was last season or the season before, weren't they the ones that upset 3BL? Like, they were the ones that were able to get the victory and like put themselves in a way better position where 3BL were like kind of on this upward trend. I mean, they're not where they are now, but they were kind of going up that way. And you're like, oh, there's no way they're going to lose this. And then unKnights, you know, just showed up to be a playoff team. And I think they won it like 2-1 or 2-0. I can't even remember. But I mean, for some reason, when unKnights are in these like situations when they're in playoffs, they play so much better. I don't know if it's the pressure. I don't know if it's like the fact that they're like right on the brink of, you know, ending the season and everything. It's like all the stakes are out there. But I mean, I feel like in history, they've done that a couple times, which is always so funny. It's really the season is the grind to see, can you get into these top 3 placements?
Yeah, for sure. And I think unKnights is going to have a pretty good time with it here, just because if you look at their performance in qualifiers, which usually are best of 3 formats, they're one of the strongest teams in the European region. You know, this was the team that constantly over the last 3 years was the team blocking GV from all of their international hopes. Like they knocked them out several times from those positions and were kind of the brick wall in the way of GV making it through to the next level. And as we've seen already with what this team can do, I think they might be that brick wall for a lot of the teams between them and the ROC Esports and Gaimin Gladiators of the league.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, we'll have to see, because there's a lot of pressure being built up for this season, especially with everything that's going on. But we're finally back into it, folks. We appreciate the patience. We know it's a long time, but we're finally getting things underway. And now, again, like we said, it's Anubis putting themselves at a 4-3 placement. unKnights have been able to get themselves a little bit of a bounce back into this game. But now with this timeout, you know, all this time of a break, it's a question if unKnights are going to be able to use this to their advantage. And so far, it's looking pretty good as Beck and Kiko, they get themselves a really good opener and good space onto this mid control. But now it's a question if they want to pinch into B or if they're going to want to swing things over to A. And already now, Sad's putting himself in a position to anchor, but he can only get the one and done. So this is going to be a free site. Both players on the GR side, they're going to go for the long rotate here. They got a good position. I like this though, Kyle. At least they're going to play together. They're going to play the trade system.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough retake, but if somehow Jaguar and Comics can find it, it would be a massive round for Anubis to hold on to the lead with. But the time is ticking. 25 seconds to make it happen. You can see Comics going for the hotel wrap around while Jaguar just holds on to the spawn for the rotation. Beck runs into trouble. Doesn't matter. Alucard there to secure the kill, and now Jaguar, there is just no time to get this retake going in his direction. Alucard just going to stall the clock. He's going to go ahead and hold the defuse a couple seconds there, and it might have been his, but unfortunately not going to be the outcome they were hoping for Anubis. But unKnights, this is exactly what they needed coming out of the pause.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? They really needed to find something like that, and it's the fact that they're able to find those opening duels like instantly, right? Like makes such a difference, and that's a good thing to see from the unKnights team. But right back to a tie game we go. Anubis kind of going for a bit of a 2-2-1 setup on this. Sad's kind of the one player with Yalm that's going to be in a hotel. He's just trying to see if he can be able to find anything. But actually unKnights, they're entertaining the idea. They're really putting up a bit of a ruse on this, so they've actually made the rotates come through. You already see 3 GR players in this A site. You already have the the floating, so they bid on this quickly. Like they were expecting unKnights to just kind of full send it. Now unKnights taking a little bit more of a slow approach on this. So I'd imagine for Anubis, they must know the jig is up here soon, but they're not banking on it, Kyle. They're just kind of waiting things out. Dipsy's going to reposition himself just a little bit differently, but they're going to commit to the 3-man stack at this A site regardless.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for the entries for Anubis. They don't seem too sure where this is going to be heading, but unKnights, they haven't really committed in any direction just yet. They're hoping to maybe catch a player pushing out aggressively to catch the early pick, but doesn't seem to be Anubis going for anything aggressive here. This late A stack, they're just hoping that it pans out for them, but unKnights, they're already grouping up in mid, looking like they could go for a lower tunnel B split. You're going to see Pietro starting to carve that path for them. Dipsy still holding the off angle here. It's a tough shot to hit. We saw 40 earlier in the day already, struggling to hold these shots on the lower B tunnels. He doesn't know a player's already crossed into the corner. That's huge for Pietro to sneak through, catches Dipsy off guard. The counter flash comes through the top, but it doesn't matter. Kiko, he already has the backstab set up. He just has to survive here and help the entries. He's going to find them. Jin finds another on the other side as well. It's going to be a 4-on-2 as the C4 goes down.
Yeah, now look at even Alucard. He's just going to hold on to the C4 location. Jin's actually going to be the one that tries to just make it seem like he was the one that was the only planter, and now it's just going to be climactic. He has to come up big, finds himself a couple kills, but now he has to find a little bit more. That 1-on-2, not looking great right now because he's still got 20 seconds to work with, but he has to be able to find these one-on-one engagements. Kiko peeks out the shoulder, but Pietro, thank goodness he's going to be able to find that kill. Doesn't have to get much sweat off the brow here, but okay. We're going to see unKnights once again find themselves a little bit of a bounce back. They're still in some fighting form here. Not too bad and not too shabby, but I mean, these guys look, man, they look just so chill. Like they have like no emotion right now. They're just like, they're ready. They're just gaming. Like these guys ain't messing around. They want to get this map 1 over with.
Yeah, it feels really similar to the first map that unKnights played yesterday. They looked so shaky at the start of the first map. They still won it in a close fashion, and then they kind of steamrolled the second map against GV. And for unKnights, I wouldn't even be too mad about how things are looking right now. I mean, those first 3 rounds for Anubis were so one-sided in their direction that I was surprised that unKnights was even able to come back and win this first half. So right now, they're kind of the team in the driver's seat here. I feel like Anubis, they've lost their steam that they started out with in map number 1, and they've got to find a way to kind of redeem themselves moving forward. You can see the team chatter going on, trying to figure out how they want to play things differently as they go into the BL side here. So we'll see what they have in store for us. But right now it feels like unKnights is just getting stronger and stronger as this one progresses.
Yeah, that's the thing, like where I think unKnights have really been able to like slowly and surely get themselves back into a little bit of winning form. But again, it's not much of a lead here. So I mean, like can't get ahead of ourselves, but it's all about this, changing teams and seeing what they're going to be able to bring to this, right? Because I feel like, I don't want to misquote you, but I feel like both of us at one point, a season or 2 ago, we used to call like unKnights probably one of the better GR sided teams at one point. Like I felt like they were just so solid, and that was like really the moneymaker. Where I think last season, probably not as quite the same thing and same note, but I felt like in the history books, they definitely were kind of known in CFWL as like the strong defense team. Am I crazy to think that?
Yeah, it's definitely true for the historic roster they had. I mean, there was a while where they were one of the best GR teams out there. Now, with the addition of Jin and Kiko coming in, I'd say they play a little bit more aggressively, so it's not necessarily the case anymore. I think those two additions in particular shifted this team to be a bit more aggressive than they used to be, so not as passive and strong on the GR side. Not to say they won't have a good GR side here. I think they still have two really good cores on the defense, and that's Pietro and Alucard, always very strong defensive players on almost any map in the pool, so that's going to be the threats I look for in the second half, because Alucard, as we've seen as an anchor on any map, he's really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, this is like where, to me, like Alucard, like when we talk about on players, like when we talk about like structure and just playing like a solid system, this is where he does really well. Pietro, though, that's what we were waiting for, right? Like a little bit of a pocket play for him. Finds a nice double kill, big swing. That's going to be a good kickstart here for unKnights. They put themselves back maybe in this 2-round lead. But Alucard, like we said, I mean, he's a strong defensive on player. Like, he's a guy that you can just rely on. This is where he thrives the most, right? And even right now for Anubis, the C4 is all the way down in the back of mid. So, again, they're just kind of hoping to find something because Dipsy's already pushed himself into sight. I don't know if unKnights have an inkling on this. They don't. Look at Beck. He's just not even aware at all. Oh, man. But Dipsy, you got to find this double kill, and he does. I don't know how he gets away with it. And all of a sudden, a round that was looking so good for unKnights, it's flipped on its head just because of the play of Dipsy, able to find that double kill and being a little bit of a ninja on this. But 18 seconds, they have to get the C4 into the site, allowing Kiko some time to get himself into this control of the site retake. And now he goes for the swing. Saud's going to be able to put the nail to the coffin, and Anubis, they steal a round that really shouldn't have been theirs.
Yeah, what a big round there to answer back Dipsy. The timing to sneak past Alucard was really everything in that round to turn it back into their advantage. So now we're all tied up again. unKnights slipping it up a little bit in that opening round of the half, but Anubis, we've still seen them struggle quite a bit when it comes to these mid-round frags. So I'm hoping they can find their way to get a little bit more cohesion going in the second half, because BL side, you definitely need a little bit stronger team play to get the job done. And for unKnights, it's really just making sure they capitalize now once they have the advantage. They found it in the first round thanks to Pietro, but now they're going to be put to an even bigger test here because they've stacked a lot of resources over towards the A bomb site. There's nobody directly holding this mid challenge, and again, it's the problem we've seen all along on this map. I'm not a huge fan with how much teams give up mid control on Ankara, but we'll see if Alucard can hang on here. He's really got the most important shot to hit.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think giving up that mid control is definitely not a great thing, especially on the defensive side. Like, you got to be able to have some presence there, but it just splits the map right in half, and it just allows the BL side to really have themselves a little bit more options what they can do with it. Again, they just throw a little bit of a smoke. They just try to put, again, a little bit of a bait, just saying, like, look, maybe I'm here, maybe I'm not. Dipsy is actually, you know, looked like he was going to pressure on that a little bit, but instead Anubis, they're just going to go for the 5-man hit, go for the full exec onto this A site. We've seen, you know, some of these teams go for a triple setup, and even Jin now, a little bit of a pop-up, a little bit of a rabbit in the hat, and there we go. Jag's able to find himself that double, right of a bounce back. Beck here trying everything in his power to be able to stop any sort of aggression, but look at the utility just flying. These guys are blind. All they can just see is the white screen. They have nothing at all. Their vision's going to be compromised. And the man advantage still looking good here for Anubis. They got themselves in a perfect post plant positioning. The smoke's in place. And now their utility is only on Pietro. He's got one piece left. And Dipsy on the big flank. Dipsy's going to just be able to end this thing. And look at that. Perfectly placed in the players. And now Anubis going to get themselves a lead.
Yeah, great couple of rounds here from Anubis. And unfortunately for unKnights, the retake's not looking so good so far in these first couple of rounds. They didn't have any indication at all that Dipsy was going for the flank. They grouped up all of their remaining players in the same little pocket as well, which I'm not a huge fan of, not having at least one flank for the retake on A, especially on this map as well. So a bit of a tough one to kick off this half for unKnights. They really have to start finding their footing quickly because it hasn't been the best of times for them here on the defense. But Anubis, you've got to give them credit. Dipsy and Sad having a nice start in this one, especially Dipsy in the previous couple rounds, really finding frags at those key moments and getting the positional plays to keep his team out in front.
who other than Dipsy, right? I mean, the fact that Dipsy put himself in a position where, like, I know we've like been able to see in the history books of Dipsy, like, he can definitely be a playmaker and he can have some really good highlights, but it's good to see him like now, like actually starting to perform really, really well for day number 2 here in the first weekend, right? I mean, he's starting to have some big leads onto this. Now Pietro in a tough position. Yeah, I mean, a really tough one because, again, he was trying to clear 2 different angles. And look at Sod. He's got this full information again. Oh, no, the utility misses. Oh, man, he should have just been patient to go for the shot, but Alucard just tucked away in the corner now, hoping for a bit of an opener on this. But this sucks. Like, this is not a good position for him at all. There's no player that's going to go for the flank, but now he has to worry about it. So now we see that Anubis had done a really good job, just a bit of a bait, because they have all their attention expecting some mid-flank. And he's gone. Like, he's just completely avoided this situation. He's like, nah, I'm out. Like, I don't want to do this, and I'm just going to post-plant with my team. And now unKnights, they're going through the smokes. They're trying to see what they can do. Kiko's able to find himself that double, but hang on a second. unKnights now, they've been able to find these multi-kills, and I don't know how they do it, but Kyle, this game is right back to a tie.
Yeah, unKnights, they're just one of those teams. Like I said, you never know when they're going to crank up the heat, and that is a perfect moment opened up by Kiko and Alucard to really bring them right back into it, because that looked like a round that unKnights had no business winning. It was a 5-on-3 against them, but they quickly turned things right back in their favor, and now it's going to keep Anubis second-guessing every move, and that's exactly what you want if you're unKnights. Winning those rounds that you maybe shouldn't can always be a good way to rattle the enemy team. And for Anubis, you can already tell after that they're a little bit nervous in their approach, the clock being slowed, and how they're going to play this game out. And for unKnights, it's allowing them a lot of flexibility in this starter round to move across the map, look for those early entries, and this is where I'm hoping Anubis doesn't play reserved for too much longer. This is really a map where you have to have at least some forward presence pretty early on.
Yeah, like somebody has to be able to put a little bit of pressure on this, right? And I agree with you, because I think it starts to get a little bit obvious of like what the play could be, right? Because it's just going to be a full exec with time just dwindling. So even Anubis now, I mean, they're getting themselves into vent. They got the one lurk of, you know, Dipsy once again in the back skirts of mid, just making sure there's no big flank coming in from unKnights. But double players here, Kiko, and that's going to be Jin. They're going to be the 2 sole pillars right now into this A site. Utility starting to fly. Kiko, he's deciding not to go behind the box. Instead, he's going to try to go for the big gunfight. Able to find this first, but he's only got 13 bullets in the chamber. He's still got plenty more to go against, and now these guys are just going in one by one. I don't know what they're doing. They're just feeding these kills right now for unKnights, and they're going to be able to lock this site down completely, but a bit of a misplay from Anubis, because you can just see they didn't really take this as a team. They just kind of went one by one. They just kind of went for these weird little bit of peaks and allowing that opportunity for Kiko and Jin to just like find these duels.
Yeah, I mean, the more I watch unKnights play, the more I realize you cannot allow Kiko to go untraded. In a 1v1, he is a brutal opponent to go up against. He does not miss too often in those 1v1 situations. So now unKnights, they are in control once again, starting to stack up those rounds. Anubis trying to figure out what exactly they want to do here. They've had a lot of success coming out from Dipsy in this half. The rest of the team, though, hasn't been too loud since the first couple of rounds. You can see Alucard kind of dancing in the mid tower here, but I like the stack in mid. Most teams we've seen historically in this map just giving up mid, but this is a nice little change up here from Beck and Alucard to set up this mid pinch trap that I don't think any team's going to be too prepared for. The one risk, though, they're going to run into in this setup is it does leave Pietro kind of alone here if the push comes through on B long or through the tunnels, and thankfully they're actually going to back off and go maybe even directly into this mid pinch, so unKnights might actually get exactly what they're hoping for here.
Yeah, instead of the one mid, it's actually going to be the double player mid right now for Anubis too. So nade's going to get thrown. That's going to be able to try to push back a little bit against Alucard. Alucard's essentially just played this position all second half. He hasn't really moved too much. Dipsy's going to go for a little bit of a swing. Tries to just do, again, a bait on this. Not convincing at all. But now Kiko and Jin, again, they're going to get tested one more time. Why not? And look at Jin. Kiko's just completely looking on the left-hand side. It's almost a little bit of a bait and switch. And once again, Anubis, they just can't seem to find any sort of rhythm, any sort of movement. And unKnights lock it down once again. I talked about the history books. I talked about them locking it down on the GR side. And now we're starting to really see it now.
Yeah, and this just goes back to what we were talking about earlier with why this is a strong GR team. If you look at the way they're playing the GR side of the map, a lot of teams don't set up this way, but I love that they're playing these trust and bait and switch positions because it's a great way to ensure at the very least they're getting trades, and if it goes even better, they're just holding off angles for each other where they could trade if they needed to. And I think that's part of why unKnights is so effective on the GR side, is they really understand how to set up these proper traps that keep teams in situations where they're almost baited in to a different player than what they're trying to fight against. So I'm hoping we see even more of this continuing forward. But for Anubis, it's really proving to be a rough time because they're not ready to catch these traps.
Yeah, they're really not. And again, just kind of going back to my like original point is the fact of like it's hard not to think back in history of last season just because of Anubis, where I felt in these kind of nitty-gritty situations and when things are getting tough, it kind of felt like the snowball effect a bit where Anubis really couldn't bounce themselves back in, whereas other teams like unKnights or ROC, like those guys are notorious for, even if they're down by like 4-0, like you can count on them to come back into the game pretty quickly, right? I don't think I'm convinced where Anubis can do that. That's where I'm wondering again. I've put a lot of question about them, about their mental game in this season, what they're going to do a little bit differently. What have they been able to reinvent themselves to the postseason going into this season? And because I mean, last season it was catastrophic, right? Like I felt like there was many times where they had a lead, they lost the lead, and then it just felt like they could never get out of that hole. So again, I really hope not, but it's hard for me not to be this cynical, Kyle, but I have to be because I feel like we're going down that trend once more.
Yeah, at the same time, I do kind of feel for Anubis. ROC Esports and unKnights is not the most favorable opening weekend for any team to walk into. No one's going to feel, great about those being your first two opponents. But at the very least, even if they go down in both of these series, I feel like they've at least held their own to a degree so they can feel good about the performances they've been putting in. I think for them, it's more just getting through the growing pains they're having as a team right now because as the hosts on the desk kind of hinted to earlier in the day, a lot of these rosters, because of a couple last minute shuffles from one or two of the teams, had a ricochet effect across most of the teams where a lot of teams ended up with at least one player at the last minute, and that doesn't give you a lot of time to get comfortable until you really get into the thick of it for the season. So I think part of it is just seeing where they develop from here, and I think for some teams it would almost be better to be thrown into the fire in this way because now you at least see the hardest opponents you're up against in the league.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like I definitely think it's going to suck because like you're going to be playing some of the top competition, but at the same time it's like, look, that allows you, like, even if they don't go your way, you can figure things out to rebuild yourselves, right? And just a player of a game. Whereas when you play teams that are maybe known to be on the like lower end of the standings, things like that, and they're easier games, we'll say, with an asterisk, but that's where like it's not really going to help you develop, right? So I agree. Like the fact that even Anubis have been dealt kind of the crappy hand on this, like it should be a good storyline for them to bounce back, but it's more just for me about in the middle of the game when they're down in these deficits. It feels like you can almost feel this energy where they're really trying to dig out of it, but it's just the hole's going deeper and deeper. But I'm like I said, there's a part of me that hopes that's not going to be the case at all, because even unKnights are still a team that, again, we've argued that it can be they're easily a top 3 team in CFWL. So it's like, Anubis just realizing, look, let's just do what we can, roll with the punches, and move on.
Yeah, right now it's really going to be up to Anubis coming out of this little pause because unKnights, they have the momentum on their side here. And you can tell it in how they're playing. They're not looking for those early challenges anymore. They're playing a little bit safer and waiting to see what Anubis will do to deal with the pressure. This time, the trap they've set up is over on the B-bomb site. They're hoping to see an execution there, and they might just see it. It's going to be a fake over towards the A-bomb site. And unKnights, I love that they just don't move off of that fake execute is all. They keep this trap, and it's already going to be Alucard finding himself one on the push. Beck as well, already in position to go for a quick counter flank. Alucard, though, good for 2 before finally going down. The trades are starting to happen here. Here comes the flank as well. Look at that play. Amazing triple kill picked up. Make it a quad kill. What a round coming out from Sod there. Anubis able to pick up a huge one because of it.
Yeah, not bad at all. And that's exactly what we wanted to see. Like, if Anubis were going to have a big pop-off moment, they needed somebody to, really just put light under the tires and get the fire moving, right? And it's going to be Sod that's going to be able to get things done. Why the hell not? Going to get himself a quad kill, start things off very nicely, getting the transition back into this. So instead of the 8-6, we go down to the 8-7, a one-round differential. Single alms here for both these teams. And unKnights have, again, switched their composition just a little bit more. Actually putting it, I believe that's going to be Alucard, and I think that's Beck, if I'm not mistaken. They're actually playing a little bit more aggressive towards mid-connector, but now they're going to switch things up once more. Anubis is playing a very passive position, expecting some kind of aggression. So these guys, a little bit of a big brain against each other. Anubis just trying to take it a little bit more slow. But are they going to actually fight for this hotel control? It kind of looks like they want to. Pietro actually gets caught completely open. He thought that smoke was going to be able to buy him a little bit more time for the rotate, but instead it's going to be right into the crosshairs here. And now Anubis putting themselves a man advantage is a good position because they still have a lot of time to work with here, so they can still kind of wait things out. And unKnights, they're on the guessing game now. They're the ones that have to kind of make a play. They're the ones that have to either go for a big gamble or somebody's going to have to just, you know, be a little bit more zealous and go for a swing.
Yeah, at this point, it is going to be unKnights playing a little bit too passive to try and find the advantage here. It's going to be up to Anubis, though, to keep the momentum on their side and try and tie up this series. It's still going to be a challenge with who's left on the table for unKnights. And there is still 2 over towards this B-bomb side. Alucard really needs this connection, though. He's got 2 players slow walking in his direction, misses the shot. Unfortunate timing there. Now Beck trying to help kind of clean up the pieces, but they actually go ahead to decide for a full retake reposition here. I like the call from unKnights, not getting too over-eager to take a bad fight, but it doesn't matter because guess who's there? It's Anubis again pulling the numbers even further in their advantage 3-on-5 situation as the bomb gets planted. There's just no clean entry in sight. There's still a lot of utility being thrown from Anubis, and now there's going to have to be some smoke pushes coming through. Beck just stuck on the other side of it. The counter flash comes over the top. Alucard at least good for 1 here, but it's a 2v5 situation. He's already found himself a second. There's no teammates left for him to work with. He gets taken down as well, and it's an 8th round for Anubis. But Laz, I did notice something get called out in the chat and makes me now realize why Sad is such a good player. Apparently that is Hazen previously. That makes a lot more sense. I was like, who is this person out of nowhere fragging everybody in the server? Oh, it's Hazen. That makes a lot more sense to me because he's been playing very impressive so far since this last pause and really crucial in sealing the deal on this tie.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you bring that up because look, I rely on you for the history. I'm like, man, like, do I not know this player? Like, I've never seen him. Like, why is he just popping off? And I was thinking the same thing. And these guys are just trolling us with these names at all, right? So it's just like, it's good to see, right? I was thinking like, damn, who is this guy? Where'd he come from? Like, this guy like in the underground that's just been popping off and taking names, but it looks like he's just, you know, one of the vets that's been hanging out, just under disguise.
Yeah, he's got an interesting history as a player, too. I actually remember his first match was against a Chinese team on LAN against ROC, and he had, like, more than 20 kills in that matchup. He really impressed me. And he wasn't even actually supposed to play at that CFS. They just had a substitute needed at the last minute, and he came in and top fragged his very first match against a top 3 team from CFPL. So, you know what, not a bad way to kick off your career as a player, and I think that alone kind of got him on the map with a lot of these teams who are looking for their next big roster change. But this time unKnights, they're looking a bit better in this one. Pietro, Alucard, and Beck just explode into the middle of the map, and Anubis, they are fully unprepared for that one, and it is going to put them on map point, but it's still a close one here. Overtime potentially on the horizon.
Yeah, it looks like it definitely could be, right? I mean, we're going to this round to determine it. I mean, it's either unKnights are going to be able to find this, or we're going to be pushing that OT, which we haven't been able to find yet. But, oh, man. Kiko comes up big with a double. Jin able to help him out as well. And now 3-on-2 and leaving it all just down to Dipsy. He's somebody that's been able to have some good performance so far. But, again, this is asking a lot. Not going to happen. It's going to be unKnights going to be able to seal the deal. They don't want to go to OT. They know it's been a long map ahead of them. But at least they can get things done on Ankara when it was looking pretty grim. But look, at least they can put a bow on it and they can close off this map for now.
Yeah, a bit dicey, but they get the job done, and that's kind of the story for unKnights. A lot of their matches are this kind of back and forth up to the finish line, but when they really need to close it out, unKnights usually is able to get the job done, which is where the best of threes could start to play into a pretty big advantage for them, because those historic tied series, if they can start closing them out in map 3 wins or 2-0s even, they're going to be in a really strong position, much further up in the leaderboards than we're used to seeing them. And, you know, they're the type of team that they always seem like they end up in that 3rd or 4th seed in the playoff picture, but with this new format, I could see a world where they maybe even sneak by into a 2nd place.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely could, right? Because I think, like, when we were talking a lot about it, I think when you think about rosters and history and things like that, it's easy to say the top 2 teams are, you know, ROC and Gaimin Gladiators. But look, we don't know what's going to happen, because even Gaimin Gladiators yesterday, to be honest, like, they kind of had themselves a little bit of a weird encounter where I thought they would win, like, pretty convincingly. They didn't, so that's where I wonder a little bit for them. But unKnights, like we said, they could be that element of surprise, so they can definitely have some good moments, maybe not at some moments as well. But look, we're going to find out, because they get the map win. We're going to take a little bit of a break to we get ready to go for map number 2, so don't go too far. See you in just a few.
Hello and welcome back again. I'm Zika. This Hazem was still here.
Yes.
Yeah, we're still here
We're still here.
after this first game of the series. 10-8 for unKnights. Very, very close game. Very, very much improvement
Yes.
in Anubis performance. unKnights still showing their power, still showing their dominance.
If you ask me, it's a nightmare for Anubis Gaming because yesterday they lost against ROC Esports, and today they are losing against unKnights. If everything continues in the same lane, there will be 0-2 in the league. I know it's still early. I know there's still time to come back, but the head start, Zika, head start is so important for the boys, and they can't be taking this much losses in the early stage. Anubis Gaming always always compete on the top 4 position. No, not top 4, top 3 actually. So it's ROC Esports, unKnights, and Anubis. So when you start losing versus ROC Esports, then the second day you start losing versus unKnights, then where are you in the league? I mean, you don't have to compete against maybe in their vision, in their POV, a weaker team like RV or 999.
But for me, I can tell. I see some improvement in Anubis performance over this day from the last from yesterday. Anubis performed very well. They tried to get the game. They had many good starts, many rounds at the first, but unKnights experience overcome them, and they tried to win this game badly. They held on any opportunity they have to close this game for themselves. First game of the series, very, very important. But Anubis' performance is really, really better than yesterday.
Yeah, surely it's better than yesterday, but still the facts still facts. Anubis couldn't stop Alucard sniper. Anubis couldn't stop movement of Kiko. Anubis wasn't there for Peter. So such things affect the gameplay overall. Maybe if they hold with smokes, with flashes, with better movement, better strategies to try and stop Alucard. Because his sniper dealt lots and lots of damage within the first early rounds. I know the game ended at 10-8. I know comeback is still real and it's still a possibility, but you need to understand the facts that the head start that unKnights took is huge for them. See, unKnights, Anubis, and ROC Esports all compete for the top 3 positions at the league. Anubis loses against ROC Esports should be traded with a win tonight. And that didn't happen.
Totally agree with you. Even I want Anubis just win one game in this series.
Exactly.
Then I'll tell you confidently that Anubis is coming back. Anubis is preparing, adapting, and trying to reach their top performance.
The thing is with Anubis is they choke a lot. So once it's a 1v1 scenario, once it's a 1v2 scenario, they are always unlucky with it. I'm not sure if unlucky is the correct word for it, but when it comes to a 1v1...
It's the polite way.
Yeah, maybe it's the polite way, but they throw the round when it's 1v1 or 1v2. As of yesterday and tonight, back-to-back, our MVP is Alucard. He's still there. This Egyptian player playing with unKnights, still doing damage to other fully Egyptian teams such as Anubis Gaming. I'm not sure who's gonna be able to stop this guy or this machine, but if there's someone, he needs to come as quick as possible, man.
Alucard is still performing very, very well through this series and yesterday's as well. Alucard putting UNK in the top of the standing. I think it's a puzzle for us. It's a quick quiz for us. 10 to Anubis. No, it's 10 to UNK.
Yes.
10 to Anubis. We didn't sleep between the series.
No, not all. The thing is with Anubis, they have certain players that are present, certain players that contribute to the game performance, and certain players that I didn't see them really. I didn't see them taking action. I didn't see them enough in the game. So it raises the question: if it's not now, then when? If it's not now Comixy, then when? If it's not now Depsy, then when? Sad, honestly, he did an insane game. No one can say other than that. Sad played such a huge game. Looking at the scoreboard, Sad with 1.42 KDA, Dipsy as well with 1.31 KDA. I mean, maybe if Anubis played together in a better way and better strategies, but maybe we would have gone to overtime. I mean, we still played on Ankara, but it was picked by Anubis. Do you think, I know I'm the analyst, but I'm going to ask you a question. Do you think we could see the same thing happening as the last series? Which I mean, you won my map, I won yours, and let's go decide and see who's the best man.
The thing for me is Anubis ready to get this game? Is Anubis ready to go play for like 18 rounds in a row, fully committed, fully focused? Did this exhaust Anubis? Is Anubis ready for game 2? That's the same answer I gave you yesterday. Maybe, just maybe, UNK can stomp this round.
Yeah, maybe.
Next game.
Maybe we can see a 2-0. Hey, why stop? Why are we assuming what we can see? Why don't we actually see the game? So let's go to Casters to watch the game. Casters, take it from here.
Alrighty, it is going to be our second map of this series. The question remains, though, will unKnights remain defeated on maps in the league for their season run so far? They're 3-0 on maps in their life in this tournament, but it's definitely not over just yet. Anubis looking pretty good at moments in that first map, particularly how it started, 3-0. They had a really good run to kick it off, but then immediately it becomes unKnights right back with 3 of their own, and that's where I want to see Anubis continue to capitalize a little bit more when they do have the advantage. It almost feels like, Laz, when we watch Anubis, they're a little bit afraid to put their foot on the gas even when they're playing well.
Yeah, and again, that's what's so weird, like, to me, is just the fact of just going back in a couple seasons is like, you know, Anubis, historically a team where they were kind of bulldozing, you know, they were aggressive, they made quick decisions, they worked on it, they went for fights, and now, I don't know, it feels like they really just kind of slowed their pace down. They're kind of like it almost feels like maybe overthinking a lot, where they're not just kind of like trusting their gut, because it just seems like these mid-round situations really don't work out for them. Unless they can get themselves a big steamroll of rounds in a row, then that's maybe them cooking a little bit, but it feels like that's not the case at all. And that's what I was kind of saying about, you know, in this matchup especially, is like identity crisis, right? Like these guys are kind of rebuilding a little bit with rosters. There's a lot on the line here, but Anubis, this is a map in the history books where, with different rosters, with the core though, is they used to be ruthless on this map. I mean, these were guys that would just barrel through mid. They were the guys that just made a ton of plays. So now we have to see if that's going to be the case here in Compound, because if they don't, I mean, unKnights, they might be the first team here for day number 2 that's going to get a 2-0 to start things off.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough map to do it on, though, for a 2-0 against Anubis Compound. I would say is one of Anubis' stronger maps. It was the stronger of the series yesterday against ROC, as we saw as well. So it's definitely a map where Anubis knows how to get the job done, but when it comes down to firepower between these two teams, I think that is where I lean slightly in favor of the unKnights lineup. Everybody on this team we've seen already have really strong performances within a given map in the league, so it's going to be up to Anubis to kind of disrupt things. I feel like, for me, Doom was one of those players in the past who's been really prominent for Anubis, but was very quiet in that opening map of the series. It was more just, you know, Hazen leading the charge and Dipsy alongside him. The other 3 players felt a little bit quiet for me, so I'm hoping to see them maybe wake up a little bit, provide something extra on the table in the second map, because they don't have a lot of time to lose. Otherwise, they're staring at a very difficult start to the season and already having to have an uphill battle just to get into the middle of the pack for the remainder of their season. But for unKnights, this is a chance at a 4-0 start to their season. It would be one of the best overall. Kiko and Pietro kicking it off nicely. Beck as well, right there in it, and Doom, there's just nothing he can do. Trapped in the corner in a 4-on-1 as Dipsy is a little bit late to the party on the rotation. Kiko finds a second, and Man, that is a tough start for Anubis.
Yeah, that's a real tough start. That's one nice way to put it for sure. Because I was thinking like, yeah, unKnights really just they kicked the door down. They were just like, yep, this is what we're doing, and they made a statement of it, right? So a very convincing first opening round here for these guys. Single Alm here for Anubis, so they're not going to try anything. They're going to rely on Sod right now just to see what he can be able to find. But even for his position, he's not playing aggressive. Nobody is. Like, he's just kind of, again, like edging in mid, just trying to maybe find something. But unKnights are, once again, just expecting some full aggression on this. So they're actually playing very, very conservative on this. They're just going to wait things out. Really, really smart play from them. Good expectation for a team like Anubis that might have gone for something like this. But it really is a 2-1-2. And right now, I'm curious if, Jaguar and Doom, do they actually want to re-aggress on this? Do they want to press a little bit more forward? Do they want to be able to maybe find this timing? Because that's Alucard that's holding the position. But, I mean, if they can take down Alucard, that's the lurk, right? Now you can see Dipsy. He's beginning a little bit overwhelmed here by the numbers. Throw some decent utility damage. Beck and Kiko going to get caught a little bit here. Comics now with a good boost. It's all about him if he's going to be able to help his teammate. Dipsy hits the grave right away. So now Comics needs to do something big, but no, it's Pietro with a big swing and hits a dinger. And now Doom trying to be the lock here in this site. And unKnights, Kyle, they got lots of time. They're actually going to fall back on this.
Yeah, it's a really good opening play. I mean, they spotted the player sneaking into the corner, nade stack them out, and Comics as well, unfortunately. Not going to be able to get anything done there with Dipsy, so unKnights, really, really big advantage now on the round. All they've got to do is run down the clock a little bit, add that extra pressure. Maybe they even find a free pick in the progress, but it's going to be Doom anchoring this bomb site. He does have the support system nearby. That extra player on window. Alucard, though, goes for the jump, but they don't clear out Doom fast enough. He's able to get one before going down. The utility is all they need to stall here, though. 2-on-4 for the remaining player of Anubis, and you can see them trying to find a way to sneak in, but there's so much utility to work with that Jaguar has to just shift through the smoke and try and make a play. He's going to be spotted instantly. Beck and Kiko holding both off angles on this doorway, and even with a few picks, there's just no hope to get this one rolling. And Kiko behind the box goes for the double peek with Jin, gets the job done. And unKnights, that is another round for them. And honestly, in these first two rounds, this map is feeling a bit more one-sided than the first already.
Yeah, it's. I'm trying not to get ahead of myself too, because again, it is with that situation of like, yeah, it feels like unKnights are playing a lot better of a game right now. But I mean, it's only a couple rounds in. It's only 2 rounds in to be specific here. But it's seeming like unKnights are just showing us a really good, composition here on this map of Compound, because I felt like this is a good map for them. I'm assuming it was their pick. I don't think we actually got to see the vetoes on our end. So that's where, I think we both were like, yeah, I think unKnights went for this map, because even in the history books for these guys, they liked playing this map. They always could be decent on it. Not probably their bread and butter, I would say, but definitely a map they've always played. And even right now, Anubis tries to extend a little bit on the B crunch. It's not too bad. It gives them that 1 man of an advantage, but Alucard's still alive, Jin and Beck. So you still have the IGL that's going to be available here for unKnights. He's still going to be poking and prodding a little bit. He's hanging out a bit, so now he can call the shots a little bit. But what do they want to do with this? Because look at their positioning right now. You have Beck that's all the way through A main. He's going to just clear out Jenny. Is he actually going to keep pressing onto this? Because he's the only player there, right? I mean, now the C4 is going to be joined up once again here with Alucard momentarily, but they only got a minute and 10, so I mean, they have to kind of make a play here soon. They have to be able to find a duel that they can get some kind of an opening, and right now it's kind of looking like they're banking on the A hit. That might be the wrong play.
Yeah, it's a bit of a risk here coming in from unKnights, but if they can take down Comics early, they now have an opening, because we did see Doom there rotate on the backline over, and Jaguar over peaks A long. This is now potentially a disaster unless Comics can hold on. He does manage at least one, getting the bomb down as well. And this is now looking like an Anubis round to win. They're just going to go ahead and swarm around the bomb, but Alucard in the mid tower going to be there right on time for the kill. It does open the opportunity for him as well to scoop up the C4 and potentially even go over to the B bomb site, but he doesn't really have any time to work with here. 20 seconds on the clock, and he is nowhere near either bomb site. He's going to go ahead and make a run for the B tunnels, but I actually think this is a big mistake because he has no time to waste here. He can't even check his corners. He basically just has to jump down and instantly plant this bomb. But Doom, he misses the shot. So now Alucard, he can actually get the plant off with just enough time to make it happen, but it still won't be enough to get it done. And there you have it. Anubis answering back with their first round.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, look, like Alucard, that's a really risky move, right? Like, I was thinking, I don't know, man. Like, you're really just banking on the idea like nothing's gonna go wrong, and he was just able to get the C4 down. It's not gonna matter at all. But if he would have had that extra second or two, I mean, that would have allowed him just to get a better positioning, for the post plant. So I don't hate the idea. I don't love the idea, but it was definitely a little bit more on the risky card, I would say. But nonetheless, it's not going to be a harm or foul. I mean, they don't get the round, but at least they keep their lead intact for the time being. Anubis now, for the fans here of Anubis, they can have a little bit of relief. They got themselves a round and the goose eggs off. And actually, unKnights, they're just going to kick it up a notch. And Comics is able to find himself a good opener. And now Doom's trying to help him out as well. So these guys are able to put a nice little bit of a slice and dice on this. unKnights losing some players early on in the portion of the round. Down to the 3-on-5. Doom's taking quite a big amount of damage, but now it's just a question of, unKnights can bounce back on these numbers. These mid-round situations can be so good for them and prominent. And look at it now, getting into this B site. This is going to be a difficult one here for the retake, Kyle.
Yeah, unKnights still with a lot of utility to work with on the post plan as well. It's a big challenge to try and crack through. Doom also very low on HP, making this even more challenging. He's going to be kind of the bait going into sight, but Kiko down low with Jin. It's going to be so hard to clear out. These positions on the lower bomb side are just so difficult to challenge, and Kiko right there to clean it up with a nice double kill. And even though it's a 3-on-5 to start, the push on to B doesn't seem to stop unKnights in the slightest.
Yeah, and that's the thing about, unKnights, that it feels like that's what they're so much better at, right? Is these mid-round situations where even when they're down in numbers, you can't count them out, right? And that's where some teams, I think, you can really notice, like when they lose that one player, their like win percentage goes down by a pretty big margin. Not the case here for unKnights. They're still a team that, no matter what the situation is, they're able to find themselves some really good opportunity to make rounds pretty close and interesting. And the fact that they were on a 3-on-5 and still able to get that round win, that's huge, right? And that's what we were kind of talking about a lot about unKnights, what they're going to be able to bring for this season. And so far, it's looking like Compound is some friendly territory for them right now, Kyle, because no matter what situation they're getting put into, it just feels like it ain't no sweat, right? I mean, it feels like they're just another day at the office where Anubis, they're the ones that are kind of grasping right now. They're the ones that are trying to keep themselves a head above water.
Yeah, this is a really tough one for Anubis. This round, though, they've got the position to maybe slow things down, but no, not even a single kill to be found on the two-man stack in the A-long room. And now it is going to be on to the rotations for Anubis to get the job done, but even that won't be enough at this point. Dipsy picks up the hoping for something out of the situation, but unfortunately there is just nothing there, and it almost feels like there's not a whole lot left in the tank either for Anubis, because anytime unKnights wants to full swing into a site, they're getting it.
Yeah, and the one thing that was interesting, the desk was talking about is I think one of the comments was, is Anubis, are they going to be tired, or and essentially saying is the gas tank empty, like what you're just kind of alluding to, and it kind of seems like it, right? Because I don't really feel like unKnights are giving us a hardcore strategy game. I don't think it's like they're completely outplaying them. I feel like they're just kind of making some good decisions. They're getting their map control really well. They're just able to win some duels. And that's the thing. It looks like Anubis are just kind of gassed out a little bit. So it's more about, we only did one map. These guys are in a moment that they have to win 2 to get themselves in a opening series win. So they need to figure out a way to get a second wind into this game back, because let's not forget, on map number 1, they were the ones that had a really good start. And then it just kind of felt like that mountain they were going up, and all that energy just really plummeted down. And it kind of seems like it's still going down that downward trajectory.
Yeah, I'm really hoping Anubis can find a way to bounce back coming out of the pause here. It's Been a difficult day as well for several players on the lineup. I'm thinking in particular about Jaguar, who's normally one of the key voices on this team, but in terms of actual firepower, he's been very, very quiet, which has been a bit disappointing to see since historically he was such a strong player for some of the previous iterations of this lineup. I feel like he just hasn't found that opportunity to hit his stride in the server. They're really relying a bit extra, I think, on Hazen to get those frags, and he's not having the best of luck so far on Compound as well, because the biggest telling sign for me and why things are going so well for unKnights is Alucard's at the bottom of the scoreboard. And if you're unKnights, that's actually a good position to be in because they're not relying on that anchor to be the key entry fragger in the round. It's all of these other riflers stepping up around him that are getting the job done.
No, that's a really good point to bring up, Kyle, because like that is a really good thing to make comments about because like I think when we looked at the first series with like TBI, it's you had someone like Dirty that was, running around and getting, opening duels with the and he was essentially top fragging. Like he was putting up really good numbers, which is also a good thing to see. However, when you talk about consistency and you talk about like the long-term effect in other games and other series, you can't always rely on that. Like your sniper is always going to have those off days. He's not going to be able to put up those big numbers. So you need a lot of reliance on the rifle players. And that's a really good point is that Alucard, it's not like he's playing a bad game. It's just he doesn't have to have those moments right now where his teammates are just really stepping up. They kind of get the bootstraps ready to go, and they're doing a lot of the work, which that's what they should be doing, right? The sniper player is the guy that's kind of like middle of the pack. He finds these, good engagements when he can, but I think unKnights are playing a good system, and this is really exciting because unKnights, when I first joined CrossFire, like they were a good team that excited me a lot just because their, GR side was just so phenomenal. Their, BL sides were always like a little bit up and down, but at the same time, they just look like a promising team. So, I mean, right now, not looking promising at all because Anubis are, using that timeout really, really well for themselves, and they get themselves a big opening 3K. C4 going to go in the hands here and leaving it just down to Beck. So that's going to be a quick round. Anubis will be able to bounce back, but still, I mean, we still have a 2-round buffer for unKnights. I mean, for them, they just kind of, experimenting to see what they can get away with. And thankfully, Anubis fans can have a sigh of relief that this is one round a little bit closer.
We are going to see a nice change-up coming out, though, from unKnights in this round. Kiko picking up a secondary alongside Alucard, looking for those early lane picks to try and get the ball rolling here in round number 7. And I do like this change-up because it does give them that opportunity to maybe catch a mid-push if it does come through. You can see Anubis, they're kind of thinking about it as well if they want to go for the full swing down mid, but I almost prefer this passive stack they're holding right now. It gives them that opportunity for Dipsy to play the role of the trade if someone tries to come through over the top and also be a good blockade for this lower mid-push. So unKnights, they're just trying to get a feel for where these players are actually holding on to, but it seems very likely they're going to go right into the stack.
Yeah, we've seen this before, right? We've seen a few times where unKnights are kind of putting themselves in a position where they're running into a little bit of a higher number stack, but I wouldn't count them out. I mean, they've shown us before, and that was on Ankara that did really well, and even right here, it's only Dipsy that's able to find that one duel here for Anubis. So look at that, unKnights in a, the worst positioning, really. All the advantage on paper was for Anubis, and the fact that unKnights can still pull the rug under, that's not going to be good at all. And Comics can only find these one-and-done kills. He can't be able to find this double kill. He needed it. Anubis absolutely needed it, and unKnights, once again, despite having a little bit of a, sloppy, round back into it, they bounce back in great fashion with a 3-on-1 in their advantage. I mean, look, Jin and Beck, they're both very wounded. So, I mean, Salt has an opportunity here to maybe find something if somebody overextends. But even Jin, despite his low HP, is going to put a bullet to the head. And we're going to see a 5-2 scoreline for unKnights. And they just bounce back like ain't nothing happening before.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest telling sign for me in this series, especially in map number 2, has been there's so many situations where Anubis has the read, they have the numbers to hold a position, and they still get overwhelmed, and that's where unKnights has shown their strength as a team. And even here in mid, they have a 3-player push to try and catch unKnights off guard, and they don't win the fights again in these positions. Now Jaguar is trying to go for a high-risk play, but look at this, unKnights, they're still ready for it. Beck doesn't win the fight, though, so at the very least, he's able to equalize on the side of Jaguar a little bit more so than before. The bomb's still down in the back of mid, but unKnights, they're not really too worried about it. They still have the numbers to work with in this 3-on-2. Jaguar and Comics both rotating to a more passive position here, but I'm hoping they'll group up. I always feel like, especially if you're on the GR side, gambling in one direction is always better than playing a 1-1 split here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think the fact that like when you're down in the numbers, you just have to play together. You need to get that trade. You need to be able to just have that opportunity where you put the limited amount of bodies into the duels. And you can even see the fact that, you know, Jag was able to go for that big aggressive play and just winning that fight against Beck. You can see how much unKnights just hit the brakes. Or like, look, they maybe are going to repush. They're going to do something cheeky. They're just biding some time, right? And that's what Anubis wants to do right now. I mean, they're down by the numbers. They're just hoping for something big. They need a bit of a miracle in this situation. Double stack into B, but looks like unKnights once again have a perfect read on the situation. Beck calling the perfect, you know, a little bit of a strategy on this and going, you know what, let's just commit to A and just hope for the best. So they're going to win the coin toss on this. They're going to get this plant for free, and it's all about Jag now and Comics. They're going to have to go for a retake. Thankfully, it's going to be the A site, so that's going to be a lot easier. But again, are they going to be able to have enough resources to get themselves back in this site, Kyle?
Yeah, it's such a tough retake. I will say it is easier than a retake on B on this map, so it's not impossible or out of the question. Comics does have a full kit of utility to work with for the retake. I'm hoping he can find a way to utilize it. Kiko going to be spotted on the barrier. He moves into an aggressive position. They're not ready for it, but still the trades look strong. Now a 1v1 Comics versus Pietro for the round, but this is a brilliant wraparound from Pietro. It's Comics taking a little bit too long. Now there's not even any time to defuse. Pietro stalling to perfection. The Dance of Destiny gets the job done, and it's another round for unKnights.
Man, I'm so glad we get player cams. Like, Pietro's got to be the best guy to watch. Like, I love watching this guy on the cam, man. Like, you could see that whole time, like, he had the biggest smirk on his face. Like, he's like, yeah, I won the round. Like, he instantly knew, right? He knew the time was getting low. He's like, if I just do anything just to burn, like, a couple more seconds, I don't even care if I get taken out. Like, there's not a chance Anubis are going to be able to find this. So, he's got to be the best guy. One of the most characteristic guys on the team for sure, but really good play from him. A perfect wraparound, like you said. Comics, a tough situation in those clutches, right? I mean, that's where you have to make a lot of critical decisions. And, you know, time was not, you know, one of his friends there. So that's a tough position to be in. But look, I mean, it's a 5-2 scoreline. unKnight fans are going to be jumping with joy right now because this is a pretty good lead. And it really has felt pretty convincing of an unKnights game so far. Like, nothing from Anubis for me personally has really stood out too much. It's been kind of these little quick gimme rounds they've been able to find. And even right now, Anubis, they're trying to be able to find something, but they've allowed, you know, Jin to be able to cross into mid, getting free territory on this. So, I mean, they could either wait for him to lurk and just get the perfect timing for a quick kill, because they still have 1 minute and 17, Kyle.
Yeah, a lot to work with here. You can see Doom and Jaguar going for the peak. Unfortunately, Alucard was not ready for the trade, so a nice little exchange there for Anubis, but still not enough to be too comfortable just yet. They've struggled a lot, even when they have the numbers on this side of the map. And if you go down in this round, it's almost surely over at this point for Anubis. But unKnights, they're ready to put them to the test once again. This time they're going to swing right back towards the A-bomb site. Doom spotted on the barrier. Jaguar able to get one underneath. But unfortunately, Doom just cannot hold the line here. And this is enough to give them a fighting chance now as unKnights gets the C4 down. It has to be a perfect retake for unKnights to not hold this one. But it's Dipsy who looks good. But Alucard might just look a little bit better here. Takes it down to the one-on-one. Potentially a huge half on the line here. But look at the shot there on the other side of it. Hazen, beautifully done, takes out Alucard and gets a very critical round for Anubis.
Oh, man, it's about time, too. And it's funny that it has to be the Yalm players that have to go against each other right in the 1v1. But at least, I mean, for a 6-3, you know, unKnights are going to feel really, really good about this going into the second half. I mean, they got themselves a really good jump start. Like I said, I felt like Anubis were just kind of grasping at straws. Like, it felt like they were just trying to survive this game and playing a ton of catch up. But maybe that clutch can be enough. Maybe that can be just a little bit more tipping over the edge for them to feel a little bit better. Because clutch moments, you know, can be really boosting for morale on the team. But we have to see something big now. I mean, we're going to be switching sides here momentarily. But I got to know what Anubis want to do on this, because the fact that unKnights played such a solid game on the BL side, it makes me a little worried for Anubis fans just because now they're going to be on the GR. That's where unKnights, man, they love it. That's where they thrive, right? So Anubis better have some good game plan in store for us.
Yeah, this is at the end of the day a GR-sided map too, so unKnights should be feeling really good about their odds, even though that last round didn't quite go their way. I mean, it's still a really strong position to be in to try and close this one out. I will say, though, continuing to impress me throughout this series is definitely Kiko on the unKnights side of things. I feel like a lot of people, when they first look at this roster, they're always, kind of pointing to Alucard and Pietro, but for me, Kiko, considering this is only his third season deep into being a pro player, he's playing amazing.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's a really good point because, we talk a lot about like match MVPs, and I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, Alucard was the one that was able to get it on map one. But, Kiko, I don't know how young he is, but like just the fact that when we got to see him play last season, I mean, I felt like he wasn't really getting to play the best spots for him. It didn't really feel like he was having the greatest season. Like he was kind of like in the middle. I didn't really think he was like too hot and too cold. It just felt like he was kind of like lukewarm. But I mean, the thing is the fact that like right now he is playing a very good game. He's finding these multi kills. He's finding good positioning. He's just able to stall things out as much as possible. So that's when we talk a lot about like younger talent that are coming into these teams and being in the starting five. It makes such a difference, right? So I couldn't agree with you more. Like it's always good to see because I think this mixture of like the young blood and new blood or old blood is great because you're kind of relying on these guys that can just bring in so much firepower, but then you have these mentors that can kind of coach you, show the way, how the game's going to go and how to play in these, tough situations. But right now from unKnights, it just feels like everybody's doing all they need to do, but Kiko's definitely kind of been the shining star so far.
Well, unKnights, they've got only a little bit more to prove to get the job done. 4 rounds away from a 2-0 pretty commanding victory in this series. After the first map was definitely a lot closer with a 10-8 finish for themselves, and Anubis, they are unfortunately staring down the barrel of a 0-4 start to the season and a difficult recovery to get themselves back into the conversation. But for now, we'll see how this first round plays out for them. The BL side of this map, not an easy one to think about a 7-round necessity to win it, but they do have a good set of map control plays for the start of this round underway. Mid pretty much given to them at this point now. unKnights, they're going to back off because they know the pressure is on Anubis to make the first move here, and they're definitely okay with that. There's not a whole lot they really need to do to force a play here because Anubis, they've kind of struggled when they have to be the aggressor.
Yeah, that's the thing that's always fun about unKnights is like I don't feel like they're like the team that's always going to be so aggressive on their GR side. Like they do throw a good mixture in there, but even for this round, the fact they're just playing this far back and turtling up, I think I like this a lot actually. I think this is the best start they can do for the opening round here in the second half. Now Anubis is going to try to just go right through Colin. They're going to be able to find him, maybe not, but Kiko once again, he's able to get something started at least. But now the Yale side's trying their best to come through this B site, but none shall pass as look at even Beck's able to find himself that double kill, just biding a little bit more time. Sod now, no C4 in his back. Now he has to get himself an entry into the site. Alucard extends a little bit too much, allowing a bit of a feed. And Sod now down to 34 HP, has 30 seconds to work with. And unKnights, they just got to make sure they can be able to swing this instant trade, and then they should have the round down in the bag, and there you go. Pietro will be able to get a nice little bit of a quick, easy kill. So 7-3 is going to happen here for unKnights. Not bad at all.
Yeah, really good position for unKnights now, 3 away from a series closer, and for Anubis, it's still waiting for that moment to shine. I'm hoping they can show us something here because this map is not a map I'd expect them to go down without a fight on because historically Anubis very, very good at this map. And so far today, unKnights just kind of handling it to perfection, especially as we look at the GR side. Now they're playing a little bit more control over towards the B pillars in this round. It does give them that information that they're allowed to stack a little bit more of attention over towards this A bomb side. So it's a pretty good read coming out from unKnights on the defense so far. And Anubis, because of how reserved they've been, I'd be surprised if they go for another mid push, but beautiful entry to get the job started. Now Pietro goes down, Anubis hold the advantage.
Yeah, and that's the thing though, is like even with the advantage, I mean, look, Anubis is going to take anything they can, but I mean that's the thing about unKnights that I'm hoping Anubis has kind of figured out is like look, even if we get this opening duel in our favor, it doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be a guaranteed win here. We still have to be able to pretend this is a 5v5, and that's kind of the same mentality right now for unKnights. And look at the stack once again. They seem to have the perfect read on this. They have 3 players that have already made themselves into the A site. So they're ready to go for a bit of a, bar fight on this one. Waiting things out. Anubis still with 50 seconds. They can decide to commit to this if they want. Even Jin's pushed all the way up. He's kind of thinking he might get flanked a little bit here. And actually now, is he going to keep pressing forward? Looking like he's still hesitating a little bit. But now it looks like he is. If he can spot any of these players in mid, he's going to have some really good intel because he knows nobody's going to be towards B. And he might be able to backstab this, but it's all a matter of his timing. Looks like he's getting a little bit more hot in the heels. Alucard's just having a difficult time landing these shots. It's a tough position, but both players now fall to the grave. And it's all just down to Jin now. He's the one with the big flank, and I think his presence is known. He's already caught here. The utility going to get thrown once again, but he's a 1-on-4 that he has to go for. So many angles to clear. Comics is just going to be the distraction point, and Dipsy will get it done. So Anubis, they survive another day.
Yeah, really nice opening pick here, and then ultimately it just came down to the clean site take there from Anubis, not giving up too much early on in the round and really pushing through to hold those numbers strong up to the finish line. Also a bit of a delay on that late flank in mid, just gave them so much opportunity to shut things down. And now unKnights, they're looking for the response here. They still have the lead, but not enough to feel like it's said and done just yet. 3 more needed to get themselves across that finish line. Otherwise, there is still that opportunity for Anubis to push this one all the way over to a map 3 situation. But right now, they've got to do a round-by-round uphill climb to get there. And it is going to be Jin looking for that opening pick to start things off over towards the B tunnels here. He's got 4 players working in his direction. He spots the first early on and goes ahead and backs off. I like the decision here, just getting that early info, but not playing too risky just yet.
Yeah, surprising that unKnights again. I was talking about them turtling up a lot, but they've really just done this twice in a row now. So they're really just wanting Anubis to make the play. Giving a lot of respect for them. But are they going to try to maybe do a little bit of a surprise attack on this? Because even right now, Beck looking like he's actually, I thought he was maybe just going to go for a quick swing just to get intel, like maybe just to see numbers, maybe just to find some information, but instead he's actually going to go all the way around, reconvene back into the A site. So a 3-2 setup from the defense. Now Dipsy, he's actually going to be able to win that fight. I was thinking he was a dead man, but he survives with 6 HP. And now unKnights, a tough position because Pietro now twice in a row has been the first man to go down. With still 39 seconds, there's not a whole lot of time here. Anubis have to make a play here, Kyle, and they got to make a decision quick.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the clock. It's going to be a full group up towards the B tunnels. And that means Kiko has to be the man with a plan this time around. He's going to have at least 4 players to deal with very quickly. He gets spotted on the corner. Going to try and bait them into the cross. He has the support, but the support's a little bit late to the party. Doom and Jaguar clearing things out nicely. And Anubis should be able to win this round. Alucard and Jin, it's a 2-on-5 situation. Surely not a whole lot they're going to be able to do. Alucard now alone as Jin goes down. He's spotted on the corner. And Anubis able to find themselves round number 5. So things are looking a little bit better for them now. Feeling like a little bit more competitive of a match on our hands. But now the question is, will the pace be changed by unKnights to try and answer?
Yeah, that's kind of the biggest thing right now because unKnights are looking like they're kind of slowing down just a little bit here. And again, they're just giving so much control for Anubis to really get themselves in a good setup here for the executes, because that's where I'm a little bit surprised. I was thinking maybe they were going to try to mix things up. We're on the 3rd round, right? And I was thinking maybe now they might try to do something a little bit more of just some aggression, throw a little bit of a thorn in the sides here for Anubis. But no, they're just going to keep playing the same setup. They're just going to put maybe a little bit more presence on the A main portion of this. But, I mean, Anubis, it seems like their game plan, they want to go for this B site over and over because I think that is going to be the better site. If they can get in there, it's all about that difficult retake, right? And unKnights haven't really shown us too much of their retakes thus far. I mean, we've seen a couple in the first map, but this is a whole other ball game right now. So with 1 minute and 25 remaining, this is a situation here where Anubis is going to be throwing the smokes. Pietro, does he decide to commit to this? He's going to throw the nade. Might be able to land some damage. He does, actually. He does pretty good, actually. So good tenderizing. Anubis now, they're getting ready for the mid hit once again. And you can see unKnights ready to go with the counter utility. And Pietro now finds himself that opener. Now they're starting to cook with a little bit more gas on this one, getting themselves the double kill to open things up. Jaguar critically low in the red. Even Doom tries to get aggressive in the smoke. He's going to be able to win this fight, but the cost of a lot of HP here. Still 50 seconds remain, so they still have some time to work with, but they can't wait too long here, Kyle, because they still have to get this C4 down.
Yeah, this is a tough one now for Anubis. They don't have a whole lot to work with in terms of map control. They're slowly now heading back over towards A long, but Alucard, he's already holding this angle aggressively. He's ready to take the fight and potentially go in swinging. He's going to find the first here. Doom goes down as well, and that is not a good sign for Anubis here. A 1-on-4 C4 in the hands of Alucard. And unKnights, there's 20 seconds on the clock. There's no time to even win this round, even with some miracle shots, but no miracles here. Beck gets the job done, and unKnights move to 8.
Yeah, they do, and honestly, it's this like little bit of the beginning moment there, right, where they were able to crunch in mid like that. I was kind of waiting for them to do something, right, because I was just thinking, surely you're not going to let Anubis just allow them to get that, set up for the executes once again, are you? And then thankfully, they went a little bit more of a pressing forward on this with some good counter utility, getting that double kill, and then they put the number advantage in their favor. Now Anubis are going to switch things up just a little bit more. They're not going to bring the C4 in this, but they're going to try to get this B main control as fast as possible just to kind of put some good pressure against unKnights. Because so far it's just Jin. He's by himself. He's a sole anchor. You can start to see the rotates are a little bit more leaning on this B side now. A little bit more thinking of a potential opportunity here for Anubis to go for it. But it's still early on in the round. There's so much time to work with on this. Jin now going to be joined by his comrade. That's going to be Pietro. And now, do they actually play the bait and switch? Because I think that Anubis are aware that Jin plays here. Pietro, if he just plays back, a little bit of a bait in a sense, it could actually be a big element of surprise here.
It is Anubis running down the clock once again. I'm not a huge fan of this strategy most of the time, but on Compound it does tend to work pretty often, but it is comics to find the entry onto Kiko. Alucard takes down one in the process, gets out of town with 9 HP, but the bomb site is still in control for Anubis, but the numbers even across the board. Beck working his way into that vent position. Alucard still on the late lurk. A long, he really is just kind of toying with comics on this angle, trying to allow the rest of his team into a position where they can fight back. But Dipsy in the mid tower catches Pietro on the lurk. Alucard gets the trade. But now with the C4 down, they've got to move in very, very quickly. Alucard on this low HP has to kind of just be the distraction that stays alive as long as possible. But Beck and Jin, they've got to get a move on it here. The missed shot allows the chance here. But with only 10 seconds, they've got to move quickly. It's down to just one player, and Jin, what a shot to close this one out and move it on to match point.
Yeah, match and series point is on the brink here for unKnights, and it's just a question if they can get things closed off now, right? We talked a lot about some of these teams that they've had some known history where they kind of have this little bit of a choking factor, but it's a question of unKnights. They're going to be able to pass through this, and they're not going to have to worry about it at all and finish their food here of Anubis. And right now, even Jin's getting really aggressive in B main. Now they're starting to get excited. Now this, built up, all this tension is starting to look like they might be able to use it to their effect, but no, it's going to be Anubis finding the double kill in mid. So a little bit of overzealous play right now from unKnights. Maybe going to cost them this round potentially, because now it's just Pietro, Kiko, and Jin, the last players remaining alive here. And no sniper available for these guys. So it's a question of what is going to happen here, because even Anubis, look at this, they're just grouping up. They might even just commit to B.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting move for Anubis here. I would guess the safest play is probably to try and go through mid if they're wanting to keep the numbers, but unKnights knows this as well, and they've actually kind of stacked a little bit of pressure on here, but Kiko, he needs to find 2 to keep this round alive. He's going to be spotted early on. That flash is devastating as well. I'm surprised, actually, Anubis hesitated to peek him on that angle. And this is where you can see the firepower on display throughout the match, causing the hesitation, but it doesn't seem to matter too much This time around, Jin now left alone. It's a 1-on-5 situation. He's already spotted out as well. Jin only going to be able to find one and done, and Anubis at least live to find another day.
Bringing it back, maybe, Kyle. I mean, only a 3-round differential here to get themselves into an overtime situation. And we talked a lot about that on Ankara, where like we were almost thinking it could have gone overtime potentially, but unKnights, 3 chances to get themselves done this game, but Anubis keep themselves alive to pushing overtime potentially. It's all down to this, like we said, map and series point in the hands of unKnights. Bringing things out, Kiko now going to be switching up his position. Triple nade going to get thrown. He actually does lose about a half his HP on this one. And now Jin's going to join him. Waiting for something here, Anubis. They have a bit of an inkling that they can do something. And nade just a little bit bounce back here from unKnights. Not going to be the same critical damage that's been inflicted against them, but Anubis now waiting things out with 1:30 on the clock. Pietro once again, he's kind of playing in the left corner of mid. Smoke going to be placed just to buy them some more time. Anubis still deciding what they want to go for. We know their bread and butter, right? We know what they love doing. Their favorite soundtrack. They love to go through mid on the right-hand side. Is that going to be the play for them? Because unKnights have now put an investment of 3 players stacked at this B site, Kyle. Pietro now getting a little bit of an inkling. That's what they're going to do. The utility's getting thrown everywhere. He's just trying to survive as much as possible. Anubis now, where do you want to go? What is your decision going to be? And they're kind of stuck a little bit in the mud in this situation. They're hoping somebody on the defensive side is going to go for a big swing. A flash out here for Beck. He's going to be wide open, and he's going to get taken out. So now Anubis, they find the first blood. They're able to get themselves something. Pietro's going to go down too. Oh man, it is just a full firefight, leaving it just to Alucard and Kiko by themselves on a 2-on-4. And Alucard now just trying to survive. He's getting tested here with everybody from left, right, and center. And now Kiko, the young blood, on a situation here, Kyle.
1v4, 49 HP, not a likely one to go his way. He's going to be spotted by 2 players very early on here. He does have a flash to maybe work with, but it's not going to happen this time around. 7 now for Anubis, and this is where things start to get a little bit scary for unKnights. They had the momentum rolling and rolling and rolling, but round 9 is where things start to slow down, and now it's 2 away from a potential overtime on the table, and does get me into a position where I'm a bit worried for them, as it doesn't feel like the same unKnights we were seeing earlier on in this match. They're hesitating a little bit more, and they're getting caught out a little bit more than what we're used to seeing from them. So I'm hoping they can maybe adjust here, play a little bit safer, set up some of those trade positions, and kind of bait them in this next round. Because one thing I've noticed, especially on the GR side, it feels like Pietro's getting caught by himself a little bit too often.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because I haven't been loving what I'm seeing from Pietro, just in the fact of like what their game plan is. It seems like he's kind of the one that's in like no man's land. Like he's the guy that's be on your own, figure it out. Hopefully you can get a kill. It just feels like when you don't have that trade opportunity, it makes me worried, because it's so much risk, and I don't know if it's really worth that reward, because you're kind of hoping that Pietro's going to be able to find maybe a kill, maybe that double. But the chances of that just get lower and lower, right? So I don't love what we're seeing in terms of their defensive setup, to be honest. I think when we saw, I think it was about 3 or 4 rounds ago, where they played a lot more turtle, and then they kind of, used the utility to fight back in near their spawn point. Yeah, I love that. I think that was perfect, because they had those trades and they were able to go from different angles to fight. But right now, it kind of feels like they're playing this different system, and Pietro's kind of like this weird lurk all by himself, and he's not even really lurking. He's just kind of the guy that's in the front of the pack, and he's by himself.
Yeah, at this point, I'm curious to see what the call is going to be coming out of the pause. When you only have 2 rounds to play with, it's interesting to see if they're going to be willing to risk one for maybe an aggressive mid push, or something where they can try and just seal the deal instantly, or if they'll turtle up for the last 2, since a lot of teams, they would take the risk maybe one of those 2 rounds, but it's definitely a bit of a high risk in this situation. But Anubis, you've got to hand it to them as well. Keeping their composure even when things don't look the best is the reason why they're even in a position where this match isn't over yet. So I'm hoping they can continue to show us a bit more strength as we go into this next round out of the pause, but there's definitely a lot in store here from unKnights that I'm sure we haven't seen in these last couple of rounds from them. More importantly, though, the vibes still seem pretty similar across the board. You can tell unKnights, they're not really angry or anything like that. They're still pretty cool, calm, and collected, and I think they know in the back of their minds this is still their match to win.
It is, right? And this is the thing, like I feel like it's talked about a lot, but it's also not really talked about a lot because you have to remember when you're competing and you're playing and you're on the match and series point, it's a lot about getting over that thought of like all the pressure, right? And some teams kind of build it up a lot, and when things don't really go your way, that's when the frustration can kick in. That's when the the lack of the decision making can happen. And I mean, we've seen in so many past games in the history books, right? We can open that thing up, but it's like you've seen teams with big leads that like fumble it and it comes into overtimes or they lose. That's the thing. Like when you're on the brink of a win, like you have to just keep playing your game. And as a competitor, that can be really tough to do because it's always that thing in the back of your mind that just kind of like slowly seeps back in. So I'm hoping for unKnights it's not the case because they still have 2 rounds they can kind of work with here, but if we're getting to a 9-8, I mean, that's when you start to shake in the boots a little bit more, Kyle. That's when I think you start to get really nervous because you're talking about fumbling the bag when you had a pretty significant lead.
Yeah, I mean, right now for unKnights, they're going to be playing really reserved in this one. There's still a lot of early pressure towards the B tunnels on both ends. Jin going to go ahead and rotate to a safer position. Kiko still playing a little bit forward, and it's going to be enough to scare them away for now, but as we've seen in this second half, Anubis, they are not afraid to fully run down the clock before they go in for the push, and it's been part of why they're able to catch unKnights off guard. The longer this clock continues to run down, the more anxious unKnights is going to get to see exactly where things are heading in this round, and it's going to be a slow grouping in mid, where unKnights isn't really contesting too much here. The smoke screen comes down to block, and it looks like they might be using that for a mid to B setup here with the smoke screen going down, but Beck, that's huge, just spams the smoke, able to take down Jaguar in mid, and that kill right there could be the difference in winning this round. Now as Anubis, they're forced to make a difficult decision. They try to double down and push through, but Beck is still holding the line here for 2 additional kills. 3K on the board for him, 25 seconds, and the dream might just be shattered for Anubis unless Dipsy can find a way. But Dipsy, what is that reaction shot to find the 2-piece onto Pietro and Kiko? Now potential on the line, but only 10 seconds. Dipsy able to find a third, surely not here. Alucard just stalling for the clock, able to get one. It's down to the 1v1. It has to be a forced plant here, but Jin, he is nowhere near the bomb site, allows the plant for free, but it's not gonna matter. Jin saves the day from sheer disaster, and unKnights are able to clinch the match.
Oh my god, and I was just thinking, no way, after all that work from the IGL of Beck, I was thinking, surely not unKnights, you're not just going to drop this, right? You're not going to let this just fall apart like that when your captain and your in-game leader is going to be able to, put up some of the big hero pants and getting a triple kill to ending this game here with a 2-0, but Anubis, I gave a lot of criticism about the fact that I was worried about them in the late portions of the game, and their mid-rounding was just really not that much of an impressive, feat for me, but it felt like, things were starting to pick up a lot better. They were starting to get the building blocks in motion, but, it was just a little bit too late for them. But that was definitely a close encounter game. But, I got to give it to unKnights because I was kind of thinking they should have had this one with a 2-0, maybe a 2-1, but Anubis, they impressed me today. They're showing a little bit better signs of life than what we saw from the previous season.
Yeah, now unKnights, this puts them, at least for the moment, in that first place position overall. They're the first team to pick up 2 full wins for themselves, 2-0, so that does put them in the driver's seat of what their future looks like in this league. Obviously, you have the caveat that they haven't played a team like ROC or Gaimin Gladiators yet, but when you look at the middle of the pack, if you're picking up 2-0s there, it gives you a lot more confidence to maybe dethrone one of those top 2 teams when you do end up facing off later in the regular season. And honestly, I would say they've even looked a little bit better than some of those top 2 teams we've seen performances from so far. I mean, you had Gaimin Gladiators. They gave up a map to 999 yesterday, and unKnights, they're currently 4-0 on maps.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. That's kind of interesting because we talked a lot about some of these teams that that got signed or didn't get signed, and unKnights were kind of that surprising one that didn't. But look, we could talk about this forever. We're gonna take a little bit of a break. We're gonna take that break, and when we get back from the break, we're gonna go to the desk where these guys are gonna walk us through the last series of the day here for day number 2. So grab whatever you need because it's gonna be a good one. See you in a little bit.
Welcome back again to our analyst desk. Thank you for watching this very interesting series that we watched together. Hazem, Anubis did their best. The game was close, but UNK did their job and managed to get out with 2-0.
They did do their best. Sadly, their best wasn't enough.
يعني we can say that Anubis tried to get game 2 like you said.
I was muted, but I'm not muted right now.
Okay. Yes, sure. Anubis did a pretty good job this game. They tried their best to win and equalize this score, but UNK were awake. UNK, knowing this map, they didn't need to go to a decider map. Anubis are trying to get back on their feet and trying to get a series for themselves. Speaking with Hazem, who you called Anubis, that they are trying to get back in the competition. They are always trying to be on the top 3. But from this performance, I doubt that Anubis, not doubting Anubis, but with this performance, I doubt that Anubis can secure themselves a spot.
Yes.
This next series, this next game for Anubis should decide everything.
Yeah, I was muted, now I'm not. So it's time to talk more about the series, yes. I was saying, sadly, Anubis did lose. Sadly for them, because now they are on 0-2. Yesterday, they couldn't win, and tonight they couldn't win. But something to talk about with Anubis Esports, I think there is a big difference when it comes to defense. Like Castor said, historically, Anubis are good on defense on this map. So it does not make sense for them to lose the defense. Like, they got absolutely destroyed on defense, especially on round 7 when it was the score 4 for UNK and 2 for Anubis.
Exactly.
I mean, when it's 4-2 and you need to come back, you can't be losing the defense in this style. They had 1 minute to attack UNK. Speaking about UNK, when they were on the attack side, they absolutely demolished the A site, if I'm not mistaken, eliminating each and every player of Anubis. Now the question is, if you have 1 minute, then you know it's a forced push on one of the sites. It's not a first blood thing, then enter the site. It's not hunt and enter the site. No, it's a first full push on A site, full stack on A site, as we say. So they enter the site. No one died from UNK except 1 player, if I'm not mistaken, is Alucard. How does that make sense? And rounds like this did happen frequently, round after round after round after round, which made Anubis in a weaker position on the defense side. I think the defense side ended 7-4, if it's not 8-4, for UNK. Now moving forward on the attack side, Anubis did play good on the attack side. I think Anubis are actually individually better than UNK. Sometimes I do think like this, because round 9, for example, it was a 1v1 scenario from Anubis against UNK. Alucard from UNK, and if I'm not mistaken, it was Dipsy. Maybe I was wrong. From Anubis, Alucard has a sniper, and Anubis was going with the AK and still lost the round. UNK. So Anubis managed to clutch 1v1. They don't choke, but it's how they play UNK as a team. So defense-wise, I think UNK is better. Attack-wise, I think Anubis got an edge on UNK, but still, Zika, if you lose lots of rounds on one side, you can't come back on the other side. So it's always hard for the boys. And something I noticed with the UNK, it's repetitive play style. If it works, then let's abuse it. If it works, then let's use it.
Yes.
Yeah, let's punish them one time, the other, and the other. We wait for the last 20 seconds, and then push, and then get the round. That's what UNK did with Anubis. Now, on the opposite side, when Anubis was playing on the attack, they tried to use the same strategy. You can see Anubis players tried to go into the set in the last seconds. It did manage to get them some rounds. That's why the game ended 10-8. But Anubis was already low on the score. There was a big gap
And actually,
between both teams.
this proves your point. UNK knows Anubis very well. They know there are very skilled individuals. So let's don't rush them. Let's don't. Let's play as team.
Yes, let's not try to flank. Let's not try to play. Let's not try to do any surprise pushes. Let's not try to, split push 2 on A to MP. No, let's wait actually for the last 10 or 20 seconds and let's force push the side. And that's what they did. Now, Anubis did adapt, but on the last rounds, it was 7-4. How can you adapt on 7-4? Once we do a side swap, once you become the attackers and I become the defense side, I'm going to get punished. I'm going to get absolutely destroyed. And that's what happened with Anubis. I wish they adapted better. I wish they adapted earlier. And I wish UNK would put more pressure when it comes to attack side. Maybe on another universe, if UNK did start on the defense, Anubis would get the win.
True. Maybe Anubis needs more games to perform and get into the top form we hope for. My question for you is Anubis for you still one of the top 3 contenders?
For sure. Because if put in order, if we're going to put it in order, I'm going to go ROC, then UNK, then Anubis. Maybe within a few days we can change the order a bit. But for now, I don't see myself putting RV. I don't see myself putting 999. Maybe the next series would take us to another route. But I doubt, since it's ROG against
GV.
Yes, GV. I think it's going to be stump, honestly. But we're gonna catch up to this series later. Speaking about the current series, I'm more worried about Anubis Gaming because from the last season, it's always the same thing. We lose the early rounds, and we just start climbing up from there.
Coming back stronger. Here is head-to-head player comparison, which we see SAD versus Epic, with KDA obviously going, KD going for Epic. Tell me, what do you see? What are the differences that an individuals like Pick and Sad can get us?
I like how both players play. I think Sad from Anubis did pull up some insane clutches, especially when they were on the attack side. I need to remind you that most of Anubis rounds were on the attack. The 10-8, 5 of these rounds were on the attack side. But for Beck, both attack and defense was solid for the boys. On the attack, let's play in the last few seconds. On the defense, we have solid defense. We already have a default strat. We're playing default, playing 3 on A, 2 on P, covering the mid. So it was easy for Beck and the rest of the boys from UNK to cover most of the areas. Alucard was the sniper for sure, so he had the mid all covered within the defense rounds. Now, what's next for UNK is to revenge from ROC, at least. Like, they need to meet them, they need to destroy them, and maybe ROC can be the second and UNK can be the first, and it's so doable with Alucard playing.
I like the tag team style between ROC Esports and UNK, taking each one taking the defeated one from yesterday. So UNK on Anubis, and next game
RV.
ROC Esports versus GV. Well, this game, this series, this upcoming series between ROC Esports and GV, will it reveal some insights for us about how good Anubis can get?
I mean, next series, GV and ROC, I always love a dark horse or underdog story. I'll always cheer for GV. But I know that this might be a wrong decision from me. So I'm not entirely sure.
It's never long.
It's
never long. Because GV actually performed well against UNK yesterday, and they showed a very, very great potential versus one of the top contenders.
Yes.
So GV versus ROC Esports again. The question is, will this reveal some insights for or about GV and Anubis being facing the most from our perspective, powerful teams in this contest?
I hope that after this match, the next match, it actually not for ROC because ROC Esports, they are always on the top. They are always stomping, and you can watch the stats. I'm not saying this from myself. You can watch the stats. They are always destroying GV. So if anything, if GV managed to pull 1 or 2 rounds, because in the late days, it used to be like previously. It used to be like 2 matches only, and both teams drew before. It was 1-1 for GV and ROC Gaming, and ROC Esports. So if something need to change, GV needs to pull at least 1 map and get us to 3rd map. If this happens, Zika, then only I can only say that Anubis can have a new competition against GV, and GV can actually win against another teams because GV needs to win games now.
Actually, that's what what we are trying to reveal. We're trying to predict the unpredictable. We're trying to sense each team, how they're good, how their performance might affect their next round. That's all what we are trying to do. So for TBI Esports, now we have our boys back from Awesome, Snox, Lunars. These guys are locked in. We saw great performance from them versus UNK yesterday. They were almost close to get themselves a point in this series. We doubted UNK a bit after the first and second game was a bit easier, but GV performed well.
It was close for them for sure, but here's ROC Esports. That's the sounds that you need to make if you see Horus, Tot, Snake, Snare.
This is Rob.
Yes.
This is Terror.
Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. It's so scary to see this kind of a roster. Tot, Snake, the Golden Duo, Snare and Slayer, or the big boy, the Golden Boy, Horus. We spoke about Horus before. We spoke about his clutch situations. We saw him against Anubis. We saw him in round 4 when he did the flank on the B side, when he managed to kill more than 1 person, then get the round for the boys. If you see Horus name, if you read Horus, it's always tied with double or triple kill. It's hard to do it in Crossfire, but this guy is a killing machine. This guy is a guy that you need to put your eye on and just have some fun watching him. And here is the map Vito.
Actually, you need to get your eye on Horus.
Yes.
Because the eye of Horus is watching this game in subbase. ROC Esports picks for the first maps. Pick port for GV. We know GV loves port, and the decider map will be Ankara.
See, Ankara, the last map, is the only map that GV managed to win against ROC Esports. It's the only map in their entire history of meetings. Other than that, they beat them in Black Widow, Eagle Eye, Mexico Compound, and you name it, subbase, port, and any other maps. And the scores are terrifying. The scores of the winning for ROC is absolutely terrifying. 10-5, 10-4, and the tie was on Ankara. So, hearing 10-4, the first things that come to your mind is a stomp. And for a team like ROC Esports, they love themselves a stomp, bro. They love to stomp teams early. I wish, if not today, then upcoming days, we see GV in
a player to watch.
A player to watch.
Aside from Horus, this game.
Aside from Horus, because you already know I was going to say Horus.
Yes.
I'm actually not going to say someone from ROC. Okay. I'm going to go with Snox and FaZe. Yes, Snox and FaZe from GV, because I have big trust in these boys. Yes, and against UNK yesterday, they did good, but not good enough. Let's give them another chance. Let's give their sniper another chance. So all eyes on FaZe, all eyes on Snox. Maybe they could pull up a surprise tonight against the boys of ROC Esports.
ROC Esports, they're chilling, they're getting ready, they're just, let's say, meditating, praying, and getting locked in ready for this, facing GV is not an easy task. Yes, match may look easy, but
Yes.
GV, and that's what is about this contest. It's a long run. It's a marathon. It's a 2-month split for all teams, 8 top teams across the regions to perform well. Like you said earlier about TBI, about Penguin, saying that our team is new. We're trying to adapt. We're trying to perform. We're trying to progress, and let's see how can we scale up to this contest. Maybe all teams in this first run may reveal something.
I hope so, man. What I hope so more and more is to see a good best of 3. So, casters, give us a blast. Mic is yours.
All right, thanks production and desk, and we're ready to go. So look, final series of the day, the last BO3, and look, it's going to be kind of the big one, right? We talking a lot about ROC, and there's been a lot of spotlight on these guys getting picked up by an org. A lot's happening for them, and they did pretty well in their past in 2024. So a lot's riding for these guys. But look, they're going against GV. That's a little bit of a revamped roster. I definitely want to dissect that a little bit with you, Kyle, just because you got all the history in the world, but. Give me your initial thoughts with just GV, because I think, this was a pretty surprise from my perspective anyways. And I know a lot of people in the chat have been like, where the hell is Seven? And yeah, he ain't on the team anymore.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough move to, have a veteran player exit a lineup that's as strong as this, but I actually think GV did make a good move bringing in Loons to the mix. He's got a great mind for the game. He can help IGL where needed if they need that. I know Creeds has been doing a lot of that lifting in the past as well for the team, but having another smart player to come into the mix, I think is only a good thing for this lineup, and it puts them in a position where maybe we do see a stronger performance. And I'm not surprised this is a team that made a change coming into the season, because you can only be at the cusp of qualifying for the big stuff so many times and falling short before you feel like, okay, maybe it's time to make a change, whether they needed it or not. So I think this is still a positive move for them. Obviously, they didn't have the best performance yesterday against unKnights. I thought in the beginning of that match, they came out of the gate pretty strong, but then unKnights kind of did the same thing they did earlier today and just really stepped up in a bigger way and shut them down and made that match their own. But this is another good chance for GV to show what they can do. It's a tough schedule to start off their opening weekend with, but if you can get through these and look at least decent as a team, the rest of the season can become a much more winnable situation for them. And when I look at the firepower on GV compared to, a lot of the other teams in the league, they've got names in this lineup that I think are some of the better players in the West League. For me, the biggest thing that's always been missing for GV in the more recent seasons is it almost feels like they're playing that, pug style, where if they can't find the individual firepower to win a match, they just don't.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because it kind of felt like that a lot for GV. And again, like so much history of a team, and like you said, kind of being on the brink of qualifying all these times, but just falling short a little bit. That's going to be frustrating. So I think I agree with you. I think it makes a lot of sense. Like, it's tough to let somebody go on the team, but I think, Loons, I think, was a good addition as well, just because, again, like, he was on Lazarus. I always felt like he's a good IGL. I felt like he just needed some different players to kind of work with and just kind of see if he can, rise up to the occasion with these guys. And I think this roster is exciting. Like, they're always still a team that I always like to watch a lot, because you can see a lot of good moments from Creeds. Like, he's a power hungry, fragger. He can just be able to get himself in really good situations with multi-kills. FaZe, if he's hitting some really good shots with the Alm, like, he's just unstoppable, it feels like. So I feel like Loons has been gifted with, I would say, better players. So I'm going to be, curious that what he can do with this, and like his like motivation to just kind of putting these guys in a good moment to maybe being a contender for that 3rd, 4th place, right? I mean, this is where I think everybody's trying to be that top 3 placement, but I mean, maybe GV can do it. This is a tough task, though. Like, let's not forget, like, I think for ROC, like, these guys they didn't win, CFWL necessarily, but or going into the playoffs and things like that. But I mean, they're a team that they're always in the top placements. They do really well. They've been on the upward trajectory, doing well in international events. So I think there's a lot riding for these guys, but hopefully that's not getting in their heads. Hopefully they're still able to keep their composure and kind of still, grinding hard to get themselves in that better placement. So it's a little bit of pressure, because I think they know, like, they have a target on their back and they are the team to beat.
Yeah, if anybody is being studied right now in the West League, it's definitely ROC Esports. So I feel like even though they're the favorite here, everyone's putting in the time and energy first to how they can be beaten. So we'll see if GV's made some changes coming in from day one to day two. They do still have some high moments that they've shown us so far, but I think the biggest thing that was missing in day one for me was some of the individual players that I expect to really shine for this team weren't quite present. It almost felt like they were shaking off some rust in that opening match. But if you can unlock a player like a FaZe or a Snox in this lineup, possibilities are really limitless.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. And I mean, that's the thing is where, it's always funny because I feel like, I don't know how you feel about this, but I always feel like any team that gets picked up by like an org, I always feel like there's like the debut games they have, they're always kind of this like underperformance. Like, I don't know what it is. Like even Gaimin Gladiators yesterday, I was kind of like same thing, like LCK guys. They didn't really have a convincing opening day. You're like, oh, okay, like jitters, maybe just rust. I don't know. That's where like I think the same thing was for ROC, where I think like we can expect a lot from these guys, and that's where we say the expectations so high. But hopefully, I mean, it's a new day for these guys. Maybe they're going to play a lot better. They're definitely one of the best teams to watch because even if they're down by 5 rounds, they're a team that can make a comeback. If they've been able to push through a lot of thick and thin. So that's what's really exciting about a team like this, and that's why they are the like #1 team, I would argue. So I think if we can see Snare playing really well, we get Horus to play his role as much as he can, like it's just going to be insane. And especially Slayer too, like he's a guy for me that he's always impressed me, that he brings a lot of firepower on this team. But there has been some moments last season where I was getting a little bit nervous because he did kind of drop off. And when he dropped off, like I think these guys kind of felt it. So I'm really hoping these guys have worked a lot about consistency and just building that system a little bit better for them so far.
Yeah, I think that was one of the biggest growing pains this roster had initially, because you had Slayer coming in from essentially being the star player of that old Anubis lineup and having to find his place amongst a much stronger team that they were able to assemble when you have, other players like Horus and Totson in the server who are just as strong in the entry fragging department. It can almost feel like a bit of a daunting task for a player like Slayer who is used to having all of that entry weight on his shoulders to kind of find the way he fits into this team moving forward. And, what we've seen over the past 6 months with this team is they are just continuing to get more and more comfortable with each other and kind of putting themselves even further, I think, in front of some of the other teams in the league. And that's where I think they have a lot of advantages coming into this season, because 6 of these teams, they've had pretty significant roster changes coming into the 2025 season. But Gaimin Gladiators and of course these guys on ROC haven't changed their lineups at all. And when you're already in a top position as a team, having that stability on top of that to carry into a new season is a really big advantage.
Yeah, and I think the one thing, you lightly touched on this too, and I definitely want to get your insight on this, because the biggest thing that we talked about is a lot of these teams had some major roster shuffles, but the one thing that's really interesting that we didn't really get to talk about at all is they replaced their coach. So, I mean, they didn't do like a full overhaul, or they didn't do any player replacements. They actually did a coach replacement, which I definitely want to get your insight on this, because, when I looked, I was like, oh, I have no idea who this is. And I was trying to figure it out. And I mean, it seems like it's a pretty big upgrade to say the least here.
Yeah, I know Stray is going to be coaching these guys, and he is, in my opinion, one of the best players to ever be a part of this league. So big shout out to Stray if you're watching. Phenomenal player. Historically, one of the key players for the team, RU Legends back in the day. One of the top teams coming out of the Russian scene for CrossFire, and having multiple championships in this league in the past as well. So having that kind of weapon and that brain to bring into the mix with some of the best players in this league, I think is going to be really helpful for them in developing what they can do, not only in this level of competition, but even looking at the international stage where, Stray, he's a CFS runner-up historically in his last showing there. So he definitely has a lot of information he can bring to the players on that team to really elevate what they can do and maybe even take things to the next level. So I'm excited to see how this team develops. It's not to say, the job's done for them just yet. At the end of the day, even though I look at them as kind of the #1 team right now, LCK are still the defending champions of this league, just under a new name of Gaimin Gladiators. They just had a bit more shaky of a start, in my opinion, to their kickoff.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like that's what I was kind of thinking. It's funny when you think about it, because Gaimin Gladiators are the ones that won the league. So you're like, it's kind of interesting, because if you look at ROC, you're like, oh, but these guys internationally, do a lot better. They've had like really good placements. They're like 5th to 8th at Worlds, things like that. Whereas Gaimin Gladiators, not the same case for them, right? So it's a little bit different. But that's where we talk about in this league, it's still up for grabs between a lot of these teams because we like everybody can beat each other just given at any given day. But the one thing I do wonder is, despite, with Stray and like the abilities of what he has, that's kind of another thing with ROC that we have to consider, is that these guys are also going to have Stray giving some new ideas, maybe a different perspective on gameplay, how they want to be and like their style. So it's a good and bad thing, because I'm assuming they're having a lot of conversations, but that's also an adjustment for these guys to get used to some different ideas of what Stray's bringing to the table. Like, no, we're doing it this way. This is the better way. Trust me. Because they've had leadership with Penguin for forever, right? I mean, they've all been together for a long time. So now that they have somebody new with like fresh ideas, it's a good thing, but it's also, that's a lot of building that you have to figure out. And that's where they might have some, cross wires a little bit at times, where we see their performances are kind of maybe a little bit all over the place, but I don't blame them for trying it now. I mean, they have the officials. It's the beginning of the season. This is where they really just got to work through the muck of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good time, and I think a good platform for them to really show us what they can do with some new things in the mix, because I feel like, unlike a lot of the other teams in this league, ROC Esports can afford to take risks and try new things in this league and not be punished quite so much for doing so in this environment, because they are one of the stronger teams. They have the firepower to even make new strats work, even if they're not necessarily good at their core. They can really find those ways to adapt and just find their way through, so that by the time they get to one of these bigger events, they're going to be looking even better than they have in the past. And they're already on a nice upward trajectory there. I mean, this was a team that historically qualified for everything, but then struggled to really make a dent in the international scene. But if you look at their last two performances, now they're starting to get in the playoff picture, even on the international stage, which just puts them another cut above a lot of these other teams. Because if I think outside of ROC Esports, I can't really see a lot of other teams in this league making a dent in the same way when they hit the international stage.
Yeah, exactly. And that's always been the biggest thing about this team on the screen, is the fact that we have really seen a lot of progress for these guys. Because like, even when I joined in the Crossfire, community, it was kind of like, look, there was a time in the history books where, CFWL teams could definitely compete internationally. It felt like it took a really big dip for a long time. These guys have been doing a lot of the right things. They went like a full roster. They're all together in the LAN house. They're pretty much playing and living together all the time, from what I understand. And it seems like they have a really good, system that's in place. And now that they have a little bit more support with like ROC, that's going to add a little bit more relief for these guys. But that's where, I'm glad we're seeing these changes for them, because I think Penguin did a really good job coaching on this team. That's no question about it. I think somebody like Stray, with his ability and like his history and like what he's able to do, that's what I'm excited to see, if it just elevates these guys even more. Because what we've been able to see so far at like, Summer Champs and, Worlds last year, it's gotten better for these guys, and they've caused upsets. They've been able to make some pretty good comebacks, but it just makes it a little bit more interesting to see if they can even go further than what they did before. But I'm hoping these guys can just keep their mindset intact. I mean, I think they will. They seem like they're all very good, chill guys and things like that. But like I said, there's a lot of expectations for these guys to pretty much be that number one, number two spot in the league. And then eventually we have those, international events that I think there's a lot of expectation for them to push the boundaries. So we'll see what's going to happen for him. But, definitely one of the arguable best players, in my opinion, is Snare. Like, he's somebody that, when he gets the sniper moving, man, like, you just can't stop this guy. Like, he's able to put so much influence in the server. And that's the thing. If he's popping off and having a good day, like, God, look out, whoever you're playing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the individual firepower on this team is kind of insane comparatively to a lot of the other teams. I would actually say one of the only other teams that's even in that conversation is actually GV. When you look at the history of this team, outside of the ROC Esports players, you actually have the most champions of this league on the GV lineup. They've got 3 of their core who's actually won this 3 times in a row previously. So a lot of these guys, they may not be in recent history at the top of their game, but they've shown over time they have the potential to be a team that's always at least in the conversation. And with this roster change, I'm kind of hopeful it takes them back up another notch and kind of more aggressively into a fight for that top 4, since I know they're hungry to not be that team that's always just barely falling short here. And I think with a few small tweaks, they could easily be a team that could test.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And like, I agree with you, because I actually think, like, we had that conversation a little bit earlier. I think it was the first series where we said, when teams have kind of reached their peak with like all the core players, and that was kind of the thing with GV with 7. I'm not saying it can never happen again, but it felt like, you know, they kind of went back to the old ways, tried to see if it could work out. It didn't, right? And I think like bringing somebody like Loons in, I think was a smart idea, because I always felt like Lazarus were on this like interesting path where it felt like Loons was putting in a ton of work, and like, you know, all his interviews, you could tell he was like grinding it out and trying to, you know, build the right system. But I think with these players, he's got a pretty big upgrade. So I'm really hoping these guys give him all the respect to say, look, we'll listen to what you want to do, you know, my captain, no captain kind of thing, and see what he can do with this. Because I mean, this is now a revitalized GV where I do think, you know, in my opinion, I was kind of putting them and unKnights as like that third, fourth place top 3 team, because I feel like this roster really can pack a punch. But this is going to be a good moment to see, because I mean, ROC is like probably one of the toughest opponents they have to play. But like you said, I mean, there's a lot of history where, you know, they've been able to split maps with each other, and that's with a different roster. So I think this is going to be all different, and maybe a good thing here for GV fans.
Yeah, I think so. And, you know, when we talk about international success, we got to look at their lineup too. I mean, both FaZe and Snox have been runners up at a world championship before. So these guys know how to play these high stakes matches. They're also thinking about not only this league, what they can do beyond it as well. And they've proven it. FaZe is actually the most decorated player internationally in this league. He's just had a few off seasons, I think, in recent history. But even within those seasons where GV isn't #1, you can still tell that old flair is there from FaZe. He still has those shining moments where you see that start to kind of creep up and show itself. So I'm hoping that this roster's in a lot of preparation in the offseason coming into it, because I would love to see them make a much stronger run than what we've seen the past 2 or 3 seasons out of the GV lineup.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I always get excited about too, is that like I feel like when you add new players, it does something to the mental for some of these like old school players too, like especially like someone like FaZe, because I'm glad you bring him up, because when I first joined the community, I remember you kind of told me a little bit about him, and I remember I think his first like couple games, he just like was insane. Like he was just running around with the arm, he's just, you know, just being a menace, and I'm like, wow, this guy's really good. And then eventually as time went on, you kind of started seeing this like dip in performance, not really the same kind of like the vintage phase that we normally talked about. So that's where for me I'm excited, because if you have a new captain, it kind of just brings a little bit more motivation. You know, it kind of just gets you a little bit more excited when you have new players, because like I feel like it always makes you play better, in my opinion, like after such a long period of time. So this is what makes me really excited for what these guys are going to be able to do. But just got a nice loud whisper in my ear that it looks like the game is ready to go back in. So we're finally getting things underway, folks. We definitely appreciate the patience when just working on a few technical things. But you know what? It ain't an unnormal thing. You know, we always got a couple issues you got to work out, all the kinks. But we're going to get things started off. And I think the opening map, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be subbase. So that's going to be a fun one too, because I feel like ROC have shown us like really good results on it, but also we've seen in the history where GV have actually really just kind of, you know, been the element of surprise and able to take down, you know, a team like ROC on this map specifically.
Yeah, I feel like this first map of the series is really going to set the tone. I'm actually curious why GV has put it into their mix for this best of 3. I remember historically, I've talked to these guys a lot about their map pool, and this is the one they always mention the most not being good at. So I am curious why GV really wants to start pushing this map more and more. Maybe they've changed their play style with Loons coming into the mix as well, and how they want to approach this map, but it could be a good way to shake up what ROC is wanting to do here. But for these guys on the other side, ROC, this is one of their best maps historically. They've had some of their biggest performances in this league on this map, so you've got to be ready to go if you want to take them out, especially when you think about the anchors on this map. I always think about Horus and how he plays such a pivotal role every time on the GR side of this map. He's the type of player you can leave alone on a bomb site and still expect 2 or 3 kills every time from.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. It's like, I feel like Horus is really just, again, such an icon on this team. And there is a lot of icons on this ROC team. But again, he's definitely one of those guys that he's kind of the reliable, you know, a bit of a token that you can rely so much for when he's able to, you know, really pack his punch. But even like Totson, like he was somebody that at the international level, like even in Vietnam, like I remember he had himself like phenomenal games. Like he was putting up some big numbers, big clutches, and that's what they needed, right? Like ROC was kind of looking for somebody to stick out just a little bit more, if like someone like Horus or maybe like Snare wasn't able to bring everything that they could. But even right there, like this, 2 kills opening up right away for GV, a little bit of trade back and forth, but again, it's still going to be the advantage for GV. And now Totson trying to do what he can here. He's fighting FaZe. That's going to be the C4 down, so now Horus is going to be able to help him, but oh no, a little bit of missed shots from him, giving away his position on this with 45 seconds remaining. This is now where just GV, they just got to play together. They're going to double swing this, and they will be able to find that opening round. Not too bad at all here for GV.
Yeah, really good entries. It all started with that aggressive play up the lobby, but awesome here as well. Just hitting some nice headshots to kick off this first round of the series, and that sets the tone for what's to come here. I mean, ROC is the favorites, but like we've talked about with GV, this is a team that certainly isn't afraid of anyone in the league, and they're going to play the same way regardless of who you are. So for GV, it's a nice way to get the ball rolling, but there's still a lot more work left to be done, because one thing we've always noted about ROC as a team, they do have a very, very high win rate, but a lot of the games they play are very, very close.
Yeah, it's one of those things like best known for. It's like, yeah, ROC are like, yeah, let's grind it out. Let's have the closest games ever. Yeah, that was always the good and bad thing about them. It's always an exciting game to watch, but at the same time, it's so stressful because that's where it's not like they dominate the league, right? It's not like they're a convincing like number one, number two. It's like they really got to grind it out at times. And it felt like even internationally, there was moments too where it kind of felt like they put themselves in these positions where they had to make the comeback, and it's just like, I just was hoping they would figure out a way to not be in that kind of a mindset anymore. Like they can just find leads and work with it, but obviously that's perfect world scenario. But either way, I mean, we'll have changed a little bit. Maybe Strays, said some sweet whispers to them. They're like, okay, guys, this is all you need to know, and then you just start winning. I don't know. Maybe he's got the secret recipe, the full, the full equation to this. I have no idea, but this round is right down to just like burning the clock. GV just ready to go for the old A-pop on the stairs. Flash is going to be thrown. That's going to be Horus. Has to lock things down. He actually does find the double kill, maybe even more. Yes, indeed. Horus able to just annihilate these guys, not letting anybody through, trying to get that quad kill, able to find it. But man, oh man, Horus comes alive when he's needed to.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the difference maker in this round. If he's one and done there, GV actually have a really good chance of stealing away the bomb site, but Horus, you can always trust him to be that lone warrior for the team, and now it's going to put that much more pressure onto ROC again to make another big swing, and they're going to do just that. Horus moving himself around the map, gets themselves a nice opening, and now it's a 4-on-2 already on the table. FaZe and Awesome, the last two alive for GV, but this is a different ROC I feel like I'm seeing this season. It just feels like these attacks are a lot more intentional and coordinated, and even the way players are moving around the map, it just feels like they've got a lot of things they've worked on even in the off season to get to this moment.
Yeah, I know. I've been so curious. Like, I love to get that insight from GV, just in the sense of like Loons and how much preparation he was able to bring with this team too. Because I think these guys are hungry for that like minimum top 3 placement to qualify, right? So I think, that extra for some of the events that are coming down the pipeline for these guys and the potential, we'll have to see. But GV again have been dealt a difficult hand here against playing ROC, but ROC are going to be able to find themselves another round win. Things are looking so far a little bit cool, calm, and collected for the time being. But we'll see if they can maintain that composure, or if things start to get a little bit difficult, if they're going to have to do the grind once again. But GV, single on here for FaZe. Nobody else. I mean, I'm waiting for that moment too, Kyle. Like, I really want to see Creeds just to be able to find it, but instead, it's going to be FaZe actually with that aggression here from ROC. They try to get a little bit too antsy on this one, so now they get just punished for it. And now GV have put themselves in a prime position. Even Snare, he's even going to push up too, and Loons is going to be able to find this. So such a weird play from ROC. Like, they just try something so different, and it completely falls on their flat face now, and this is not looking good.
Yeah, Totson and Slayer left alone. Slayer as well, looking to maybe take a risk himself over towards the A doors, but Loons is still there, holding on to the angle. You've got Totson on the forward fight, still on the light boost. If he goes unchecked, maybe there's a world he can find himself 2 or 3 kills here, but you'd have to think GV are going to check it. But actually, he gets a little bit impatient, peaks soon in a 2v5. It almost might have been better to just hold on to that light boost position and hope for the best, but now it is all on to Slayer. 1 versus 5 needed save the day, but FaZe, that is a lot of information. Spots him going into vents, and now there's a full collapse of GV. You can see it happening onto that vent position, and all it takes is one little pixel of information to change the round, and GV are able to bring it back to a tie.
Yeah, it's looking so far really good right now for GV2. I mean, it's impressive because it kind of seems like they got a really good game plan on this. Feels like a little bit of like, I don't even want to say like anti-stratting, but it really does feel like there's a lot of good preparation right now. So I got to give it up for GV to be able to bounce back like this pretty quickly. And ROC, I mean, again, I feel like they're a pretty strong GR-sided team. I don't know if I would have, I always kind of said the old unKnights was like probably the strongest GR-sided team in CFWL. But I always kind of put ROC as like probably the second or third best team that was pretty convincing on their defense. But we have to see if that's going to be the same case. And again, that's where I've been just like scratching my head wondering what we're going to get from ROC, just given like the new coach and just like, is it a new vision or what's going to be different about these guys? And I mean, so far, this thing has just been the bar burner that we've been expecting thus far, just given that GV and these guys have really been able to have a lot of good head-to-heads against each other where they've gone back and forth countless seasons. And now we have to see, once again, even FaZe has put himself in the top ranking position, but Snare's going to be able to find the better of him here, so that's a great connection. Maybe getting a little bit more hungry for more, but it's just a little bit too big of a bite. Good trade back, and now we're starting to see GV loading this kill feed back in their favor, Kyle.
Yeah, really good response coming in there. Awesome, able to get a crucial kill into mid. Snare and Slayer both down and out, but it's not over just yet. They still have to find their way through to one of these bomb sites for GV to really have a solid grasp at the round. And Horus, he's the player you've got to be looking out for to deal with. He's holding on to this lobby position as well. He's going to call for the backup just in time. Snake able to find two through the edge of the smoke. Takes down Creeds and Snox Totson as well. Right there for the kill onto Awesome. And now Loons left alone in a 1-on-3 situation. Forced to run it down onto the A bomb site. Snake spots him over the top of the A control room. The nade should be pretty well placed to take him down to about half here. And now it is going to be on to the retake. Flashes go down. And of course, ROC, they're going to be in a full 3-on-1 all together down the A staircase. I like the call here, guaranteeing themselves the trade, and that'll get the job done. ROC Esports, even though it's a 3-on-4, they make it look nice and clean.
Yeah, they really do. And that's the thing, like, I'm getting to be happy to see, right? Like, these retakes are looking really swift. The fact that they just take it all as a team, they look pretty swift on their movements, so I love to see it. Even the IGL of Snake, like the fact that, he was able to find himself that double kill. He's kind of like a snake in the grass, right? Like, he always gets himself in these, like, really cool positions where he's sometimes able to just, I don't want to say, like, MVP, but he's, like, kind of this guy that can be a silent playmaker at times, right? He gets himself in the right moment, the right time, and he's just so sneaky about it. So, I mean, the fact that he was able to find that double, I think, really just solidified the round for them. But, I mean, so far we've seen ROC attempt, like, some aggression. I think they're going to back off on this for a little bit now. I think they've realized, like, look, let's just kind of play our more passive setups. Smoke's going to get thrown here from Creeds. And Totson's actually got himself on the light boost, so this is a strong position that should be cleared. But again, sometimes, you can get the better of it. You might just get that extra, like, mill of a second of a timing here for Totson. But GV have put a lot of pressure in this position here, Kyle. Like, they've actually put some good presence. And they're actually going to go towards Vent. And I think they're going to triple this as well. And I'm not sure if Snake actually saw them. Like, I know he's doing the jump boost or jump spotting, but I don't know if he did. I think now he's got the full intel. So this is kind of, like, awkward because these guys are a bit of a funnel. Like, they have to get themselves out. Creeds is able to jump out and at least get this one kill. But now Awesome's able to find another kill, and maybe, yes he will. He's going to be able to find this double. C4 is going to be retrievable. It's going to be no problem at all. But Horus, he's got a clutch situation. He's on a 1-on-3. Loons and Awesome critically low here. And now Horus has to do something big, but instead he's just going to get caught with a bullet right to the dome. And once again, Kyle, this is a back-and-forth game thus far. Like, this is GV really just trying to push a boundary.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really surprised that round worked out in their favor. Sending 3 towards vents is never something I would suggest doing for most teams, but they just caught them off guard with the drop down, and it was really just awesome there, finding some key entries to open up the round, and everybody else just able to swing in behind him and get the job done. So for ROC, it's definitely an uncomfortable situation to be in, a little bit of a back and forth in some of these rounds where you would think it might be a little bit more one-sided for them, but this just goes to show you GV have come into this season a much different team. And the biggest thing I've noticed so far, Laz, is it feels like finally we're seeing a GV with structure, which is really pleasant to see.
Was like the biggest thing of a gap, right? We always thought like, look, like GV, like it felt like you said, I think you said it perfectly, it was like kind of that like puggy style. It was like more they were hoping that somebody goes for a fight, they can win the fight, work off, playing defaults, get the picks, things like that. But now with Loons, it really does seem like there's a lot more of a system in place. There seems like there's an actual like bit of a game plan onto this. And I don't mean this as any discredit to Creeds or anybody else that was calling the shots, but it definitely just felt like it wasn't the same that we're seeing now. Like the fact that we're pushing this to a 3-3, and they've been like pretty dominant rounds from both these teams. Like it's not like they're just blowouts or anything like that, but they're still like competitive rounds, is really starting to show like there's some really good improvements that have happened so far with GV, which is exciting to see because that's what we wanted, right? And that's where we talked a lot about their hunger to getting to top 3 placements. And now Snox is going to be someone that's going to try to push through mid. Oh, he's actually going to just run through the smokes. He's just going to disrespect it, but oh no, doesn't find the timing against Slayer. And look at that, Slayer finds the double kill. Awesome, right back into it for a double, but it's just not going to be enough. Snake getting himself the right place in the right time. And ROC going to be grinding out another round in their favor, just barely.
Yeah, really a tough round, but time and time again, the difference maker seems to be awesome in a lot of these situations. He's not really missing shots so far when he has the opportunity on this first map. He's already up to 10 kills, and he's really making it quite difficult on ROC to get the ball rolling when they need to. But this time, Snare, what a reaction. Creed's just not able to finalize that kill, and just like that, ROC is back into it here in this next round, and got the even number situations now to work with. The boost and vent going to be spotted. Snare going to go back into it on the other side as Awesome and FaZe start to rotate away. But I like this play. It's a little bit of a risk coming in from Snare, but when you're already a little bit low on HP, it might be worth the timing to try and catch some players off guard. Now on the mid peak, he's going to get some potential info here. He actually gets jump spotted, I think maybe from Loons there. Might have seen him on that shoulder peak into the top of vent, but it is again going to be a lobby push coming in from GV. This seems to be kind of their bread and butter on this side of the map. This time though, Snake not ready for them to be there, but Horus from the bottom of A catches the lurk, and the rotations come through, and Horus, he is still alive on this bomb site, continuing to be a threat, finds a second, and now Loons, he's left all alone in the top of A, taken down by Slayer on the rotation.
Yeah, and let's not forget too, like this round started off at like, call it a power play, right? I mean, GV were gifted like a, essentially a 5-on-4 instantly. It looked like somebody on ROC, if I'm not mistaken, I think they DC'd, did they not? And that's the thing, is that even then it gets brought back into an equal 4-on-4. And from ROC, and the fact that they were able to actually win it, and like again, very convincingly is a little bit frustrating for GV, because when you're in that man advantage, you're like, okay, look, we have ourselves a bit of a good position on this. We should be able to find something. And I think that's Thompson that's going to be the one that's sitting out. So now Horus, he's trying to get a little bit cheeky here to see if he can be able to lock down something with the anchor. He can't. That C4 is going to go down. Snare makes a good connection here with the Alm. And now the rest of these players from GV, they're kind of leaning towards the stairway, double into the just behind Missile. So now, what is ROC going to do with this? Again, they have a little bit of utility. They're all going to group up, it looks like, at least the two of them, leaving Slayer by himself. And Loons is trying to go for a big fight by himself, and he's going to be able to find it. The new IGL, the new addition, getting himself that double kill, and there we go. Not too bad at all. Things are getting a little bit more interesting. A 5-4 half. Not bad at all. And GV, despite, putting in different positions, they really put themselves in a competitive first one.
Yeah, not too bad of a first half at all. ROC, though, I'm curious, they had a man down the last two rounds. Surprisingly, they won one of them without much issue, but hopefully they're getting that resolved here during the halftime switch. So it is going to be a 5-4 coming out of it. I would say this map is slightly in favor of the BL the way it's currently played, so I think ROC is still in a pretty good position to take this one, but GV, you've got to give them credit very good first half, particularly awesome, just hitting all of the shots he needed to time and time again, really being the reason those lobby pushes worked. Because if you don't have awesome leading the charge, for most teams, there's no world where a 3-vent push actually works out.
Yeah, honestly, I was gonna ask you. I was like, look, am I crazy? Like, I feel like this is not a good idea. Like, surely, like a 3-man vent is not the play, but it didn't work out. So I was just like, okay, I'm not gonna think too much into it, but whatever. I mean, GV mixing up some weird strategies. I'm all for it. It's all good. But it does kind of look like Totson's having himself a little bit of some tech issues. You can see on the camera, I think he was even in like Discord figuring things out, trying to get a little bit of some tech assistance. Is Loons drinking a carbonated water? Or is that just regular water? Damn, okay. That's got to be regular water, right? Like, I was thinking, man, I thought he was drinking like a Cell Pellegrino or something. Like, I was like, damn, man, he's just chugging that thing.
He's ready.
That's
He's
a
looked
true
ready,
gamer
though,
right
in the
there.
game, but honestly, I just want to see ROC maybe crank it up to another level, because right now it's hard for me to tell if GV's just having a really good start here, or if ROC's maybe having some missteps here and there compared to where they normally would. But I do stand by what I said earlier in the first half, that they definitely look like they have a lot more structure to the way they're approaching these maps. I can tell, particularly like when they actually go to execute, it seems a bit more fluid with how they're taking control of these certain parts of the map. You can see, the more clear nade sets, full setups ready to go. And I really like that vibe from GV, because I always felt like in 2024 it was like they were playing too hard and too fast, and it cost them a lot of these crucial moments that maybe stopped them from being one of those teams to make it in the top 3. So the fact that this is such a close back and forth with a team that I think is going to give everyone a lot of trouble is a really good sign for GV.
It is, yeah. And I think that's the other thing, too, is where I think we're, for ROC, like, again, I think we both talked about it, and I think you might have mentioned it, too, is the fact of specifically saying, ROC can take a bit more risks right now, given in the position they're in for the league. And I mean, really, it's hard to say, but it really only feels like there's like a very small few that can like really compete against them at times. So, I mean, again, they're still kind of in this phase of like getting new ideas and new strategies put onto the board. So that's where I think we're going to see ROC have a little bit of a bumpier start, in my opinion. Like, I don't think they're going to be this like dominant team like right out the gate. I definitely think they're going to have a little bit of like bumpy roads, but that's not a bad thing, right? Because it's still plenty of season that can happen. But I mean, this is the other thing too, is these guys have gotten a lot of really good reps last year internationally, where they got to play best of 3s, best of 5s, right? So they're very experienced about converting the energy and just kind of making sure their pacing is good. Because when you play, a best of 2, it's like it's kind of quick, right? Like, it's not the same as a BO3, because now it's all about winning the series. Whereas before, like we talked about a lot in the previous one, is you just want those points. So this is a very different mindset. So I think these guys have that edge, but I definitely want to see. I do want to see a little bit more convincing rounds. I really do, but it is hard to know if GV are just playing a really, really good game, or if ROC are just kind of like slipping a bit. But I'm going to say that GV's playing a better game right now.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way to a degree. I mean, there's been some really key plays, especially on an individual level in some of these rounds, to get the job done. Particularly awesome in phase with some really good moments so far, but I am curious to see, especially with them having a decent amount of downtime, what might change for ROC coming out in this second half. It is a map where the attack side can be a bit challenging if you're not ready for how you want to control the map, particularly towards the A side of the map. It's a difficult one to know how you want to approach those fights on lobby, but I feel like at least on the GR side, they knew how they wanted to handle it pretty well, but they were definitely not ready for 4 rounds in a row of just continued aggression on that. So I'm curious to see if they try and deliver that same approach of just putting a lot of forward pressure on upper A.
Yeah, and that's like, I think for GV, it'll be interesting when they switch over to, just because it'll be interesting what their composition is going to look like, and if any of the positions for the players like quite drastically as well, because that's kind of the other thing too, is like, you can add one new player, that's your IGL, but maybe that IGL is going to have a different plan, right? Like saying like, okay, FaZe, instead of playing A, you're going to play in this hybrid position. You're going to play the rotator all the time, which would make sense as an on player. Or Creeds, I want you to do this. And that's where players have to get used to playing certain positions and certain sites, things like that on the GR side. So that's where I will be curious, just for the GV side of things, that they have a bit of a structure change and positional changes. and how well are they going to be comfortable in those positional changes? Because sometimes, players get put into a spot they don't really love playing, or they're not super familiar, so they have to kind of grind it out to like figure out like, okay, this is how you hold A on GR, or these are the things that I should be doing and shouldn't be doing. So that's where I think, again, where GV are in a pretty cool position that they can learn pretty progressively so far in the season, because again, we just started this weekend, and we'll have to see if that's going to be panning out nicely for them. Again, 5-4 as we go into the second half, folks. We're ready to go back into this. Thankfully, no more tech issues, hopefully, fingers crossed, but now ROC going to be here on the BL side. FaZe going to get the XM ready to go. It's just another classic move from FaZe here, Kyle.
Yeah, definitely a smart call here too, just knowing that ROC likes to go for early vent control, and honestly, I favor the XM over the and the vents anyways, so it's a good decision there, and now we'll see what ROC does in response. They do still have a decent amount of map control here in mid to work with, but I do like the play call from FaZe as well, going for a completely different rotation, putting himself in that forward A position to where maybe he can still get some value later on with that shotgun in hand. And you can see the rest of ROC working their way over towards the B bomb site. Some early utility pressure being thrown by Totson to maybe fake the cross smoke here, as you do see Snare trying to sneak his way into the back of the bomb site. Nothing to be found though. With a minute on the clock, you can see the full conversion into an A push, and you know what, maybe after all the shotgun will get that extra value. FaZe on the stairs, good for a double kill with the shotgun. 3 on the round. You love to see it here, and now it is going to be the remaining 2 players of ROC wondering what went wrong here.
Oh man, and that's the thing, like you don't get a lot of those highlight reels for the XM, right? Like you get to see like just the vent plays at times or something a little bit cheeky up close like that, but man, FaZe just getting himself a nice little bit of a historical moment there with the XM. You love to see it. A triple kill in the opening round of the second half, and now for Totson, it's kind of just biding time on this, right? 20 seconds. Like, there's no hope that they're going to get this. C4 on the whole other side of the map. They're just kind of big chilling on this. They're just trying to get the players back in the server. It just seems like there's a few little tech issues that are kind of happening on their end. But the nice thing is they're all together in the same room, so they can chalk it out. They can figure it out. Looks like they're going to still go, though, Kyle. They're gonna keep on pressing. They're going to keep on playing. And there we go. We finally get Snake back in the server. All 5 are here, ready to go. Ready to play. We're back to a 5v5. And Snake getting a really aggressive Kate. Look, someone's close on by. It's Snox. They aren't going to do too much with it. He's just going to get that quick information. He's going to barrel out of this. ROC now just kind of playing it slow and steady.
Yeah, right now, GV, they're definitely holding the momentum after that first round. Snox able to find one as well. Things already off to a little bit of a shaky start for ROC in this round. You can see Snare trying to creep his way up. FaZe, what is that shot? Mid-air takes down Snare. Not something you see every day. And now it's a 5-on-3. Things looking very positive. And Snox, he can feel that confidence. Goes in for a second kill of the round to take down Totson. And again, we find ourselves in a 2-on-5.
Oh man, it's just FaZe just putting up some big numbers and some big kills, right? So I mean, you love to see it. We talked a lot about him, and that's where I was saying, look, like maybe he's going to be, juiced up a little bit more now that he's got a new, new IGL, a new captain, Maybe he's going to play a lot better, and it's starting to look like that might be the case. But, I mean, all of a sudden with a big advantage, things have really turned around because Horse and Slayer now have been able to find themselves 2 kills, leading it into a 2v2, but Snox is critically low. He's already going to be down before I can finish the sentence, and FaZe just spamming away with the pistol. C4 is going to get picked up just in the nick of time as FaZe has to go for the reload. Now it's all about this timing, and FaZe, no way does he find a multi-kill again in the secondary round. What has this guy been eating today? Because he is just fragging out.
Yeah, honestly, an insane performance from FaZe so far in this second half. We're just seeing so much work being done from him in just the opening 2 rounds alone, but now it's really going to be on to ROC to respond. There's just been so many things working positively for GV that it's going to be hard to counteract, but FaZe, he's the one they need to look at finding a way to shut down. 3 kills in a row. He's going to make it happen for that second time in this half. So We can see Awesome kicking off this round with the light boost. I really like this call from GV, maybe to catch them off guard, but does Snare think to check for it? This is going to be the trick here. You've got to look up, and he has not looked up at all. Just gets out barely in time, but that reaction perfect. Spots it at the last moment. Horus right there to secure the kill, and that's exactly what you need to see on that opening round play.
Yeah, not bad at all. And finally, ROC at least gets like the opening duel in their favor in some way, right? I mean, oh boy. Well, let's see. Look, a 6-5 GV in a lead. Again, kind of going back to the old ways they were. Like, you know, things are looking like a bit of a grind. Getting tested very heavily right now from GV. Snock's actually going for a bit of a weird fight. A little unorthodox of him to go for that, but I mean, they were just trying to bring things back. FaZe again, he's just trying to put himself all over the map here. In vents, this guy is just living in this territory. This is where he thrives. And oh my god, I was going to say, if he gets this kill, this is going to be madness. But okay, ROC bounced back nicely, but it's just FaZe, man. Like, he is just putting up stellar numbers right now. We need to see somebody else in GV to kind of step things up too, because we can't have the one-man show running the whole time.
Yeah, that's the difficult situation now that GV finds themselves in. You've got FaZe having a lights out performance, but the rest of the team not really there alongside him, aside from maybe Snox, who's had some pretty key frags himself. But now, here comes the pressure. Snake, no hesitation, takes out Loons. You're going to see Snox just go down very quickly behind him. Totson with a very nice entry frag there. Look at the utility damage on top of it. Creed's down to 43 off of the control room nade set. Now FaZe, the only player with full HP left. Creed's just trying to hang on for dear life, but ROC, they've done exactly what they need to overhaul this bomb site, and we need another miracle play from FaZe to see it go any other direction. But Horus, the drop flank, the double kill, gets it all sealed.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all right now. And this is kind of one of those moves from, you know, ROC that, you know, they love to get this control room, you know, control as much as they can. And that's something we saw a lot of this season, that it felt like if they can go through vents, or they can go through kind of like, you know, old mid like that and just getting that control, it just seems like that's something they love to do, because then they can kind of just pinch in that A site so much easier, right? But look, I mean, now we see that Loons is going to be taken out pretty quickly, but I mean, it is the trade-off of Horus going down as well. So, I mean, back to the 4-4, we're still just 2 minutes remaining, or just under 2 minutes. And now Snake, he's kind of the guy, again, lurking in the B lockers. He's the one that's just throwing some utility. Not going to get caught by the counter utility thrown back here. But these guys are really just thinking that GV are going to keep it, like, again, overextending themselves, and they're just waiting for a bit of a fight on this. But GV being down the numbers, this is where they kind of hit a bit of a halt, waiting things out. Not really playing a trade system at all either, Kyle. Like, I mean, the only two closest players is going to be Awesome and FaZe. They're the only two guys that are locking in B. It's really Creed's on his own, and then really it's Snox just being the full anchor here at the A site. C4 is finally going to make its transition over to the B site now. But are they going to commit to it? And Awesome actually does find that little bit of a small pocket of an opening, and he does take him out. So now GV, all of a sudden it was looking like there could have been a chance here for ROC, but GV finally bounced back, leaving it just down to the IGL by himself with a minute remaining, and he doesn't even have the C4. This is not a good situation right now for any ROC fans.
Yeah, 1 versus 4. Not a whole lot he's going to be able to get done there. Awesome. Able to find this one. GV tying it up once again. A very, very close match on our hands, and this is where things could get a little bit dicey for ROC Esports if they hope to stay uncontested in this league. GV doing a great job of really adapting as they move forward here, but FaZe, he's going back to square one. The shotgun back in the mix. Slayer goes down to it early on, but this time he's ready to double down and hold on to that vent position. I like the call, changing it up this time around, and he's just going to anchor through, but ROC wants to find that response, putting the early pressure onto the lobby. They're going to be smoked out of it for now, but you can see here GV ready to collapse if this push comes to life, but Totson not going to hold his feet to the fire for long. He's taking a lot of pressure. Snare able to find one. Creed's, the trades coming through. Awesome finds another, but still GV able to hold on to the advantage. A nice nade kill puts them out in front.
Yeah, this is really just GV again. really getting some good attacks against ROC here, and it just seems like ROC are kind of looking a little bit lost on what they want to do, and GV just kind of re-aggressed on these fights, and now just leaving it down clutch situation of Forrest that he's going to have to be able to have the ball in his hands, but again, he's just going to have no territory to run through. So really good effort here from GV once again. Like, they're just getting vent control for free. They're able to find some of these big duels right away. So I don't know what's going on with ROC right now, but it kind of just feels like they don't really have the game plan that we normally see, right? And now GV are getting a little bit round by round closer here to getting this thing closed off here for the first opening map. And let's not forget, I mean, this was ROC's pick. Like, ROC went for this map pick in the veto. So that's what's even a little bit more surprising for me, is that I felt like this map historically has been pretty decent for them. They've had some really close encounters for sure, but I was kind of expecting a little bit more of a bigger scoreline in their favor. But now, I mean, we're going to have to see if Snox is going to be able to lock it down. He will not. And Horus going to be the entry player with a double kill, and now he's just looking for blood. Now this is the ROC that we were talking about, Kyle. This is them making a statement.
It's all about the post plant here. Awesome trying to sneak his way behind enemy lines. Only good for one. Creeds gets the trade onto Horus. But now the C4 will get planted down here. Tots and Snare and Slayer trying to hang on and win it with 35 seconds on the clock. You can see the rotation coming through. Creed's trying to get behind them and sneak through, but Slayer, he's already holding on to both angles, gets the first shot above onto Loon, spots out Creeds as well, who does a decent amount of damage, but here comes the triple swing, and ROC tie us up at 8. Anybody's for the taking. Full reset going into the final 2 rounds of regulation.
Yeah, this is wild. Like, this is, again, like, you know, I said in the very beginning of the day, like a teeter-totter, and I was thinking, like, when I was looking at this matchup, I thought it would have been decently competitive. I didn't think it was going to be like this. I did not expect to see, like, an 8-8 happening. I thought, like, maybe we'll see, like, a 10, I don't know, like a 10-7 or something, like, or maybe something like that. I didn't think it was going to be this back and forth. I didn't think GV, like, I feel like they've had a lot of control this game, truthfully. I feel like ROC have just been able to get themselves, like, gasps of air at moments out of the pool, which is bringing back some rounds in their favor, you know, to bring it into a tie game. But GV really feel like they've come in with a really good game plan on this, and the preparation is just looking so stellar. So now for ROC, I mean, things are getting tight. Like, these guys have been in a lot of binds before, but they're going to have to do something pretty deep. They're going to have to dig really deep to get themselves a map win, because, again, this was their veto. This was their pick. And, like, surely not, they don't want to go for a reverse sweep in the best of 3 series, but look at the positioning now. GV have a full read on this. They have just, you know, FaZe was posted up here. He's waiting in radio with the Alm. ROC are just going to go for a full send. They're not going to have any lurks at all. They're just going to try to commit every single player here. Do they expect FaZe? They do not. He's able to find that first and still looking for a little bit more, maybe, but now his head going to get taken off on a swivel, leaving it to the 4-on-4. C4 still has to go down here, Kyle.
It's a great setup, though, for ROC on the post plant, especially considering that FaZe goes for the repeat there and they get the equalizer right away. Now it's going to put all of that pressure on the Horus and Snake, these main points of contact, to anchor the re-entry onto side, and GV, they are going to go for a aggressive stack coming down from the control room. Snake has to hold the line here. Snake, good for the double kill, good for the triple kill. A massive play coming out from Snake at a very critical moment. Now Creeds left alone 1 versus 4. Surely not able to find 2 big headshots already, but there's just no time on the clock to grab this round. Even with 3, there's just no time to get it done, and it's ROC to win the round.
Whew, man, and again, a grindy round, and like just when the situation was looking really good for ROC, where they were able to get the site despite, you know, FaZe able to find that opener. Like, you just got to give it to Snake to put himself in a position like that to find a triple kill. Like I said, a snake in the damn grass, the right place at the right time, and now map point on the brink here. GV needing this one to push an overtime scenario. I don't think we've had any overtimes yet here today, unless I'm delirious, but now it looks like ROC, enough's enough. They want to get this done. They're fed up with it, but it, again, is still awesome alive here, and Loons doing some good damage. And now Totson critically low here, below 10 HP. That nade might be able to take him out, and it just misses him in time with 5 HP. C4 is going to go down. Loons kind of overextending himself by himself. He's just playing the one-man army, just not even waiting for his teammate. Awesome's going to get dropped, and this thing can be all over. And there it is. ROC are going to be able to solidify a 10-8 on their first map pick here.
What a final couple of rounds we had here in map number 1. I mean, it was truly anybody's for the taking all the way up to the finish line. But ROC, like we said at the top of this match, they're one of those teams that even when it gets scrappy, they know how to get the job done. And that's why they're going to walk away with a first map victory. That being said, you've got to shout out GV's performance here as well. Not easy to go toe-to-toe with one of the best teams in this league, but you can really see what this team's done to prepare going into this 2025 season, and it makes me that much more excited to see what happens when we go to their map choice now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, that was a really, really exciting thing to see from GV. The fact that they made this a very competitive first map, I think it's just, again, a good wake-up call for ROC going, like, you know what? Like, yeah, we got picked up. We're with a, new organization. We're on the top of the throne here, but they have to realize, like, the threat is high. Like, the fact that GV were able to make it this close of an encounter on a map pick that was for, ROC's favor on paper, it's definitely a bit of the alarm should be, going off a little bit. But that's the same thing where GV, like, a very, very impressive way for them to get themselves in this, first opening game where it's not a win, but it looks like things are going in the right motion. And this is the thing where I was kind of wondering if it's going to get better or if it's maybe going to dwindle a bit. It seems like these guys are really going to pack a big punch, and that's what's exciting to see for this season.
Yeah, honestly, for GV, I think the most disappointing part is how well they've played this weekend so far to not yet have a map win for themselves, because they've looked really competitive in a lot of the maps they've played so far, but unfortunately it's just not quite enough to cross the finish line and get something up on the leaderboards for them. So I'm hoping they can have a much better showing now going into map number 2. They've had everyone kind of step up, especially in that second half, so it's not a lack of firepower difference, really. I think we're actually kind of seeing both of these teams hit their stride in this matchup, which has been really fun to see.
Yeah, so that's going to be it for the first map. We're going to take that short little break, and I believe it's going to be Port. That'll be the secondary map. So don't go too far. I can't even say the words anymore. Don't go too far. We're going to take a little break. We'll see you at Port just in a little bit. Bye bye.
Hello, guys, and welcome back. We're back with 1-0 from the first game of this best of three between ROC and GV. ROC played very well as usual, but GV was surprisingly doing great in this game.
Listen, man, I predicted a stomp,
Yeah.
but against all predictions,
True.
against everyone. I think, personally, GV pushed their boundaries, exceeded their limitations, and showed us a new GV tonight. I know we only saw them once yesterday, but
Yeah.
you need to give them credits. Give credits where it's due, man. And GV deserves lots and lots of credits.
Ah, yeah.
The way they played tonight, and it's only the first map. Can't wait for the second map, and there's a lot to talk about this map, Zika.
ROC Esports, we predicted an easy game for them, especially after their performance yesterday.
Yes.
But GV was a very good competitor. This game, especially on game one,
Yeah.
you don't expect game one to be that close. You think that GV will try first game, will try to adapt, will get surprised by ROC Esports performance, but
Yes.
GV was on the
Listen, the whole game is going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's round against round, round against round. And it's the whole game like this. Someone to mention is GV Awesome. He's done the most work. Him and FaZe. Awesome has triple kill more than once. Awesome played insanely. It's a name that speaks for itself. He played awesome. It's undeniable that ROC is better individually, yes, and round 12 says it all. And round 12, after 6 rounds for both teams, GV had a clean sweep from ROC. I mean, to enter a site like A site on the 12th round and get absolutely clean sweep, this is a problem with communication. Like, who covers the flank? Why do we get backstabbed? And
Exactly.
why is no one covering the behind side? So, in my opinion, the problem with GV, if Awesome and FaZe died, here goes GV right in the out of the game itself, out of the round. Something else to mention, when it was 8-8, speaking about round 16, Horus did the same method, not once, but twice on 2 different rounds. So here's the map. He fakes on B, all right? And 4
Yes.
of the other players goes to A side. Horus throws everything. Again, here's the map. He flashes on A side. He throws a grenades on B side. I think he takes with him Slayer or Snare. Yeah, he takes Slayer with him. And then all of them fake. Okay, the fake is a bit red by who? By the best one in my opinion, aka FaZe.
Yep.
It's red on A side. He had a sniper. He killed one, and he got traded. So it's now a free site for the boys from ROC Esports. They have the site. Once you have the site, it's over for you. Okay, you have the post plant. Everyone is covering in a different angle, and it's easy for you to kill the rest of the boys. So I think that's what happened with ROC Esports attack side. That's fake once and twice, and the same thing happened with the match point Zika. 2-man push on B. Rest is faking on A. It's not faking, sorry. 2-man pushing B, trying to get the first kills, trying to backstab the guys who are rotating from A side to B side. And on the B side, the rest of the ROC boys are entering the site, planting, post-planting, and once you plant the bomb, it's an easy game for you. You don't want to try and retake against ROC Esports. It's just impossible.
The thing for me is both teams seems to know compound very well. They both know all the peaks, all
Yes.
the corners, and they continuously start to imitate the each other's game style,
Agree.
play style.
Agree.
You know, you see a play, you think, I saw this before. I thought the same flank, I saw the same jump, I saw the same snipe from both teams. So it's very, very good to see GV performance, how much elevated from yesterday's performance.
Seeing rounds going back and forth is a scale of progression. And when we speak about progression, you speak about GV, you speak about FaZe, you speak about Awesome, you speak about the rest of the boys that manage to cover the site. One problem with Team GV is the retake. Non-existence, man. Non-existent. The retakes just non-existent for GV. Once they lose the site, it's easy round for Team ROC Esports. We've seen this in the match point. We've seen this in the middle round.
I have a quiz for you.
Go for it.
Can you read my mind now and see what is the question I'm about to ask you?
The question is, if you had a player...
No.
The question is, do you see a 2-0?
Maybe, but let me rephrase it.
Go for it.
JV versus ROC, Anubis versus ROC.
All right.
Okay, I know this is a question I ask you a lot, but GV on this performance mainly proves, for me at least, that GV is
Better
ahead.
competitor of Anubis. I think
yeah.
I agree. I totally agree. But the thing is, we cannot judge from one map.
I know.
But I get your point. Individually, yes.
If GV gets stomped the next game,
Then yeah.
I draw back all.
Yeah. But for
all of my words.
now, GV totally is showing us a new CrossFire gameplay, and that's what we like about the CrossFire West League. It shows the team that are from the West, all of them competing for this legacy, for this big prize pool, and yet showing us some new strategies, some new skills. I really, really loved how the sniper gameplay comes out from Team GV.
What is your player to watch next game?
Oh, give me FaZe, man. FaZe from Team GV. Okay, I know ROC Esports are doing their own thing. They are winning. They are playing their best performance. ROC is doing ROC. But GV, I want to watch FaZe again. I want to watch Osa.
I think
the golden duo.
one last question. Is ROC Esports performing like yesterday or they are
Better. Better, man.
So GV is better than
Better,
yesterday.
man. 100% better. Performing against, in my opinion, and of course in lots of people' opinion, and I think you would agree with me when we say ROC is number one till now, with the score counted and judging by the players, GV almost won, man. GV almost won the game. And I predicted a stomp from ROC Esports, but I don't think that will happen. The match point told us about how ROC is insane. The fourth round told us about how ROC is good at the game. But the whole game told us how GV are trying, how GV exceeded the limitation, and how GV are ready for the second map and maybe a third map.
Maybe we will see. The next game in this series will be a decided game. Maybe the last game for our night, or we go for game 3 and we'll see who comes for on top on this map port in this game. Next map is port,
Yes.
which is selected by GV.
It is scary to think that the first map was chosen by ROC, yet GV performed this way with this style in it. The game almost went to GV. Now, what's the chances of GV winning is if GV did the same performance, but just with a little bit of luck. And I don't know what's going to happen, man, but I'm super excited for it.
Okay, let's give it to our casters now. The mic is yours and take us to game 2.
Yeah, I definitely agree. There's, a lot to really to consider about this matchup, and just its full effect is the fact that, we were talking a lot about the fact that the first pick was, for ROC, where we were thinking, okay, they're going to probably be pretty stellar on this. It was a really close encounter, and that was pretty much anybody's game. It felt like in GV, I felt like we're playing the better, sub-base, in my opinion. So now we get to go over to a new map, which is going to be the pick for GV. So I don't know about your thoughts, Kyle, but it makes me kind of wonder if GV, really are going to feel a lot better about this, just considering map 1 maybe didn't go their way, but the way they performed was so great that now being on their map pick, they're just going to think that they can push this to a 3-map series.
Yeah, I mean, Port is a really good map for GV. I feel like they're going to feel extremely comfortable going into this one. I think it's really just a matter of what ROC's going to do maybe differently to keep things not so close on map number 2, because I feel like there were moments where ROC was a bit overzealous in how they played in that first map, maybe cost themselves a few extra rounds here and there. On top of that, though, they did have to deal with GV playing very strong across the board. Everybody hitting the shots they needed to here on this team. And this is where I think it's also going to be a little bit more challenging for GV to play the same way on port, because it's a lot more long range. You have to be more reliant on those shots on this map to really open things up. And that's where we're going to have to continue to see players like FaZe and Awesome have those top level performances, because they're going to need them even more on a map like this, especially FaZe when you think of how critical the role of sniper is on a map like port.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You kind of took the words out of my mouth, because it's like, look, I mean, FaZe, the way he was playing on subbase, he was clearly like the MVP, really, in my opinion. Like, he was the guy that, despite they didn't win the match, he was putting up so much influence. He was getting so many opening duels for him, and his team and everything like that, where that made a huge difference. And whether it was with the or the XM or something like that, like, he was able to create a lot of space. So, I mean, a map like this, and for him to be on on the GR eventually, it's going to be really a big pivot for him to be able to find a lot of good connections, because if he plays remotely the same like he did on map 1, I think this is going to be a tough game here for ROC. But look, this is a map that ROC has been able to play many times as well, but again, I think we're still kind of seeing there's a lot of bit of a shaky performance from them. They're getting into these clutch scenarios that's kind of saving them a little bit in terms of these games, because even in that first map, it was an 8-8, and they were able to close it out with a 10-8 to solidify the map, but it was a grind. Like, that was the thing where we've kind of been wondering, is this really going to be the same path, or is this going to get better? And so far, it looks like they're kind of still saying, or staying in the same 2024 performance. But look, we'll see what Port's going to be able to bring to this, because I think Horus was able to get himself the MVP overall, and I think that was rightfully owned as well. Like, he played a really good role at the entry, but now it's going to be different here for those long-range combat situations.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of this one's going to come down to who starts on what side. I feel like the team that leads on the GR here is going to be the team that has a better time right out of the gate. It's a defensive styled map, and I feel like especially if we can see, GV get a good start there, that's their best chance to get in it and win it against ROC. If ROC's on the GR first, this is going to be a difficult one to crack through, because ROC is very good at the GR side of port. They are a bit hit and miss on the BL at times, but when you think about how this team's been playing already in this series, you've got Horus continuing to shine as an anchor already today, and they have to deal with the threat of Snare on A top as well, and those are some big weapons to try and think about how to break through if you're GV in this situation.
Yeah, and I feel like we didn't really get to see, like, I know there was a lot of technical issues that was kind of happening on the screen here for ROC, and I mean, I felt like it was Totson that had himself a couple rounds out, and I think it was Snake too, so it's been a bit of an unfortunate day too, in the sense of some teams have had some, major tech issues, but hopefully we'll be able to blow past it here when we get into the later portion for tomorrow. But look, I mean, despite them being in like 4v5 situations, they were able to get some rounds in their favor, which was still a really good thing to see. But again, I want to be able to see Slayer have himself a little bit more opportunity for finding some big multi-kills. I feel like he's kind of the player you put a lot of pressure on too, because Horus is the guy that's like this entry player, can be a really good, point person, but Slayer is this other guy that he's kind of the secondary, guy in the pack that puts up some pretty stellar numbers. So we definitely need to see that. I wasn't really convinced on it for map number 1. So hopefully he can be able to find himself a little bit better form, because also the other thing of this, puzzle is Snare. Like, he's the guy that we got to see him really have some good pop-off moments with the but we're going to need a whole heck of a lot more with that on a map like this, where there's a lot of long-range combat situations. So the snipers are going to be the big point here. This is going to be the key of success for both these teams. It's going to be kind of that like FaZe versus Snare head-to-head, because, I mean, whoever's going to be able to pop off a little bit better, I feel like that's going to give them just enough edge to close this map done.
Yeah, ROC, I am curious to see, I'm trying to like peek over the shoulder here of Totson and see which side of the map they're going to be starting on, but it's all going to come down to, I think, these first couple of rounds, because right now, if you're ROC, you have that map win. You have to come out of the gate strong regardless of which side you kick it off on, and for them, it is going to be all about what they can do in the server here to try and close this one out. They want to remain on that 2-0 mindset here, because right now unKnights, they've already done that, so a map lost in this series could potentially mean the number 1 spot at the end of this first weekend doesn't belong to ROC Esports, so a 2-0 still equally important for them in this series on top of the win to obtain, but it is going to be ROC GR side first, and this is where GV really is going to have a lot to prove.
Yeah, this is the big point right here, because the fact that ROC are going to be able to be on the GR side. I remember, I think Hazim was kind of saying that in the beginning, so I was just making sure that was correct, and indeed he was right. So, I mean, the fact that they can be on the defensive side to start things off on a map like this is going to be huge for them, because that's where Snare is going to be able to put himself in really good positions to go for these big fights. But like you said, I mean, GV, with their new IGL of Loons, they're going to have to figure out what he's going to be able to bring to the table in terms of strategies, what's going to be a little bit different than what we've seen in the past. Because normally what we see is the fact that they kind of played that, you know, defaulty, slow, get a pick, hope for the best. You know, somebody's going to overextend a little bit. So now things are going to be different. ROC's not going to just give that to you. This is a well-disciplined team here. So now it's all about this, because ROC, all they need to do is get this map done, and they're going to have a 2-0 on the board for them. Whereas GV are going to have themselves a bit of a slower start to day number 2, unfortunately. But GV getting ready to go for the plan of attack now. Nades are going to get thrown. Now the swings are coming through. Now it's Horus just kind of holding on the side of the site, but look at that, him and Snare together. Look at the blender of what they're able to do, and look at nobody's been able to take the grave yet, and it's just down to Awesome all by himself. He's the last man standing, C4 in full territory right now for ROC, and Awesome's got a lot of work cut out for him here. He's got 40 seconds to work with, but now he has to find 3 different duels to bring this round into GV's favor. And now ROC, all they have to do is kind of wait things out, play the trade, and this round should be done and dusted here, Kyle.
Yeah, Awesome. He's going to have to do something big, but he's already managed to take this one down to a 1-on-2 situation. So Snare and Horus able to find themselves in a bit of a difficult one now if they don't play it a little bit cautiously. But Snare, of course, right there when he's needed most, picking up 3 kills here in the opening round, and ROC a very definitive statement in this opening round. And this is where I get a little bit nervous for GV, because starting on the GR side is such a momentum boost for ROC, and after the way that first round looked, it's really going to be an uphill battle, I think, on this map.
Yeah, it definitely is, and that's the thing. But it makes me, you know, the inner nerd of me gets really excited, because I want to see what the BL side's going to be like here for for the GV side, sorry, and see what they're going to be able to bring in that strategy. And just like that, right, like a blink of an eye, double kill is going to be coming through. Horus does find himself a little bit of a prize here with like just taking down Loons, but now you can see the offense. They're actually going to get Creeds to come from the back lines, and Creeds again able to find the double. So leaving it all down to Snox here to find that last kill, and there we go. I was just thinking, surely they're not going to go out without a fight here, Kyle. They come back with a huge second round, and already ROC realizing they got a rough road ahead of them.
Yeah, really good timing on those peaks from GV, Creeds especially. The intuition to get out mid like that just at the perfect moment kind of is the reason these matches have been so close between the team here. And it's honestly been pretty fun to see. A lot of what ROC's been able to do comes down to the early round, though. We'll see if they can find a way to start it off right this time. Snoxy goes down to exactly 1 HP there off of the opening exchange in the B tunnels. It's going to be Slayer on the other side of that fight, trying to make it happen. You can see Snake, though, also wanting to take this fight in mid, gets caught through the smoke. Awesome with the shutdown kill. Totson stuck in the corner, not going to matter. Picks up a huge double kill somehow. Still not traded. No! Totson good for a 3rd kill. He's still alive somehow, and now the rest of ROC is here to play FaZe. He is stuck in the middle of the map, and Snare tries to get a little bit too greedy there for a moment, jumping over FaZe, though somehow picks up 2, but guess who's left? It's Snox, who still, of course, has no HP to work with here in this circumstance, but he does have an Om in hand, but not for too much longer. Very interesting round, but ROC still get it done.
Yeah, they get it done, but man, again, it's just Totson in this position right here. The fact that he's able to find that double, just huge. I mean, again, if he would have been able to get taken out, I mean, that could have just created a little bit more space for GV, but that's what we love to see, man. That's the Totson we all know. This guy that can just pull up some clutch scenarios when he needs to. That's what you love to see here if you're any ROC fans. And he comes up big to put themselves back into a lead here with the 2-1, but we'll have to see. Single OMs here for the snipers on both sides of these teams. GV, again, like, it's not looking like they still got a little bit of strategy in their pocket, but I'm not sold yet that they're going to have this, single-handedly in ROC. I mean, they have to be careful about this too, because you can see that they're starting to get a little bit antsy on the fights. They're starting to put a little bit more aggression, which I like to see, but we have to make sure it's still kind of being that controlled approach. Snare going to go for the smoke into mid. That's going to land nicely. GV actually grouping up, maybe potentially even towards like an A pop. They got the C4 on the back, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's actually going to be FaZe. So very interesting setup that we're seeing right now from GV. The fact that they're all going to be up on short, and look at Snare. What is he doing? Oh my goodness, he actually goes for a fight that he probably shouldn't be in now. He might have a little bit of intel, but at what cost here, Kyle?
Yeah, that's a bit too risky for my liking from Snare, but still, ROC is in the lead, can afford a little bit to take risks here and there, but definitely not the smartest move that time around. The time is ticking though. GV have to make their move to start getting map control. It looks like they might lean for the late A hit just based on having these two players already in the A connector kind of ready to go. It is going to be Awesome, who might end up leading this one into the bomb side here. You can see the C4 starting to group up now as well. They've got 3 on A long, but I really like this setup on the A bomb site. No teams really run this double on the right-hand box, so it is going to be up to these two to hold on. But look at the position. There's nowhere near anyone ready for that second player. Snake able to get 2 before going down, but it's not quite enough to hold the numbers advantage just yet. GV still with a 3-on-2 as the bomb goes down. Totson quick on the rotation. Slayer trying to poke around at the flank, but Totson, he's going to have to move quickly to go unnoticed. Awesome catches him on the drop down A connector. Slayer not going to be able to find this one in a 1-on-3, so GV, it's right back to a tie.
Yeah, again, going back in a similar fashion, right, where we were talking about this thing going back and forth, but the fact that GV, they're really starting to, you know, even when their backs are against the boards, they're able to put themselves in good situations that they can still be able to bring a good fight into this. And ROC realizing, and I can imagine that they weren't prepared for this, knowing that this was going to be a tough matchup, right? Like, just considering historically they've had close encounters. Now they knew, you know, with Loons joining the team, that they're probably even going to have a little bit more of a challenging time. And the Horus actually gets really aggressive down into the long A. This is usually a Slayer position, by the way. So I talked a lot about positional changes. Now we're starting to see that here. Horus actually is the one that goes for the play. Now we're starting to see Snare getting really aggressive. He's going to get taken out. So this sniper, it's not making the impact that we normally see. This is very, very interesting. This is turning into an event of just rifles that are kind of running the world on this map of port. So this is not what I expected at all here, Kyle.
Yeah, 2 rounds in a row now where Snare has made a bit of a mistake on an aggressive play, but the big benefit here for ROC is the HP advantage they've got. Even though it's a 4-on-4, this nade could potentially kill 2 if Horus is going to throw it down. FaZe goes down as well, and this is going to give them a huge opportunity to capitalize on the rotate. Awesome, already very low on HP. Creed's down to half, but it's not going to stop them just yet. Totson able to crack through with 1, but here comes the rotation. Totson somehow still alive, able to get 2 before going down, leaving it all to the 1v1. And Slayer able to seal the deal, but a lot of these rounds have come down to Totson somehow getting 2 when he should be traded.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing. Like, it just seems like there's a lot of grindy rounds that are happening right now, but it seems like, you know, even in terms of just like players that are able to make some really good impact, it seems like Horus has put himself, and for ROC, just putting himself in the highest amount of frags. He's kind of top fragging, but it's again this clutch scenario that we're kind of seeing many times coming in through ROC. But that's what I'm kind of waiting to see right now for GV. Who's going to be the player that pops off? There was a lot of talk about FaZe, and what is he going to be able to do? Maybe, maybe not, but so far it hasn't really been him yet, right? I mean, that's the biggest thing. I'm kind of waiting to see a pop-off moment. Love to see Creeds even find himself, you know, kind of going in that beast mode that we know he can do, right?
Yeah, for GV, this is a tough one because they're not winning at the moment, but they're also not in a bad position. I mean, if you can go toe for toe on this map on the BL side, get the even round situation to close out the half, it's not a bad place to be in and going into the GR on this. So I feel like they're still looking pretty good across the board. There's been a few misplays here and there, but a lot of it seems to stem from when they want to fight over towards this A side of the map. They have had some struggles. I think they might need to put a little bit more pressure on those B tunnels, go for those mid plays, and that's where I think GV is going to have a little bit more success because they need to set up these lurks a bit more often. We saw in the previous round earlier on in this first half where Creeds was able to just perfectly lurk through mid, get the double entry on the backside of the B bomb side, and really open up a key round. And I'd like to see a little bit more of that split play style from GV.
Yeah, I would too. I would like to see a little bit more variety because I think one of the things we normally see for a lot of teams that play on the you know the blacklist side on this map is that they always kind of get, you know, situated in mid, and then they're always kind of just getting that short control. So the fact that we need to see a little bit more of a, split attacks or just kind of mixing things up just a little bit more, I think is going to add a whole lot. But look, I mean, that's the thing. It's hard to be critical because right now GV are still making this a very competitive map. I was thinking that ROC being on the GR side or the defensive side was going to be a huge boost for them, but that's not really the case. I mean, this thing is still going back and forth, so that's what makes me wonder. Again, this preparation from GV is really done well here for the the off season that we've had, kind of getting things started off. But now with this little bit of a timeout, this is a good moment for ROC again, just to kind of reconfigure the game plan, just kind of tighten up a few things that they're noticing. Like, again, I've been critical about Snare. Like, he's somebody that by far is like probably like the staple of this team. I would argue that he is the playmaker, and right now we're not seeing it. Like, he's really just gone for these like big aggressive plays. They're not working out for him. So I think that must be part of the talk here, is like, how do we put you in the best position so that you can thrive?
Yeah, if they can lock down Snare's positions, I think it's going to be an even better performance from ROC, because right now, even with him playing shaky, they're still out in front here. A lot of it thanks to the key riflers on this team, but I think during the pause, it's also a good time for them to maybe rethink some of their approach here, because they've been playing a little bit too risky at times on this GR side. They don't necessarily need the aggression, but it almost feels like they're testing the waters and seeing what they can get away with. And I do like that approach better than some of the teams who almost play a little bit too safe on the GR side and almost afraid to take some of those action plays. But now that they have that info, I think now this is the time where you maybe keep Snare in the safe pocket and unleash some of these riflers who are hitting a lot better shots right now to go for the aggression.
Well, looks like we're about to find out, so we're going right back into the game. Never mind, just kidding. I jinxed it. No, I did it again, Kyle. I did it again. Ah, dang it. But okay, look. I was getting teased with it a little bit. I was thinking surely we're going to go back into the game. Apparently not. We're going to wait a little longer. But look, I agree with you. I think it would be good to see for GV putting a little bit more of that like split attack. I would even like the B main control. I think that'd be really good, because normally you see them get that house control, which is pretty strong, because if you want to go for an exec, that's usually a pretty strong position to get. But it kind of just feels like they're waiting things out. Still kind of playing this a little bit of a pick setup. So I'm hoping there's more here, because I know Loons can bring a lot more strategy than this, but the same token, it's like, it's hard to argue, because like they are making this a competitive game where it's right down to the wire. So it's more about ROC and what they want to do differently, because I haven't been really impressed with their aggressive plays yet from any of the maps. I think they might try it again, but like, when do they do it? And like, it needs to be cleaned up, because it's clearly not working right now.
Yeah, right now with how back and forth this has been, I'm actually growing more and more curious to see what ROC's going to do on their BL side, because the aggression on this map hasn't worked for them on GR, which means it could be a tougher time than we expect for them when they go over to that BL side of the map. So I am eager to see what that looks like for them, but they at least still have some time to button things up and have a solid half finish on this GR half for themselves, and that's what they really need, I think, at this point. If it ends up being only a 4-5 half, even if they win, I'm not going to feel the best about their chances going into the second half.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I was thinking, ROC was going to be able to get themselves a pretty decent lead. Like, I was thinking almost like a 6-3, or, maybe something a little bit more for being on the GR side. And then the Blacklist side was going to be more of the challenging note. But the fact that we're going back and forth like this, and if it ends pretty close, I mean, it makes me a little bit more worried here for ROC, in my opinion, because I think GV, once they get on the GR side, I think that's going to be more of like the comfort zone. Those are the pants that fit better, right? I mean, these guys are going to feel a lot better. So I think a lot of it is riding on ROC to see what they can bring on their defense, because they need to clean it up to get themselves a little bit more of a stat pad so that they can feel a little bit better when they go on the offensive side, right? So this is a pretty big break for both these teams to figure out what they need to do differently. So this is kind of that mind game scenario as well, because I think Snake's a really good IGL as well as Loons, but this is all about figuring out the gimmicks and, strategies, and they played each other for countless years. So that's the other thing too, is what else have they been able to reinvent and, in terms of the strategy. But that's where I think Loons needs a lot of credit here, because so far, he's done a really good job utilizing these players to the best that they can play, because that's what we were wondering, right? And now he's got an upgrade, and so far this upgrade is looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think for me, the biggest missing piece for GV so far since I've seen them this season is we haven't quite seen the old flair from Snox back just yet. You've had players like Awesome and FaZe who have stepped up, but historically, Snox was one of the best players in this five stack. So I want to see a little bit more from him, since if he can ramp up as well, I think this team can really hit their stride and make it a difficult one for ROC to close out. So we'll see exactly what they're planning to do as we come out of the pause. I know a lot of times coming out of the pause, it's usually more beneficial, I think, for the defensive team, just because the other team tends to get a little bit more anxious in this situation, wondering, do they need to make a bigger impact coming out on the BL side after a round like this? Do they need to throw a curveball into the mix to try and change the pace here and catch them off guard? And that's where I'm not sure that could be the right call for GV. I actually think what they're doing is working a lot better than they might think here. Even though the score is only 2-3, the way they're playing these rounds, they're actually drawing out picks quite well from ROC.
Yeah, and it just feels like I'm kind of waiting for a little bit more from ROC, right? Because on your screen right now, it's like, Snare. I definitely want to see a little bit more for him. Slayer, I feel like he's been really quiet in my opinion. So I definitely want to see a little bit more for them. I feel like Snakes played himself a really good series so far. I think Totson's done a really good job. Horace as well. I'm just waiting for these two other guys that are just able to, get themselves a little bit more shining bright, like the diamonds in the mine. Like we know what they can be. So they're a high value to this team. We just need to see it. But I mean, again, it is the first opening weekend here for the season. We're ready to hopefully get back in, I'm getting told, but we'll see if that's going to be true or not. Getting teased a couple times here, Kyle, but trying to make things a little bit more interesting.
We're just building the intensity, for this one. We're gonna have a really, really hype finish. We're just holding back on you guys so you can get a little bit more anxious about it until we're ready to go. But yeah, no, I feel pretty good about where this one's leaning. At least I feel like at the very least, even if GV goes down 2-0, this is already a much more competitive match than I was expecting between these two teams. To be honest, especially after I feel like unKnights had a really big showing against GV yesterday, and it almost looks like GV's having a better time against ROC than they were against unKnights in their first match. So at least a big shout out for them. Even between day one and day two, I can see the improvements these guys are making. So I think they're definitely on the uptick regardless of how this one ends up.
Yeah, and a lot of conversation here from both these teams too, and I agree. Like it's exciting to see because when I was kind of looking at the matchups here today, I was kind of looking at it like what could really be the score lines. I was actually a little bit surprised the fact that the TBI game, the Entropy game, I was kind of thinking that was a three map series. Like to me, I was like, yeah, that should go the distance. I definitely thought the Anubis unKnights game, like I personally thought that could have gone a three map series just because I thought there was a world where Anubis was going to be able to maybe win their map pick and push things to the boundary and the full distance. But this one, I also was kind of scratching my head a little bit too, because it's hard not to ignore what ROC can do and what they can be able to bring to the server, and just giving their status and what they've been able to accomplish in the last couple of seasons. But that's the other thing about GV, that they've always been a team where, like you said, they've been just short of getting into qualifications and just short of playoffs, where they are probably like the number third team where they should be, right? So it's kind of interesting. And if they do push it to a three map series, it just makes it even more exciting to see what they're going to be able to do later in the portion of this entire league. And, the season's going to be a little bit different with the format of best of threes, because just in terms of the point system, etc., but also that the season's not going to be as long. It's going to be a little bit shorter with some different dates and things like that. So that's where it makes even the playoff run to be even more important to get yourself a really good jump start on the win category.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see where the playoffs land this season. I feel like there's a lot of predictable outcomes so far, but I feel like that might change over the next couple of days here, especially when I look at tomorrow. I'm actually curious. I don't know your thoughts on this one, but after Gaimin Gladiators had a bit of a tough go of it in day one, surprisingly losing that map to 999, I'm really curious to see what their next match looks like, because in my mind, that was the lowest team in my mind in the league standings wise that I would predict coming into the season, and for them to lose a map that early on makes me wonder what's next for them.
Yeah, exactly. And then that one was kind of interesting because I was able to capture a little bit of the 999 group in the qualification, last year. And they were definitely a team that you could tell, pretty neat like group, you know, some, you know, old school players. That's where you kind of wondered a lot, like, oh, okay, these guys could, you know, these guys could be a threat, right? I mean, it's all a question though if it's actually going to be, but clearly it is. And Gaimin Gladiators, and yeah, I was just kind of disappointed to see them going in the direction they did. I mean, they got the job done, but that's the thing is that, you know, if it would have been the old system, it would have been a 1-1 split, but it was another day in the office room for a win, but it was a little bit more grindy, and now things are looking a little bit more grindy here as we can see GV once again putting themselves with the opening duel that's going to go in favor for them very nicely. And now ROC already losing their IGL. What are they going to do with this? The sniper's still going to be into play. GV going to be grouped up on the back skirts of B main. And now just waiting things out. You can see that ROC are actually going to reposition themselves just a little bit more. Totson going to be going for the first point of attack. Slayer's going to be the one that's got the utility. Flash is going to get thrown in. Now Totson needs to be able to activate. He needs to be able to find these kills, and indeed he does. It's going to be a meat grinder, just leaving it down to 2 players that have to pop off now here for GV. They need to be able to find these prickly players. They have to be able to find these duels in their favor, and it's looking like that might be the case. And Awesome able to find himself a double. Why not make it a triple? Putting it down to the 1v1. FaZe and critical HP. Slayer just desperate for a kill, trying everything in his abilities to get it done. It is just an absolute meat grinder, and there it is with ROC. Another round in their favor.
Yeah, very, very close one. Thanks to Awesome. 3 kills from the back corner of sight, grabbing them one at a time. I'm surprised Totson peaked like that. I was wondering why he was jumping through the sky trying to find that information. He gave a free one over to Awesome, but you know what? Nonetheless, it still gets the job done, and there's Snare getting back to his old tricks as well. Able to find FaZe early on. A great way to get things started. That's the second time they've shut him down instantly after the pause, but this time there's no follow through there. GV able to find themselves 2 huge kills. But look at Slayer. He's just hanging out in the B tunnels. He's had 3 players walk right past him, and this is a massive round to now steal away for Slayer. He's able to find one, but Awesome on the lurk right behind him, trades it early enough to where there's not too much impact actually from what could have been a round changing position.
Yeah, that could have been huge if he was able to stay alive just a bit longer, right? And even if he was able to find another kill, that could have just really put this round into a big favorable situation right now for ROC. But now the fact that we're sitting in this position where it's a 2-on-3, still the advantage for GV, things are going to be a little bit more of a rough ride because now ROC, they're split apart from each other. You have Horus, he's just kind of at the outskirts in mid, and then you also just have Snake kind of just locking into the A site. He's going to anchor with the Colt, so this is not going to be easy. And this is going to be the difficult thing right now because GV, they're just kind of waiting. They're being patient on it. They have a full minute that they have to work with, and they're just going to maybe even try to slide their way through mid and just take this quietly, not make it peep at all. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to try to go through this right now, and this might be the cutoff point. Creed needs to be able to find this one of these opening duels, but all of a sudden Horus able to find that one. Can he be able to find more? It's going to be really tough, but at least he does some big damage. This is going to allow some opportunity here for Snake.
And Snake, he does have a nade. Unfortunately, not much connection going to happen with it. But the HP advantage is slightly in his favor on this retake. He just needs to find a way to force the 1v1s. Awesome, though, aggressively holding the corner, but the timing, he almost gets the pre-fire to him on the box, but this is where they've got to be careful. It's Snake to already find one, surely not the 1v2. Snake gets it done, though. Big 1 versus 2 for ROC to stay out firmly in front of this one, 5-2, but GV, you've got to wonder how they let that one slip.
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate situation. Again, like, I love a lot of the plays that we see from ROC, like the fact that Slayer was able to get the C4 down. I mean, and then it fell apart really quickly when he gets traded out pretty much instantly. It was looking good for GV. They had the man advantage. They had so much control of the map. But all of a sudden, it just came down to this like mid-late round situation that just really crumbles like a cookie. So now, ROC starting to light things up a little bit more with that premium gas. And GV getting a little bit more desperate now to see what they're going to be able to bring to this because they've already lost Snox. And ROC putting themselves in a big advantage here. But the Alm is still in a threat here from FaZe. And Snake just needs to be careful. He doesn't overextend too much because he's got 2 players just on the outskirts of him here, just peeping through that smoke, hoping to be able to find a foot. But it's not going to be the case at all. And ROC, they're going to reset up their game plan. A 2-1-2. Throwing some utility just to stunt that movement again here from the offensive side. And they're just going to burn the clock as much as possible.
Yeah, ROC are doing exactly what they need to do here. Just play patient, hold the numbers. They've got 2 on the field as well, so a lot to work with on lane control. You can see Snake repositioning to try and get that info on mid. Meanwhile, GV grouping up towards the A bomb side phase, finds the pick though onto Slayer over towards B through the fence line. Not an easy shot to hit, but makes it happen to try and equalize for the moment. But Horus knows it might be time to go for the aggressive play. Sneaks past a connector. This is huge. And now he can maybe even get a full flank in. And now they have no idea he's already creeping up. Look at the angle. This is going to be devastating to deal with. Now the bomb is dropped as well. Horus able to back out pretty much unscathed, but he actually wants to double down here. I love this call. Going for the wraparound again. This time he's going to be going from spawn, but awesome. Seems to know something's up this time around. Takes him down. And now it's a 3-on-3 as the push comes through into the B bomb site. But there's only 20 seconds here. Totson gets the jump spot, throws the counter flash, but they're forced to plant in a 2-on-3 situation here on the bomb site. Snare quickly rotating, but Totson over the top, able to find himself one. But Creed's thankfully able to respond and hold the line, leaving it again in a 1-on-2 situation. But what are those shots from Snare? Beautiful 1v2, and yet another devastating blow against GV.
Oh my god, okay, that's the guy we were waiting to see, man. That's what we wanted, a little bit of a highlight reel, and there we go. In the clutch situation, that's all he wanted. He wanted all the pressure in the world to be able to shine bright here. Just puts out the Colt instead, why not? A couple jumping shots, and okay, not bad at all here, ROC, but again, you gotta give it to Horus. He's the guy that was able to start things off, getting those kills, just being a nuisance, just being that itch here for GV. And again, this is the problem when you're kind of just posted up in mid like this. You're just having an opportunity to get flanked. And that's exactly what's happening. Now ROC are starting to put a little bit more aggression onto this. They want to try to see what they can get away with. Horus again, a jumping shot. Look what he's able to bring to the table. He's looking for the main course. He's just hunting right now, but Creeds finally gets the better of him. And GV might be able to find themselves around in their favor. They finally have a man advantage, but can they capitalize on it? That's the question. And Creeds does a little bit of tenderizing onto Snare. And there we go, down to the IGL himself on a 1-on-3 situation. Just needs to be able to find himself 3 kills, and this could be a 7th round, but this is asking so much out of the in-game leader. But it can be done here, Kyle. It definitely can.
Well, we've seen 2 1v2s in a row already. Ending the half with one wouldn't surprise me at this point. FaZe misses the shot, a crucial error, and again, they get it done. ROC, clutch after clutch, puts themselves up to a 7-2 half, and it's beginning to look like it could be over pretty soon here, Laz.
Oh man, this is what I was waiting for, man. Like I was like watching yesterday and I was like, "Ah, man, this isn't the ROC I know. This isn't the team I know." And I'm thinking like, look, map 1 on today was so back and forth, so competitive. I'm like, "Okay, that's fine. It is what it is." But I wanted to see this pop-off moment. I wanted to see these guys just hit the full throttle. I want the NOS out. I just want them just sending it, right? And that's exactly what we get. Couple clutches, and this is what you need to see here for ROC fans. Like a 7-2 first half. What a way to close that thing out. And that's just devastating for GV just because it really felt like they didn't have much of a game plan. I got to be honest. Like we didn't see a B exec. We didn't really see that much of an A hit. It just kind of felt like right back into the situation of let's go mid, let's just see what we can do with it, and that'll work, right? No, clearly it won't, because we saw Horus, he started just kind of, poking around, he started playing aggressive. That's a bit of a role change that I think he hasn't really done for a long time. It was kind of Slayer that did that once in a while. So now we're starting to see, like I said, these responsibilities are changing, but Horus is really just trying to make a statement to get a double MVP today.
Yeah, I mean, right now, GV, they've got to bring out everything they've got in the second half. They are going into the side of the map where I would say it's more possible for them to do that on, but with how many clutches they lost in the first half, it's got to be a bit of a blow to the mental to try and recover from that one. So I'm curious to see what their approach will be on the GR side. Are they going to take the same amount of risks that ROC was kind of throwing their way with a lot of mid and A-long aggression, or if because of how far they're behind, they might play a little bit safer just to not give up any risky rounds and try and bring this one back one round at a time. But For GV, it's a bit disappointing because if you think about all of those clutched rounds that they lost, had they even closed out a good number of those, they would be in a really good position now on the GR.
Well, it just kind of felt like nobody was really, again, like fragging out on GV, right? Like on the screen here, like again, it was all about FaZe and map number 1, but it just, to me, it felt like we didn't really get to see anybody like, really just finding an activation point. Like it just felt like they were all stuck in the mud. They're just like in mid. They didn't know what to do. Nobody's really hitting the shots, and it was just allowing ROC to be able to, play the game they wanted to play. It was a back and forth for a little bit of time, and then all of a sudden it just kind of took off here for ROC. Those wings really just allowed them to soar. So this is going to be a really nice little bit of a comfort zone for these guys. A 5-round lead is definitely a nice way to put themselves into the second half. And again, let's not forget, this is an opportunity for them to close things out here with a 2-0, which is going to be really big for them because this is the opening weekend for them under a new organization. A lot riding for them. They want to be able to prove why they got picked up, why they're like a promising team here internationally. So GV have a lot of work cut out for them here, Kyle. They have to be able to do something big. And I mean, I'm just waiting for the moment. This is maybe going to be it because Loons is able to find that opening duel. But is it going to be enough?
Yeah, right now, puts the pressure on to Snox to hold the line. A very cheeky spot in the back of the B-bomb site. Awesome playing the counter flash on the off-angle. Snare actually spots one from the lower B tunnels, so some good info to work with. And now they have an indication that the B push is coming through. FaZe still over on the A-bomb site, hoping that the rotation comes his way, but he might just get that chance after all. ROC going to be full grouping in mid. Potentially spawn it out here if Loons goes for the wide swing, but I do like this call after they've been spotted to go for the late execution over to the A bomb site. The smokes are starting to get thrown here. You are still going to see Loons able to support from this bridge position, but FaZe is going to have a big round here. First kill goes his way. Snare goes down. Creed's able to find another. Creed's good for the triple kill spray down. Holds the line to perfection, and GV kick it off with a win in the first half.
Okay, well, that's a round to win there, and I mean that's what I kind of said in the beginning, right? I was like, look, I want to see a moment where Creeds is going to be able to have himself like those big fragging moments. Like that's what we know he can do. Like that's what he's been able to do in past seasons, and even when he used to call the shots, like he was still able to put himself in some decent positions to get some really good highlights, and that's what we needed. That's what GV need to be able to find is somebody to step up now. Like FaZe is a little bit more quieter. We need to now see Awesome be able to get himself something, Snox to be able to pop off, but look, that might help. That's the thing. Like, that could maybe just be enough fire for, putting back into the tank, or gas into the tank, I should say. But look, ROC, I mean, again, they still have a couple rounds that they can work with as a pat, but they just got to make sure they just don't get a little bit too comfortable, because if they do, I mean, we could be talking a close game again, right? And that's what we saw on the first map onto subbase. So looking like these guys are big chilling. Snare's just, yeah, I mean, we talked about comfort. I mean, he's just lounging right now. Like, he looks so comfy.
Yeah, I don't think there's too many worries after that first half for ROC Esports. I mean, the 7-2 is a pretty bold statement on a map like this. So for GV, it's kind of back to the drawing board. They were able to get one to kick off the half, but they know just as well as ROC how hard it is to string these rounds together on the BL side of ports. So at this point, even coming out of the pause, I think it is going to be a big challenge ahead for GV to think they can win this map, but they've got the firepower to do it. They've just got to do it round by round and claw their way back into a position where ROC might not even know what hits them by the time they're there. So overall, I feel like they are in a good position regardless, like I said, of how this one plays out, though. I really like the way they approach the BL side. That's been the biggest difference in watching how they play. I feel like their GR is still relatively similar to the old GV way, but definitely on the BL side, we've seen a lot of changes in how this team played.
Yeah, definitely. It was definitely big changes for sure. But that's the thing is I would have liked to see a little bit more in the sense for, GV on this map to see what they can do. But maybe this was a map that they didn't get to practice very much, right? I mean, maybe this was one of the maps that they just didn't really want to play in the beginning and they practiced other maps. I have no idea. There can be a million different reasons, and I don't want to take anything away from ROC too, because I think they were actually playing a pretty dominant, defensive side as well. But that's the thing is where I think we're seeing some improvements from GV, but now it's going to be the question about, getting a big round like that, being on the GR side, is that going to allow them to just really ignite and to get them to put themselves back into a competitive game here? Because You can see like the vibes are looking really good right now from ROC. I mean, they're all kind of like hooting and hollering. They're all laughing, a lot of smiles. So that's a good thing. But that's where, we need to see GV kind of like lock in, right? I mean, this is where they really need to figure out how do they get themselves out of this rut, because, I mean, it's going to be round by round. And what we've seen before, I mean, it's definitely possible, but now we're going to get back into it, thankfully. So it's a moment of truth here.
Yeah, it's all on the line here. GV has a lot to prove in a short amount of time because it's only 3 rounds separating ROC from another 2-0 series victory today. Meanwhile, for GV, they're going to try and change the pace potentially in this round, putting that extra pressure onto the front side of mid. You can see a couple players sneaking their way into the lower B tunnels as we start to see a grouping quickly into A connector. It's actually a full 5-stack grouping up. The only one pulling away now is going to be Snare on the off angle, trying to catch them off guard, but Horus, he's ready to go here. You can see the flashes getting ready to go, but last time they went for this push, Creed's, he was the man with the plan here, holding for 3 in the previous push, and now we'll see if he can do it again. Horus trying to creep up. This time, Creed's down without a fight. Loon's going to go down as well. Very, very quickly phased the last one, trying to hang on, and this time, ROC have done exactly what they need to on the execution. Awesome and Snox now left in full retake mode, but what is this jumping through a pile of players? It's going to be Snox who disrupts that one almost perfectly, leaving Awesome now in a 1v1 against Totson for the round. And you can see Totson wants to go for the swing, does a ton of damage, but still cannot finalize this last kill. And it looks like, I believe, he might have even DC'd there. That is unfortunate timing, because I think if he doesn't DC, he actually probably wins that fight.
Oh, man. Yeah, it just seems to be like, really unfortunate right now for, just for ROC. And yeah, it looks like he's completely gone. So, I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's just been a lot of technical issues for these guys here today. And it just seems like it's been a bit of a rough road in that sense. So, I mean, a gimme round, like you said, for GV, like the sense that Awesome was able to get away with a 1v1, because I didn't think he had it. Like, the fact that it went the way that it did, I mean, I think that was a bit of a blessing for them. So, look, they're going to take what they can, but super unfortunate for ROC. Hopefully it's a quick, immediate, little bit of a bounce back onto this. But like I said, they just got to take it round by round. I was thinking ROC were putting themselves in a really good position to get themselves some, good bounce back into this from the break. But GV, I mean, not bad of work what we're starting to see from them. Even when that, hold from ROC was happening, it felt like, GV had no hope of it, but then all of a sudden they were able to get, a couple big kills really quickly and pulled the rug under these guys. So that's what I kind of wonder for ROC too, is the fact that they're kind of in these positions where they start off with like 2 or 3 kills, and then, I don't know, that mid-round play, like something just kind of slips, and then it comes right back to like a 2v2 or something like that, which is, it just makes it so much more stressful, man. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, right now, ROC, they're definitely having some key moments slip away from them. I'm sure, having some tech issues on top of that only compounds the frustration that they're feeling. So definitely not an easy spot to be in. But if you're GV, you're looking at this as a potential opportunity to disrupt and maybe even claw their way back into this match. After all, it's still a few rounds more needed to even consider this a tie situation. But now we're going to see exactly how this one can shake out once we get back into it. But for ROC, I still think they're in a great spot to close this one out. I think it's more so they've got to get their tech issues figured out and, really just come back in with that same confidence that we saw at the start of this map, and I think they'll still be in good shape.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I think it's more just about them figuring it out. And I mean, like I said, they still have a few rounds that they can work with, so it's not like they should be stressing too much, but that's where I just hope they're not getting too comfortable, because again, like, they could be able to close this off maybe convincingly, I don't know, but I mean, it's all just about, how they're going to take these breaks and just making sure they don't get in their own heads here too. But this is just going to allow GV to really just kind of clean things up, and they're the team that are really in the rebuilding phase. So there's a lot more, things against them, like more variables they have to consider. Whereas like, ROC are the only team that didn't have a roster change. I feel like for out of all the 8 teams here in CFWL, they're pretty much the only ones that stayed as a true core of all 5. So that's the thing, is where they're going to have that as a huge advantage. But for GV, it's going to be a lot of, TLC, that they're going to have to work through, all the different scenarios they're going to have with all these different teams that they're going to play in this season.
Man, looking back at some of these 1v2s, it's still crazy to me how many 1v2s we saw in the first half alone, because honestly, to me, that's the difference between GV winning and losing this match, and why going into the second half, we saw a 7-2 scoreline from what should have been probably even a 5-4 for GV to win, if you look at the times that they had the numbers up. So I am curious to see if GV can keep the momentum strong here in the second half once we return, but I still feel like firepower-wise, there is a small difference between these two teams. I feel like one of those big differences we've seen consistently today is Horus. I feel like is always just kind of a cut above a lot of the players he's up against. You could tell there, especially on that last round where he just goes in guns blazing, takes Creeds out, finds another player on the GR spawn wall. He just plays so fearlessly in this league that he's such a nuisance to deal with.
Yeah, it's really true. Like, I mean, I think there's been a lot of the spotlight has really been put on Horus, and I think rightfully so. Like, it was somebody that, you know, he's been able to have some really good impact in the server, and we're starting to see that even a little bit more now as we get into the day 2 of the weekend. And that's what makes me excited for this team too, because if he's still playing the way he is, or even better, I mean, that's just going to make you know, think that ROC are really going to hit another level here in the later portion of the season, or even for the 2025 year maybe, right? And that's where I kind of wonder who else is going to join him, because I think, you know, for last year, for me, I felt like Snare was probably like the MVP in my opinion for overall on this team. I probably would have argued, like, on LAN, I think Totson probably had a lot of good moments, a couple, you know, blips of a map here and there, but at the same time, though, I mean, he was the one that was clutching up. He was the one that was putting up some big momentum moments for these guys. So that's where I'm excited to see if Horus is going to be able to play like he has been. I mean, man, the sky's the limit for these guys.
Yeah, honestly, looking very well-rounded here. And I would agree, Totson always impresses me on a live event way more than he is online. I don't know what it is. I think it's just maybe the energy of those events. He always steps up to another level of play than what we normally see from him during the West League. I'd love to see a little bit more of that flair as well to try and get them through to the finish line today. But at the same time, you know, with the way this team's been playing, you don't need necessarily one player to necessarily pick up that slack to get this one done. I feel like now it's just kind of holding true to what's been working for them and pushing this one all the way through. So we are just taking a few moments here, though, to get everyone ready and back in the server. We've had some connection issues with the players, so hopefully it's something that gets resolved quickly and we can get back into the action. If you guys are just tuning in, this is our final match of the Saturday as well, and potentially the final map if they can close it out on the ROC side of things. And of course, we've got our third day of play tomorrow up as well. I'm excited for that one, Laz. It's going to be the first time I've got to cast Gaimin Gladiators this season under their new name. I know the LCK boys ready to bounce back after a bit of a tough win in the first day for themselves, but I know that's one of the few teams we haven't seen yet that I'm really excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Like, I feel like those guys are always fun to watch because I think there's a lot of progression that's going to come through with this group, and I'm really excited they got picked up by, you know, Gaimin Gladiators. So rightfully so. I think it's more just about them really being in the position that they have to just be able to get themselves more in the win column. I mean, in CFWL, they were the ones that won the league, right? But I think, you know, I'm just excited what they're going to be able to do to see how they can transition for the international events and how they can put themselves in that kind of prime position if they can get there. So yeah, I agree with you. They're definitely one of the teams that I always enjoy watching because they have such a cool style of how they play CrossFire, and it's so different than everybody else. That's what just makes them so exciting. But look, we're back in the game. We don't get to talk about Gaimin Gladiators. We get to talk about ROC versus GV, and we saw GV getting themselves a gift near the end in the clutch situation. And Awesome didn't have to sweat too much about it because we had Totson that was DC'd, but now we're back into it. Still 7-4 scoreline, and ROC got the single arm here. They're going to just try to get the short control just grouped up into mid. But look at how fast GV are on this. They've actually put a player on bridge. They got a couple players near underpass that they're going to actually try to maybe swing for this. But now, those underpass players, they're actually going to reposition themselves. And I think they got a good read on this one, Kyle.
Yeah, GV definitely has an idea of what's coming their direction, but they still have to be able to hold the line. Creed's going to be good for a triple kill again on the A-bomb site. And now Snare all alone as FaZe takes one down as well. Snare able to spot his first kill in the 1v4. Gets it done nicely onto FaZe, and this is where GV has to be careful. If they give too many 1v1 opportunities, there is that chance, but there you go. It's the three-man swing to get it all to a close, and GV find themselves 3 in a row to kick off their time on the GR side of this map. So we'll see if they can keep that momentum train rolling, but if it keeps going in that direction, ROC's going to have to find a way to counteract it.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing about, like, in terms of strategy, there was a lot of questions for GV, what they're going to be able to do, but that's kind of the same thing here for Snake. Like, what is he going to bring a little bit differently? There's been some time where these guys were able to, not boot camp necessarily, but get themselves some practice and what they want to bring a little bit differently for 2025. Maybe shift the meta in some way, but we'll see what they're going to be able to bring to this. Again, like you said, it's been 3 rounds in a row that's been gained here from GV. It was a 7-2 first half in favor for ROC. So they haven't been able to find themselves really much success at all here in the second half, I should say. Now the pop flashes come in. Totson, though, with an XM. Why not? Taking a little bit out of FaZe's book, and why? He will get himself that double kill. Okay. Now he's got himself up a couple cool little tricks up his sleeve here, Kyle.
Yeah, I love to see that. Not sure how he got the second one there. That's one where you don't normally see someone pulling that off, but it is going to be a 3-on-5 now. GV, no real numbers to work with in this round, but I do like the way they're approaching it, not getting too risky, just trying to get a quick info play. But Loons, he spots 3 players coming out of the B barn. Now it's going to be Snake and Slayer shutting down those early rotators, leaving FaZe alone on the backside of the GR spawn. Snare gets the final kill, and it's round number 8 for ROC, finally breaking the streak of GV.
Yeah, thank goodness, honestly, because that was the thing. I was like, you know, ROC's going to have to be able to find a round here kind of in their favor soon, right? I mean, we didn't want to get them in a position where they lost 4 rounds in a row, but now they're at least able to get rid of the goose egg in the sense that, you know, they got around in the second half. But what else are they going to be able to bring? Can they be able to close this off, or is it going to be a nail-biter game? And I just feel like the way we've been seeing GV play on the GR, it feels like it's panning out to be like a long-distance game to maybe push things to the full, you know, amount of effect here, but nothing has happened yet in terms of damage. Everybody just kind of throwing some utility, a little bit of threats here, a little bit of jabs, if you will. But ROC is again just kind of waiting things out, expecting GV to put some kind of, again, some aggression onto something. But I'm just waiting for ROC to be able to find that moment to go for the attack here. I want to be able to see them just pop into a site. It's going to be FaZe and also Creeds. They're going to be the 2 that are in the A site. They're going to be the ones defending this and leaving Loons by himself on bridge. So ROC are going to go for it, Kyle. They're going to try to do this a repeat once more, and they've been punished by Creed so many times on this.
Yeah, this is always a tough execution. They're going to have perfect flash timing to really break through here. This time, it's going to be a great counter flash. Creed's looking for another triple, not going to find it this time around. He's one and done. There's still players on the top of site. They've got to deal with though. FaZe, he tucks away in the corner, peeks late for the double kill, and that should be enough to secure the round here for GV. It's Snare stuck in the corner. Snox shuts it down, and it's 6 now for GV.
Well, GV again doing what they do best. Ain't giving up without a fight. And now we're going to have to see, this scoreline's getting closer and closer. 7-2. I just cannot stress that enough. Like, I mean, I was thinking ROC, like, I knew them getting as many rounds as they could on the GR side was going to be a good thing for them, because, like, the fact that GV have been able to essentially just bring this back into a close encounter, it's going to be nerve-wracking here for Snake. But we'll see if that's going to be able to phase them at all. And once again, Kyle, I don't know if it's being stubborn or, like, delirious. I don't know what they're doing, but they're doing it again. They're going to go for an A-pop one more time. They just want to get it done. They want to see if they can get it. And they just haven't learned their lesson, because look at FaZe and Creeds again. The double combination, they just find every single kill and they annihilate them. It's a flawless round. And ROC, I don't know what the hell you're doing.
Yeah, they've got to cut it out on these A pushes. It's getting to the point of predictability, and now GV, they've got a full fighting chance here to win this one back. And the problem now is, because there's been so many shutdowns at this A bomb site, they've got to know now a B push is coming through for GV. This is really a good opportunity for them to capitalize and maybe even find themselves a lead. Slayer also trying to sneak out potentially into the mid double doors, but it's all about this B-bomb side fight. Slayer, though, almost goes down in mid, just barely able to get out of this one. But again, it seems like it's almost too telegraphed here from ROC. Thankfully, Awesome misses the shot, so they've got a fighting chance here, but the shutdown looking better and better for ROC in this round. A lot of players, though, very low on HP. Horus and Slayer down to 1 between them, but Snare able to hold the line, and it's not clean, but it gets them to match point anyway.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I mean, look, it was a very sloppy round. I was thinking if Loons would have been able to find any more kills in that situation, I feel like I would have been kicking my desk, just because, again, like, you love it for Loons, but, you know, for ROC, it's just like, again, just this weird coordination just not connecting. Now Awesome's going to be able to get himself at least a nice little bit of a starter. Now we're starting to see ROC really starting to pick things up a little bit more. Now those pants, like I talked about, they're starting to fit a lot better. But it's down to the 3-on-3. Just lost count on my math there. That was really embarrassing. But 3-on-3. But C4 still going to be in the hands here for ROC. Going to go all the way around, and Kyle. Oh, God, Kyle, they're doing it again. They're doing it again. They're going A.
Nope, don't do it. Turn around. Good idea. As soon as Snare missed the shot, I think they realized their mistake there, so... Snare's still going to toy with the fight onto FaZe. They know they need a pick, considering the HP does not look good for ROC at all. They need a 3-on-2 advantage to feel good about how this round plays out on the push. This is where you can see them slowly trying to find at least one player they might be able to catch alone, and I think the target is going to be on the back of Creeds here as they look to slowly work their way towards this B bomb site. They've had a lot more success in this direction as well, so no surprise to see that be the move, but they're also very spread out on the ROC side of things. Nobody really playing for the support of each other, but FaZe, he's going to be caught off guard, still manages to potentially get this fight to go his way. Totson too late to trade, also a big timing error coming out, but Slayer, that is a massive headshot to get the ball rolling back in their direction. Creed's able to find the late trade. Totson now 40 seconds on the clock, knows he needs to take the fight on Creed's while he's alone, but will he check and clear this angle? He won't clear right away, gives Creed's the opportunity to put an 8th on the board, and now it is a very scary situation for ROC Laz. 9-8, a potential of overtime on the horizon here.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's just, again, ROC, like, not able to get the job done and putting it all down to the wire, and this is what they were notorious for last season. Last year, they always just seemed to go on a full grind. I don't know if they do it on purpose or if they just can't seem to get the, you know, a dominant win at times, but you got to give it to GV as well. I mean, the fact that they've been able to push, you know, through thick and thin on this, and being down 7-2 to bring it back to a situation of maybe overtime, got to give it to them. Their A-holds have been just a whole other level. Like, ROC has not been able to get any sort of control of that, and they've been so stubborn to keep doing it over and over again. So you got to give a lot of kudos here for Creeds and also FaZe. Like, I was talking about people that needed to step up. Those two have definitely been able to do that. And even right now, those guys are kind of investigating a little bit more, because ROC, they're going to go right through mid. They're going to actually just trying to cut right through this. They might even try to split into the A site, maybe. They're putting Awesome in a little bit of a bind, but GV are going to be able to find these kills, and look at that again. They try the A hit, not going to work at all. We're going to be going to overtime just like that.
Well, 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 GV still in the fight after all. A really, really good hold coming out on their GR side to force this one all the way into an overtime situation. It's not done just yet for GV's hopes at winning a map in this series, though. They still have to find a way to do it in OT, and that's where I feel like things still might be a challenge for them, because they only got 2 rounds on the BL in regulation, which means they're going to have a much better showing when we talk about Blacklist for them in overtime. So I'm hoping maybe they learned something from what happened in this regulation to bring it full force back to a winnable situation for themselves, but at the end of the day, both teams having a pretty lackluster performance on that BL side.
Yeah, it was pretty underwhelming, honestly, and I'm really not impressed at all, because I definitely thought, you know, I was giving a lot of slack here for GV. I was like, you know what, for them to be on the BL side, I wasn't really expecting a whole lot, just because, again, they're a new team, they're still figuring out roles, still figuring out what they need to do. I put a lot of expectation on the ROC, and honestly, I gotta say, like, it was just lackluster. There was really nothing good about it. It just felt like, again, kind of this like, oh, we'll play aggressive and see if we can find something, or we're just gonna sit in mid and not do anything with it. Or just keep going for these A hits. It felt like that's the only shot they know. Like, I don't even think they tried a B hit. Like, they never even went towards that site, and I don't know why. It's like they forgot it existed or something, but it's a little frustrating to see because both these teams were just really underperforming on that side, where I felt it like it would have been a lot better, or it should have been at least a little bit better. Like 2 rounds on a BL side, it's just not acceptable.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough one here, but for GV at the very least, honestly, I think they look like the better team so far in regulation. If you look at the rounds lost, there was a lot more decisive rounds lost, actually, by ROC here. I mean, GV, a lot of theirs were just not winning in clutch situations where they probably should have on their BL side. They actually won more of the rounds in the early game. They just lost them in the clutch. So I feel like GV might actually be the team in a slightly better position going into this overtime. ROC, you've got the shakiness of a really bad half, some tech issues that have kind of been riddling throughout the day, and it makes you wonder if map 3 might be what we see here.
Yeah, it's definitely on the brink. That's what we talked about, right? I think when we were talking in the pre-show at the desk, it's like, look, this is definitely a series where it could go a 3-map series. It was kind of a question where there's, I think, ROC were, I think, the favorites, but it really now it's kind of really just gone on its head a little bit on this, where we're in the overtime. First time we're going to see it, I think, for day 2 at all, if I remember. Yes, indeed. I don't even think we had overtime yesterday, did we? I feel like we did.
I don't think we had overtime. Maybe one map. I can't remember if we had one that might have gone the full distance, but yeah, this has got to be one of the closest maps we've seen so far in the season. And for ROC, it's at least the benefit of starting on the GR side here in overtime. So they do get that benefit at the very least. We'll see if that's enough to maybe get them all the way through to the finish line, because their team right now that starting to look a little bit flustered in this second map of the series after a really good showing in map number 1. It's been kind of surprising to see how things have slowly slipped away after a 7-2 half to kick this one off. So right now we do see GV fully regrouping towards the B side of the map. It's going to be a full B hit, leaving it up to Slayer and Totson to try and hang on.
And right now for GV, they're going to group up. They're actually going to go for the B hit. So I guess, I don't know. I guess they caught wind of that because I was saying, like, look, nobody ever goes to the B site apparently. And now they're just going to 5-man execute into it. Slayer not able to throw any sort of counter utility really to slow things down. The flash is a little bit too late, I think. But these guys are all over the site now. It's all about now just getting these firefights in their favor. But GV are still able to prevail. And they're still kind of testing a little bit on the stairway. Horus only can get the one and done. There's a lot of instant trades. Now Slayer might need to be able to find something on the 1v1, but just not going to happen. It's awesome once more. Putting up himself in a clutch situation, delivering a one-day delivery, and he gets it done to open things up here for the OT.
Yeah, not a bad start at all from GV to kick off the overtime. Winning the BL rounds is exactly what they were looking for that they didn't have in regulation. So I'd like to see them out in front early here, but it's definitely not over just yet. As we've seen with ROC, they like to push things to the limit, but they still always seem to find that way to close things out, and we'll see if they can do just that in this overtime situation. But you can already see Snare taking a lot of early damage. He's already down to less than 5 HP to work with for the remainder of the round, and now ROC is kind of trying to figure out how they want to play this one. They do have the extra support now of Horus alongside that low HP Snare A top, but I like GV's playstyle in this BL approach the second time around. They were a little bit too fast, too furious in that first run at it. Now they're letting the clock go down to the wire. They're finding these early pressure plays, and it could be enough to keep ROC second guessing.
Yeah, and ROC need to be able to get as many rounds as possible on the GR side, right? So the fact they've already lost the opening round is not looking good for them right now, but maybe, just maybe, it can be Snake that can be the difference maker on this one. Able to find that first opener, taking down Snox. And again, Snox is somebody that hasn't really been able to find a lot of form or rhythm so far in this best of 3. And now GV kind of being down by the one man, and Snare critically low. I think he's got like 1 or 2 HP, it looks like. But what are we going to see from GV? They got the C4 all the way back in spawn. Looks like they might just try to split into this B site potentially. Leaving here for Creeds, and I believe that's going to be FaZe, if I'm not mistaken. No, that's going to be Creeds, and that's going to be awesome. They're going to group up in mid. They're going to just try to split this 2 and 2. Awesome able to find this one duel, though. This is, again, just so awkward. This is so weird, because even now Snake, he's going in for a flank. He might be able to get this timing, and indeed he does. He's going to be able to take down Creed. So now they're kind of doing their own little bit of a sandwich here. 18 seconds remaining, so they have to be able to get the C4 down. And all ROC have to do is just stay alive. They have to just be this like nuisance for it. And there we go. A nice bounce back in from them to get the job done, and we're right back into a 10 and 10.
Alrighty, ROC. Nice retake. A lot of that thanks to Snake. Good timing on that flank there, but they still really need this final round if they want to take this one all the way through. Giving 2 rounds over the BL and overtime is never an easy recovery, knowing how shaky their BL was. But hopefully, maybe in this overtime, Laz, we won't see as many A pushes from ROC after the half switch. We'll see if they have a new game plan or approach here, but I'm hoping they've learned their lesson just as well compared to GV in this one. But GV, they are the team going A in this round. They've got their entire team grouped up in the A connector, which hasn't really worked the best for either team, so I'm curious to see how this one shakes out. Horus already holding this off angle for the drop down. Flashes come through, and Horus, he's got the off angle. If he catches them off guard, maybe come up big time, but unfortunately, it's not going to be anything looking good for ROC in this one. Dotson and Slayer now trying to redeem this one somehow, but it's not looking too good. Slayer already down to 20 HP, the last alive, and GV, they will secure the half win, 11 to 10 now overall.
Yeah, GV going to get themselves a really good jump start there, and I mean, that's... I don't know, man. That's, you know, any ROC fans right now in the chat, it's going to be really concerning for them, because the fact that they didn't even they got 1 round on the GR side, and that's where we said that's what they were doing really well on. That was like the moneymaker, right? That's the payday. And the fact that they lost 2 to 1 on that and going into the BL side, I'm not convinced that ROC can close this out. I mean, I'm really not. GV now on the brink of pushing this thing to a map 3. Just like that, the fact they found 2 rounds on the BL side, now they get to go back on the defense. I don't know, unless ROC has been able to figure out there's a B site, this thing could be over really quick here, Kyle.
Yeah, GV, they're going to have to bring the heat, but they're in a really good position to take this one to a map 3 in the series. ROC, it's going to have to be the best BL we've seen from them all day long if they want to win this one here 3-0. In order to secure the win without the risk of the golden round, which even the golden round becomes a very risky thing for ROC at this point, because they have to play it out on the BL side as well. So not an easy position to be in if you're ROC here. They have to play every remaining round on this side of the map, and FaZe already able to find the first kill of the round, takes down Slayer to make this one even better looking for GV, and you can see the pressure right back onto them. Snare, that's a good shot to take balloons out, and now they're trying to get that forward momentum towards the midsection of the map. You can see the counter flash. Snare tries to go for the jump over the GR bridge, not going to be able to get that one without a little bit of a fight. They get out, and now they're at least able to reset for now.
Yeah, a little bit of a reset, but again, yeah, just being in this position of the 4-on-4, it's just like, again, what is ROC going to go for this? Now they're teasing the idea of a B hit. And even GV leaning again on this A. They're thinking, you know, ROC, they don't know any other strategies. They're just going to go A again. Let's just lean on it. Let's just stack the A site. They'll do it again, surely. But it is Stocks. He's going to be the one guy that's going to hold this down. Just gets the jump spot. Horus needing to be the entry. He's not able to find anything. I think he's blind. Look at this, GV's able to just pounce onto this. But ROC, how are they able to find these trade backs all in these weird positions once again? A 2-on-2, looking like it could be anybody's game, but still a minute remaining. So they don't have to rush the plant. They can actually put a little bit of pressure on this if they want. FaZe, he's going to get caught. Snare's going to be able to get the better of him. So now this plant should be done. They should be able to get this thing down. They don't even go for it. They know Creed should be, you know, just getting a bit of a sniff that he's close on by, and they take him out, and somehow, some way, ROC, they're going to be able to get themselves another round in their favor.
You know, sometimes you don't go A. That's all it is. But honestly, though, yeah, ROC, that's a really good execution there. The B bomb side, it's been pretty favorable for them, honestly, most of this matchup. So it's been nice to see what they can do over there. This time, though, I think they are going to have to change the pace because GV is playing this one a lot differently as well. A lot of early pressure into the lower B tunnels. They're going for a nice control play in case the B push does come through, which is usually what forces teams into going for that A connector play. It's not always the best to fight in this lower B tunnels position for the Blacklist side, but you can see that early pressure being felt a lot by Loons here, who might even get caught out of position pretty soon. You can see Snare trying to go for that challenge through the window to maybe find someone, catch someone off guard. Horus as well, poking around underneath the mid bridge, but GV, they're just letting that clock run down. They want ROC to feel the heat.
Yeah, I think that's a double player stack here from the defensive side. And actually Snare, once again, putting the arm to work. Trying to get aggressive here, and Snox is trying to get some spam damage. Not really going to get too much here, but still a minute remaining here. The C4 on the other side of the map, so they're thinking about it. But maybe they're going to group up on this. Yeah, indeed they will. They're actually going to try to commit to this. So now you have Loons just on the B ramp. You also then have Snox that's just going to be playing on the close encounter here. That's going to be just the tall box. Loons here for a Paul flash maybe. Oh, I thought maybe they were going to try to go for a swing. Horus, despite being blind by the flash, he's just going to run on in. Okay, that's one way to get yourself an entry. He's going to blind himself. Why not? That might have cost Hotson's life, I'm not sure, but now this is just trades back and forth, and Horus can't be able to find any sort of a spray connection, so now Snake needs to be able to find some magic. He has to be the one that's a 1-on-2. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. I just got teased with it. I have no idea what's happening. Snake, are you going to be able to find this? And he's only got 14 seconds to work with. Now it's going to be double rifles, and it's going to be FaZe that's going to be able to take him out. So GV once again put themselves in a lead position, but can they close the damn thing?
At this point, it's truly anyone's to take away. GV and ROC, it's been so back and forth on this second map of the series that ROC is honestly not looking too great for their chances of holding this to a 2-0. GV, they're on the more favorable side. All they need is one to make it happen, but if ROC win it here, we go to that golden round decider, and that's where things can get really interesting, because if there's 2 rounds in a row for ROC, that's still it. They'll still find the way through to a 2-0 series out of this one, but GV making that extraordinarily difficult here on the second map of the day for them, and we'll see if they can find their way through to it. They've worked very hard to push this one into a winnable situation. They might just have it here on map number 2, but again, ROC, it's not about the A-bomb side this time. Overtime, it's been every single round trying to hammer down on this B execution, and they're going to go for it once again, leaving Slayer on the lurk. The rest of the team, they're ready to push through here, and here it comes. It's going to be awesome. Good for the first. Able to find one, but this could actually still go either way. But the trades for Snox from the backside of Pit are massive, picking up the triple kill, and that is going to be it. Snox, a massive quad kill. A huge upset here on map number 2 sends us all the way to a third map decider to finish the day.
Yeah, huge victory for GV. The fact they're able to push things through in overtime, they're able to get things over to the third and final map here for the day. But I don't know, man. Like, again, like, it's hard because this map was so different, because it felt like I thought ROC were going to be able to close things off pretty quickly, and then it felt like, you know, GR side was the breadwinner. That was the best side, but then, you know, GV did a really good job of just figuring out what they needed to do on the BL side, like in getting into that, you know, overtime situation, getting the 2-1 just really put them in a good boost. So I mean, I think for ROC, like, these guys are going to have to figure out some new game plans on a map like this, because it was, to be honest, it was really not that impressive, because I felt like nothing was like convincing. It felt like it was just not the way they played. So we're going to have to see a lot more. I mean, look, it's the opening weekend. I know there's a lot of room here, but we'll have to wait and see. But we're going to take a little break here as we get ready for the final map of the day. So we'll see you in just a little bit.
Hello, guys. We are back after a series that is going to be on Game 3. GV enabled. GV is on.
Honestly, insane, man. Honestly, insane.
Also, an overtime in this game, specifically this game, shows how much stamina GV has.
Yes.
How decisive they are, especially the last few rounds, ending this on ROC Esports, one of the top contenders, one of the nominees for winning this split, is insane.
Honestly, man, hands down. This is the best series I've witnessed in the last. It's only 2 days, but
In these 2 days.
yeah, in these 2 days. But
Sure.
I know this series will leave a mark with me. No comment really about what happened with ROC Esports. You can only say that they threw the game because they were on the top. The difference was huge. The difference of rounds, I think it was 9-6. Then the comeback was insanely well planned by the boys. I actually don't believe that GV made it. And once they went to the overtime, it was insane. I mean, just look at the summary. Once they won overtime, GV had it. Wow.
Insane gameplay from Loons, from Awesome, from FaZe.
Awesome, man. Awesome, Zika.
Awesome.
I mean, I have notes written for the before the overtime for if ROC won the game. Like I said, ROC defense is insane. Snare and Snake, both of these guys, you know, this rhythm, Snare, Snake, both of these players are freaking insane. The way they play, both of assassins, man, they backstab. They get around easily.
The assassins, but Creeds.
Yeah, on
wins
another
the
level, man.
MVP.
This guy is on another level from
The pun
Team
is
GV.
intended.
He's able to clutch lots of rounds. The thing is, with the GV, the way they use their mobilities, the way they use the flashbangs, the way they use the smoke. Just watch any round after the overtime. The way they mobilize the flashbangs, they blinded Horus over and over again. See, RQ tried, ROC tried to fake B and push A. They tried to go from the middle. They tried to play on Snare and Snake. From the third round to the, I think, sixth round for Team ROC, every and each round, Snare or Snake would assassin someone. I'd say the word assassin because it's literally an assassination happened, not a normal kill. So each round, Team GV would start with 4 players instead of 5, which is not normal. And all of a sudden, Team GV comes back to the game and wins the overtime.
Thanks to
Complete
this
domination.
player, thanks to this,
Wow.
this player, Creed, makes a huge difference in this match. Makes a huge difference to put GV. I don't care about the result of this series anymore. I know now that GV would perform this good in each game.
Of course, this is Snare and Creed. Of course,
It is for you.
yeah, the name Snare and the name Creed, both of these guys, and we still did not finish. I swear, first time for me, this is only the second day for the West League, but it gave me goosebumps. It had me in both feet. I'm just waiting for the third game. Can't wait to see what Snare, Creed, Horus, FaZe can bring to the table because it's time to go all in.
But Creed wins all. Yes. Creed won the overall score
yes.
over Snare. He performed very well. He showed amazing skills, executions. He was on the. He knows the map very well. Rotation wise, he was on the spot when his name needed.
There's one specific round that started the comeback for the team GV, where, if I'm not mistaken, Horus faked B and all of the other boys went to the A side as if the side was empty because they were faking B. So once they went to A, they found Awesome just hiding behind the box.
True.
Flashbang, boom, 4 kills.
Amazing calls from Creed, from GV. Performance is amazing, and GV, for me, is one of the top teams now, beating ROC in 1-1 score, this means a lot to me. GV now puts itself on the map, on the map for winning this game, winning this contest maybe, because winning over ROC Esports means a lot. ROC Esports one of the nominees to win this contest, win this split, because we know the players, we know how many experience, how much of a skill they have. So when you see GV going overtime,
Yes.
going
Oh, that's
from
right.
these players dominating the game, so they perform and act like, if I'm not paying attention to this game,
Yeah.
I might think GV is wrong.
Yeah,
Esports.
100%, 100%. GV tonight showed us heart, showed us soul, showed us what they can do in a small amount of time. Many people before the series starts, they called it a stomp. I call it a revolution from Team JV, and still did not finish. I'm waiting for Awesome because he showed us awesome gameplay on the 4th round. 3 kills for him. On the 2nd round, double kill. When this guy names get mentioned, it's always get mentioned with 2 or 3 kills. That's why I love the solo individual plays, the macro gameplay for this specific guy. The
True.
snipers with the GV, when there's a scope, there's a kill. When there's a sniper, there is Horus down. So for Horus, he's always struggling to beat or to kill someone in the early rounds. Snare and Snake, they had their moments, but surely when we started the overtime, it was done over for ROC Esports.
Do you see a 2-1 GV coming?
Look, I believe in head starts. I believe in, I believe in the comebacks. And yeah, I actually do believe that GV can take us to 2-1 against the number 1 in the league.
Mainly, as usual, I believe in momentum. I believe in mental state, going overtime versus ROC, and can beat them on this overtime, getting it together and pushing your limits. This means GV is ready for game 3.
Man, I'm pretty sure that GV is ready, and me and you are ready, of course.
Yes.
Casters, take it from there. Last game of the day.
All right. Here we go. The final map of the day. It is going to be a tough one, though, especially for ROC Esports. A bit of an upset there on map number 2. GV really stepping up, but this is kind of what we were hoping to see from GV all along. You could see signs of it in map number 1. The writing was on the wall, but then all of a sudden we get to map 2 and ROC Esports just comes out blazing. 7-2 first half. You think it's over, but then you blink and it's a tie game. We're in overtime, and GV are back in the driver's seat all of a sudden. Laz, what are your thoughts now? What are your expectations going into the map 3?
Well, look, I think, going to Ankara as the third and final map is going to be, it's a tough one for me to swallow, because just like this is a map historically where teams are pretty slow on it. They don't make a lot of fast plays, like where I think, what we got to see in Port was a little bit faster pace in some regards. So this one's going to be tough because I feel like ROC, I feel like ROC should have a more of a leg up on this, but at the same time, like I also thought they were going to have a leg up on Port. So that I'm not even really going to rely on like history or stats anymore, because I think this is up for anybody's game. But I mean, I do hope that when we see, ROC on the BL side, we get to see a little bit better like strategic view, because really, again, I know I keep beating this down, but like it was just so lackluster on Port. Like it was almost concerning to me how much we didn't see a variety of what they had. So I'm really hoping this is going to be a refresh from what they showed us a lack of in map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really liking what this is doing for the overall season, though. We're only in our 6th match, and there's only one undefeated team now left already. And surprisingly, that's unKnights. They're the only team yet to drop a map in this season. So big shout out to them for being able to pull that off. But now, ROC Esports, this is their chance to still remain undefeated overall on matches at the very least, because Now it's a fight for that #1 spot. You had Gaimin Gladiators drop a map. You have a dropped map here, potentially a series drop as well, and it opens up the gates wide open for a team like unKnights, who may even be able to claim the #1 spot now at the end of this weekend if they can finish strong. So it's been crazy to see how close things already are, but I think the even bigger moment now is going to be this map 3 for GV, because it's one thing to get a map here and there against a team like ROC Esports, but it definitely has much stronger implications for the overall season if ROC Esports actually goes down 2-1 here.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's one of those things where, you know, the underdog story where it's GV and you're thinking like, look, you guys have already gone this far. Like, let's seal the deal. Let's close things out, right? But on the other side of the coin, it's like the same thing you could argue here for a little bit about ROC, where like they're the clear favorites. They're probably the #1 team in the league, where everybody's thinking like, look, what are we going to have to do to get this thing done and keep our winning ways? But, you know, when I was kind of looking at the stats as well, like it was again like such a weird performance from ROC, because I felt like I'm kind of wondering about the stats, but even Horus like put himself at a 0.67, which I felt like he played a lot better than that. Like Snare apparently was the only player that was like a 1.0. Everybody else was kind of sitting at this like 0.74, kind of around 0.8s. So I'm a little bit surprised about that. But even again, you know, just kind of going back into one point I made is like there's been 2 maps now where I feel like Slayer has just not really been able to deliver. So I am getting a little bit worried. Just maybe it's an off weekend or a couple days, but he's the kind of guy that has to be able to find some multi-kills, and we're not getting them. So I think we're seeing ROC really struggling with that right now. Like you can start to see some of the holes in the ship. So hopefully they can be able to patch things up. But look, I think we're going into it, Kyle. We're ready to go. 3rd final map of the day for day number 2 here at CFWL. And let's see if GV are going to be able to bring a strong BL side.
Yeah, GV, this is the better side of the map to be on first. It's a good one to establish that momentum. A lot of teams usually actually prefer this side of the map as well compared to the GR. They feel like it's easier to get that map control and keep your opponent guessing here. So for ROC, they've got to have a good first half. Otherwise, this could be a bit of an uphill battle again on map number 3. But Awesome and Snox, they started off on the right foot, and this is GV showing they are not messing around here in map number 3. They're going for that full series win here, and they are eager to put their best foot forward in doing so. Now a 3-on-5 situation. Tots and Horus and Slayer a little bit spread out here, and the numbers aren't looking good. We'll see what they decide to do to try and bring it back.
Yeah, with 3-on-4, 3-on-5, sorry. I mean, this is GV in a really strong position right now. So all they have to do is just kind of, again, see if ROC are going to overextend or like try to go for a big peak on this. But they're kind of playing some interesting positions. They're just playing these 1-1-1 setups. They're not really trading up. Now we're starting to see Horus kind of joining Slayer, which is good to see. Playing a buddy system. And that might be a Paul Flash that could be thrown potentially even for Slayer to go for a bit of a swing. Because this is where Slayer, like, I mean, again, he's been able to have some sick moments on this spot of the map. Like, this is where he's been able to get some multi-kills. This is what he loves. And look at what he's going to be able to do. He's going to be able to slither away, but Snock's able to find him. Oh, man, he was licking his lips. He was thinking it was going to be a free meal, but no. It's a full face of lead instead. So now Totson and Horus, the last 2 players, but they're going to be, again, just a little bit of a ruse here because FaZe throws a bit of a fake. They're all at the wrong site, so now they have to get their sneakers on. They have to get running to that B site. They're going to be able to find the lurk of FaZe, but is it going to be enough? They still have 4 players to go against.
Yeah, right now for ROC, it's not going to be an easy retake in store, even with that early pick going their way. It's just a full lockdown on the B bomb side. Still some utility working as well for GV, and for Horus, he's just going to try and sneak right in, but not really going to last for long. Snox, a quad kill to open up this 3rd map of the series. A great way to get this one started for GV, and I'm liking the momentum swinging they're holding on to right now, because with Snox stepping up and everybody else having a really good map too, this is a really good looking team right now.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, like it'd be so cool to see, you know, a team like GV being able to win like a, you know, this entire series, right? Because then it just creates that upset a little bit, right? And it just really changes the narrative of what we were talking about for you know, the top 3 teams where, you know, if GV can be able to find themselves a big win, that's going to be such a boost for them going into the later portions of the seasons and just some of the different teams they're playing. Like, this is arguably one of the hardest teams they're going to be playing against, right? And I mean that with all respect, of course, but I mean, theoretically, that this is probably like the best team to be playing, or if not one of them. So that's the thing where if GV can be able to find this, I mean, ROC, these guys are going to definitely have themselves a long talking after this, but look, still plenty of rounds to go through, plenty of action, so we won't get ahead of ourselves yet. But GV, once again, getting that hotel control, going to look like they go for the pop at B, but ROC have actually put themselves in a decent position here. They have 3 players committed to this. They have the lurk of Totson just in mid, so he's going to have that crossover in case, you know, we see Snox going for the swing, but C4 finally going to get picked up. They just hit the minute mark, and they have to start making a play now here, Kyle. They cannot wait any longer.
Yeah, we can see the C4 getting scooped up. The B-bomb site take on the horizon. ROC does have a full stack here, though. They've read this perfectly. They're ready to go. It should be around for them to win. They've got the numbers advantage for the side hold. Definitely leaning in their favor. And everybody pre-set up for the rotation. Horus, big double kill, shuts down the C4 carrier. Snox, though, still able to respond with one of his own, make it a double kill. Again, Snox doing the work in this, but look at Awesome. Slayer has no idea, and it falls apart completely here. Snake now stuck in the middle of the bomb site, able to find 1, able to find 2, and now it's all on to Awesome. A 1-on-2 situation. Snare lurking in the spawn, but it's going to be on to Awesome to hold the line here. A 3-on-5 disadvantage for GV turns into a 1-on-1 situation. He spots Snare. That is so much info to work with now for Awesome. The shoulder peak timing, pure perfection, and now Snare has to go for the risk, but Awesome goes a little bit too aggressive on the push, and we're tied up.
Tied right back up into it, yeah. And I mean, this is the thing where, you know, I was kind of saying in terms of, you know, for ROC, I mean, these guys have been in countless positions where I feel like they're really just keeping themselves, like, the breath in their lungs. Like, it feels like they're really gasping at times. Like, a lot of these rounds have been such a grind, right? It's not like they're blowouts. It's not like they're really dominating the rounds. It seems like they really have to fight in tooth and nail for it. But look, it's going to be a round win after a round win. I mean, that's going to do. But now we see, like, some good nade damage against here Creeds and Snox. And actually some full aggression here right now from ROC. They've actually put 2 players here onto Hotel. They're actually going to push quite deep into this. So they might try to look for a timing for a backstab if they can. Totson and now Snare, they're going to be the 2 guys that are anchoring this A site. This is going to be important just because Snare, he's got that ready to go. Finds that first opening duel. So IGL is going to be removed as a threat here from the BL side. But can they get it done? Now the flank here. Horus, he might be able to find this timing. He needs to find Creeds, and indeed he does. So now GV, they have to get moving. They cannot backpedal. They have to commit to this plan of attack. They cannot wait any longer. Totson, though, hides behind the box with a double kill. It's a jab and a cross to get himself in a great position. Now FaZe on the clutch situation with the bomb in hand. But look, he's already going to get taken out as Horus finds his head. And right it back into it, ROC are going to be able to get themselves a second round.
Yeah, definitely a good showing so far. After the opener didn't look so great for ROC, it's going to be a good bounce back in the last 2 rounds. You can see Horus, Totson starting to step up to the plate and make sure they hold on to these advantages and win these rounds. So Snox, he's been the key factor, though, on the other side of things, already up to 8 kills as he takes down Snare. This is the Snox I've wanted to see for a long time. When he's firing, he is so hard to shut down, and he's still looking for more here as well to keep that momentum train going towards the side of GV in this round. They've got the numbers. Horus actually almost went down in that initial fight as well. He's down to about 30 to work with, and this leaves the opening for GV to make their next move. It's only going to be Horus on this B side of the map, and they can tell there might be an opening here.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that Horus has to be really, really careful because, again, he's wounded, right? Like, he can't even really go for a play where he could take some damage. Like, he's really in a position where he's really extending. He's trying to look for that information, right? Because what he's going to do is he's going to find these guys in a hotel. The idea is that he's going to have enough time to get out of here. But I mean, if Loons hits this shot or anybody else is able to find this shot, this could be bad. Horus, oh dear God, Horus, you got to get out of there, and that's it. That's going to be an open sight. Now Slayer, he's going to be the closest player that's going to be here for the rotates. Throwing that utility, it might be a bit too early. One flash is going to make a connection, though. Still under a minute remaining here for GV. They got themselves in the sight, but look at Slayer. A moment for him to shine, a moment for him to be able to find some kills, redeem himself. But no, it's not going to happen yet, though, because FaZe is going to be able to find that double, and Slayer, he's just taking so much damage, and it's just not enough. And GB, with an immediate bounce back, this teeter-totter's not going to lean too heavily on one side. It's going to be an even amount of weight, and it's back to the 2-2.
Yeah, really good plays from FaZe in that round, just getting the necessary information, making some big key plays on the lurk, puts his team right back into the fight, and already in this one, though, a bit of trouble brewing over towards the B bridge. Loon's down to 4 HP off of that early engagement. Now, GV might have to play this one a little bit safer to try and win it, but we do have FaZe on the lurk already as well, helping his team slowly slide in towards the A bomb site. They've got full A long control. Now they're just trying to poke and prod at where these defenders are going to be playing. ROC going for that 3-stack on the A bomb site, slowly rotating one away back towards the mid position. But this is GV doing what they need to, not getting impatient, not making any bad plays early on, just kind of waiting to see if someone ROC is holding on to is going to push out on one of these off angles, especially towards this B bomb site. They have been pretty anxious.
Yeah, they definitely have. A lot of anxious plays so far, but man, GV have really just pumped the brakes, and this map is just, again, so known for just so many slow plays, and already over a minute has gone by on this, and the last minute remaining in this round here. Well, what is GV going to do? Like, I mean, the C4 is literally at spawn stairs. Like, they haven't even moved it. And like, I don't know if they're thinking that, ROC are going to try to just go for a big swing, a surprise attack, but they've only really done that, I felt like, in the entire series, like, under a handful of times. So it's not even like really it's been like one of their, staples that they want to go for. Now we're going to see GV. They're going to go back to hotel. They're going to go for a short stay. And they're going to have Awesome now. He's going to be the one that lurks in mid. He might be able to find the timing of this, but Slayer, once again, in familiar territory. Is he going to be able to capitalize on this, though? Awesome. He's going to get the better of him, but it's an immediate trade back. 20 seconds remaining. Now, ROC, all they have to do is just lock things down just a little bit longer and burn the time as much as possible. The C4s drop, leave it down to FaZe on a 1-on-3 with 10 seconds remaining. They just need to stay alive. They don't even need to hunt this if they don't want to, but why not? The hunted will become the hunter, and now it's going to be ROC to put themselves in a lead once again by the 1 round. A little bit more convincing here, Kyle, but just barely.
Yeah, it's still a little bit too early to tell here, but at this point it is still anyone's for the taking on map number 3. ROC with a slight lead. It is a BL-sided map as well, so they should still feel good about what they've been able to do so far. But the scary thing in the back of my mind is they had a 7-2 lead on map number 2. This is far from an advantage from what we've seen GV able to do on their GR sides. They look just as good, so they can't put too much stock in it just yet. But Totson, playing pushed up in the vent this time around, has that opportunity to maybe spoil the round for GV, but it's not going to work out too well. Snake at least able to get the trade onto Snox. As we do see Totson fall early, Snake able to find a 3rd kill, almost the 4th as well, onto Loons. Brilliant pull coming out, and now Slayer on the drop down just has to play cleanup, leaving it all on to FaZe.
Ooh, okay, and there it is. Horus once again. Gonna make sure he solidifies his position here for the top fragging abilities, and yeah, that was just a really unfortunate play from Snox. Like, the fact that he had 2 players that were pretty much ready for the collat, couldn't be able to capitalize on getting that secondary kill, but man, oh man, you got to give it to Snake. It really feels like his firepower has really increased. Like, I mean, I always felt like he could frag a bit, but it seems like in this opening, day 2, he's just been really playing well. Like, he's just been able to put himself in a lot of great positions where he's getting multi-frags, and he looks pretty calm about it too, right? Whereas normally when you talk about IGLs, it's not like they're the ones that are putting up big stats, right? I mean, these guys are trying to figure out the strats. They're trying to figure out what the plan of attack is going to be, but really impressed to see how well Snake's been playing so far. But now I don't know what's going on. I don't know if there's a bit of a timeout coming through. As you can see, Snare's just kind of walking around, stretching a little bit. So maybe GV have kind of called something quickly here just to see a little bit of a different plan. And yeah, I'm kind of curious what the conversation is for GV, because I mean, is there anything you're noticing, Kyle, from your experience of just a gap from the GV side?
I mean, not really at the moment. I mean, there's some issues with just how they're executing in the early round and controlling the space, but a lot of it just comes down to ROC Esports doing a really good job of calling these stacks right when they need to. You could see it in multiple rounds where they were kind of already set up for what was being thrown their way, because GV wasn't really putting any lurk attention on the other side of the map. So if they could change one thing, I think that's the big thing GV might need to do a little bit more of, is if they're going to put a lot of effort towards one side of the map, they still at least need that lurking presence in the other direction. Otherwise, you're going to see time and time again ROC Esports just fully stacked up and ready to go.
Yeah, I kind of, you know, it's funny, like just watching the cameras and just seeing a little bit of the different perspectives is that, you know, when you were watching ROC, you know, in the very beginning of this best of three, there was a lot of laughs, a lot of smiles, and everybody's, you know, it's sunshines and rainbows. But now that we're in the nitty gritty of this, going deep into a map 3, which I don't even think they were expecting. I mean, now you can see they're starting to look a lot more serious. There's a lot more tension in the room, maybe. I mean, I'm kind of speculating, but I feel like you can just see some of the body cues a little bit here. I mean, these guys have always kind of looked just about the same, I feel like. It's not like you're really getting too much of a difference in their expression, but, you know, FaZe was having a lot of fun in map number 1, so you could definitely see him with a big smirk on his face all the time. But now we have to see, again, with this little bit of a break, is what is GV going to be doing a little bit differently? Down by 2, and you know, again, it felt like, you know, ROC has really been able to hold things down quite nicely, and these anchors have really been able to get themselves out of some thick waters.
Yeah, at this point, it's a heavy pressure on GV to try and get a couple more rounds in this first half. Only 3 rounds left in it to try and make their impact known, but definitely enough time to show what they're made of. You can see the early fake over towards the B-bomb site. This time around from Loons, just poking and prodding to try and keep Horus in position, while the rest of the team goes for some A fake utility, now rotating into mid to maybe even go back in for a late B execution. They've got 3 grouped up towards the lower B tunnels, Snare on the other side, and Slayer putting that early pressure towards mid and B, trying to hold the line. Horus as well, trying to get that information. But as we've seen from GV on this side of the map, they're playing the long game. They're taking it slow.
Nice little bit of shot here from Horus. Going to take down Sinox once again. Awesome. Now, again, he's been in this position in mid before. He's been able to shut down Slayer quite a few times, but GV now, 50 seconds remaining. Are they going to go for this now? Are they going to be able to just find their little bit of a small glimpse of an opening, maybe, through underpass? Now the nades are going to come in. ROC are going to be able to have themselves in a good position, but oh, Horus actually overextends that welcome a little bit. Now Slayer, maybe just a bit more, but no. He's only able to cook up an appetizer right now, leaving it just down to the 3-on-3. And it's still 25 seconds remaining. C4 still needs to go down, but Creed's able to find that headshot. Snare just sitting in the middle of the site. They might not know he's here, but oh my goodness, how does that fall apart? ROC had it all in their favor, and GV once again, it's like a rabbit out of a hat. They just pulled a big old magic trick, and they get themselves a 3rd.
Yeah, nice little quad there from Creeds to seal the deal. Really getting the job done with some big headshots today, making work of it. And now, 2 rounds left in the half. GV only down by 1. If they can somehow pull this to 4 or 5 to close out the half, they still have a really good chance of being able to steal this map back from ROC. And as we've seen, ROC on the attack today, not looking quite as strong on that BL side, so there's definitely some room to work with going into that second half for GV. But for the ROC side of things, they're playing a little bit of the same game here. They've played this 3A stack with 2 aggressing towards B pretty often, so wouldn't be surprised if GV's starting to catch on to this and might have a way to maybe capitalize upon it a bit more so than what we've seen, though. The A-bomb side attacks have been a bit of a struggle to get through for GV, especially finding these two players on the A staircase. It can be a really big challenge to overcome getting through those off angles they can play on the vent exit, but they are going to start to slowly rotate away from the A bomb side, so the opportunity might open up now to go for the push.
Good flash is going to get thrown right now, and they're going to be able to find that kill on the face, so that's a good start. But now they're going to have to be able to make some kind of a play here. And ROC now really just throwing stones through a bit of a glass ceiling, and now look at Snake able to find all three! Why the hell not? He's going to lock it down once again, and ROC are going to be able to find themselves another buffer of rounds here in the IGL. Wanting to get this thing done. He has just had enough of it, but look at that spray control. Absolutely picture perfect.
Yeah, now it's even heavier pressure onto GV. Losing the round, already taking some big nade damage here in round number 9, but Horus as well pushed up outside of Hotel already on the wall. He's going to think twice about it though, backs off, goes for the safer approach back towards the B bridge, still looking for that information, trying to find that early round advantage, but the more this goes on, the more ROC looking more and more comfortable on this map. You can tell they're starting to hit their stride again a little bit, and that'll open up the opportunity for potentially a map 3 win if they can keep that moving forward. But for GV, they are still waiting for that mistake, that opportunity, as we saw on Port, to swoop right back into the match and get themselves into a fighting position. This time the target is definitely the B bomb site though. Snare and Horus, they're going to have to hold the line.
Yeah, they are going to have to hold the line here. It's been a bit of a quieter game here for Horus, but maybe somebody else is going to be able to help him out here. Snare with a good bit of utility. Snox is going to get caught a little bit here with a pin against his teeth. Waiting up, and he's just posted up waiting for this. Flash comes in, he's blind, he has no idea. Horus just completely exposed. Now Snare just needs to buy time. He needs to buy so much time, but he can't find any kills. And GV once again putting themselves in a position here, just putting up the kill feed in their favor. Totson and Snake now the last 2 players against a 2-on-4. Still with 40 seconds remaining. What are we going to see from it? Snake now actually making the presence known. They're both going to be together. Do they want to double swing this already? No more utility available. They are just going to commit to it. A 2-man army. And Snake now, he's the one that has to be able to prevail, and he will not be able to find it at all. And there it is. It's going to be a 5-4. Still in favor for ROC, but again, it's at least a little bit closer this time around.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad half at all coming through for GV at the end of the day. They, again, make this one a lot closer than maybe it could have been, so puts all the pressure now back onto ROC to actually close out this series, because they've had so many opportunities on the ROC side of things to make this series theirs that if they keep letting it slip, it's only a matter of time before GV find themselves in a position where they themselves can actually win this series in full, which is crazy to think about, Laz, because not long ago it was a 1-0 series lead, a 7-2 map score on the board for ROC Esports, but it's gone a bit downhill since.
Yeah, it really has. It really, really has. It's just, this is the thing where, yeah, it was a 1-0 series. We thought that this could have, been a 2-0, but it's so tough too, because when you can put yourself in a position where you push in map 3 when you're in the deficit, and then when things are not really connecting the dots as much as they wanted to, it's going to be a little frustrating. But I mean, it is a 1-round differential. Let's not forget that. So I mean, again, anybody's game still. And I mean, ROC have really been, again, a team where we should be seeing them to look a little bit better on their BL side, but I think we're still waiting to see it. But now for GV to be on the defense, it's a question of what are they going to do with their positioning? Are they going to be a little bit more passive? Have they done some anti-stratting where they can use this against ROC? I have so many questions, and I'm just waiting to see for it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Definitely a lot of pressure sitting in that room, especially with ROC Esports. They were definitely a team that would have expected to come out this weekend and have a pretty flawless opener considering their schedule, but they've definitely been put through the ringer already. Anubis, they had a close call in their second map of the series yesterday, now already giving up one, potentially at risk of losing their second full series of the season as well, which would put them kind of in the middle of the pack now amongst everybody else who's been back and forth in this season so far. No clear-cut undefeated teams besides unKnights, but you've got to hand it to GV, because as much as ROC Esports may have dropped the ball a little bit on map number 2, it's also GV playing a much better game than what we saw on day number 1, because if this was the GV of yesterday, this map would have been long gone by now against them. But GV, you can tell they took some time. They reviewed their mistakes from yesterday, and they've already come back much stronger than what we saw in day 1 against an arguably better team as well in this league. So I am curious to see if they have what it takes to get it across the finish line, because more and more it actually seems like it's leaning in their direction, even though there is a one-round difference in favor of ROC Esports right now. I actually think since map number 1, the team play side of GV has looked a little bit better.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I really do think that's the same premise that I would follow, is the fact of I don't think ROC have really shown control in this entire series, right? I feel like it's been more the fact that GV have actually played a better game. Like, I do really think that. I mean, ROC have been able to have some good clutches that happened before, so I think that's a little bit different, and they got themselves, that experience as a team that we got to see. But the fact that GV have been able to bounce back from yesterday to today and the improvements that quickly, that's really good. Like, you people can't ignore that. Like, I hope for the viewers, they understand how fast of a band-aid improvement that is, because it felt like I was a little bit worried for them, just considering how yesterday went. And I was like, okay, well, this is not looking the greatest, but now you're playing the number 1 team in the league, and you're taking them to a 3rd map series, and it's still a 1-round differential, where I still think GV actually have a whole shot in taking this thing. So it's really impressive to see. And that's what we talked a lot about at the desk. You and I talked a lot about this with Loons and just this new roster, and really the improvements it's just amazing to see, because I didn't know how fast they improve it. It looks like it's going pretty accelerated.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, GV, they've got a good opportunity here, but it would also be a shame to see them push this full distance just to fall short at the finish line as well, because ultimately they lost their series yesterday. They could lose another one today, and even if they go down here 1-2, it still puts them at the back of the pack overall in the standings, which is a bit unfortunate with how well this team has played. But you know what? It could be another chapter in the GV story as well today, of things just falling short when you have those key moments in front of them. But I would love to see that moment where these guys truly rise to the occasion and get something big for themselves, because historically this is a team that was able to get the job done, was able to win championships, and we're starting to see more of that old flair come back to life in this match today. And they're just moments away from having that chance to make it happen. We can see already in the opening round of the half, though, ROC is coming to play over towards this bomb site, but what are these nades? GV just raining down fire from above, able to do a lot of early damage, but only 1 kill is going to go their direction. Loons whiffing some shots there for a moment, able to at least grab 1 in the trades, and now it's a 3-on-3 retake in the making for GV.
3-on-3 with the C4 about to go down here. 2 players going to be on the outside of main, and then just having, I think that's awesome, he's going to be the one on fence. So a little bit of utility here for FaZe. He actually might be able to use this to pop things open. Oh, and actually it's going to be Creeds that's going to join him as well. So now it's just going to be FaZe by himself. Throws the pop flash. It is going to make a connection, and Awesome does spot Slayer. Catches him on the heels a little bit, and now Snake is only able to find this one, leaving a disc down to Snare. He's going to have to do something big. He's got the pistol out, and he got his back turned, and there we go. GV, like we talked about, plenty of time here for the defuse. Well, not plenty of time. It's going to be pretty close, but they're able to get things done. And ROC, once again, they kind of fumbled the bag when it was looking like it could have been theirs.
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to that early utility from GV. Very well placed. Left 3 players, even though they broke through into the bomb site with very little HP to work with for the remainder of the round. And now GV, there's still a chance they could win this. Early start looking good in the second half. They're still having really fluid team play, which has played so much in their favor over the course of this best of 3. And ROC, it almost seems like they're just trying to strong arm their way round after round on the BL side into wins, but it's not really the way to get the job done. They have no presence on the other sides. The map right here, they're just going for 5 stacks and hoping for the best. And this time around, they might just get the best out of it unless Loons can shut it down. It is going to be a 2-for-1 trade as they take control over this bomb site, but it could be the same problem again. A lot of players already low on HP, but this time the shutdown is going to work out in their favor. ROC, they get the job done and take the lead right back.
Yeah, this is kind of the thing that we normally see, right? It's like, you know, ROC get around, GV get around, ROC get around, GV get around. We might see ROC find 2 rounds in a row. It's like I said, it's just been such a weird scale because, again, there's no lead, it's no massive lead. It's been so hyper competitive that it's just down to the round by round situation. So the fact that ROC, I mean, everything is so interesting because, you know, again, like where it's hard not to be critical because there's so much where they're at LAN, they've been a team, they're the only team. I think they're the only team, right? Am I crazy? They're the only team in CFWL that didn't change their roster. Am I right about that?
Gaimin Gladiators also did not make any changes. Yes.
Right. Okay. Right. Yeah. So okay, one of the 2 top teams that didn't make a change, but I mean that's the thing is when you have a team that's been together for this long, and the results they've had, it's hard. It's hard to take it in just because, you know, I think GV are just playing such a great game. So now it does make me excited for GV just because, like you said, it's like, look, it'd be really cool to see a group like those guys make qualifications for some of the events later down the road here if they can get that top 3 placement, because it's been such a long time and they've just been robbed a few times and it's so unfortunate. It just breaks your heart. So it makes me excited to see what GV's doing, but it definitely makes me a little bit nervous of what ROC's really bringing to this right now. And I don't know if Stray's actually been coaching already or if he's like going to be coaching, but surely there's going to be a lot of long talks after this, regardless of the result.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not a result that ROC was hoping for either way, even if they close out the win at this point. Very, very close, even on the maps they're winning, and it just goes to show you there's still room for improvement, even at the top of the league here. So we'll see exactly who actually closes this one out. Ultimately, it still could be GV at the end of the day that even takes this full series. ROC looking a little bit better now over these past couple of rounds, but you know, ultimately, it's been a, I'm sure, tough day for a lot of these players because, I mean, we're very deep into today's matchups for most of these players. They're based in either Europe or the Middle East or North Africa, where, you know, we're looking at time zones where it's well after midnight for some of these players. So this is a true test of stamina and endurance for a lot of these guys this late in the day.
Yeah, that's tough, right? I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's, you know, you talked about like optimum hours, and it's like when you kind of get to this later portion of the night, you can already hear me kind of, you know, grasping a little bit of my own words here. It gets really tough because again, it's just like a super long day. You know, you have to maintain that energy. You have to maintain like a lot of composure. So that's a very difficult thing to do. Like you said, stamina. So, I mean, a lot of these guys have, you know, they've competed for a long time. They've been through a lot of this situation before, but it gets tougher as the years go by. It doesn't make it any easier. So that's the other thing too, where decisions are going to be a little bit more of maybe potentially a little bit more questionable. Who knows? But it's definitely a true testament to see who's going to be able to get through all the thick and thin of all the situations.
Well, ROC going back to the old faithful strat here. It's their 3rd time in a row. Looking like they're just going to go for a full A execute. We saw on port that started to backfire on them. But so far on this map, hasn't seemed to hurt them quite as much as their A executes have been, at least a little bit better in what they're able to do. The big problem here is eventually GV, they're going to catch on. They're going to start going for map control on other sides of the map or even stacking even more players over towards the A bomb side. And that's where I'm not so sure with this plan from ROC, but you know what? They're going to send it anyways, with 2 shotguns actually leading the charge. And you know what? Doesn't really work out too well for them. Can't say I'm too surprised with that one when you have 2 XMs going in first. It's not necessarily the best of plays, but you know what? After a long day, I think it's a good thing for ROC also to not necessarily take every round so seriously. You know, a chance to blow off some steam. I'm sure there's some frustrations with, you know, some of the delays and all that they've had throughout the day, but you can tell now they're back to being a little bit more serious. The XMs are gone. The AKs are back out on the table, so we'll see what they can do to respond.
Yeah, and that was a big round from Loons. I mean, that was a quad kill for him, so really, really good job from him. Putting up some good numbers already. And ROC right now, again, just getting the double players into mid. And I think that's going to be Horus and Totson that are going to go for the fight. Deep smoke into crossing on the B, just kind of, again, making it seem like they might go for a split. Giving up a little bit of their position. Creed's just kind of waiting things on the boardwalk just to see if he's able to find anything at all. Maybe this timing, he might get a backstab against him. And yeah, he's already taken down some huge damage, down to 14. So not bad at all. I mean, ROC put themselves a little bit of tenderizing. They put themselves in a position here where they're getting some good real estate on the map. And it's a question of what they want to do. So now, actually, again, they're going to switch things up. Snare, he's going to lose the AWM. He's actually going to put up the M4, which is interesting. So maybe he's just not feeling it. Maybe they just want to go for full rifles on this, which is really, really different, I feel like, for them. Not like Snare's a bad rifle player, but I just feel like, I mean, I feel like any given day of the week, you would definitely want him on the AWM.
Definitely true, but, you know, what if I told you for the 4th round in a row that ROC is going to go to the A bomb site? Would you believe it after the last 2 maps? It looks like that's exactly what they're going to do here, but at the very least, this time they have a distraction on the other side of the map, but it's actually worked out really well. Slayer has 4 players over on the B bomb site. Snox is all alone, but he actually gets 2 before going down anyways, so even though the numbers are not playing to the advantage of GV at the start of this one, they still hold to the 4-on-2 as the bomb goes down, and this is where it's going to have to be a huge lift from Totson on this flank to make it happen. Horus able to find something for himself here. The 2v4 goes down to a 2-on-1 now, but Horus and Totson just not able to hold on, and GV, this is their moment. This is their chance. They are back in the lead, 3 rounds away from pulling off a huge upset if they can close this one out.
Yeah, this could be a huge upset for sure, because again, like, you know, it's hard not to, you know, upset is so difficult because it's like GV are a good team, but I think, you know, we never would have expected a potential win here for them this early in the part of the season. So the fact that, you know, ROC are getting kind of, you know, a little bit rocked right now, if you will, but now we have to see what they're going to do a little bit differently. It just seems like, again, they're grasping at straws here, trying to figure what they should be doing. And nothing has been really the utmost convincing takes yet, but they're going to go for this mid control. And slowly and surely, they're going to try to see if they can be able to find a duel, but Creed's once again above them. Taking things a little bit quicker. No sniper at all. Maybe they're going to go B. Maybe, just maybe. They're going to try it again. Not A, but B. They figured it out. And now it's FaZe. Locked and loaded here. He's the one that's equipped. Beautiful shot to start things off. Good flashes. Nades should be able to get some good damage as well. Yeah, Slayer, he ate the pin on that one. And now Totson able to find himself a double opening. Maybe make it a third. There it is. Now that's the menace we know. That's the guy that can put up, you know, some clutch moments here for his team and getting the multi-kills. But now he's going to go to his own demise. It's a 2-on-3 now. The advantage here for ROC. And Awesome is close on by. I don't know if they're expecting him to be this close in quarters, but it's not going to matter at all. And ROC, once again, are not going to let that scale tip too far. And it's back to a tie game.
There we go. 7-7. All tied up. Good things happen when you don't push the A bomb side. I'm telling you, ROC. Take notes, Stray. But here we go. It is going to be the more pressure situations now for the remainder of this one. The stakes are higher now, 7-7. 2 rounds apiece would mean an overtime situation. If one of these teams can find 3 in a row, they'll take it away, but this is where it becomes so hard to get back-to-back rounds. You can tell both of these teams are eagerly pushing to get themselves this third map win in the series, but nobody is taking it easy on the other here, and this is where GV has to be ready to adapt quickly. They're the team on the harder side of this map, and the reason the GR side is so hard for this map is there's so much space between the two bomb sites that if you gamble in the wrong direction, the retake just becomes that much harder to deal with.
A lot of nades going to get thrown here from ROC. It seemed like they want to go for the B hit, and that's exactly what they'll do. Horus now staying true to the testament here. He's going to be able to find that opening duel and Slayer right behind him to hold his hand. Now they get themselves a B site control. Now the retake in full effect here from GV, but they're down by numbers. And even Awesome's going to take some damage. Utility is going to be lackluster now here for the defensive side, and they have to be able to find something. They're just hoping for people to overextend their welcome a little bit so that they can bring things back into this. Snox does take down the lurk of Totson. Was trying to go for the backstab. He was trying to use that number advantage in his favor. Now they're even going to re-swing onto this, and Slayer is a one-and-done kill, but that's going to be fine. They have the number advantage, but now, oh, hang on, Snox might be able to find a double, and indeed he does, and all of a sudden, this big advantage is turned into the 1v1 with 6 seconds to spare, and Snake, he's just going to try to sit this, but now the defuse is coming through, and it's going to be Snake with the last remaining seconds, will be able to find the kill, but my god, how does it get this close?
Yeah, these rounds are all coming down to the wire. Snox, you could tell how bad he wanted it in this situation, picking up so many kills in the round, almost getting that ninja defuse at the end, but unfortunately, it's just not enough here. GV, they've pushed it to the limits, but they still haven't found a way to break through and get this one done. ROC holding on for dear life, but it's definitely not over just yet. You can see them starting to group up towards mid this time around. Might be a mid push, but I do like the change up from GV in this one. They're playing 3 towards the GR spawn, and this kind of shuts down that ability for a team to sneak up mid. And this is actually one of the first times I think we've seen all day a team putting a lot of aggressive attention onto this mid section of the map.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like there's always just people lurking it. It's not like there's ever full aggression onto this. So nice little bit of a change up. Couldn't agree with you more, Kyle. But now with a 1-round lead, can ROC be able to find themselves maybe in the position to get one more to put themselves on the map in series point? Or maybe we go back and forth. I couldn't tell you. But ROC, once again, they're going back to A. They're thinking it. They're thinking, you know what, why not? It's been a little while. You know, the old expression, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't know. I don't know what the expression is for this one, because they're definitely changing things up. They want to see if they can be able to find a little bit more out of this. Snox, though, strong reposition behind the green box, and there it is. Loon's just able to bounce back with them. They're just able to sacrifice the time. And Snare's trying to get a bit of a backstab, but it might just be a little too late here, because now they have to pick up the C4. Snare's just spraying his life away, hoping to be able to find some kind of a connection on a duel, but now Snake, he needs to have a pop-off moment. How does Snake find 2? How does he get that moment in that kind of a position? GV just get a little bit overzealous, and I don't know how in the hell ROC are able to find this round, but it's just down to a critical little bit of a miscommunication from GV, and they fumble the bag.
That's a huge round from Snake. That double kill is truly everything they needed to get this one into a winnable position. But now the question is, can they cross that final threshold to get it done in Horus? That is a massive round opener. It's not quite enough just yet. FaZe downs the bomb carrier, and now the rotations can start to come through. Creed's on the backstab, able to find one from the connector, and now FaZe has to get out with 15 HP, but it's not going to matter unless Snake pull it off in the clutch. Creed's on the lurk, able to find 2 with that flank position, and now Snake, he's kind of just stuck here. He has to take a fight one direction or another. I don't think he knows FaZe is still lurking in the shadows, so could be a potential to challenge onto this vent position if he gets the timing perfectly. The A-bomb side still his. Snake. There's a little bit of hope after all, but the question is, does he commit, or will he go full through to the B bomb site because the rotation, he knows at least one player is behind him A long, but does he double back here? Go for the plant anyways. I think Snake might even double down in this circumstance. Isn't gonna plant, goes for the vent peak, but this vent peak could be a bit of a disaster on the horizon. You can see he wants to go for the info play, gets the information, a chance now to back off, but Loons wants to go in swinging here. Both players already aggressive on the bomb site. Snake just barely gets out of this one. Look at this call. Is this the right move? This is a game-winning decision potentially for Snake, but no. Even though they line up, it scared me for a moment there. They secure the trade.
I was thinking he was going to have enough time to cross. I mean, it's a really tough decision to make because even Creeds was like, you know what? I don't think he made it there in time. Like, I feel like we would have saw him. So it's tough because I feel like Snake, yeah, it's that 1 millisecond decision. He has to make a quick decision on it. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for him. If he would have been able to find that kill on Creeds first, I mean, that would have been a coin toss, right? I mean, the trade opportunity was there for GV, but just not meant to be here for ROC. But now Snox is going to give himself a little bit more adventurous. Now he's going to try to push into vent, see what he's going to be able to find. But little does he know there's some players close on by, and it's going to be Horus that's able to find that opener once again. But look at Awesome. He's the one that's able to make some awesome plays with a double kill. And this is for all the marbles. This is to push overtime, or this is going to be ROC to be able to finally seal the deal. But they're down by 3, or down to 3 players, and Totson able to bring things back to an equal footing. They should be able to get the C4 planted, ready to go, and putting GV in a retake scenario. Still hesitant, they're still worried, they're shaking in their boots right now, Kyle. They're wondering what on earth should we do. And now that smoke's going to buy them some time to go for the plant once more.
It all comes down to this. GV looking for that overtime to potentially dethrone ROC on this third and final map. They have to break through in order to make that happen. It's going to be a full GR spawn push coming from Forest in this corner. Has a chance to hold the line, gets caught early. Only 20 seconds, they've got to make their move. Snake, the last line of defense, he's good for 1, stalls the clock down to just 10 seconds, gets the second kill. This could be it. Is the defuse going to come through in time? Yes, it will. GV, they do it once again, and it's overtime to decide map 3.
Oh my goodness, and again, like, I hate to put him in the spotlight, but I just feel like Horus, like, he was putting himself, you know, cramped right behind that box, and I get the idea that he wanted to go for the swing. He thought he was going to be the element of surprise, but I just wonder if he would have tucked himself in, allowed his teammate to maybe, like, bring the attention over to them, that he could have been able to go for that fight. It just felt like he kind of gave up his life in a really unfortunate moment, and Snake, I mean, putting so much pressure against him to go for a 1-on-3 like that. Now we go to a second overtime. My God. These teams are just not letting it go. They just want to be able to put themselves on the top of the standings, and what a way to do it. Who would have thought that this would have gone the full map series plus double overtimes in both maps to push it to see who can be the victor for the last match of the day?
Yeah, honestly, at this point, it is again ROC Esports kind of dropping the ball at the finish line. I don't know if you saw it there. Snake slammed his keyboard as hard as he could after that one. He knew he had that opportunity to close it out. He had a beautiful position too for that 1v3. Unfortunately, he just couldn't land on FaZe in the 1v1. And honestly, FaZe, he's been playing spoiler all day long in these type of situations. When you think you have it, he's right there to change things in favor of GV, really having a lights out performance on the day to keep his team in the fight all day long. And this is where the vibes have definitely shifted for ROC Esports. This is a team that was very excited, very happy earlier on in this series, and now you can tell they're sweating it out going into this overtime.
Yeah, they really are sweating it out. Like, they're like, you could just see, like, look, you can speculate all you want, but it's like this is not good vibes right now. Like, this is high tension, irritation, so much stress. Whereas in the beginning of this, like, these guys were feeling it. They were having a good time. And now you can just see it's a lot of tough talks about, like, what on earth are we going to do? What do we need to do to get this thing done? But whereas GV, like, again, like, they really weren't in the pressure point. These guys were the underdogs in this situation, just again with a lot of slack, knowing, like, look, we have a new roster. Let's just play our game. Let's just see what happens. If it doesn't work out, who cares? We work on it. This is the fact that ROC, you know, this ship is getting just bombarded right now by the wave of GV. So again, like, they're in a prime position here. Like, these guys should be just looking calm and collected, and that's exactly how they look right now. Not even showing any emotion at all. So for ROC, Esports, we'll have to see what they do differently now, but here we go again. A 9-9 in overtime is underway, and GV are going to be the ones on the BL side. ROC back onto the GR side, and I just can't believe we're here again, Kyle. Deja vu.
Yeah, an interesting position to be in here, but just goes to show you, even when you think they're out for GV, they have still been in the back burner waiting for their moment in this series, and now it just might be the moment for them to take it all the way home. It would be crazy to see this big of an upset early on, but GV, they've earned the right to be in the conversation here regardless of how this one plays out. They've fought tooth and nail to make sure this was not an easy day for ROC Esports, contrary to what they were believing here coming into it. But now GV, they still have to have a pretty solid start to this overtime if they want to get it all the way. Snare able to find one. The trade's coming through heavily in favor of Horus, who picks up a huge triple kill. And the statement is strong for ROC to start off this overtime.
Yeah, that's my king right there, right? I mean, look, that's where everybody's just, chanting Horus's name in the chat. Everybody's excited about him, and that's the thing. Like, for him to light things up, getting a triple kill, that's what, ROC fans need. Somebody to, just really to be able to pick up the bootstraps once again. This is going to full war here. This thing is going the absolute distance. So now the fact that ROC can be able to find themselves with a big highlight reel moment when it's a bit of a nitty-gritty situation, the tough game ahead of them, and now ROC are starting to finally win some engagements. Now they're starting to really win these fights, pull back, and playing the proper, crossfire that we know that they can do. Even Horus now being aggressive. He's even re-aggressing. Look at this guy. The tenacity on him. He doesn't care. He's still just trying to be a little bit of a nuisance, and he's doing a good job. Look at how fast GV have been on this. Loons and FaZe now, they're distracted by the fact that he may or may not be there.
A bit of a tough one, though, as FaZe goes down. Slayer as well, going to catch some players in mid. Horus picks up a second onto Loons, and now it's all awesome. 1 versus 5. Doesn't seem like it could be in the cards this time around, but you never know. We've seen crazier things already on the day. And ROC, they're just going to go ahead and full rotate into the spawn here. Awesome now, just lurking his way up mid, trying to find the opening, but there's just a wall of players right here on the other side waiting. But Awesome, somehow still alive here, picks up the double kill, surely not anything more. Finally, this one's put to rest, but holy, what a round potentially there from Awesome, somehow getting 3 in the 1v5.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how that would have happened. I mean, I would have just shaken my head and just been like, okay, well, that's the thing. Either way, look, ROC put themselves in a really strong position here where we're sitting at the moment of 11-9. Slayer now putting himself maybe a little bit more, but look at Horus. He is just trying to put all the matters into his own hands. He has had enough. He has thought this is ridiculous. We should not be here. We should be able to close this thing out. And he's just fragging his heart out. He's going to go down a little bit here. FaZe is able to find himself a nice little bit of a double kill. So now with ROC getting a little bit overzealous, this has cost them to be the 2v2. FaZe is in critical HP. The skin of his teeth, but again, that might not matter. Totson able to find the perfect timing to take down Snox, who's the fully HP player. And now the brink of ROC maybe getting themselves at a 12th, and indeed they will. They're going to have a first half of this overtime flawlessly, where they're able to get all 3 rounds. And this might be just the nail to the coffin potentially here, Kyle.
Seems like it might be the case. That's probably the most decisive string of rounds we've seen from ROC since map number 1. So it feels like it could be the beginning of the end here. You can tell someone must have said something to these guys right before this final overtime kicked off, because they've got some new energy and they are ready to get the job done. Smiles back on the face of Horus. You can see it there. They're feeling good about their chances now to get this one done. But as we've seen throughout this series, it's not over till that final round's on the board.
Yeah, if there's anything we're learning here today, folks, it's the fact that, yes, as soon as we get across, that last round, then it's over, right? Like, even though there's a huge lead and it's a 1 round needed here for ROC, I can't count GV out. I really, really can't. I mean, this is where on the previous overtime on map number 2, we talked about they were the ones that were able to get the 2-1, you know, when they were on the BL side on port. But now it's actually ROC. They did such a great job with a good game plan, you know, being able to get a swift 3-0. And like I said, I mean, the fact that Horace was just, you know, he went beast mode. The guy was like, get me off the leash. I'm just going to do what I do best. I'm just going to take heads. I'm just going to crush them, and I'm just going to get this game over with. But look, we need that same mentality. We need to see them get across the finish line here, because all they need to do is get one more round. But GV, it's definitely a world where this can happen, and we're about to find out here and now.
Yeah, it's all on the line for GV. Every round needs to be flawless to get this one going. But Snare quickly trades. FaZe goes down early. Not what you want to see if you're a GV fan here. This could mean beginning of the end, but not so fast here. Snare, the double nade kill, tries to find the redemption, but it's not going to be enough. GV still hold the line, keep the dream alive, and find themselves round number 10, and it's still not over for them. They're fighting so hard to make this happen. But ROC, again, they are ready to keep this momentum train rolling. We are already right back at it, right back on A-Long, right back to seeing player after player go down. But this time, it's looking a little bit better. But just as I say it's a 1-for-1, back and forth, down to the 2-on-2 now.
Oh no, ROC again, they've just kind of like put the blinders on. They're like, just go A to close this thing out. And GV have read them like a children's book. They know exactly what's going to happen. They know the plot, they know the story. And now it's down to the 2v2. ROC realizing, okay, hang on, let's read something else. Let's just try to put a little more suspense in our life, and they're going to wait things out here with 1:35 remaining. GV have completely abandoned this A site. They think that, you know, ROC, they've abandoned this idea as well, but even right now, Totson's the one that's going to, again, just kind of lurk himself in the middle, slowly and surely here with Snare, to see what he can do with this C4. They're going to group up into mid, making GV questioning their decisions right now. They're just kind of trying to keep the guessing game moving. And Loons has to be able to find this. Oh, but the timing, the milliseconds here, he's not going to have that information. They made it across. Now it's just a guessing game. Loons needs to be able to win this fight. He takes so much damage to 16 HP. Snare with a jumping pistol. Why not? Leaving it to FaZe, the lonely man with the Alm, and he's got the perfect read on this. He's going to go for the full rotate, drop it. He's going to pick up the M4. He's going to try to get things done here with the AK now. He's got 18 bullets in the chamber. Not even going to go for the reload. He thinks he's going to be able to find these heads. He's able to find these kills. And now Invent, but Totson spots the shoulder of him, but somehow, some way, he's alive. There's only 30 seconds remaining on this Kyle, and now they just have to get the C4 down. They just need to play this proper, and they should be able to get this thing done, surely.
It's going to be a tough one here. FaZe, he's got the HP advantage. He doesn't have any utility, though, which does make this one still very, very challenging. In the 1-on-2, you can see Totson and Snare playing very, very safe positions. They know this is potentially the match on the line. If somehow FaZe steals this away, there is a very real opportunity for GV to win it all. But right now, there's just no time to work with. They've played this so well on the side of ROC Esports that FaZe, even if he wanted to take the fights, he has no time to stick the defuse here, and that's going to be it. ROC Esports, it's a tough pathway to get through, but they finally are able to secure this one with a 2-1 series victory.
Oh god, I laugh at Snare because he does the finger thing, and it's like, I don't know, man, like, that was too close. I mean, look, I get you're a little amped up that you get the W, but man, oh man, look at the sigh of relief. Everybody's just waving, everybody's happy that things were able to close out, but boy, oh boy, the GV push it to the limit. And I mean, that's the thing that's so exciting about this team. The fact that we see so many improvements early on, Kyle, it just makes me even more excited that this could be a GV that might actually be a conversation of a team that is going to be a top 3 placement, where maybe just maybe we'll see them at some international events with what they've been able to show us already.
Yeah, honestly, a great performance overall from GV, but that is going to be where we leave things with you guys for today. It's been a crazy back and forth to get there, but ultimately ROC Esports going to win this final match. GV will see what's in store for the future, but that's going to be it from us on the casting desk, guys. We'll see you tomorrow, and we'll throw it to the host to close out the day.
See you later.
and welcome back after a huge series, best of three between ROC Esports and GV Esports. A huge game, a huge rounds, comebacks, huge mistakes. Also, GV give it all, but ROC Esports managed to get this time their overtime.
I feel you, man. When you can't find the right words to describe what happened, you know it's a fire game. You know it's the game that every CrossFire fan, I'm not saying every West League CrossFire fan, no, every CrossFire fan just, he wants this dopamine. He wants this type of game, the intensity. If I want to analyze a round or speak about a round, I'm going to be speaking for tomorrow's, man. It's already late, but I'm going to be speaking for tomorrow's. Do I speak about snare clutch? Do I speak about snake and Horus? Do I speak about phase sniper shots?
Yes, please.
Lots of things to speak about. This is absolute cinema. This is one of the most, if not the most interesting CrossFire games I've ever seen, and we're only day 2 in.
GV gave it all from the beginning
Yes.
till the end. It was that close for getting themselves the 2-1 win in this series. And you can tell how intense this game was from the camera perspective on
Yes.
ROC Esports players.
Man, the amount of overtimes that we went in, the amount of games. Speaking about the overtime, we've seen 2 games overtime back to back. We've seen the second game went overtime again and again and again. And the thing is about CrossFire's overtime is so different than any other game. It makes you feel the hype of every round.
True.
And every time you say, okay, it's done, it's over for GV. No, it's not, because Osam will get a triple kill. No, it's not, because FaZe will take 3 with his sniper. You say the same thing for ROC Esports. No, Horus is there. Clutch is a 1v3. Snake and Snare, the Batman-Robin combination is just there for you. So, wow, if that's day 2, and that's ROC versus GV, what else is waiting for us?
You can see this on the stats. You can see Awesome doing a great job. You can see FaZe, you can see Snare as well, Horus, and Snake and Clutch player. All players from ROC Esports did their best. They reached their, they broke the wall. Even I can say they broke the wall. They get the second win and they went for it.
Man, regardless of ROC Esports win, you have to give it to JV. You have to respect the hustle. You have to respect the time, the effort of the off-season before entering the West League. The time that has been put against one of the best West League teams, if not the best, is truly mesmerizing to see. And you need to appreciate Awesome. He played awesomely, if that's a word. Lunas, FaZe, Creeds, Snox, all the boys from JV just did an incredible job overall. Zika, this is a game where we don't analyze around. We just look at the game and speak about the stats more and more and just stay, you know, happy about what we saw. You know, no words actually, no comment for this game.
It keeps getting you on the tip of your toes. You can watch a game like this and you cannot until the next the last round you can tell who is gonna win, because most of the rounds ends fast, but sometimes the round is very long as all players lurking and waiting for the shot.
Yes sir, he's the MVP, he's the man, the myth, the legend, of course, ROC Horus, 1.29 KDA. And man, forget about the KDA, talk about there needs to be a new stats called Clutch Master. How many times he clutched, how many times he helped his team getting round after round after round. That's Horus, ladies and gentlemen, deserves the KDA with the 1.29, deserves the MVP as well. I'm sure SVP will be awesome from Team RV, yes, exactly. And this is a bit of the highlights that we saw from our MVP, the Golden Boy Horus.
The lurks, the positioning, and the game shows you how expert this player is.
Yes, sir.
He knows the map, he knows the flanks, he covers himself very well and waits for the shot.
He's a genius, man. Yeah, he's a genius. But I can't take my eyes off GV time and GV play style, the way they just, I'm stuck in the game, I'm not leaving. I need that win. If it's a best of 3, then it's going 3 maps and I'm taking the 3rd map. It's the micro mistakes, it's the small things that made a difference between both teams and who used the other team's mistakes, and that's ROC Esports, ROC Esports. So, man, what a game, what a series, and it's only day 2. Bizabt, exactly. Awesome and
And it is
Horus.
for you. Awesome versus Horus, key players. Stats head-to-head, not a major
Difference, yes.
differences between the
It's almost the same.
both players.
It's almost the same, if not awesome is more. It's the KDA 1.22 and 1.29. Man, both players did insanely good. Both players played well. There can't be a single MVP to the game.
Yes.
If you ask me, I'm gonna give it to the golden duo: Snare, Snake, Batman, Robin.
And this stats shows you the nature of each team's play style.
Yes.
Horus is ahead, slightly ahead on numbers because ROC Esports many times depended on the performance of their players, the individual performance. But GV Esports plays as more as teamwork.
Yeah.
So maybe Awesome is low in numbers, slightly low in numbers, but that's why, because he's a team player, more, just a bit more.
Yeah.
than ROC Esports. And with this, UNK in the first place, ROC in the second place, and go on. GG didn't play today, but TBI and Entropy played their first series in the.
Yeah, Anubis GV 999, you need some games, man. You need to win some games. You need to win it tomorrow, because next week everyone is warmed up. Zika, everyone is ready to, start dominating. First week is always the warm-up week. It's always the I'm getting ready week. I'm waiting for the next week. For Anubis, it's almost close for them. 999 is struggling a bit. TPI as well. They lost one, never won a game.
But could you agree with me that Anubis just ended one of two major matchups, matching ROC Esports, matching UNK on the first days, on the first 2 days of this.
I have to agree with you, of course.
Yeah.
I have to agree with you. Anubis played the hardest matches out there. Anubis played versus the biggest team, ROC and unKnights. But still, Anubis is known for the roster. I mean, I'm waiting for a win next week, but you have to keep an eye on ROC Esports and unKnights. And of course, today's, I can't even say that they lost the match, that they lost the game.
Yeah.
GV Esports, man. Wow.
And this is just day 2. Tomorrow we have the last day of first week, so be in time, because we have 3 best of 3s again to close our day, our first week in CrossFire West League. I'm Zika, and this is Hazim, and see you tomorrow.